After the unexpected demise of Chen Ye, he was selected by the Quick-Ware Bureau to traverse into a small world, where he must conquer task targets to accumulate points, thereby earning a chance to return to his original realm. In pursuit of rebirth, Chen Ye embarked on his quest for conquest. At the outset, Chen Ye lamented, "I cannot, this is too difficult." The system responded, "You are capable." Subsequently, he remarked, "Why do they succumb so easily? Are they all infatuated?" The system replied, "Brother, you are indeed being modest. The targets in this small world have all fallen for your bait." Chapter 1. The Elder Brother, Part 1. "Hey, wake up." A somewhat anxious voice penetrated Chen Ye's consciousness. He furrowed his brow, eyes still closed, and after a considerable pause, he finally opened them. A magnified visage of an unfamiliar man loomed before him, startling him. The man, visibly relieved to see him awake, exhaled deeply. Chen Ye sat up, wincing at the pain radiating from his chest. Each breath felt like being pricked by needles. A metallic taste lingered in his mouth and nostrils, and his entire body was soaked. After several coughs, he began to regain his composure. Noticing the improvement in Chen Ye's complexion, the man relaxed and tossed a casual remark, "I'm leaving. Find your way back." After taking a few steps, he turned back to caution, "Do not speak of today's events." With that, he departed without awaiting a response. Rising to his feet, Chen Ye felt a pervasive discomfort. The sun blazed overhead, its scorching rays seemingly intent on peeling away the skin. A torrent of memories surged through his mind as he absorbed the essence of his body's former owner. Xiaoyi, a 19-year-old who had halted his education after middle school due to his inability to grasp even the basics. After 6 years in elementary school, he struggled to count to 100, and his middle school grades were abysmal. Consequently, his family paid him little heed. The original family's household comprised 4 members, his parents and an elder brother. The biological brother, Xiao excelled in academics and social conduct, serving as a stark contrast to Xiaoyi. Additionally, there was an important extraneous member of the Xiao family, the nominal elder brother, Qi. He was the son of a comrade of Zhao's father. After the comrade's death, Zhao's father took in the 16-year-old Qi for 2 years, providing for his high school education. While Xiaoyi was merely a child playing in the mud. The man who had warned Chen Ye by the river was named Wang Chong. He was from the same village as Xiaoyi and occasionally bullied him. Half an hour ago, he had deceived Xiaoyi into the river, nearly leading to drowning, and then hastily rescued him. As Chen Ye pondered over Xiaoyi's past memories, he ambled toward home. 007, who is my task target? He inquired. The host will receive a prompt upon encountering the task target. 3 days prior, while burning the midnight oil reading novels in his dormitory, Chen Ye had unexpectedly met his demise. That an entity claiming to be a system approached him, urging him to complete tasks in a small world to accumulate points, which would allow him to return home. His mission was to achieve a 100% favorability rating from his target. Unwilling to face death, Chen Ye accepted the task. Throughout his journey, he encountered no one. The sweltering heat kept everyone indoors. Following the memories, he entered the Xiao family's courtyard. Their residence, constructed of red bricks, comprised a main hall, 3 living quarters, and a separate kitchen, indicative of relatively decent living conditions for a village inn. The 1990 in the courtyard, Xiaoyi's mother, Zhang Lan, sat on a low stool, sifting through beans. Occasionally, she would lift the sieve and shake it before lowering her head to inspect for pests. Upon hearing the gate open, she called out without looking up, "Where have you been? You know it's time to cook, and yet you ran off? Your elder brother Qi is returning today. Don't you think you should help tidy up the house?" Chen Ye replied, "I was just out fishing with Wang Chong." Wang Chong was the one who had just warned him to remain silent. Zhang Lan lifted her gaze, noticing his empty hands. "Where are the fish?" she inquired. "I didn't catch any," he admitted. Zhang Lan scolded him. "What are you capable of? You can't even catch a single fish." Setting her sieve aside, she approached Chen Ye. He instinctively took a step back, recalling that she occasionally liked to pinch Xiaoyi's ears, causing him much pain. However, today, Zhang Lan refrained from doing so, appearing in a good mood. She produced a blue cloth pouch, which Chen Ye recognized as the one used to hold money. Opening it revealed a mix of coins, some as small as 1 cent and others as large as 10 yuan. She extracted a 5 yuan note, instructing, "Go buy a fish from Uncle Wang. Make sure it's a sizable one, and grab a handful of scallions from the field." Remembering a previous incident, she added, "Not just two, bring back a bunch." Once, when Zhonglan had asked Xiao Xiaoi to bring back 2 scallions, he had naively only fetched 2. Chen Ye accepted the money, replying, "All right." He stepped out of the courtyard, his waterlogged shoes squelching beneath him. Zhonglan failed to notice that Chen Ye was drenched, or perhaps she did, but chose not to care. As he walked under the blazing sun, by the time he reached Uncle Wang's house, his clothes had dried, albeit his back began to perspire, dampening his gray short-sleeved shirt once. In the yard, Wang Chong, clad in a worn shirt, was handling fish with his strong arms, expertly scaling and gutting them, deftly cutting the white fish into pieces. After handing the fish to Aunt Li, he glanced at Chen Ye, his expression slightly uncomfortable. "Buying fish?" Chen Ye nodded, responding, "Around 5 jin, cleaned." Wang Chong raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Chen Ye's newfound fluency. Typically, he was so timid that he could barely utter a word in the presence of others. "Did your mother send you?" Wang Chong asked, as Zhonglan usually came herself, concerned that her younger son might be cheated on the scale. However, with Chi returning today, she had too much to prepare. "Yes," Chen Ye replied, "my elder brother is back, and she is busy." 5 yuan and 2 jiao, Wang Chong stated. Chen Ye only had 5 yuan. "Could you let it go for 2 jiao less?" he asked. Wang Chong arched an eyebrow. "What do you think?" Chen Ye replied, "I owe you 2 jiao. I'll pay you next time." He handed over the 5 yuan, and Wang Chong accepted it. "Tomorrow then." Carrying a bag of cleaned fish, Chen Ye departed. On his way, he encountered 2 children whose faces were smeared with dirt and adorned with long streams of mucus. They hurled stones at him, chanting, "Fool, fool." Their childish voices were innocent, yet brimming with malice. Chen Ye picked up 2 stones from the ground and tossed one at each of them, causing the 2 little rascals to clutch their heads and flee in tears. A vehicle horn blared behind him, and upon turning, Chen Ye saw a small car halted in the middle of the road, likely forced to stop due to the children and himself. He promptly stepped onto a nearby grass mound to yield the way. The white car appeared new, and, upon glancing at the license plate, Chen Ye surmised it belonged to the provincial city. Such vehicles were typically owned by the affluent. As the car moved forward, Chen Ye followed in the same direction. It wasn't until he reached the entrance of the Xiao home that he realized this car must belong to Chi He, the original owner's elder brother. Xiao Xiaoi had a fondness for this brother, as Chi He was the only family member who neither rolled his eyes at him nor resorted to physical reprimand. However, Chen Ye gleaned from Xiao Xiaoi's memories that Chi He treated the entire Xiao family with indifference, as if they were not kin. Yet, despite the lack of emotional ties, Chi He was grateful. During his first year of work, he had contributed a significant portion of his salary to the Xiao household, enabling them to upgrade from mud walls to red brick, a transformation that evoked envy among their neighbors. Upon entering the courtyard, Chen Ye presented the fish to Zhonglan, who was busily engaged in the kitchen. "Mother, I'm short by 2 jiao." Zhonglan was bustling about, her feet hardly touching the ground. "Tomorrow, I shall provide it to you." Zhonglan scooped the cured meat from the pot. Go to the living room and converse with your elder brother." The enticing aroma of cured meat and peas wafted into Chen Ye's nostrils, causing him to swallow hard as he silently exited the kitchen and entered the living room. In the living room, a red calendar adorned the wall directly opposite Chen Ye, featuring a chubby child embracing a fish. To the left stood a large square wooden table accompanied by a wooden cabinet, which held a thermos of warm water and the original owner's sewing tools. To the right lay a long bench. Upon the bench sat 3 individuals engaged in conversation, the atmosphere somewhat awkward, perhaps due to Chi He's aloof demeanor. Seated at the far left was Xiao Tianxi, a man in his early 20s, radiating youthfulness. He wore black-framed glasses and possessed a refined, scholarly appearance. He was the first to notice Chen Ye, but chose to ignore him, merely glancing his way as if he were invisible. In the center sat Xiao De, the original owner's father, aged 60, his hair nearly completely white, yet his gaze remained sharp, a testament to his military past. On the far right was Chi. In an instant, Chen Ye recognized Chi He as his target, for a progress bar hovered above his head, currently indicating a progress of 20. The bar flickered momentarily before vanishing, suggesting it was not real time. Nevertheless, this was preferable. The target displayed a progress bar, which gave Chen Ye an uncanny sense of being in a game, devoid of immersion. Though He had already reached 30, he appeared only in his 20s, with striking features and a rugged handsomeness. Chen Ye typically did not pay much heed to the appearances of other men, but he could not deny Chen Ye's attractiveness. His hair was impeccably styled, and he donned a white shirt meticulously buttoned up to his throat. Chen Ye's Adam's apple was notably alluring. Chen Ye confirmed this with a couple of glances. It was indeed enticing. In the age of the internet, such a feature could undoubtedly garner a considerable following. On Chen Ye's wrist rested a black watch, which added an air of restraint to his demeanor. Noticing Chen Ye's gaze, he turned his eyes toward him, his expression kind, yet exuding an undeniable presence that was somewhat oppressive. Feeling the scrutiny, Chen Ye awkwardly greeted, "Elder brother." At that moment, Xiao noticed Xiao Yi, "Why are you standing? Come and take a seat." Chen Ye surveyed the nearly full bench and ultimately settled beside Chen Ye. The bench was a tight fit for 4 adult men, and Chen Ye's legs, clad in shorts, inadvertently brushed against Chen Ye's. Chen Ye maintained an impassive facade, but subtly shifted away from Chen Ye. Chen Ye recalled that He had a penchant for cleanliness. He instinctively drew his legs closer together, making an effort to avoid further contact. "Brother, how is work treating you these days?" Xiao resumed the conversation he had left hanging. "The same as always," Chen Ye replied succinctly. Xiao nodded. "Have you considered dating? At your age, is certainly time. You've worked hard, and now you have a stable job. You purchased a house in the provincial capital last year, so your circumstances should be favorable." He replied. "No, I haven't found anyone suitable." Xiao Tianxi interjected. "Dad, just leave brother Qi alone. He knows what he's doing." Xiao chuckled. "You youngsters are all about free love now. I can't interfere, just inquiring." In the corner, Chen Ye felt entirely overlooked, a common occurrence for Xiao Yi. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. No one was paying attention to him, sparing him the anxiety of revealing his lack of experience in acting. The thought of exposure crossed his mind, reminding him of the incident earlier that day when he had confronted those 2 children. The original owner would never have acted so boldly. He was timid, even afraid of 3-year-olds. This was also why Chen Ye avoided provoking Wang Chong. He feared that his facade might crumble under scrutiny. He wondered if he had witnessed the encounter, and if so, would he harbor doubts? Feeling a surge of anxiety, he queried the system. "What will happen if I am discovered as an outsider?" System, your objective is merely to pursue your target. As long as you do not reveal the existence of the system, you should be fine. However, should others perceive something amiss, given this world's context, you might find yourself committed to a psychiatric facility. Chen Ye, a psychiatric hospital is hardly a pleasant place, especially in this era. Chapter 2. Zhonglan swiftly prepared the meal. The main dish was a fragrant and spicy white catfish that Chen Ye had brought home, making his mouth water in anticipation. In addition, there was spicy rabbit, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, peas with cured pork, sautéed cabbage, and shredded potatoes. Such a feast is something ordinary people rarely enjoy during the new year, and today, Zhonglan truly spared no expense. Her motivations, however, were not solely rooted in affection for Chen Ye. Rather, she recognized that Xiao Tianxi was now a sophomore, with merely 2 years until graduation, after which he would undoubtedly require Chen Ye's assistance in securing employment. Though she calculated her moves astutely, she kept her intentions unspoken, subtly cultivating Chen Ye's appreciation for them. Chen Ye, oblivious to the underlying intricacies, picked up a piece of cured pork and savored its robust flavor. Finding it immensely delectable, his eyes brightened, and he reached for another slice. "Brother, I never knew you were fond of meat," he remarked. The original owner of this body had refrained from eating meat, not due to aversion, but rather from a sense of unworthiness that stifled his appetite, despite his deep-seated cravings. Standing at a height of 1.78 meters, he appeared rather frail, a testament to his inadequate nourishment. "My tastes have changed recently," Xiao Tianxi interjected, momentarily taken aback. Chen Ye paid him no mind, engrossed in his meal. He successfully seized a lone fish maw and placed it in his bowl. Zhonglan cast him a pointed glance, but he remained oblivious. The family was well aware of Chen Ye's fondness for fish maw, which he had been denied during Zhang Lan's earlier indifference towards him. Post her employment, however, fish maw had become Chen Ye's privilege. Finally, Chen Ye caught Zhang Lan's gaze and recalled Chen Ye's fondness for fish maw, realizing he had overlooked it. "Brother, would you like some?" he inquired. "No need," Chen Ye replied. Chen Ye then consumed the fish maw, while Zhang Lan regarded him with exasperation, wishing he would display more consideration. After the meal, Zhang Lan summoned him into the kitchen, firmly twisting his ear. "Have you encountered a ghost today? Are you starving to death? One might think I've mistreated you." Chen Ye frowned and evaded her grip, the warmth of his ear stinging from her pinch. He disapproved of Zhang Lan's disciplinary methods. "I haven't tea. I fell into the water today and walked quite a distance. I'm both exhausted and famished." Being her biological son, Zhang Lan immediately inquired, "Where did you fall? Was it serious?" "That little brat is responsible. I'll demand compensation." Yet, Chen Ye knew that the culprit had no grounds for accountability, especially since the original owner had willingly ventured into the river for mischief. He had no desire to waste time addressing matters unrelated to his romantic interest. "Mom, I'm fine. I'll be on my way." Zhang Lan wished to engage him further, but he had already departed. She found it peculiar. Her once reticent son, who would brood in silence when bullied, was now attempting to articulate himself. In his childhood, he never defended himself against unfounded accusations or stood up for himself. This lack of assertiveness had only deepened her disdain. Her fiery temperament could not abide such weakness. The newly constructed Xiao family home contained 3 habitable rooms. The master bedroom naturally accommodated Xiao De and Zhang Lan, while the 2 brothers each occupied their own room. However, upon Chen Ye's return, Xiao Xiaoyi's room was vacated for him. The original owner, Xiao Xiaoyi, held a profound affection for Chen Ye, willingly relinquishing her space for his comfort. The bench in the living room was cold and unyielding, and Chen Ye had but a single blanket, causing him to sneeze incessantly. After finally drifting into slumber, he was soon disturbed by the relentless mosquitoes. Summer mosquitoes were particularly bothersome, seemingly impervious to any attempts at repulsion, leaving Chen Ye with numerous welts upon his face. With a scowl, he rose to find that the mosquito coils in the iron tray had indeed burned out. He knocked on his room's door, and Chen Ye opened it. The oppressive gaze that Chen Ye possessed fell upon Chen Ye as he entered and closed the door behind him. "Brother, I'm here to fetch the mosquito coils." "The ones in the living room have been consumed," Chen Ye stated. Chen Ye merely acknowledged him with a grunt, permitting him to take what he needed. Chen Ye flicked on the light, revealing Xiao Xiaoyi's room in disarray. Without the illumination, he would have surely overlooked what he sought. In preparation for Chen Ye's arrival, Zhang Lan had insisted that the room be tidied. Xiao Xiaoyi had only heeded her words on the eve of Chen Ye's arrival, hastily shoving all clutter into the wardrobe. Chen Ye recalled that the mosquito coils were among the items stashed away. However, as he opened the wardrobe, a cacophony of objects tumbled forth, scattering across the floor. Everything from disheveled comic books to candy wrappers, garbage, and even a wooden stick. Feeling embarrassed, Chen Ye turned to meet Chen Ye's gaze. "I'll tidy up a bit," he said. Chen Ye, lowering his head, returned to his reading, ignoring him. Chen Ye's method of organizing was akin to Xiao Xiaoyi's, albeit more systematic. He ensured that the contents of the wardrobe remained intact. After a considerable search, however, he could not locate the mosquito coils and ultimately resigned himself to defeat. He approached Chen Ye's bedside, his eyes bright with hope. "Brother, may I sleep with you?" Chen Ye lifted his eyelids to glance at him, responding with a firm no. Chen Ye, devoid of decorum, was unwilling to endure mosquito bites or the discomfort of the hard bench. He had never before slept in such an unyielding place. He perched himself at the edge of the bed, stating, "I just took a shower. I'm quite clean." The scent of soap lingered on the youth, wafting into Chen Ye's nostrils. Yet, Chen Ye remained resolute in his refusal, leaving Chen Ye with no option but to exit. That night, Chen Ye battled mosquitoes until dawn, and when summoned for breakfast the following morning, he appeared utterly drained. He scratched at the welts on his face and inquired of Zhang Lan, "Mom, do you have any mosquito coils in your room? Could you spare me a few?" Zhang Lan peeled a boiled egg and placed it in Xiao Tianxi's bowl, mentioning she would retrieve some from the second drawer shortly. With the prospect of acquiring the mosquito coils, Chen Ye felt a wave of relief wash over him. He would finally be free from the incessant bites. He too peeled an egg and began to eat. In the afternoon, Xiao ventured to the fields to plant rice seedlings, and Chen Ye followed suit. Lacking experience, he felt trepidation as his feet sank into the muddy earth. System, there aren't any leeches, right? He queried. There is one approximately 10 centimeters to your left front. Chen Ye recoiled in disgust, taking a step back. There is also one 5 centimeters behind you. Unable to endure any longer, he concocted an excuse to return home, claiming he needed to borrow money from Zhonglan to repay Wang Chang. Xiao De is profoundly concerned with the opinions of others. Throughout his life, he has neither stolen nor cheated, always adhering to a righteous path. When Chen Ye informed him about a debt, he responded, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? You should have delivered it to old Wang earlier." He had merely forgotten. After retrieving the money from home, Chen Ye ambled toward Wang Chang's residence. However, upon arrival, he learned from Uncle Wang that Wang Chang had gone fishing in the river. Uncle Wang ultimately declined to accept the money, saying, "In our village, let us consider it 2 dimes. He added, "What a foolish lad, making you bring 2 dimes. He urged Chen Ye to return home. Yet, Chen Ye was reluctant, for he had to transplant rice seedlings. "Uncle Wang, may I stay a moment? I wish to observe how you prepare the fish." Uncle Wang settled onto a bench, explaining that fish preparation was simple and easily learned. However, he recalled Xiao Ye's clumsiness and chuckled awkwardly. As long as one is willing to learn, they will surely succeed. Chen Ye, unfazed by being perceived as foolish, engaged in idle chatter with Uncle Wang. "He has returned, right? I heard he is driving a new car," Uncle Wang said, exhaling a puff of smoke that was both acrid and unpleasant, causing Chen Ye to cough. "He is back, though I'm unsure if it's a new vehicle." Uncle Wang continued, "When He's father passed, no one wanted him. Who would have thought he'd become so accomplished? Your father truly had foresight." As Wang Chang entered the courtyard, he spotted Chen Ye, who was clad in shorts, his pale legs marked with red mosquito bites. "Oh, the little fool has come bearing gifts." Wang Chang tossed a slipper in his direction. "Show some respect to your elder brother, Xiao." Wang Chang sauntered over, nonchalantly saying, "Little brother, my apologies." Chen Ye ignored him. Wang Chang mused, well, the little fool seems to be upset. He never reacted to my teasing before. What is different today? Has He returned and given him a sense of security? "Dad, Xiao Ye and I are going fishing. We'll be back later," Wang Chang declared, pulling Chen Ye outside. Chen Ye broke free from his grasp at the door, leaving Wang Chang momentarily stunned. His expression darkened. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Ye, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "You're gripping my hand too tightly." His youthful voice was clear, causing Wang Chang to feel a pang in his chest. He glanced at Chen Ye's hand, noticing it had indeed turned red. "Fine. Follow me yourself." The two made their way to the riverbank where Xiao Ye had nearly drowned previously. Wang Chang stripped down to his shorts and leaped into the water like a fish. After a while, he emerged, holding a fish in his hands, which he tossed to Chen Ye. "Take this home." "Why?" Chen Ye inwaited. Wang Chang gruffly replied, "There is no need for so many questions." Deep down, he felt guilty for nearly causing Xiao Ye to drown. Wang Chang wasn't a bad person, and his previous comments had been made in jest, not anticipating that the foolish boy would actually jump in. Chen Ye understood Wang Chang's mindset, but regrettably, he was not Xiao Ye. Returning home with a fish cradled in his arms, Chen Ye was met by Zhonglan, who inquired about his catch. He replied that it was a gift from Wang Chang. Zhonglan expressed surprise. "Aren't you the one who despises him, claiming he always bullies you? That he would give you a fish?" Chen Ye nodded, refraining from offering an explanation. He washed his hands before returning with the fish, his hands slick with its slime. Zhonglan and Xiao De retired early for the night, extinguishing the lights in their room at an early hour. Chen Ye, restless, tossed and turned, unable to find solace in slumber. The spicy dinner had left his stomach in turmoil. He rose to relieve himself and glanced at the wall clock in the living room, noting it was only 9 o'clock. It was peculiar how rural life lacked a vibrant nightlife, rendering the evenings exceedingly dull and leading to an early bedtime. From He's room, sounds emerged, and Chen Ye strained to listen. There were two voices. One belonged to Xiao Tianxi and the other to Chen Ye. It appeared that Chen Ye was tutoring Xiao Tianxi in advanced mathematics. A shiver ran down Chen Ye's spine at the mere thought of the dread associated with that subject. System, once I revive, can I leap straight to summer vacation? I wish to avoid the final exams. The system responded, you may jump directly to the moment you are laid to rest. Chen Ye replied, no, thank you. He sighed. The task loomed ahead, and he was hardly acquainted with the task subject. How could he achieve a perfect rapport? The system remarked, you must approach them proactively. Are you an ethereal being? The task target would gravitate towards you upon sight. Chen Ye found merit in this assertion. Thus, he ventured into the kitchen and sliced 2 apples. These apples had been specially picked by the original owner's mother. When guests arrived, there ought to be wine, meat, and fruit. Xiao Tianxi's door was not securely closed, so Chen Ye knocked twice before entering. Both Xiao Tianxi and Chen Ye turned to regard him at the doorway. Elder brother, I prepared apples for you. Xiao Tianxi was taken aback. How could Chen Ye, of all people, take the initiative to slice apples to curry favor with Chen Ye? He did not, however, presume that Chen Ye was attempting to please him, for they had been brothers for many years. Chen Ye placed the apples on the study desk, where indeed advanced mathematics books lay scattered. Beside them was a sheet of draft paper, meticulously inscribed with elegant formulas, penned by Chen Ye. You may enjoy these. Studying requires mental engagement. Xiao Tianxi was irked by the interruption, retorting, engaging our minds is not your concern. After uttering this, he felt his words were somewhat harsh and glanced at Chen Ye, relieved to find no discernible expression on his face. Please step outside. My elder brother and I will eat shortly, as he is set to explain the problems to me. Chen Ye remained steadfast, dragging a stool and seating himself beside Chen Ye, thereby wedging himself between the two. Elder brother, I wish to listen as well. Xiao Tianxi's patience waned. Do you even comprehend it? Chen Ye cast his gaze downwards, adopting a demeanor of wounded innocence. Academics had long been a thorn in his side, making him believe that his poor grades were the reason for his family's disfavor. Chen Ye regarded him quietly for a moment before finally saying, let us all listen together. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Ye. Thank you, elder brother. Chen Ye remained silent, a slight smile gracing his lips. However, as he realized what he had done, the smile faded. At that moment, Chen Ye reminded him of the little puppy his parents had once kept, especially with those bright, twinkling eyes. With Chen Ye speaking, Xiao Tianxi ceased his grievances. Within the confines of the room, only the sound of Chen Ye explaining concepts of infinity, infinitesimals, and limits filled the air. Chen Ye, lulled by the soothing explanation, gradually succumbed to sleep. Hey, wake up! Chen Ye was pushed slightly, and as he opened his eyes, he found Xiao Tianxi looking at him with a mocking expression. The room was now devoid of Chen Ye's presence. What a pretender, he thought. The moment he attends class, his facade crumbles. You've been dozing off since kindergarten whenever a book is opened. Chen Ye mused, realizing that his drowsiness was not his fault, but rather a result of his inherent constitution. He felt a sense of relief. He stood up, rubbed his eyes, and nonchalantly remarked, brother, I'm off to bed. You should turn in early as well. In truth, Chen Ye was largely indifferent to the sardonic remarks from those around him. Transitioning abruptly from a bustling metropolis to this place induced a surreal sensation within him. To him, everyone resembled mere NPCs in a game. Would you feel angered if an NPC mocked you? Observing Chen Ye se calm demeanor. Xiao Tianxi felt as though he had struck a fist against cotton. With a cold snort, he pulled the blanket over himself and turned in. Chapter 3. The eldest brother Chen Ye reclined back into the chair, swatting away the mosquitoes that relentlessly feasted upon him, his irritation mounting. The mosquito-repellent incense burned continuously but proved futile, likely due to its inferior quality. It only seemed to entice the mosquitoes further. The air was thick with the scent of the incense, which only served to induce a sense of suffocation. Frustrated, Chen Ye tossed aside the thin blanket and walked to Xiao Tianxi's door, knocking firmly. Xiao Tianxi opened the door with a scowl. What is it, brother? Can I sleep with you tonight? There are too many mosquitoes in the living room, Chen Ye pleaded. Xiao Tianxi frowned and firmly replied no, before shutting the door with a heavy thud. Quietly, Chen Ye inquired of the system, "Could you provide me with 2 coils of mosquito repellent?" System, 10 points required. How many points do I have? 22. Chen Ye. So, my usable points are equivalent to the favorability rating he has for me, correct? Indeed, that's exorbitant. 2 coils for 10 points? That's the pricing set by the market. He would never squander 10 points on 2 coils of mosquito repellent. Resolute, he knocked on Ye's door next. Before Ye could respond, Chen Ye slipped under his arm and flopped on his bed. "Brother, I truly can't endure this anymore. My entire body is covered in bites. Please, let me sleep here for one night." Ye approached the bedside, eyeing the wrinkled sheets with a frown. "Get up." Chen Ye remained still. The man's voice held a chill, "Obey." Chen Ye sat up, his gaze fixed on Ye. "If I obey, will you allow me to stay here?" As Ye scrutinized his strikingly clear eyes, a flicker of confusion crossed his sharp features. Those eyes and that expression seemed entirely unlike Xiao Yi's. Ye stated, "I'll sleep outside. You can stay here." Chen Ye grasped Ye's hand. "No. Mother will blame me." He wanted to avoid being scolded by the elderly lady. Ye swiftly shook off Chen Ye's grip, his expression darkening. "We used to sleep together when we were young. It's not a big deal. I'll take the inside. It barely occupies space." Since the room rightfully belonged to Chen Ye, it was only reasonable for him to stay. After a moment's contemplation, Ye acquiesced, thinking he would return to the provincial city in a few days anyway, and instructed Chen Ye to enter. Chen Ye's heart was ablaze with fireworks. He was finally free from the torment of mosquito bites. As he slumbered, his hand occasionally scratched at the welts on his body, and before long, he succumbed to sleep. Chen Ye was quite restless during the night. When Ye sensed the weight at his waist, he opened his eyes and gently removed Chen Ye's hand. After a little over 10 minutes, Chen Ye's old habits resurfaced. The heat of the night lingered, and even after sunset, it offered little relief. Chen Ye's palms were clammy, and as Ye held them, he regretted his decision to allow Chen Ye to stay. As dawn broke, Zhonglan knocked on Ye's door. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a fuzzy head. The owner of that head nuzzled against him upon hearing the knock. Ye's expression darkened as he pushed Chen Ye away and stared at him for a few moments. Since entering university, he had developed a tendency for insomnia, often unable to sleep without lying in bed for 2 hours, and even 6 hours of sleep in a day felt like a luxury. Yet, surprisingly, he had rested well last night. Chen Ye, still groggy, opened his eyes and met Ye's gaze. Ye wore a peculiar expression, and despite the early hour, his face bore no sheen of oiliness nor an unkempt appearance. Indeed, he was a striking figure. Chen Ye found himself involuntarily exclaiming how handsome he looked. "What?" Ye replied, suddenly realizing the implications of his words. Chen Ye quickly distanced himself. "Nothing, I was just a bit dazed from sleep." His eyes were barely open, presenting a disheveled appearance. Ye chose not to dwell on it. In his eyes, Chen Ye was merely a younger brother, one whose mental faculties were somewhat lacking, making such indiscretions seem rather unsurprising. The fact that he had slept better beside Chen Ye faded from Ye's mind, perhaps merely a coincidence. Ye rose to open the door, and Zhonglan outside was startled to see Chen Ye inside. "What are you two doing in the same room?" Ye explained. Xiao Ye was afraid of the mosquitoes. Zhonglan's hands itched to pull Chen Ye's ear. "The bed is so small. Why are you crowding with your brother?" Xiao Tianci, also roused from sleep, listened to the exchange. "You're not a child anymore. Can't you handle a few mosquito bites?" He teased. "Mom, my brother is willing to share the bed with me." He winked at Ye, "Right, brother?" Ye, receiving the cue, chose to ignore it. "I'll drive to the town later to buy some mosquito coils." Zhonglan set the table for breakfast. "No need. That child is tough. It's hardly a bother." After breakfast, Ye indeed drove to the town, with Chen Ye stubbornly tagging along. Xiao Tianci also wished to go, but Zhonglan pulled him to help in the fields with Xiaoda. The white sedan rolled along the gravel road, eventually merging onto the asphalt. It was only in the car that Chen Ye caught a clear glimpse of Xiao Yi in the rearview mirror. He bore a slight resemblance to Chen Ye, though Xiao Yi's eyes were larger and more innocent. Chen Ye blinked, focusing his gaze. The person reflected in the mirror had a sharper expression, yet still appeared somewhat naive. Despite residing within his soul, Xiao he seemed oblivious to the world's intricacies. As Chen Ye leaned closer to the mirror, he noticed a small brown mole at the center of Xiao Yi's cheek, a feature he himself possessed, marking their singular connection. After what felt like an eternity, the vehicle finally wound its way to the entrance of the town's department store. Chi tossed him 10 yuan, instructing him to make the purchase while he waited in the car. Stepping out, Chen Ye clutched the money, entering the store filled with an array of items, snacks, toys, and more. Unlike the village's modest shop that offered only cigarettes, alcohol, and biscuits. "Uncle, could you give me some candy for 20 cents? Chen Ye requested. The jovial shopkeeper replied. "Sure, that'll be 1 yuan 20 in total, including mosquito coils." Chen Ye chose not to use Chi's money for the candy. Instead, he utilized the leftover 20 cents from his previous visit, which he hadn't given to Uncle Wang. Upon returning to the car, he handed the money to Chi. "Brother, the coils cost 1 yuan, leaving 9. Chi accepted the cash as Chen Ye unwrapped a piece of fruit candy, savoring the sweet pineapple flavor that instantly lifted his spirits. He reminisced about the days when he indulged in fried chicken and cola at school. Now, a simple candy could brighten his mood for hours. "System, I truly am pitiful," he mused. The system responded, "If you work hard, you can return. Barbecue and hot pot await you." This motivation ignited a spark within Chen Ye. He offered a piece of pink candy, presumably strawberry-flavored, to Chi. "Brother, have some candy." Chi, eyes briefly flicking down to the offered treat, dismissed it, having long since outgrown such indulgences. "No, thank you." Chen Ye, undeterred, held the candy aloft, unwilling to relent. "It's very sweet. You should try it." The sweet and tangy aroma of pineapple wafted from his words, nearly irresistible to Chi. After a moment of silence, Chen Ye withdrew his hand, ultimately consuming the candy himself. The car continued onward, but not toward home. It headed instead to a restaurant. "Brother, aren't we going back?" Chen Ye invited. "We'll have lunch first, then I'm meeting some friends," Chi replied. And Chen Ye realized that their trip to town was not solely for mosquito coils, but rather to reconnect with old acquaintances. The restaurant was grand and impressive, and Chen Ye entered with a surprising ease. Yet, an unsettling feeling washed over Chi. He was not like this, so why had he changed so much? In an era where time travel and reincarnation tales had yet to flourish, Chi found himself momentarily at a loss. Simply observing that he had indeed transformed significantly since his return. However, growing up was a universal experience, and he was no exception. In the private room, Song Yushu had already ordered the dishes. Sporting white glasses and a blue shirt, he exuded a gentle and refined demeanor. "Old Chi, please take a seat." Upon noticing behind Chi, he paused, questioning, "And who might this be?" "Greet your uncle," Chi prompted. "Unde, Chen Ye equate obediently." Song Yushu, 3 years older than Chi and over a decade older than Yi, found the title fitting. Suddenly recalling the child before him, known far and wide as the village's simpleton, he remarked, "Look how much you've grown. I used to carry you when you were little." It was during the time at Chiha Middle School when Song Yushu visited the Chijia family. At that time, Xiaoyi was still not as tall as a stool, appearing rather dim-witted, with a face smeared in mucus, clinging to Song Yushu's leg and calling him dad, which left Cheetah fuming with envy. Chen also chuckled awkwardly, as this phrase invariably surfaced whenever he accompanied his father to social gatherings. The three of them sat together for a meal, with Chen focusing intently on his food while Chiha and Song Yushu engaged in conversation, occasionally taking a bite. From their dialogue, Chen learned that Song Yushu had attended a teacher's college and had been assigned back to the town to teach. Upon discovering that Chiha had returned, he had invited him out for a meal to reminisce. After downing a glass of wine, Song Yushu abstained from alcohol, opting for tea instead, as Chiha was driving. "Old Chi, how long are you back for this summer?" he inquired. "When do you leave?" Chiha set down his teacup and replied, "On the 6th. Chen's eating momentarily halted. The 6th was merely 5 days away. If Chiha was leaving on the 6th, what would happen to his mission? The progress was only at 28. Song Yushu expressed understanding, remarking that there was little to enjoy in the countryside and that the big city was far more appealing. "By the way, do you still keep in touch with Qin Yalan?" Chen replied calmly, not anymore. Chen perked up. Chen Yalan was a girl's name, and he sensed a hint of gossip. The two refrained from mentioning her name again as they continued to eat. Chen feigned innocence and asked, "Big brother, who is Chen Yalan?" Song Yushu chuckled. "You should call her sister." "No, almost your sister-in-law." Chen's heart raced with excitement. Surely there was a story behind this. He attempted to maintain his composure and looked at Chiha. "Is that true, big brother?" Chiha bit into a peanut. Kids should ask less. That response confirmed his suspicions. Chen pondered that the mission target was a heterosexual male, which posed a challenge for him. Yet he thought, achieving a high affinity level of 100 does not necessarily equate to love. He could still be a good brother to Chiha, cultivating familial affection to the same degree. An affinity level of 100 signifies a romantic connection. The host must not misconstrue this. Chen felt a sense of despair. On the way back, the car halted at the entrance of a department store. Chiha asked Chen, "Do you want to buy some candy? Once I leave, no one will take you here again." Chen gazed at Chiha in astonishment, not expecting him to consider his needs. "I want to buy some," he replied honestly, "but I have no money." The original owner's mother had never given him a single penny, as any money he possessed would invariably be taken or scammed away. Chiha rummaged through his shirt pocket and handed Chen $9 in change. Chen re-entered the department store, and this time, he was no longer a pauper. He had money. He purchased candy and even acquired some other snacks. While waiting in the car, Chiha felt a bit perplexed by his earlier gesture. Upon seeing that Chen only had one piece of candy left, he had simply asked if he wanted to buy more. After some reflection, he dismissed the thought, as he reasoned that Chen was his brother, and it was only natural to buy him something. Chen had not spent all the money, with over $4 remaining, which he offered back to Chiha, but Chiha declined, saying he would keep it. Chen tucked the money away. Previously, 4,000 had seemed insignificant to him, but now he cherished the $4.83, carefully placing it in his pocket. Such was life, poverty alone. Noticing Chen's cautious demeanor, Chiha felt a playful urge to tease him. "Can you keep your money safe?" "Chen Ye, I can, brother. If you give me more money, I can manage it well." "Chi, why? Have you become wiser?" Chen Ye habitually pursed his lips, feeling rendered speechless. "Brother, do you look down on me?" Upon hearing this, Chi tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Memories of being bullied and ridiculed as a child flooded back, where he would only bury his head and cry. He had no intention of mocking, yet to a sensitive mind, his words might have taken on a different tone. He said, "Brother is praising you." "Chen Ye, really?" "Indeed." The car returned to the Shao family home, and it was nearly dinner time. The sky darkened, and the air was stifling. Chen Ye felt as if he were being roasted. After everyone had bathed, it was finally his turn, and he cheerfully went to shower. The water was warm, having been left in the tub under the sun in the afternoon without a cover, saving the effort of boiling water. Chen Ye scooped water with a gourd ladle, washing and rinsing, while the system played washing time in his mind, prompting him to hum softly along. After showering, instead of lying on the cooling chair, he reclined on the rocking chair in the courtyard to enjoy the breeze. The rocking chair swayed gently as he gazed at the stars and moon in the sky, finding it all quite magical. It seemed to him that the stars were more brilliant and the moonlight more radiant at that moment. After rocking for a while, he felt the chair tilt, catching a glimpse of someone standing behind him. He halted his swaying and turned around to see Chi He leaning against the doorframe, dressed in a casual short-sleeve shirt. The black watch on his wrist accentuated the beauty of his hands, which were large and offered a sense of security. Between his fingers, he held an unlit cigarette. "Brother." Chi He acknowledged him and sat down on the bench beside the rocking chair. Chen Ye sensed that Chi He had been watching him from behind, but he was unsure. He discreetly sought confirmation from the system, which simply replied with unknown. Chen Ye decided to be straightforward. "Were you watching me just now?" Chi Ye glanced at Chen Ye before looking back at the moon. The moon hung high, resplendent and enchanting. Was it not more beautiful than Chen Ye, the little fellow? Chi Ye lit the cigarette and took a puff. Chen Ye felt he had perhaps overthought it, but he was soon overwhelmed by the smoke. "Do you smoke?" Chi Ye's voice suddenly broke the silence. Chen Ye shook his head. "No, I don't." He truly didn't. In his youthful ignorance, he had tried it once, finding it unpleasant and irritating, so he gave it up. "Please don't smoke. It makes me uncomfortable," Chen Ye added. Chi He lifted his gaze, extinguished the cigarette, and discarded it. One lay back, and the other sat, both gazing at the sky and the moon. Chen Ye, having gotten up to use the restroom, witnessed this scene, his hands gradually tightening, revealing several lines of blood on his palms, unnoticed and unheeded, as he felt no pain. He turned back to his room. After a while, Chen Ye quietly asked, "Brother, can I sleep with you tonight? I could tell you a story, a bedtime story." He, with a furrowed brow, replied, "Do I need to hear a bedtime story? My story is very interesting. I guarantee you'll fall asleep after hearing it." He raised an eyebrow, exuding an aura of pressure. "How do you know my sleep is poor?" Chen had long since prepared his words. "Although my elder brother is quite handsome, your eyes always exhibit a hint of redness, and I even heard voices coming from his room late at night. That was him conversing with friends about stock market trends." Ultimately, Chen entered He's room. More accurately, it was his room. He wanted to test whether having Chen beside him would facilitate a better night's sleep. Lying on the bed, Chen closed his eyes, feeling a tinge of fatigue. He's magnetic voice resonated. "Yi, where is the story?" Chen replied, "The story has flown away. It will return tomorrow." He admonished, "One must fulfill promises made to others." His tone bore a seriousness that startled Chen. Eager to leave a favorable impression on Chen began narrating a tale with closed eyes. Once upon a time, there was a princess with long, lustrous black hair. Even the magical mirror proclaimed her hair to be the most beautiful in the world. One day, a witch set her sights on the princess, desiring her long locks. When the princess refused, the witch imprisoned her in an iron tower, leaving her to weep endlessly. A prince passing by heard her cries and climbed up her hair to rescue her. In the end, they lived happily ever after. Ches lips twitched slightly. He wondered where this pirated version of an Andersen fairy tale came from. Just as he contemplated asking something, he heard the steady sound of breathing beside him. The next morning, He awoke early, before Zhang began to knock on doors to rouse everyone. He sat on the edge of his bed, lost in thought for quite some time. This was the second occasion he had fallen asleep so quickly without awakening in between. He glanced at the figure curled up in bed, with only a head peeking out. Chen's cheeks were rosy, resembling a delectable apple. After collecting his thoughts, He gently roused the apple. Chen, upon seeing He, obediently said, "Good morning, brother." He replied, "Get up, it's time for breakfast." Upon spotting Chen, Zhang seized his ear, exclaiming, "Why did you come out of your brother's room again? Did I not tell you not to disturb him?" Chen cast a pleading glance at He. This time, He came to his rescue, saying, "I let Yi sleep with me. He is small, and doesn't take up much space." Zhang released Chen's ear, which was now glistening with tears from her grip. "Don't squeeze your brother tonight," she warned. Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. At noon, Chen went to the fields to deliver meals to Xiaoda and Xiao Tianci. In the shed, Xiao Tianci remarked sarcastically, "The young master actually knows how to bring food." Chen pursed his lips, saying, "Brother, I'll head back now." Xiao Tianci called out, "Wait, stay, and help plant the rice." Xiaoda added, "If you join us, we'll finish in no time." Knowing he could not evade the task, Chen resigned himself to the field. He implored the system to provide him some protection from bugs. But the system informed him they were everywhere. For the first time since his arrival, he experienced a sensation akin to living hell. Fortunately, the system continuously monitored him, ensuring no insects infiltrated his body. After 2 exhausting hours, they finished planting the seedlings, and Chen lay on the ground, too weary to move. However, Xiaoda and Xiao Tianci would not wait for him. They washed their hands and returned home. As dusk descended, Chen Ye wearily made his way home, dragging his exhausted body along the path. On his journey, he encountered Wang Chong, who, upon observing Chen's almost lifeless demeanor, scoffed. "Have you truly succumbed to the illness of a young master? Just a couple of seedlings and you're worn out?" Chen, utterly fatigued, chose to ignore him and continued on his way. Earlier that day, while planting his own saplings, Wang had noticed Chen in the fields, moving sluggishly and awkwardly, and he had been reprimanded by Xiao Tianci, which struck him as somewhat endearing, igniting a mischievous urge within him. "Hey, why are you walking away when I haven't finished?" Wang Chong thrust a bag of fish into Chen's hands, saying, "Here, take these." My father insisted I give you some since we caught more than we needed today. The fish from Wang's family were typically meant for sale, so it was unusual to have extras. Nevertheless, Chen paid little mind to this as he trudged home. Fish in tow, his steps heavy with exhaustion. Wang Chong grumbled under his breath. Next time I bring you something, I must be a dog. Upon seeing Chen return with fish, Zhang Lan, as usual, inquired about their origin. Chen explained, to which Xiao sternly replied, "You must not accept such gifts again. One cannot take from others without merit." Zhang Lan, however, dismissed this notion, believing their improved relationship warranted such generosity. She decided to keep the fish in a tank, planning to enjoy them the following day. Xiao grunted dismissively, rolling his tobacco leaves and ignoring her. Zhang had long since grown accustomed to Xiao's aloof demeanor, suffering silently for the sake of pride. After taking a bath, Chen encountered Xiao Tianxi, who resumed his sarcastic banter. "This summer, not only does my elder brother treat you differently, but even Wang Chong, who once bullied you, seems to have transformed. Brother, have you ingested some miraculous elixir that has brought you enlightenment? Do share with me. I wish to partake." Chen pinched his nose and retorted, "Brother, your breath is foul. Keep your distance." Having tolerated Xiao Tianxi's antics once too often, Chen refused to endure it again. The remark caused Xiao Tianxi's expression to shift from pale to greenish and back to white as he nearly lost his temper. However, Chen had already slipped into Chen Ye's room. Chen Ye was engrossed in his studies, diligently taking notes on financial subjects, a realm Chen found perplexing. Upon closing the book, Chen Ye, adopting a brotherly tone, reminded him, "Your father is correct. One must not indiscriminately accept the possessions of others." He refrained from completing the thought, particularly regarding Chen's own foolishness, which might leave him oblivious even to being sold. The brick walls offered little sound insulation, allowing Chen Ye to overhear the exchange outside. Chen collapsed onto the bed, too weary to argue, his exhaustion palpable. It was the first time in 20 years that young Master Chen had engaged in agricultural labor, and he felt utterly drained, still struggling to recover. He recalled his prior physical fitness, standing at 180 centimeters and weighing just over 140 pounds, effortlessly climbing stairs and jogging. Little did he anticipate that a brief stint in the fields of this world would leave him so fatigued. Back in reality, he had spent time in the gym, never foreseeing that he would become so feeble upon his arrival here. Chi extended a hand and poked Chen's cheek, finding it soft. "Are you truly this exhausted?" he asked, recalling how he had often assisted with farm work in his youth without feeling such fatigue. Chen nodded. Remaining still as he continued to prod his cheek. After a moment, he finally realized and swiftly withdrew his hand, as though it had been scalded. "Chen Ye, brother, could you please give me a piece of candy? Just one piece, please." He found the child's repeated requests rather sticky. However, it is quite normal for children to be a bit clingy. The candies brought back from town were stored in a drawer, and he retrieved one, a strawberry-flavored treat, which he placed in Chen Ye's hand. Chen Ye unwrapped the candy, and as he let it melt in his mouth, his spirits lifted, as if his fatigue had been dispelled. "Xiao Yi, Dabao is looking for you." "Zabao?" Chen Ye took a moment to recall that Dabao was the original owner's good friend, a fifth-grade student. True to his name, Dabao was tall and considered the treasure of his family. He adored martial arts novels and films, harboring dreams of becoming a hero. Naturally, every hero needs a sidekick, but the children in the village aspired to be heroes rather than sidekicks. Dabao had set his sights on the not-so-bright Xiao Yi, persuading him to be his little brother, vowing to protect him from being bullied by children under 10. Chen Ye grabbed a handful of candies from the drawer and stepped outside. In the courtyard, Dabao, wielding a stick, eagerly exclaimed, "Come on, let us poke a bird's nest." Chen Ye had little interest in such antics, so he placed some candies into Dabao's palm. "I won't be joining you. I'm quite tired from working today. You go have fun by yourself." A look of disappointment crossed Dabao's chubby face, but upon seeing the candies in his hand, he brightened again. Like a little adult, he said, "All right, you rest today. I'll come find you tomorrow." As night fell, Chen Ye expertly opened the drawer, only to find it empty. "Brother, where are my snacks?" Chapter 5. Brother 5 Chi, he pointed to the wardrobe. "You can have 4 pieces a day. Eating more will lead to cavities." The wardrobe stood over 2 meters tall, and Chen Ye reached up but was unable to grasp anything. He sat on the edge of the bed, pondering, "But you'll be leaving in a couple of days. Who will get the candy down for me? My parents will scold me if they find out. Those candies are meant to be saved for the relatives' children during the new year. My brother, certainly one tea help me." Chen Ye's tone was not one of pity, but rather a statement of fact. However, Chi couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. "Only my older brother would help me," he added. Chi placed his book on the table, wondering why he should fetch a stool. Who did Chen Ye think would soften their heart upon hearing such a tale of woe? Chen Ye was no fool. He was quite aware of how to obtain a stool. His actions were intentional, designed to gauge Chi's compassion. The one who softened first would be the loser. And while Chen Ye appeared to be the prey, he was, in truth, a cunning hunter. Chi rose and retrieved 2 chocolate-flavored candies, tossing them to Chen Ye. "You can have 2 more today, since you already had 2 earlier." Chen Ye then spoke directly, revealing his true intention. "Brother, could you stay a bit longer? After all, you are on break now, and it's the same as returning to the provincial city in September." In previous years, Chi had not lingered, lacking any emotional ties to this place or its people. A playful smile danced on his lips as he inquired, "Then tell me, dear brother, what is there here that would entice me to stay?" Chen Ye pondered for a moment, seemingly at a loss. The disparity between rural and urban life in this era was staggering, with the younger generation eager to escape to the city. "I can wake you up for breakfast every morning, wash your clothes, accompany you to town, help you catch fish, tell you stories at night, and warm your bed." The boy's eyes sparkled with fervor, his expression reflecting deep contemplation as he spoke these words. Chi's smile faded, leaving one uncertain whether he felt joy or discontent. "Let us sleep first." Chen Ye, wishing to say more, found that Chi had already shut his eyes. Swiftly, Chen Ye climbed into the bed's interior and soon drifted off to sleep. The following day, Chi awoke to find the head nestled in his arm no longer bore the astonishment it had the previous night. He remained still for half an hour until Chen Ye finally stirred. Groggily, he noticed Chi still had his eyes closed, and a thrill of joy danced within him. It was indeed wise to have the system wake him at 8:30, otherwise he would have slept longer. He felt compelled to fulfill the promises made the night before to ensure that Chi would stay. "Big brother?" Chen Ye climbed up from Chi's embrace and gave him a gentle nudge. Chi opened his eyes, his gaze clear, lacking any trace of drowsiness, something Chen Ye did not observe. "It's time for breakfast. Mother will come knocking soon." Later that evening, Chen Ye retrieved Chi's dirty clothes from a stool. While Chi was bathing, Chen Ye squatted in the yard, diligently washing the clothes in the water from the cistern. Xiao Tianci, witnessing the white shirt in Chen Ye's hands, was instantly filled with ire. "Why are you meddling with someone else's belongings? What if you ruin it? Will you compensate for it?" Chen Ye paused his scrubbing, replying, "Big brother asked me to wash them." Chi was like a brick, always being moved where needed. The curtain was lifted, and Chi emerged, droplets of water glistening on his face, his damp hair falling haphazardly. He exuded an aura of youthful vigor. For an instant, Xiao Tianci felt a twinge of discomfort. "Big brother, did you ask him to wash your clothes? I can do it for you too." Chi turned to glance at the boy squatting with his back towards him, as if shooting him a reproachful look. The glare was fleeting, leaving Chi uncertain. "No need. Let Xiao do some work to keep him occupied." Realizing Chi merely wanted to engage Xiao Tianci felt a sense of balance restored within himself and retreated indoors to read. Chi settled onto a low stool in the yard, observing Chen Ye as he washed the clothes. It was evident that Chen Ye was inexperienced. His movements were clumsy. Taking the white shirt from Chen Ye's hands, Chi deftly began scrubbing the collar. Beneath the white shirt lay a blue undershirt, which Chen Ye had changed out of. Chi casually washed the undershirt as well. Chen Ye fetched a basin of clean water and poured it into the wash basin. "Big brother, let me rinse the clothes." Chi shook off the suds from his hands, rinsed them clean, and ceased to manipulate the clothing. Chen Ye rinsed the garments and hung them on the wire line. In their home, clothes were always hung on the wire line to dry. Once the clothes were properly hung, Chen Ye eagerly asked Chi, "Big brother, how did I do on my second task?" Chi cast him a sidelong glance. "What do you think?" "I find it quite pleasant. both transparent and refreshing. The clothes were washed by Chen Ye, yet he used clean water to rinse them thoroughly. In the afternoon, Dabao visited again, and Chen Ye followed him outside to poke at bird nests. Dabao is quite adept at this, having wreaked havoc on many nests in the village. Indeed, the birds see him and feel inclined to relieve themselves upon his head. Dabao shared half of the bird eggs he collected with Chen Ye, demonstrating a degree of kindness towards his younger companion. After Dabao departed, Chen Ye returned the eggs to their tree. The eggs were no larger than a thumb, incapable of hatching or being consumed, rendering them useless to him. That night, Chen Ye was kept awake by the sharp and piercing chirps of crickets. Chen Ye, illuminated by the lamp, was engrossed in his reading, and all Chen Ye could discern was his profile. He felt as if he could slide down the slope of Chen Ye's nose. A knock at the door interrupted the silence, prompting Chen Ye to rise and open it, revealing Xiao Tianci, who held a linear algebra textbook. "Brother, I have some questions that perplex me, and I wish for your guidance," he inquired. Chen Ye moved aside to allow Xiao Tianci to enter. Upon seeing Chen Ye nestled under the covers, Xiao Tianci was filled with irritation. "Why do you keep bothering my brother? He is too kind to scold you, yet here you are shamelessly occupying his bed. This bed rightfully belongs to Chen Ye." Chen Ye retorted, "I said I would sleep with you, but you refused." Xiao Tianci replied, "Fine. Tonight you shall sleep with me. Do not disturb my brother." Chen Ye silently observed their quarrel, appearing indifferent to their bickering. Chen Ye had tasks to complete and declined, asserting, "No, I will sleep here." With that, he buried his head beneath the covers, ignoring Xiao Tianci. Chen Ye regarded him as a nuisance, akin to a turtle ignoring a recitation. Xiao Tianci's face flushed with anger. Why had Chen Ye become so articulate and capable of retorting? He glanced at Chen Ye, who despised disturbances in his presence. Chen Ye, being mature for his age, believed that growing up entailed behaving accordingly, rather than retaining childlike traits. Furthermore, Chen Ye had never considered them as family. His own parents had treated him well, and he understood that Zhang and Xiao did not regard him as one of their own. Empathizing, Chen Ye, therefore, did not view the Xiao family as kin either. Xiao Tianci recalled a time in elementary school when Chen Ye returned from university during the new year. He had insisted on being held by Chen Ye, who had not obliged, his eyes reflecting a hint of impatience. Chen Ye's behavior now likely annoyed him as well. Yet, to Xiao Tianci's surprise, he noticed a smile on Chen Ye's face, imbued with a hint of affection, which was clearly directed at Chen Ye. This unacknowledged fondness, unnoticed by Chen Ye, was perceptible to the sensitive Xiao Tianci, who felt a growing gloom within himself. Why should there be such tolerance for this foolish Chen Ye? As Chen Ye explained the problems, Xiao Tianci listened intently, striving to dismiss thoughts of Chen Ye, whom he deemed a fool, incomparable to himself. He had long felt ashamed of having such a brother. Chen Ye's kindness towards Chen Ye seemed to stem from his naivete. The simple-minded were often treated like playful kittens or puppies. He believed himself to be Chen Ye's true brother, the most exceptional one. Chen Ye tucked himself under the blanket, enveloped by the faint yet pleasant scent of Chen Ye, though the entire family used the same soap for washing. Chen Ye perceived a unique fragrance emanating from Chen Ye, which he found delightful. As the sound of Chen Ye explaining the lesson filled the room, Chen Ye emerged briefly from under the covers, only to succumb to slumber once more, lulled by Chen Ye's voice, which proved more effective than any sleeping pill. After Chen Ye finished his explanation, Xiao Tianci felt no reason to linger. Summoning his courage, he addressed Chen Ye, saying, "Brother, Xiao Ye has fallen asleep and is snoring. How can you possibly rest? Why not come to my room while I and Xiao Ye stay here?" Although Chen Ye's snores were soft, akin to a kitten's, to Xiao Tianci, they were intolerable. Chen Ye replied nonchalantly, "There is no need." When Xiao Tianci met Chen Ye's gaze, an unsettling feeling gripped his heart. He sensed a hint of irritation in his brother's demeanor. "Xiao Ye is your own brother. You should be kinder to him." Xiao Tianci blinched. This was the first time Chen Ye had pointed out his neglect toward Xiao Ye, implying that he did not regard him as a brother. Why had Chen Ye once overlooked this, only to express discontent now? Had Chen Ye ever treated Xiao Ye well in the past? adhesive chakol escaped xiao tianqi. She had never considered their family as kin. Such notions were merely their own delusions. With his nails digging into his palm, Xiao Tianci lowered his head, acknowledging, "I understand, brother." After Xiao Tianci left, He reclined on the bed. The warm weather had caused Chen Ye to kick off the thin blanket. Murmuring, he voiced his discomfort with the heat. His fair skin, exposed to the air, had turned a rosy hue from the warmth. He fetched a fan, a trinket collected by the original owner, Xiao Yi, who had a penchant for hoarding discarded items. The fan was blue, emblazoned with the words, "For male reproductive health. Visit Shunka Hospital, specializing in male infertility." He mused that Xiao Yi needed to amend his habit of picking up random objects. Lying on the bed, He fanned Chen Ye, providing a refreshing breeze that soon eased the latter's complaints about the heat. After a while, He set the fan aside. Chen Ye opened his eyes, sleepily gazing at He. "Brother, why have you stopped fanning?" He had awakened during the fanning, quietly relishing the coolness. His arms grew weary as he sat up, reaching for the fan and swiftly taking over the task of fanning He. He smiled sweetly. His tone as sugary as honey. "Let me fan you, brother." He closed his eyes. "What about the bedtime story?" Chen Ye sought assistance from the system, pleading, "Quick, find me a story. I'll read it aloud." He found himself at a loss for words. The system provided a story, and Chen Ye recited it word by word. The girl had long eyelashes, her eyes like a tranquil lake, and a petite, exquisite nose. She gazed at the boy and said. He lazily opened his eyes, glancing at Chen Ye. "Xiao Yi has grown up. He can now use rhetoric. His storytelling is becoming increasingly vivid." He spoke casually, as if merely making an offhand remark. Yet Chen Ye felt a twinge of surprise. How could Xiao Yi narrate a story so eloquently? He could hardly memorize a poem like Quiet Night Thoughts. Chen Ye began to sulk, thinking that if he did not tell the story well, his brother would call him foolish, and if he did, his brother would still have something to say. Today, I delve into my old books to recite a tale for my elder brother, committing each word to memory. Observing his expression, He furrowed his brow slightly, urging me to continue. Chen Ye persisted in fanning himself as he narrated the story, and eventually, they found happiness together. As the volume of his voice diminished, Chen Ye succumbed to slumber. He gently took the fan from his hand, softly fanning him, while glancing at Chen Ye, whose forehead glistened with perspiration, his damp hair clinging to his skin. Such is the sweltering heat of summer in the countryside, where one can awaken drenched in sweat even at night. A faint scar adorned Chen Ye's forehead, a remnant from his childhood when he was deceived into climbing a tree for peaches and fell, leaving a mark. "Xiao Yi, you are undeniably you. Yet why does my elder brother perceive you as changed?" Chi's low voice resonated, met only by the chirping of cicadas. Chapter 6. Brother 6. The weather grew increasingly warm, heralding the season for collecting cicada shells. Zhang Lan eagerly filled a bag, scouring the village for the shells, which could be exchanged for money, an opportunity she was keen to seize. However, under the sweltering heat of 36 to 37 degrees Celsius, she spent an entire afternoon searching, ultimately succumbing to heat exhaustion. Lianti, her companion, carried her home, as Zhang Lan rarely fell ill. This heat stroke was particularly severe, leaving her bedridden and unable to move. The village doctor, summoned by Xiao De, prescribed some medicine, while Zhang Lan moaned in bed. "Oh dear, if I could just lie down for a bit and drink some sugar water, I'd be fine." Xiao De, puffing on a leaf cigarette, shot her a disapproving glance. "I warned you not to venture out in this heat, yet you insisted on chasing after those worthless things. What are they worth? You'd spend more than you earn. For whom am I doing this? Isn't it for this family?" "You stand there speaking without understanding the strain," she retorted. "Tianci must pay tuition every year, and we have so many mouths to feed. Do you resent my spending? You never complained when I was young, but now that I'm older, you begin to—" Their quarrel could be heard by the neighbors, but Xiao De fell silent, observing Zhang Lan's pale countenance, refraining from countering her remarks. He escorted the village doctor to the door and settled the medical fees. Once Xiao De was out of sight, he discreetly slipped Zhang Lan 200 yuan, urging her to rest well. Despite her initial refusals, she ultimately accepted. Money, after all, is the only truth. Eldest brother, linger a few more days. Aunt Zhang will slaughter a chicken the day after tomorrow to make you soup. Chen Ye reminisced about how, during his childhood, Xiao Yi adored chicken soup, often consuming 2 large bowls alone. Very well, Aunt Zhang, do take care of yourself, he replied. After Qi he departed, Zhang Lan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, believing that supporting Qi He through high school was the wisest decision her family had ever made. Previously, caring for him required little more than some rice and a roof over his head, as his tuition was subsidized by the village. Now, Qi He returned their kindness manifold. Zhang Lan sighed, contemplating how wonderful it would be to have a daughter at home, who could then become Qi He's wife, binding their families together completely. With Zhang Lan ill, the responsibility of preparing dinner fell to Xiao Tianci and Chen Ye. As for the head of the household, Xiao De, he had never set foot in the kitchen, having been accustomed to his mother cooking during his childhood and his wife doing so as an adult. In the living room, Xiao De engaged Qi He in conversation. Qi He responded to Xiao De with unwavering confidence, yet his gaze frequently drifted towards the outside. In the kitchen, Chen struggled with a potato, feeling utterly helpless. System, assist me, help me cut a potato. The system replied, self-reliance. Chen exclaimed, what good are you? He hunched over the potato, feeling as if he were facing a formidable adversary. Xiao Xianzi had tasked him with slicing the potato into shreds. Having never done so before, he tentatively made a cut. It seemed manageable initially, and he sliced the potato into rounds. However, as he reached the final piece, trepidation gripped him, fearing he might cut himself. Chen had a housekeeper at home and had observed her slicing vegetables. He had never attempted it himself, and it turned out to be quite laborious. His back, now aching from the strain. After laying the potato slices flat, he attempted to julienne them, but the slices were too thick, resulting in strips resembling French fries. The oil in the pan began to sizzle, prompting Xiao Xianzi to glance over at the cutting board. What are you doing? What is that you're cutting? Xiao Yi, have you been cooped up at home and forgotten how to cut potatoes? Chen was berated mercilessly. He set down the knife. Brother, I'll tend to the fire. I know how to do that. We don't need you for the fire. Just focus on cutting. Slice the potatoes thinly. Chia stood at the kitchen entrance, observing Chen's struggle with the potato shreds. He entered the kitchen, took the knife from Chen, and began to slice the potatoes with ease. Under his deft hands, the potato shreds became obedient and uniform. In mere minutes, the task was accomplished. Chen blinked at Chiha. Brother, you're incredible. Affection level 5, current affection level 40. Chiha silently assisted him in chopping tomatoes. Brother, you're truly amazing. Affection level 2, current affection level 42. A smile began to grace Chiha's lips. Chen was eager to offer further praise. The increase in affection was remarkably effortless. Xiao Xianzi, having noticed Chia's arrival, interrupted Chen, saying, Brother, let him do it. He has been idle all day. Xiao Xianzi intended to remark that Chen was merely living off others, but recalling Chia's earlier warning, he chose different words. He needs to engage in some exercise. In a couple of years, Mother will be looking for a daughter-in-law for him. Who would want him if he can't cook? In the village, men typically were not required to cook, yet the original character Xiao Yi was evidently exceptional. He needed to hone some culinary skills to attract a partner, or else he would remain unnoticed. Chen observed the smile on Chiha's lips fade. Brother, you don't despise me, do you? I can't cook. Xiao Xianzi swung the spatula dramatically. What do you care if brother despises you? He doesn't want you anyway. Not despising. Chia's voice was low. Xiao Xianzi didn't catch it, but Chen did. Chen's eyes squinted with delight, clearly pleased by this affirmation. Hey, system. Am I close to succeeding in my pursuit? The system replied. Elevate your pillow slightly. Current progress, 42. It's still early. Chen was undeterred. From initial 20 to now 42 was quite commendable. After all, Chia's affection for Zhanglan and Xiaoda had only begun in the low 20s. Zhanglan had not yet risen for breakfast, and Xiaoda had brought it to her. Their relationship, like that of an old married couple, had its quibbles, yet love endured between them. Zhanglan's ailment swiftly subsided, and when the watermelon vendor arrived in his truck, she was the first to leap out to purchase the fruit. The watermelons, large and round, were locally grown, and Zhonglan placed them in the water tank to keep them cool, intending to savor them after dinner. Throughout the day, Chen Ye's gaze remained fixated upon the water tank, yearning for the sweet, fragrant watermelon that would provide blissful relief on such a scorching day. Finally, the moment to share the watermelon arrived, and Zhonglan first sliced a piece to send to Aunt Li's home. After all, it was Aunt Li who had carried her back when she had suffered from heat stroke. Gratitude was in order. Upon reaching Aunt Li's doorstep, Chen Ye found Aunt Li's daughter, Zhou Chunfeng, in the courtyard washing her hair. She squatted on the ground, using a melon scoop to pour water over her somewhat withered locks, which draped down to the dust-laden earth. To Chen Ye, it seemed a futile endeavor. "Chunfeng, my mother asked me to bring you some watermelon," he announced. Zhou Chunfeng wrung the water from her hair and called into the house, "Mom, Xiao Yi has come." Aunt Li, in her 40s, appeared nearly as aged as the over 50-year-old Zhonglan, her hair more than half gray. Life had been harsh for her. In her early 20s, her 5-year-old son had drowned while swimming, and subsequently, she endured frequent beatings from her husband, who blamed her for not keeping a closer watch on their child. Later, she bore a daughter, and with her husband often away, it was just the two of them relying on each other at home. Chen Ye explained his purpose and handed the watermelon to Aunt Li. "What are you sending watermelons for?" "Your mother is something else," Aunt Li remarked, her face adorned with a genuine smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Ye returned home, eager to indulge in the watermelon. Aunt Li turned to her daughter Zhou Chunfeng and said, "Xiao Feng, don't you think Xiao Yi has become more articulate lately? He used to ignore us neighbors and wouldn't say a word when asked anything." Zhou Chunfeng continued washing her hair, seemingly unaware. Perhaps he was simply awakening to his surroundings. After a few perfunctory remarks, she retreated to her room and locked the door. Aunt Li sighed, lamenting that her daughter had grown distant, and the family's financial struggles prevented Zhou Chunfeng from attending university, leaving her with unspoken grievances. By the time Chen Ye returned home, the watermelon had nearly been devoured. With 5 people sharing a half watermelon, the portions were meager. The sweetest piece was given to Qi He and Xiao De, the next best to Xiao Tianci, leaving Chen Ye and Zhonglan with the least desirable portions. Chen Ye nibbled on his meager piece, feeling disheartened by its lack of flavor. However, he reasoned that having something was better than nothing, and he diligently consumed every last bit before discarding the green rind. A piece of watermelon was passed to him from a diagonal angle, and upon turning, he saw it was his mother. "Have another piece, then go to bed," she urged. Chen Ye accepted the watermelon. Although it was not the finest, it still had some substance. The others congregated in the living room, leaving only the two of them in the courtyard. Zhonglan glanced towards the living room and remarked, "Have you grown closer to your older brother lately?" Chen Ye took a bite of watermelon, responding with a mouthful, "It's all right. Your brother has potential. Let him guide you well. Perhaps he can assist you in finding a job. With such a brother, you will have a better chance at finding a wife. I have no grand aspirations, merely wishing to see you and your brother establish families and careers." Chen Ye felt a surge of emotion as thoughts of his mother crossed his mind. "Mom, I do not seek a wife. I wish to stay with my elder brother." Zhonglan was amused by her younger son's innocent words, but soon recalled the matter at hand. "Your elder brother will be staying for a while longer. You should subtly inquire whether he could assist your brother in finding an internship, as he enters his 3rd year next year. Securing an internship is crucial for a promising job." It turned out that this was Zhonglan's true intention, leaving Chen Ye feeling a bit foolish for his earlier sentimentality. She feigned a playful threat to tug on Chen Ye's ear. "Did you hear that?" Chen Ye stood up from his stool and walked toward the living room, responding, I heard. Chapter 7. Elder brother on the morning of the 6th. Qi He woke early and started the car, prompting Chen Ye to spring from his bed at the sound of the engine. He rushed to the door and asked Qi He, "Elder brother, what are you doing?" Qi He lowered the car window, and Chen Ye inquired again, "Are you heading back to the provincial city?" As he circled to the other side and pulled the door open, he climbed inside. "Elder brother, speak to me." Chen Ye was growing anxious, his eyes reddening with worry. Qi He ceased his playful demeanor and remarked, "Have you seen if your elder brother has packed his luggage?" Chen Ye glanced at the back seat, noting the absence of any suitcases or bags, and sighed in relief. "I thought you were leaving. You scared me." Qi He nonchalantly tapped the steering wheel with his long fingers. "What are you afraid of?" Chen Ye replied, I fear that if you leave, I will have no one to keep me company. I enjoy having you around. The sincerity in the boy's dark, bright eyes revealed how significant Chen Ye was to him. He could not bear to be apart from him. Chen Ye swallowed hard, and after a moment's hesitation, he started the car. They drove to the local market, where Chen Ye instructed Chen Ye to wait in the car while he went inside to purchase 2 watermelons, larger than those transported by truck. He placed one in the car and handed the other to Chen Ye, who asked, Did you come to town just to buy watermelons? Do you like them? Chen Ye did not particularly enjoy them. He had merely overheard someone mumbling about large watermelons in their sleep the night before. I came to find Uncle Song for tea. At the tea house, Song Yushu was somewhat surprised by Chen Ye's initiative in reaching out to invite him for tea. Chen Ye appeared mature and composed. Yet beneath the surface, he harbored an innate indifference, often maintaining a cool demeanor towards others. In the past, it was typically Song Yushu who initiated contact. During high school, he and Chen Ye were desk mates and roommates. Chen Ye excelled academically and helped Song Yushu with his studies, ensuring he graduated from normal school, for which Song Yushu was deeply grateful. After taking a sip of tea, Song Yushu glanced at Chen Ye, cradling the watermelon. You brought your little brother again? Chen Ye replied. He insisted on coming along. Song Yushu chuckled softly, but said nothing further. As they conversed, Chen Ye asked the tea house staff to assist in cutting the watermelon, half sliced and half left whole. They enjoyed the cut portion, with Chen Ye requesting a spoon for Chen Ye, making his intentions clear. Chen Ye, holding the spoon, eagerly dug into his half of the watermelon. Both Song Yushu and Chen Ye, being in the education field, found themselves engaged in numerous conversations related to their profession. Song Yushu lamented the inadequacies of the educational conditions in the town. Not to mention other aspects, even the tables and chairs were in dismal condition. Just last week, while tutoring students, he sat on one of their stools, which promptly broke under him, causing him to jolt his spine. You are fortunate to teach a university where the facilities and student enrollment are commendable, unlike my situation, where even third graders struggle to grasp basic arithmetic. Song Yushu reflected wistfully. With patience, they will learn, he remarked, directing his words at Song Yushu, while Chen Ye cast a knowing glance at Chen Ye, who understood the implication, as there was another individual in the tea house who could not even count to 100. Chen Ye felt no embarrassment or shyness, for he was not the original owner of that identity. He could count to 1,000 back in kindergarten. Upon leaving the tea house, Chen Ye had not yet finished the watermelon he held, as it was too large for one person, and he had consumed only a little over half. Chen Ye had paid for the spoon as well, which he carried with him. In the car, as Chen Ye drove, Chen Ye continued to eat the watermelon, feeling quite full. Since Chen Ye had purchased the fruit, Chen Ye felt it inappropriate to indulge alone. He scooped a spoonful and offered it to Chen Ye. Big brother, you should have some too. Chen Ye glanced at the spoon, which bore a bright red piece of watermelon, its juice staining the boy's hand. Just as Chen Ye thought Chen Ye would decline and retract his hand, Chen Ye lowered his head and took a bite. Remarkably, Chen Ye's cleanliness obsession seemed to dissipate in his presence. Before reaching home, Chen Ye finished the watermelon, and later that evening, when the watermelon was being divided, he chose not to partake. He had lost his appetite. Zhang Lan pulled him into the kitchen, inquiring about the status of Xiao Tianxi's internship. Chen Ye replied that he had not yet brought it up. As Zhang Lan prepared to press him further, he interjected, I will ask tonight. Just casually mention it. Don't say it was Mom who suggested it. Although Zhang Lan wished for Chen Ye's assistance, she hesitated to ask, recalling that she had not been particularly kind to him in his youth. Thus, it felt inappropriate to demand his contributions to the family now. Recently, she had noticed the budding rapport between her younger son and Chen Ye, making it possible to send the younger one to inquire. Chen Ye took the hint. After his bath, while lying in bed, he turned to Chen Ye and asked, Big brother, is it easy to find work in the province? Chen Ye replied, Little he wants to work in the provincial capital? Chen Ye clarified, Not really. Mom asked me to see if he could help find me an internship next summer. He winked at Chen Ye, adding, Mom told me not to mention it was her idea, so keep it under wraps. It felt like a little secret between them, and Chen Ye earnestly reminded him to keep it discreet. Chen Ye's mood inexplicably brightened as he said, When did you learn to be so duplicitous, little E? Feigning innocence, Chen Ye asked, Big brother, I don't understand. what does duplicitous mean? Chen Ye covered Chen Ye with a blanket up to his navel, preparing to sleep. Chen Ye lifted the blanket slightly and inquired, if I want to go to the provincial capital, would you help me find a job? Chen Ye turned to face him, locking eyes with the boy's sparkling gaze. He reached out and pinched Chen Ye's cheek, his expression darkening slightly. If you behave, big brother might consider it. Chen Ye felt a hint of intimidation in Chen Ye's gaze, which seemed more formidable than that of an older brother towards a younger sibling. I will be good. Big brother, he promised. A voice calling brother pulled Chen Ye back to the realm of reality. He released Chen Ye's face, closed his eyes, and feigned sleep. Choosing to ignore Chen Ye, Chen Ye sensed that Chen Ye likely harbored some feelings for him. Yet previously, he had been regarded merely as a younger brother. To awaken Chen Ye's awareness, he would need to exert considerable effort. The system used, the strategy is quite challenging. The system presented a myriad of dish names: hot pot, barbecue, steak. Then it declared, if you perform well and attain an A, the next world will grant you indulgence. Ah, there are grading levels as well? Not only A, B, C, and D levels, but failure to complete tasks could spell your demise. Chen Ye shivered at the thought. He had no desire to perish. In a pristine white space, Chen Ye found himself floating, devoid of gravity, his whole being feeling ethereal, a sensation so extraordinary that he could hardly articulate it. He felt as though he had transformed into a butterfly, soaring through the air. Host Chen Ye, failure to complete the task will result in annihilation. In the next instant, he crashed onto the white floor with a thud, his brain splattered everywhere, a gruesome mix of red and white staining the ground. The reality of hitting the floor was terrifying. Chen Ye screamed in his dream, jolting awake. He discovered himself nestled in Chen Ye's embrace, his body still trembling. Chen Ye gently patted his back, asking, "Did you have a nightmare?" "MHM," Chen Ye replied, his voice muffled. Chen Ye lowered his gaze, noticing the beads of sweat on the child's forehead and his pale complexion. He grabbed 2 tissues from the bedside and wiped away the sweat. Dreams are often the opposite. Do not fear. Chen Ye's voice was husky yet magnetic, imbued with a reassuring tone that gradually calmed Chen Ye's heart. When Chen Ye inquired about the nightmare, Chen Ye claimed to have forgotten, unable to recall it. After their meal, they ventured to catch fish together. Chen Ye understood that Chen Ye was attempting to distract him, and he acquiesced. The largest lake in the village had been leased by the Wang family, so Chen Ye took him to a wild pond instead. In his youth, Chen Ye would come here with peers to fish, while Xiao Tianxi and Xiao Xiaoyi watched nearby. The pond was modest in size, the water shallow. As Chen Ye rolled up his trousers and waded in, the water reached his calves. He instructed Chen Ye to sit at the edge and wait, forbidding him from entering the water. Chen Ye removed his shoes and dipped his feet into the coolness of the water. Since entering university, Chen Ye had not fished in the water, but today he immersed himself to cheer up the child. "Brother, behind you there's one." Chen Ye, pose sin hin eisit, eclaimet. Chen Ye swiftly turned and, with precision, captured the fish. In no time, 5 or 6 crucian carp filled a red bucket. Wang Chong, idly strolling about, heard Chen Ye's voice from afar. Approaching, he naturally spotted Chen Ye in the pond. "Hey, silly, aren't you afraid of falling in while playing in the water?" Chen Ye pursed his lips. "My brother will save me." Wang Chong, not pleased with that response, retorted, "Who saved you the last time you fell into the river? Where's your brother now? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen in." The silly child had indeed changed, becoming astute enough to navigate this conversation. Wang Chong coughed awkwardly. "I truly did not mean to. Will you forgive me?" Chen Ye, not being the original host, could not offer forgiveness on his behalf and remained silent. Chen Ye came ashore, donned his shoes, and approached the 2 individuals. "What are you chatting about?" he inquired. "Oh, nothing much," replied the other. "I was just teasing Xiao Yi, trying to suppress the fool within him. I can't help but feel that if I spoke out, Chen Ye would reprimand him." Chen Ye then led Chen Ye back home. Along the way, he asked, "Was it Wang Chong who delivered the fish to you last time?" Chen Ye nodded in affirmation. "You should refrain from associating with him," Chen Ye advised. "Why?" Chen Ye questioned. "Aren't you supposed to heed your elder brother's counsel? As the older brother, it is my duty to guide my younger siblings in their friendships. Wang Chong is notorious in our village as a troublemaker. He was known for causing mischief in his youth and has a history of bullying Xiao Yi in the past. Qi halted his steps, observing the silence from Chen Ye. Do you enjoy his company? He asked, towering over Chen Ye. Chen Ye shook his head. I do not like him. He always bullies me. Then stay close to me, and he won't dare to bother you. Qi reassured him. As they continued their journey home, an unfortunate incident occurred. Chen Ye kicked a stone and fell hard, landing painfully on his chest and striking his head. The most alarming part was the sensation of pain in his chest, as if the stone had bruised him, causing tears to stream down his face. Qi, who had been walking ahead, quickly placed a fish bucket down and rushed back to help Chen Ye up. He gently brushed the dirt off Chen Ye's clothes. Where did you fall? He asked. Chen Ye, still sobbing, lamented that he had never fallen so hard before. The worst he had experienced was slipping on a concrete road, which lacked stones. Inform your brother where it hurts, Qi urged, his tone imbued with patience, something he would have found exhausting if it were anyone else. After a few sniffles, Chen Ye managed to regain his composure. My head hurts, he admitted. Qi felt Chen Ye's forehead and discovered a sizable bump that was still swelling. Does it hurt anywhere else? Chen Ye pointed at his shirt, but Qi was uncertain which area he meant. However, he noticed a faint trace of blood on Chen Ye's white shirt. A pang of concern gripped Qi as he lifted Chen Ye's garment to reveal a bruise on his abdomen and noticed blood oozing from a cut on his chest, likely inflicted by the stones during the fall. The absence of sleeves on his shirt meant that Chen Ye's chest had been exposed when he fell. Crouching down, Qi said, Come on, brother, I'll carry you to the doctor. Chapter 8. Chen Ye lay on Qi's back, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, as if 1,000 needles were piercing him. He squirmed on Qi's back until Qi playfully swatted his rear, prompting him to settle down. The bump on his head continued to swell, and Chen Ye queried the system. Can you alleviate my pain? I've read that some systems offer such a service. The system replied, I do not provide that service. What if I suffered a concussion? How would I complete my tasks? Chen Ye retorted, anxious about the implications. The system responded, You merely tripped and bumped your head lightly. If you had indeed suffered a concussion, it would be a medical miracle. Chen Ye, feeling indignant, chose to ignore the system and remained quietly on Qi's back. Qi, sensing the weight upon him, found it surprisingly light, so light that it hardly felt like the burden of an adult man. The youth's head rested upon his shoulder, his heated breath cascading against Qi's neck, causing a sudden tightness in his throat. He pinched the palm of his hand to dispel the thoughts swirling in his mind, silently carrying Chen Ye to seek the village doctor. Chen Ye, sprawled on Qi's back, could distinctly observe Qi's Adam's apple. He contemplated reaching out to touch it. After a moment's hesitation, he gently tapped it with his finger. What are you doing? Qi questioned, startled by the subtlety and swiftness of Chen Ye's action, almost believing it to be a figment of his imagination. Brother, your Adam's apple is quite captivating. I want to touch it. An inexplicable tension gripped Qi's heart. No nonsense, he admonished. Chen Ye ceased his movements. Qi hastened his steps, and before long, they arrived at their destination. The village doctor, in his 70s, was the go-to person for any minor ailments in the village, and Qi had been treated by him in his childhood. Upon reaching the doctor's abode, the elderly physician was leisurely fanning himself in the yard. Dr. He, my brother has had a fall. Could you please examine him? The man's brow glistened with sweat, his tone tinged with urgency. The village doctor set aside his fan, donned his reading glasses, and instructed Qi to lay Chen Ye on the bed in the inner room. He pressed gently on the bump on Chen Ye's forehead, prompting the latter to suddenly awaken, exclaiming, It hurts, Grandpa, it hurts. The doctor, taking his time, withdrew his hand and inquired if Chen Ye felt nauseous. Chen Ye replied in the negative. Nodding, the doctor retrieved some medicine from the cabinet behind him. I've assessed it. It's merely superficial injuries, nothing severe. He handed the medicine to Qi. Just rinse the wounds and apply some ointment. He'll be fine. Qi trusted the doctor's expertise and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Dr. He. The doctor nodded and settled back onto his chair to bask in the sun once more. On the return journey, Qi carried Chen Ye, who could have walked on his own, but he insisted on being carried despite having only scraped his knee. Upon arriving at the Xiao family home, Zhang Lan, spotting Chen Ye, covered in dirt and being carried by Chen Ye, was taken aback. What happened here? Xiao, he had an unfortunate fall, Chen Ye replied. Zhang Lan approached and playfully swatted Chen Ye on the backside, chiding, "You should be more careful while walking. It serves you right for being clumsy." Chen Ye turned his head away, ignoring her. "Is it serious?" Zhang Lan inquired, her concern genuine. "It's not serious. I took him to the village doctor." Chen Ye reassured her. Relieved, Zhang Lan declared, "I'll fetch some warm water to clean him up. He looks like a little monkey." How I missed the days when he was more clumsy. It was less worrisome. From that point on, Chen Ye tuned out her voice as he carried him into the room. Xiao Tianci had gone to the town to visit friends, which was fortunate. Otherwise, he would have likely teased Chen Ye. He gently placed Chen Ye on the bed. "Brother, I'm soiled. I've dirted the sheets." He glanced at the stained sheets, recalling they had been washed just yesterday and were due for a change that evening. Stepping out, he returned with warm water, securely locking the door behind him. He wiped the dirt from Chen Ye's face with a cloth. Chen Ye obediently lay still, allowing He to clean him. Once his face was free of grime, He retrieved the ointment prescribed by the village doctor. The ointment was green, a secret remedy from the doctor, effective for external injuries, healing swiftly. Though many in the city sought to purchase his secret formula, he had refused to sell it. He applied a generous amount of green ointment on Chen Ye's forehead. "Brother, it hurts terribly. Could you please blow on it?" He felt that his younger brother was becoming rather demanding. After carrying him back and tending to his wounds, now he was even expected to blow on it. Would he be asked to climb the roof tomorrow? Leaning down, he gently blew on Chen Ye's forehead. "It doesn't hurt anymore, brother." The child's playful words ignited a warmth in Ye's heart. "Pull up your shirt." Chen Ye complied, revealing a bruise on his abdomen that had transformed from green to purple, with a hint of blood near his chest. He took a handkerchief to wipe the blood away, but Chen Ye winced in pain. "Brother, it hurts. Please stop." He paused, a hint of discomfort crossing his face. The usually stoic professor from the provincial university was blushing at this moment. Had any of his students witnessed this, they would surely be astonished. Having wiped away the blood, he returned the handkerchief to the basin. He handed the ointment to Chen Ye, instructing him to apply the remainder himself. Seizing this opportunity to deepen their bond, Chen Ye was determined not to let it slip away. With Ye's fondness for him at 50, he needed to stoke the fire. Chen Ye began to pout, clutching Ye's sleeve. "I don't want to. I want you to apply it for me." Ye gazed at the youthful boy with a shadowed expression. "Do you understand what you're asking?" "Ido. I just want my brother to help me," Chen Ye replied. "If you want tea, I'll ask second brother when he returns." Chen Ye nonchalantly pulled his shirt down, feigning indifference. System. TSK quite clever. This tactic is called retreating to advance. A man's desire for conquest is strongest when a rival appears, compelling him to yield. Chen Ye, flattery will get you nowhere. It's all for the mission. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to let a man apply ointment on his sensitive areas. He was all in this time. He studied the boy's face for a few seconds before stating, "Pull up your shirt," with a demeanor of professionalism. He proceeded to apply the ointment, his expression betraying no hint of awkwardness, as though he were simply a caring older brother tending to his injured sibling. Yet Chen Ye, standing so close, could sense He's heartbeat quickening. After applying the ointment, He placed the jar on the table and exited. Chen Ye heard the engine starting. It seemed he was fleeing in haste. System, did my favorability increase? Chen Ye inmuted. System, no. Host, you miscalculated. The target has no interest in your physique. Chen Ye pondered this. His body, being male, offered nothing of distinction, identical in structure to Ye's, likely eliciting no reaction. Had he truly misjudged? He was undoubtedly a straightforward man, treating him as a brother. As for the heartbeat, perhaps he had merely misheard. Lying on his bed, Chen Ye's thoughts were scattered. After half an hour, the system chimed in. Favorability has increased. Chen Ye sat up abruptly. By how much? System, 72. Chen Ye nearly leaped from his bed, exclaiming in exhilaration. It increased by 72. Chen Ye lay back down, nearly convinced he was about to complete his task. He pondered quietly whether Chen Ye had found a secluded spot to resolve matters alone, perhaps gaining sudden clarity in the process. After a considerable time, Chen Ye returned, his hair dripping with water. Chen Ye inquired, "Brother, did you go swimming?" Chen Ye wiped his hair with a towel, replying, "I went to fetch the fish bucket." The innocent and naive younger brother, Xiao Yi, remained oblivious to any discrepancies in Chen Ye's story. "That's wonderful, brother. We can enjoy fish again tonight," he exclaimed. Zhang Lan's culinary skills with fish were unparalleled, particularly her spicy fish dish, which was exceptionally delicious. During high school, Chen Ye had a girlfriend, initiated by Chen Yan, who approached him first. Coming from an urban family, she was attractive and was known as the class beauty. Blushing, Chen Yan confessed her feelings to Chen Ye, asking him to be her boyfriend, and he agreed, eager to experience the thrill of romance. In their youthful curiosity, neither could resist the allure of such an experience. They dated for a month without even holding hands. When Chen Yan attempted to take his hand, he evaded her touch. She had never been treated this way, leading her to tears. She questioned whether he truly liked her, and Chen nodded, resulting in their breakup. Thus ended Chen Ye's first love. Since then, he had not pursued any romantic relationships, nor considered marriage, appearing to lack the strings of affection that connect one to another. To him, love seemed rather mundane, lacking the heart-stopping moments depicted in literature or the fervent passion portrayed in films. Yet now, over a decade later, Chen Ye found himself reacting to Chen Ye as if he were an inexperienced youth. Events began to unfold in a manner beyond his control. Later, Chen Ye stepped outside to smoke, the nicotine calming his racing mind, perhaps due to having suppressed his feelings for too long. He reassured himself that his affection for Chen Ye was merely that of an older brother toward a younger sibling. Chen Ye had become increasingly endearing, prompting him to wish to treat him well, perfectly reasonable and normal. Chen Ye discarded the cigarette, but extinguishing it forcefully under his shoe. "Grass, what is normal about this?" he muttered. "Brother, what are you thinking?" The young one called out to him in a sticky, sweet manner, causing Chen Ye to lower his gaze, his refined features betraying no emotion. Chen Ye rose from the bed, rummaging through the wardrobe to retrieve a fresh set of clothes for Chen Ye. "Brother, your clothes are soaked. You should change." Chen Ye held the fragrant garments, quickly changing into them. "Now you should change too." Chen Ye removed his muddy and blood-stained clothes, leaving only his undergarments, then boldly walked to the wardrobe to don clean attire, feigning ignorance to Chen Ye's fiery gaze. Chen Ye gathered the soiled clothing from the bed, stripping the sheets and duvet cover before heading to the yard to wash them. Chen Ye sat on the quilt, murmuring, "Chen Ye's truly a good man at home. System, what is so funny? You're washing my dirty clothes? Aren't you in love with me? Chen Ye boasted nonsensically." The system indicated that Chen Ye possesses physical attributes that surpass those of ordinary individuals, yet you remain preoccupied with concerns about your posterior. Chen Ye, feeling disheartened, was apprehensive about experiencing discomfort and was ill-prepared to share a bed with another man. "You were quite bold earlier. Are you now afraid?" Chen Ye retorted defiantly. "I'm not afraid. After all, it is still early. What if I manage to succeed before we reach that stage? I might simply detach myself from this world and bid farewell." The system scoffed. "For a typical man, love and intimacy are inseparable. I foresee difficulty ahead for you." Chen Ye buried his head beneath the pillow, dismissing the commentary. Dinner consisted of a spicy Crucian carp, which was laden with bones. Chen Ye, eating at a leisurely pace, continued to pick at the fish long after Xiao Da had left the table. Xiao Tianzi rolled his eyes in exasperation before departing, but Chen Ye feigned ignorance. Zhang Lan entered the kitchen to tidy up, leaving only Chen Ye and Chen Ye at the table. Under normal circumstances, Chen Ye's slow eating would have drawn Zhang Lan's reprimand. But today, since Chen Ye was also taking his time, no one scolded them. Chen Ye's lips reddened from the spiciness as he wiped his nose with a tissue and persisted in his meal. A piece of clean fish was placed in Chen Ye's bowl, prompting him to glance at Chen Ye. "You've grown taller," Chen Ye remarked. "I can't grow anymore." Chen Ye repeated. "You can still grow. You have only just reached adulthood." Chen Ye consumed the fish without bones, while Chen Ye meticulously removed the bones. placing the choicest pieces into Chen Ye's bowl at a pace that matched Chen Ye's eating speed. Chapter 9. Big Brother 9. That night, Chen Ye experienced abdominal pain due to the poor condition of his digestive system, exacerbated by the spicy food. He rushed to the restroom several times, yet found himself unable to relieve himself. Clutching his stomach, he returned to the room where Chen Ye was awake. "Did I wake you?" Chen Ye inquired upon observing Chen Ye's pained expression. "Is your stomach hurting?" Chen Ye nodded and collapsed onto the bed, burying his face in the freshly laundered, fragrant duvet. He turned over languidly, his eyes half closed. A wave of warmth enveloped his abdomen as Chen Ye's rough hand began to gently massage his stomach with a light touch. Chen Ye let out soft sounds of comfort, urging him to apply a little more pressure. Chen Ye hesitated for a moment, then increased the intensity of his touch. Gradually, as the massage continued, Chen Ye drifted into slumber. Chen Ye's hand remained on Chen Ye's soft belly, feeling the yielding flesh beneath his palm, as if it would dissipate with the slightest force, making him reluctant to exert too much pressure. The younger boy, unguarded, lay comfortably beside him, clad in a loose-fitting short-sleeve shirt. Chen Ye took in Chen Ye's form from head to toe. As Chen Ye turned, his hand inadvertently struck Chen Ye's body. Chen Ye gently pushed his hand away and silently exited the room. There was still some water left in the tank, and Chen Ye carried half a bucket into the bathing area. The bathing space was adjacent to the restroom, with no barriers in between. Only a curtain made of an old bedsheet at the entrance to shield against prying eyes. Chen Ye awoke as Chen Ye paused his actions, realizing he was alone. Rubbing his now less painful abdomen, he stepped outside to use the restroom. As the curtain was lifted, Chen Ye was instantly awakened. The air fell into a momentary silence. After tidying up the bathing area, Chen Ye pushed open the door and approached the bedside. There lay Chen Ye, his head buried beneath the covers. Chen Ye tugged at Chen Ye's blanket, but it did not budge. Surrendering to the futility of pulling the blanket, he inquired, "What did you go out for?" "I was in the restroom," came the muffled reply from beneath the covers. Chen Ye reassured him, "What happened earlier was an accident. Everyone has their own needs. You need not be afraid." The blanket remained still, prompting Chen Ye, worried that Chen Ye might be psychologically affected, to elaborate. "Every man experiences this after entering puberty." Chen Ye peeked out. "I know, brother." Realization dawned on Chen Ye. Chen Ye was already 19, albeit a bit slow on the uptake. He must have gone through similar experiences. Just moments ago, he had been concerned that Chen Ye might be frightened, as he viewed him as an innocent and obedient child. If this incident caused fear and drove a wedge between them, Chen Ye found himself at a loss regarding how to handle Chen Ye. "Not afraid, brother?" Chen Ye pondered what there was to fear. After all, they were both men. "Not afraid," he replied, though the word lingered a tad longer, hinting at hesitation. And Chen Ye's expression darkened. Chen Ye quickly added, "It's fine now, brother. I'm going to sleep." "Not going to the restroom?" At this, Chen Ye felt a sudden urgency. One cannot function well when one's bowels are restless. He swiftly threw off the covers and dashed to the restroom. Inside, as he squatted, Chen Ye sensed an elusive odor in the air. He recognized it but chose to ignore it. After finishing, he felt utterly drained, as though enveloped by Chen Ye's lingering scent. "System, today has truly been a roller coaster. First, I took a tumble, and then encountered such explosive events tonight." The system responded, "There will be more such occurrences in the future." With a pale face, Chen Ye climbed back into bed. Chen Ye, in his 30s, was no longer a mere youth, and the earlier embarrassment had faded from his features. He casually initiated a new topic. "Tomorrow, brother will take you out for drinks." Chen Ye played along. "Whose gathering is it?" "The village chief's son is getting married. The whole village will attend." Chen Ye was unaware, having not heard about it. "Your mother mentioned it when I left in the afternoon." Chen Ye informed him. "All right, brother will wake me in the morning," Chen Ye replied. Chen Ye lowered his head. "Didn't you say you would be my alarm clock? Not going to do that tomorrow?" Chen Ye feigned a pout. "It's already past 1. I definitely want to wake up. Please call me brother." Chen Ye felt a stirring of desire and covered Chen Ye with the blanket. Time to sleep. The village chief's son, Ma Xiaolong, was nearly a shoe-in for the next village chief. Zhang Lan placed great importance on this banquet. She not only tidied up herself, but also ensured that Xiao Tianxi and Chen Ye did a thorough job. Xiao Tianxi donned a blue shirt, while Chen Ye wore the white short-sleeve shirt and jeans that she had bought for him in town not long ago. No longer clad in cloth shoes. He sported white sneakers instead. This banquet would bring together the villagers of Xia Shui and the family from Shang Shui, and Zhonglan had her own little ambitions, hoping to scout for suitable young women for her son. Xiao Tianxi has grown up. Her graduation seemed to arrive in the blink of an eye, and as a mother, she must hasten to make arrangements. Then there is Xiao Yi, her younger son, who, though somewhat simple-minded, possesses a kind heart and also requires consideration. Have they arrived? Where is Xiao Yi? Why the delay? Xiao Dei. Chen Ye emerged from the restroom and rushed to the entrance. Here they come. The 5 of them gathered and proceeded to the village chief's residence, which was a mere 10-minute walk away. Upon their arrival, the banquet was nearly filled to capacity. Fortunately, Zhonglan had arranged for Aunt Li to reserve a table for them, seating them with Aunt Li and Zhou Chunfang, alongside 2 elderly ladies, making a perfect party of 10. As the meal commenced, Chen Ye caught sight of the bride. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with red decorative beads, and her face glowed like summer clouds. The fitted red suit and trousers she wore indicated that her family was quite well off for this era. The village chief delivered a few words, wishing everyone to enjoy their meal, and once the firecrackers were set off, the feast officially began. Chen Ye buried his head in his food when the bride and groom approached their table to offer a toast. Uncle Xiao, Aunt Zhang, enjoy your meal. The groom, noticing Xiao Tianxi, remarked, Tianxi has grown so tall. Tianxi returned the gesture with a smile, raising her glass in response. Ma Ge. Ma Xiaolong glanced past Chen Ye. For in the eyes of the villagers, Chen Ye was seen as a fool, unworthy of a toast. When he approached Qi did not raise his glass. I don't drink. It makes me uncomfortable. A moment of awkwardness ensued, but Ma Xiaolong laughed heartily. No worries, Professor Qi can enjoy a soft drink instead. He walked away with the bride, internally cursing. What S with the attitude? A discarded orphan thinking he can look down on others just because he S in the city. No one mentioned the earlier incident, and Xiao De and Zhonglan assumed that Qi simply did not wish to drink. Only Xiao Tianxi harbored a troubling suspicion that Qi, who clearly could drink, abstained out of indignation at Ma Xiaolong's blatant disregard for Chen Ye. Qi was standing up for Chen Ye. Xiao Tianxi was taken aback by her own conjecture. She gripped her chopsticks tightly and took a long while before resuming her meal. On the way home, Chen Ye clutched a handful of wedding candies, consuming several along the route. Qi confiscated all the sweets from his hand, leaving Chen Ye to pout at his empty palm. Xiao Yi, you're not a child anymore, yet still eating candy, Tianxi teased. If you want to eat, just give me yours, Chen Ye retorted. Naturally, Xiao Tianxi would not part with her treats. She rolled her eyes silently and walked away. System, can I call him Brother White-Eye? Does he think I'm blind? Chen Ye asked. The system responded, he thinks you're a fool. Upon returning home, Chen Ye asked Qi for some candy, as he had nothing delectable to savor, and only sweets could bring him joy and stimulate his palate. Qi tossed him a last big white rabbit milk candy, adding, finish it and brush your teeth. Chen Ye grinned, showcasing his bright white teeth. The candy was rich in flavor, and he sat on the edge of his bed, swinging his legs. The system remarked, do you realize? You truly resemble a simpleton right now. Chen Ye replied, climb, don't push me to slap you. The system unexpectedly emerged, and Chen felt a twinge of curiosity. Are you exclusively serving me, or do you cater to many others? The system replied, I can manage 10 at once. You are the most intriguing here, with a multitude of delightful antics. Just as Chen was about to retort, the system interjected. I must take my leave. One of my hosts is in imminent danger from a task target. The silence in his mind left Chen taken aback. It appeared that undertaking tasks could pose a lethal risk. As the milk candy in his mouth dissolved, Qi nudged his leg, prompting him to brush his teeth. Chen protested, I'll brush after one more piece. It's wasteful to brush after just one candy. Qi's voice dipped low, questioning, are you being disobedient? Despite his earlier insistence on compliance, Qi found that Chen always pushed the boundaries. He wondered if perhaps he had indulged Chen too much. Chen blinked innocently, pondering if obedience might bring rewards. Yes, Qi confirmed. Then I shall have a candy, Chen declared. Qi pinched Chen's cheek playfully. applying a bit of pressure that turned Chen's fair complexion rosy. Chapter 10. Elder brother, hurry and brush your teeth. Tomorrow, I shall take you to feel the yellow eel. Do you wish to eat? Chen's mind raced. The daily meat ration at home was limited, a fact that was alleviated by Chen Ye's presence, as he would procure meat from the town. Once Chen Ye departed, however, it would be back to a diet of mere husks and greens. Chen promptly leaped up to brush his teeth. In the afternoon, Chen Ye answered a call on the landline outside. Chen couldn't discern the content. He only caught a few mm from Chen Ye before the call ended. Upon returning indoors, Chen feigned nonchalance as he perused a book belonging to Chen Ye. Brother, whom did you just speak with on the phone? Chen inquired. A high school classmate. They called to check on me since I returned home, Chen Ye replied. Chen keenly sensed an unusual aura. Was it a brother or a sister? Chen Ye seized the book from Chen's hands. It was a novel about love, likely inadvertently packed in his luggage, and he wondered where the child had stumbled upon it. Sister, Chen Ye chided lightly, tapping Chen's head with the book. You ought to read less of such literature. It will dull your wits. Many boys and girls at school, influenced by novels and films, yearn for romantic love, neglecting their studies. The former Chen Ye would have scoffed at this notion, yet now he held a deeper understanding. The allure of love can be quite potent for individuals. After expressing his thoughts, Chen Ye glanced at Chen, concerned that the boy might misconstrue his words as disdain. But this time, Chen did not misinterpret. It's interesting. I want to read it, Chen responded eagerly. Chen Ye raised an eyebrow, his tone imposing. Interesting? Little one, are you contemplating romance? Not all, Chen quickly countered. No girl would wish to be with me. I'm not like you, brother. You are well-liked and surely have many girlfriends. Chen Ye chuckled at Chen's notion of many. Mimicking Chen's manner of speaking, he reassured, brother does not have many girlfriends. Chen lay on the bed, pondering that once his brother returned to the provincial capital, he would likely be surrounded by acquaintances, and he would be none the wiser. How about I take you back to the provincial capital with me? Chen Ye blurted out. Chen lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Chen Ye, who was evidently serious. Noticing Chen's prolonged silence and unwavering stare, Chen Ye found himself uncertain about Chen's thoughts. You may reside with your elder brother. While he attends his classes, you can remain at home. The household is equipped with a television and a computer, providing ample entertainment to stave off boredom. On weekends, your brother will take you out to enjoy culinary delights in the city. Chen Ye felt a flutter of excitement at the prospect, yet the innocent Xiao Yi was reluctant to part from his home, unwilling to leave his parents behind. To them, he was merely a blade of grass, whereas he held them as treasures. Chen Ye inquired, will elder brother take me along as well? My brother is studying in the provincial capital too. Xiao Tianzi attended the provincial normal university and had previously expressed a desire to stay at Chen Ye's place, opting not to reside in the dormitory, but Chen Ye had declined his request. No, it will only be you and your elder brother, Chen Ye replied. Chen Ye smirked inwardly. His objective was Chen Ye, and he was determined to accompany him, albeit he needed to gauge Chen Ye's intentions first. I won't go. I wish to stay with my parents and my brother. Chen Ye furrowed his brow, realizing that if Chen Ye did not join him in the provincial capital, their next meeting would not occur until the new year. However, he remained unperturbed, as summer vacation had yet to conclude, giving him ample time to extol the virtues of the provincial capital to Chen Ye. The childlike heart of Chen Ye might very well be swayed, making him willing to accompany him. In that instant, Chen Ye felt akin to a rogue attempting to abduct a maiden, fully intent on luring Chen Ye to his domain. Chen Ye returned the book to Chen Ye, saying, you see, if there are any unfamiliar words, feel free to ask me. The book depicted a pure, white love amidst the urban chaos of excess and indulgence, and Chen Ye found it hard to believe that Chen Ye was not moved. Suddenly, Chen Ye sprang from the bed, clinging on to Chen Ye and planting a kiss on his cheek. Brother, you are truly wonderful. The softness and warmth of the kiss left Chen Ye momentarily paralyzed, while the instigator had already snuggled back into his blanket, engrossed in his novel. Having lived for 30 years, Chen Ye experienced for the first time the exhilarating sensation of fireworks bursting within his heart, all due to a simple kiss from a youth. The tender touch lingered on his cheek as he raised a hand to feel his face. Chen Ye fought to restrain himself, his voice hoarse as he remarked, "What prompted you to kiss me?" Chen Ye thought to himself, "Ah, feeling rather pleased, aren't we? Embarrassed, perhaps?" He shifted his gaze from the pages of the book to Chen Ye's face, feigning innocence. "Does elder brother not like it? The book says that if you like someone, you can kiss them. I like elder brother." The book certainly did not say that. Chen Ye was fabricating. His declaration of affection caused Chen Ye to take a deep breath, aware that Chen Ye's affection was not what he hoped it to be. "Have you kissed anyone else?" Chen Ye asked. Chen Ye shook his head. "No, I have only kissed elder brother." "That's not right." "What isn't right?" Chen Ye seized Chen Ye's wrist. Chen Ye replied, "When I was little, my parents kissed me too." "Brother, you are hurting me." Chen Ye realized his reaction had been excessive. The flicker of fear in Chen Ye's eyes prompted him to release his grip. Men must act as good older brothers. "I worry you may fall prey to those with ill intentions." "Oh," Chen Ye responded. "So, can I kiss elder brother then?" Chen Ye remained silent for a considerable time, the remnants of reason battling against desire. Finally, after much internal conflict, he managed to utter a single word, "Yes." He anticipated that Chen Ye would kiss him again. Yet Chen Ye did not. Instead, he buried himself in his novel once more. Chen Ye felt an unfulfilled tension lingering in his heart, caught between desire and restraint. On that day, the telephone in the living room rang, with only Chen Ye and Xiao Tianxi remaining in the house. Xiao Tianxi was in his room, oblivious to the sound, so Chen Ye answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" he inquired, after a prolonged silence. Just as Chen Ye was about to hang up, the voice on the other end gently asked, "Is Xiao Tianxi at home?" "Yes, he is in his room. I can call him for you," Chen Ye offered. "No need," the soft-spoken man replied. "Today is his birthday. Please wish him a happy birthday for me." The call ended abruptly with a busy signal. Chen Ye found it peculiar. If it was a birthday greeting, why not convey it directly to Xiao Tianxi? He knocked on Xiao Tianxi's door, which opened to reveal a rather impatient expression. "What is it?" Xiao Tianxi asked. "A man just called to wish you a happy birthday," Chen Ye informed him. Xiao Tianxi's demeanor shifted slightly. "What else did he say?" "Nothing more." Xiao Tianxi approached the telephone, hesitated for a moment, then chose not to return the call. He silently closed the door and retreated into his room. Chen Ye soon dismissed the incident from his mind. Chapter 11. The eldest brother Zhou Chuanfang's household had run out of rice, prompting her mother to hand her a large porcelain bowl to borrow a bowl of rice from the Xiao family. Tomorrow, Uncle Wang from next door would take a bag of rice to the town and return it. Observing the bowl with a significant crack, Zhou Chunfang decided to replace it with a new one from the cupboard. As she approached the Xiao family's yard, she spotted Chen Ye sitting on a chair, enjoying watermelon while He fanned him lazily. Zhou Chunfang was taken aback. When had He grown so close to Xiao Tianxi? The villagers were well aware that although Aunt Zhang loved to boast about her adopted son, who was a professor in the provincial capital, the adopted son maintained a rather ordinary relationship with the Xiao family, only visiting briefly during holidays. Yet this summer was nearly over, and He had not yet departed. "Chunfang, come in and sit down." "Why are you just standing at the door?" Zhang Lan called out to her. Acknowledging her, Zhou Chunfang stepped into the yard, causing He to pause in his fanning. Previously, it had been Chen Ye who persistently complained about the heat, urging He to fan him. With no one else around, He had obliged. However, he was uncertain if others would suspect the closeness between him and Chen Ye. Despite their lack of a significant relationship, he still felt uneasy under the weight of potential suspicion. Zhou Chunfang explained her purpose to Zhang Lan. "Aunt Zhang, our rice jar is empty, and my mother sent me to borrow some. I will return it tomorrow." Borrowing rice was a common practice in the countryside. Zhang Lan promptly moved the bowl in her hands toward Zhou Chunfang. "Just a moment. Wait here in the yard. Xiao Yi, bring a stool for your sister Chunfang, and share some watermelon with her." Chen Ye, having not finished his half of the watermelon, handed it to He and went inside to retrieve a stool. "Sister Chunfang, please sit." He then offered her a generous slice of watermelon. Zhou Chunfang, feeling shy, declined. "No, thank you. I won't eat it." "Xiao, you have it." "Please do." "Sister Chunfang, it's quite sweet," Chen Yi insisted. Hearing his encouragement, Zhou Chunfang relented and accepted the watermelon, taking a small bite while her gaze discreetly assessed He. Many women in the village, in their 30s, had harbored secret affections for Chen Ye during their youth. Captivated not only by his handsome appearance, but also by his achievements as a top scorer in the provincial exams. Zhou Chunfang, being somewhat younger, was in her teens while he was already in his 20s. They met only once or twice a year, so she held no particular feelings for him. Yet, upon seeing He now, her heart raced a little faster. The men surrounding her were clad in sweatshirts and ill-fitting shorts, their keys jingling with every step, their runny noses a constant nuisance, which could leave her unable to eat for days. In contrast, He wore a pristine white shirt. The sleeves rolled up to his forearms, revealing the elegant contours of his muscles, with a black watch adorning his wrist, one she recognized from her distant cousin, who had once worn a counterfeit version. The genuine article would undoubtedly cost a fortune. His long, clean hands held the remnants of watermelon left by Chen Ye. Noticing Chen Ye's disinterest, he swiftly consumed the fruit himself. Zhou Chunfang felt no particular dismay at this. In rural life, one often saw such peculiarities. If her younger brother wasted food, it was only right for the elder brother to help him finish it. Soon, Zhonglan emerged with a bowl brimming with rice. Chunfang, why not stay and eat at your aunt's house? I'll prepare a meal right away. Zhou Chunfang, feeling a touch of restraint, stood up. No thanks, Zhong. My mother is waiting for me at home, so I'll head back now. After her departure, Zhonglan pondered. She had watched Zhou Chunfang grow up. The girl was obedient and sensible, adept at chores. Anyone who married her would be fortunate. At the dining table, Zhonglan inquired about Xiao Tianxi, asking if he had visited Aunt Li's house since returning. Xiao Tianxi found the question baffling. Mom, what would I go there for? Zhanglan Zipli? Aren't you and Chunfang elementary school classmates? You used to walk home together after school. Why not reconnect during the break? At this moment, Xiao Tianxi grasped Zhonglan's intentions. She was attempting to play matchmaker between him and Zhou Chunfang. That was ages ago, and I haven't spoken to her in years. You're overthinking it. He cast a glance at Chen Ye. Why don't you encourage Xiao Yi to interact with her? Didn't he used to follow her around? In their childhood, the original owner had been bullied, and Zhou Chunfang had once stood up for him, leaving a lasting impression. He had stealthily followed her home after school, though she had never noticed him. Xiao Tianxi had even teased Xiao Yi about this incident. Zhonglan thought Zhou Chunfang quite suitable for her son. Since her elder son showed no interest, she turned to Chen Ye. Really? Are you and Chunfang close? Xiao Yi, what do you think of her? Chen Ye instinctively glanced at He, who maintained an impassive demeanor. However, beneath the table, He's hand rested on Chen Ye's thigh. He refrained from using his hands to support his bowl, as no one admonished him. Mom, I'm still young. Let us discuss this after my brother gets married. With that remark, the attention shifted back to He. Feelings cannot be forced. One must encounter the right person to be together, He replied. Chen Ye felt a gentle squeeze on his thigh. Zhonglan was profoundly disappointed. Among the men at the table, none seemed inclined toward romance or marriage. She wondered when her dream of being a grandmother would come true, while her peers had already been blessed with grandchildren. Xiao Defa spoke, asserting that each generation has its own fortune, questioning why one should concern themselves with such matters. Zhonglan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger. If I don't care, will your son remain a bachelor for life? You, a carefree bystander, know nothing. The elderly couple began to argue once more, while Chen Ye seized the opportunity to slip back inside, closely followed by He. He inquired, did you follow Zhou Chunfang when you were younger? Chen Ye anticipated this question from He and feigned forgetfulness. I can't remember, brother. It's been so long. I just can't recall. He pinched his nose, fully aware of Chen Ye's pretense, yet harboring no resentment. Before long, Xiao Tianxi knocked and entered, clutching a book. Brother, I have a question I can't solve. Observing him, Chen Ye's mind gave rise to an unrealistic conjecture. Could Xiao Tianxi have feelings for He? It wasn't mere fanciful thinking. Every time He showed him kindness, he sensed a palpable jealousy emanating from Xiao Tianxi. However, in that era, homosexuality was still deemed a mental disorder, and the culture of romantic male relationships was not prevalent, making it improbable for Xiao Tianxi to harbor such inclinations, unless it was innate. As Chen Ye explained the problem to Chen Ye busied himself with a novel, occasionally stealing glances at Chen Ye, now burdened by his earlier hypothesis. When in the presence of Chen Ye appeared both anxious and exhilarated, managing to restrain himself well, though the sweat on his palms and back betrayed him. He would sometimes covertly observe Chen Ye's profile, only to quickly avert his gaze when Chen Ye turned to look at him. Chen Ye maintained a calm demeanor, articulating the problem with clarity and logic. In contrast, Chen Ye frequently lost focus, unable to respond correctly when Chen Ye raised an eyebrow in inquiry. All signs pointed to Chen Ye being gay and, perhaps, enamored with Chen Ye chose to disregard them. Chen Ye's orientation was of no concern to him. During their study session, Chen Ye innocently asked during a break, "Brother, have you been in a relationship these past years?" "No," Chen Ye replied. Chen Ye nodded. "What type of girl do you like?" "One who enjoys sweets," Chen Ye answered. Chen Ye, savoring the candy in his mouth, turned over. Chen Ye's expression dimmed slightly as he lowered his head. Soon, summer break would conclude. "Brother, will you take me back to the provincial city?" Chen Ye nodded, glancing at his watch. "It's getting late. We'll continue tomorrow." Upon hearing the dismissal, Chen Ye exited the room. Chen Ye lifted the blanket, revealing Chen Ye's cheeks puffed out like a groundhog's. He pinched Chen Ye's face. "Have you been sneaking candy?" He had detected a faint sweetness in the air during their study session, and connecting it with Chen Ye beneath the blanket, the mystery unraveled. With his face in Chen Ye's grasp, Chen Ye's mouth opened in protest. "Brother, I didn't sneak any. You gave it to me this morning." Chen Ye, not fully absorbing Chen Ye's words, caught the lingering sweetness in the air. His gaze fixed on Chen Ye's soft, rosy lips, and suddenly he leaned down to kiss him. Soft and sweet. That singular thought flooded Chen Ye's mind, reminiscent of his dreams. Chen Ye mumbled something, attempting to persuade Chen Ye to release him. Sensing Chen Ye's resistance, rationality swiftly returned to Chen Ye, and he let go. A tumult of emotions stirred within him. Chen Ye's early resistance plunged Chen Ye's heart into despair. Gasping for breath, Chen Ye experienced his first kiss, nearly suffocating in the process. Who could he turn to for an explanation? "Do you find it repulsive?" Chen Ye inquired. Chen Ye did not feel disgust. Rather, he was overwhelmed with fatigue, struggling for air. Meeting the depth of the man's gaze, he sensed that if he had felt revulsion, it would have deeply saddened Chen Ye. "No, I was just out of breath," he replied. A shadow lifted from Chen Ye's eyes as he gently brushed his fingertip against Chen Ye's lips. "Do you enjoy it when your elder brother kisses you?" Chen Ye, against his better judgment, said he did, for the system had indicated that their kiss had raised Chen Ye's affection for him to 88. Previously, it had sporadically increased to 76, but now it surged to 88 in one breath. How auspicious. Chen Ye felt he could see the dawn of victory beckoning him. The price of claiming to enjoy it was that Chen Ye found himself pressed against the bed, kissed tenderly by Chen Ye for an extended period, leaving his lips chafed. As the kissing persisted, Chen Ye learned to breathe and lay back, allowing the man to kiss him. His obedient demeanor elicited both joy and discomfort in Chen Ye. Chen Ye was merely too young, raised in a secluded environment where the notion of homosexuality had never surfaced. He likely had no understanding of the significance of their actions, thinking it merely familial affection. In his eyes, his elder brother, erudite and successful, could do no wrong. A wretched thought crossed Chen Ye's mind. He was currently taking advantage of Chen Ye's innocence. If Chen Ye were to fully grasp the nature of their interactions, he might grow to despise or even hate him. Chen Ye paused his kisses, and Chen Ye opened his eyes, puzzled. "Why did you stop, big brother?" His childlike words and expression left Chen Ye momentarily breathless. "Little, do you know what you were doing with your brother just now?" Chen Ye silently criticized himself, realizing he was neither slow-witted nor truly ignorant. What did Chen Ye think of him? "I know, I was kissing my brother." Chen Ye frowned slightly. "Do you believe you can kiss me?" Chen Ye chuckled. "How amusing. We've already kissed for so long, and now you're asking? That is acceptable. Isn't it? If big brother likes me and I like big brother, then we can kiss. That is what the books say." Chen Ye queried. Your affection is not the same as mine. I like little E. I want to embrace him and be with him forever. Chen Ye bullshit. Caught off guard by such a straightforward confession. He could no longer maintain the facade of innocence and wanted to tug at Chen Ye's collar, exclaiming, I understand your affection. I want to embrace you too. Chen Ye wrapped his arms around Chen Ye, deftly changing the subject. Chen Ye lowered his gaze, one arm encircling Chen Ye. Forget it. I'll educate Chen Ye about homosexuality once we reach the provincial city. He pressed a kiss to Chen Ye's forehead. Sleep now. Your brother will fan you. As night deepened, no one knew what thoughts occupied Chen Ye during that long night, as he sat in silence until dawn broke. Chapter 12. Elder Brother 12. Since Zhou Chunfang had borrowed rice, her visits had become increasingly frequent. Sometimes, she would come to chat with Zhonglan alongside Aunt Li, while at other times, she would venture alone. Xiao Tianxi spent his days confined within his room, and he was a man of few words. Zhonglan was preoccupied with sorting beans and attending to household chores, leaving Chen Ye as her sole conversational partner. What are you drawing? Chen Ye was crouched in the courtyard, haphazardly tracing patterns in the dirt with a stick, leaving behind a chaotic array of marks. A watermelon. Zhou Chunfang chuckled at the oval shape on the ground. She settled onto a bench and retrieved 2 large white rabbit milk candies from her pocket. Here. Chen Ye tossed aside the stick and eagerly accepted the sweets from Zhou Chunfang's hand. Zhou Chunfang inquired, How old is your elder brother this year? 30. She continued. Has he ever had a girlfriend? With the wrapper torn open, Chen Ye popped the candy into his mouth, fully aware that Zhou Chunfang was probing for information. Yes, he has. Zhou Chunfang's expression dimmed slightly, yet she persisted. What about now? Is he still seeing someone? He had a girlfriend in high school, but not anymore. Calculating the years, Zhou Chunfang realized that high school was a decade ago, and any feelings would have long faded, prompting a sweet relief in her heart. Chen Ye glanced up at Zhou Chunfang. Sister Chunfang, do you like my elder brother? Zhou Chunfang blushed. In this day and age, one could not openly express such sentiments, especially not as an unmarried woman. What nonsense! I was merely asking. Chen Ye acknowledged her response with an O, and Zhou Chunfang asked, by the way, where is Brother Qi today? I haven't seen him. Usually, when she visited the Xiao family, she would find Qi, he, and Chen Ye together. He went to town to buy groceries. Yesterday, I mentioned wanting ribs, and there weren't any at home. Early this morning, Qi he set out in the car. Although he didn't specify his destination, I'm certain he went to fetch ribs. I see. A hint of disappointment flickered in Zhou Chunfang's eyes. Can you tell Sister Chunfang what kind of girl Brother Qi likes? In her view, Chen Ye, being the one closest to Qi he in the household, might possess some insight. Chen Ye pondered for a moment. I'm not sure. Perhaps someone gentle and beautiful. In truth, Qi he had no inclination towards women. He may have once held an interest, but now his preferences had completely diverged. Chen Ye spoke Jesuali. Zhou Chunfang, possessing an ordinary appearance, was not particularly pretty. At best, she was delicately featured, with a perpetually rosy complexion that lent her a certain charm. She did not consider herself gentle either. Her mother was timid and ineffectual, having endured her father's violence in silence, while she herself had stepped forward to protect her. This troubled familial background rendered her unlike other daughters, who exuded tranquility. Had she been gentle, she would have been married off to the hunchbacked man from the neighboring village, who was 30 years her senior. Zhou Chunfang felt a pang of disappointment as she gazed at Chen Ye, sighing at the uncertainty of what Qi Ye's future bride might be like. At that moment, Qi Ye's car pulled up at the gate. Upon entering the courtyard and spotting Zhou Chunfang, she awkwardly called out, Brother Qi. He nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Ye sprang up. Where are the ribs? Right here. Qi Ye waved the bag in his left hand, while his right remained hidden behind his back. Zhou Chunfang felt flustered at the sight of Qi He. To avoid embarrassment, she hurriedly bid farewell to Zhonglan and departed. One evening, after Chen Ye had finished his bath and reclined on his bed, he was unexpectedly pricked by something. He lifted the covers and discovered a box of chocolates. The chocolates were encased in a golden tin adorned with a white silk ribbon, its center transparent, revealing 9 round, individually wrapped chocolates nestled within. Chen Ye opened the box and unwrapped a chocolate, inhaling the rich aroma that enveloped him. causing him to squint his eyes in satisfaction. At that moment, Qi entered the room, and his gaze flickered upon the chocolate in Chen Ye's hand. "Is it delicious?" he inquired, with the chocolate in his mouth. Chen Ye spoke somewhat indistinctly. "It's tasty. Have one, big brother." He unwrapped the chocolate and brought it to Qi He's lips. They both lay back on the bed, and as Chen Ye unwrapped another, he turned to gauge Qi He's expression. It was peculiar. His eyes were fixated on Chen Ye, as if he himself were the delectable treat. "Do you want more?" Chen Ye asked. Qi He shook his head, his dark, profound eyes locked onto Chen Ye's mouth. Leaning closer to Qi He's ear, Chen Ye whispered, "Do you want to kiss me?" The fresh scent of youth mingled with the chocolate's sweetness, igniting Qi He's senses and tightening his abdomen. "Is that permissible?" Qi He replied hoarsely. "Yes." The modest chocolate was divided, yet Qi He still consumed another piece. Chen Ye's lip was slightly swollen from being bitten, though it did not hurt excessively. He examined himself in the mirror and asked Qi He, "What should I do if it swells?" Qi He retrieved a jar of Vaseline from the drawer and applied it to Chen Ye's lips. "It will be fine by tomorrow." Chen Ye smacked his lips, finding the Vaseline's scent rather unpleasant. "Big brother, please don't bite me next time." Qi He cleared his throat, a hint of guilt in his demeanor. "All right." As the summer vacation drew to a close, Qi He was soon to return to the provincial city. He took Chen Ye to visit his elementary school teacher. The teacher, Mr. Xiao, was also a relative, being the granduncle of Xiao De. Now in his 90s, Mr. Xiao had dedicated decades to teaching, having educated nearly every literate person in the village. When Qi He and Chen Ye arrived at his home, they found that a previous group of visitors had just departed. Mr. Xiao scrutinized Qi He for a while before recognizing him. "Ah, little Qi, I heard you were working in the provincial city. Quite impressive." The elder's eyes sparkled with admiration. During his childhood, Qi He was somewhat of a burden at the Xiao household. He had food and shelter, but Zhonglan never provided him with extra money. Mr. Xiao, aware of his circumstances, offered him free tutoring at home and gifted him a set of books upon his elementary graduation, one of the few acts of kindness Qi He had encountered in his life. "When are you returning?" Mr. Xiao inquired again. "In a few days," Qi He replied. The elder nodded and then turned to Chen Ye, who was seated beside him. "Little Xiao Yi, can you count 100 now?" The original Xiao Yi had struggled with mathematics under Mr. Zhao's tutelage, enduring countless repetitions, yet failing to grasp the concepts. The elder, undeterred, had kept him after school daily to memorize numbers and multiplication tables, leading to a cycle of tears and forgetfulness. "I can count now," Chen Ye responded confidently. Two individuals were left by old Master Xiao to share a meal. On their way back, Chen Ye walked behind Qi He, and inadvertently, he kicked a stone that bumped against Qi He's back. Qi turned around and took Chen Ye's hand. Chen Ye attempted to break free, but to no avail. They were outside. Qi He reassured him that it was fine, as there was no one around. As they strolled side by side, Qi suddenly confessed that even if there were onlookers, he would not mind. He cherished Chen Ye and wished for their relationship to be known to all. Although such openness could invite countless troubles, Qi He was unafraid. His only concern was the potential pressure it might place on Chen Ye. The man professed his feelings again, causing Chen Ye's heart to race. He struggled to suppress the budding emotions within him. The system had warned him that to complete his mission, he must not genuinely fall for the object of his task. Upon completion, he would transition to the next world, and should he truly fall in love, he would be unable to leave. Yet, his parents awaited him in the real world. He felt like a dandelion, destined to never settle. All was for the mission, he reminded himself. Chen Ye grasped Qi He's hand in return, prompting Qi He to halt and embrace him tightly. Chen Ye tilted his head and planted a kiss on Qi He's chin. This marked the first time the youth had initiated a kiss, causing Qi He's arm around Chen Ye's waist to tremble with emotion. He leaned down to capture Chen Ye's lips, their kiss lingering with an irresistible intensity. Sparrows perched on a nearby utility pole chirped inquisitively, tilting their heads to observe the unusual scene below. After a moment, they took flight. Chapter 13. Big Brother 13 not far away, in a haystack. Wang Chong stared wide-eyed at the sight of Qi He holding Chen Ye. He had come to the field to rest after a long day of farm work and had inadvertently witnessed Chen Ye and Qi He pausing in this wild expanse. For reasons unknown, Wang Chong chose not to approach, instead observing from a distance. As he watched, discomfort washed over him as Chen Ye and Chen Ye embraced and kissed. The youth, small in stature, was enveloped in the strong arms of the tall, muscular man, tilting his head to receive the kiss. Though Wang Chong could not discern Chen Ye's expression, the possessive grip around Chen Ye's waist was unmistakable. He swallowed hard, feeling an unsettling realization take root. He must still be dreaming. Wang Chong returned home in a daze. His father was in the yard, killing fish, and upon seeing his son, inquired about the cucumbers he had asked him to fetch. Wang Chong, bewildered, looked up and responded, "What cucumbers?" A sandal struck his head. "You brat, I told you to finish your work and bring back a cucumber. Has your brain been eaten by a dog?" Wang Hua continued to scold him. But Wang Chong ignored him and retreated to his room, locking the door behind him. Lying on his bed, he replayed the earlier scene in his mind. And 3 words flashed in his thoughts: homosexuality. Just the thought of those words sent a shiver down his spine. Having worked in the provincial capital for 2 years, he had heard of homosexuality. One of his co-workers had experienced it. He married and had children, only to be discovered by his wife, who ultimately had him killed by her brother. No one sympathized with him. Infidelity was one thing, but with another man? Even if he had not been killed, he ought to have been committed to a psychiatric hospital. Since then, Wang Chong had developed a deep-seated aversion to homosexuality, associating it with disease, violence, and death. Wang Chong could not help but think that Chen Ye, a professor at the provincial capital university, must be aware of homosexuality. However, Chen Ye was different. He had never been particularly bright, had no one to play with as a child, and had never ventured beyond his town. He was likely oblivious to such matters. It must be that Chen Ye, recognizing Chen Ye's innocence and gullibility, led him down a path of no return. Chen Ye regarded Chen Ye as an elder brother, undoubtedly believing everything Chen Ye said and obediently following his commands. Wang Chong was filled with an inexplicable rage, not fully understanding the source of his anger. It consumed him. In his heart, he cursed, "Xiao Xiaoyi, you fool, unaware that you have been deceived." On summer evenings, dusk lingered late. At 7:30, the clouds in the sky remained a deep crimson, the sun still hanging high without descending. Chen Ye stopped by the village shop to buy some biscuits. As he munched on the biscuits and fanned himself, he made his way home. Along the way, he encountered a man selling popsicles, and he spent 20 cents to buy 2, consuming one and intending to take the other home for Chen Ye. Upon reaching his doorstep, he paused, staring blankly, and inquired of the system, "What is Xiao Tianxi doing?" Outside the bathroom, Xiao Tianxi was peering into the corner of the bathing area, hunched over, his eyes furtively glancing inside. "Brother, what are you doing?" Chen Ye called out directly. Startled, Xiao Tianxi dropped the curtain in a sudden jerk. He glanced at Chen Ye in the yard with an unnatural expression and quickly approached him. "I was just standing there doing nothing. What is the matter?" When Chen Ye noticed his denial, he bit his lip and took a bite of the popsicle. "I thought you were watching someone take a shower." Xiao Tianxi, struck by the truth of the statement, turned to glance back at the bathroom before glaring at Chen Ye, lowering his voice. "Don't speak nonsense. I was just standing there." Noticing the popsicle and biscuits in Chen Ye's hands, he seized the opportunity. "Forget about me. Where did you get the money to buy those? Did you steal it from Mom?" Chen Ye replied, "A big brother gave it to me." Xiao Tianxi's face turned pale. The earlier incident had been a misunderstanding, and he warned, "Don't tell anyone." Chen Ye remained silent, crunching on his popsicle. "Speak, Xiao Xiaoyi." His demeanor only deepened Chen Ye's suspicion of something amiss. Nevertheless, he nodded. "I didn't see anything." As he walked inside, still clutching the popsicle, Chen Ye emerged from the bathroom, water glistening on his skin. "What were you shouting just now?" he inquired, having only heard Chen Ye call out to Xiao Tianxi, oblivious to the subsequent conversation. Chen Ye thought to himself, had he not called out, would Xiao Tianxi have continued his secretive observation? Xiao Tianxi approached. "It's nothing. I was just washing clothes in the yard." And Xiao Yi casually asked, "Right?" Chen Ye detected the warning in Xiao Tianxi's eyes and affirmed, "Yes, that's correct." If news of Xiao Tianxi peeping at Chen Ye while he bathed got out, it would certainly create chaos for the Xiao family. Soon, he would be heading to the provincial capital with Chen Ye, so it was unnecessary to expose the incident. Furthermore, his words would not be taken seriously without evidence. Others would simply assume he had misinterpreted the situation. After all, to others, he was perceived as a slow-witted fool, while Xiao Tianxi was regarded as an intelligent and sensible academic achiever. Who would be trusted and who would be doubted was abundantly clear. After that day, Chen had not seen Xiao Tianxi spying on Chen Ye while he bathed, nor did he come to discuss academic matters with Chen Ye. Perhaps he feared that Chen would uncover something. The weather grew increasingly arid, and the pond's water had diminished by half, leaving the mud at the bottom parched. Chen sat by the pond, his legs unable to touch the water, only grazing the dry ground. Chen Ye was picking fruit from the trees near the pond. He approached and handed the fruit to Chen, who did not recognize it. Its appearance resembled a miniature apple. Surely, if Chen Ye had picked it, it was edible. Chen took a bite. It was quite pleasant, a delightful blend of sweet and sour. He wiped one on his clothing and offered it to Chen Ye. Chen Ye lowered his head and bit into the fruit, inadvertently catching Chen's finger as well. "Sorry, big brother," he said. Chen chuckled inwardly while saying, "It's all right." Chen Ye squatted but did not sit on the ground. Chen pulled him down to sit. Initially, he leaned against Chen Ye's shoulder while eating, but when the fruit was finished, he let the remnants fall onto Chen Ye's lap. Chen Ye gently played with Chen's hair. Suddenly, with a sharp clap, Chen swatted at his thigh and opened his eyes to look at Chen Ye. "There's a mosquito. Let us head back." Chen Ye, hesitant to display affection in front of others at home, suggested, "Just give big brother a quick kiss, and we'll return." Chen straightened up and draped his arm around Chen Ye's neck, kissing him for a moment before feeling fatigued, as his position was somewhat awkward, relying heavily on his waist to support his weight. As their relationship deepened, Chen Ye had never asked Chen for assistance, perhaps still perceiving him as too young. When Chen was bitten hard on the mouth, tears welled in his eyes, and he distanced himself from Chen Ye, exclaiming, "Why did you bite me? If it bleeds, others will notice." The Xiao family might not suspect anything, but Xiao Tianxi, who was particularly attentive to Chen Ye, would certainly cause trouble if he detected any hint of impropriety. If little one is distracted, is it because big brother is too affectionate? A husky masculine voice, laced with desire, inquired. "No, not at all." Chen Ye leaned in to kiss Chen again, and after a while he stood up, placing Chen down gently. "Wait here, big brother will take you back shortly." Chen Ye then vanished. When the man returned, the sky had already darkened. The pond was still a bit distant from the Xiao residence, and they had to pass through a graveyard. As Chen approached the cemetery, he complained, "It's all big brother's fault for taking so long." "Indeed, it's all my fault," Chen Ye chuckled softly. "Shall I carry you back? You won't be scared if you're on big brother's back." Chen Ye crouched down. "Hop on." Chen climbed on his back, gripping Chen Ye's shoulders tightly. Chen Ye's broad back and strong build alleviated much of the eerie fear brought by the graveyard. "System, this world isn't haunted, is it?" "No," the system replied. "If you desire, I can arrange that for the next world. If you do that, I'll just perish right here." "Hee, I was just teasing you." Chen cursed inwardly. "Tease you, you big-headed ghost." As the mention of ghosts resurfaced, Chen Ye felt a chill running down his spine. He buried his head against Chen Ye's back, closing his eyes in fear of opening them. Chen Ye walked steadily, and with the familiar scent of him enveloping Chen Ye, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Upon arriving home, Xiaoda and Zhonglan were already asleep. Although their younger son and Chen Ye had vanished after dinner, they harbored no concerns. The children were adults now and could not possibly get lost in the village. Xiao Tianxi sat in the living room chair, having witnessed Chen Ye carrying Chen Ye back. His fists clenched tightly, reopening some of the recently healed scars on his palm. Rising from his seat, he obstructed Chen Ye's path, demanding to know where they had been. Chen Ye met his gaze with tranquility, simply stating the back mountain. Xiao Tianxi glanced down, noticing the mud caked on Chen Ye's shoes. It had rained a few days prior, rendering the back mountain's terrain damp, thus confirming their excursion. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Xiao Tianxi felt the sting of tears in his eyes. Why had his elder brother grown so close to Xiao Ye during this summer? The unvoiced inquiry lingered in his mind. What was it about Xiao Ye that endeared him to his brother? He was foolish, had a low education, and consumed much. Why then was he treated as a treasure, carried home on his brother's back? Previously, Xiao Tianxi had thought his brother regarded Xiao Yi as a mere pet for amusement, a distraction to pass the time. Yet lately, he had observed that He washed Chen Ye's clothes, tidied his room, and the day after Chen Ye expressed a craving, it would miraculously appear on the dining table. If Chen Ye were to accidentally bump into something, it was He, not Zhang Lan, who exhibited the greatest concern. This was no pet. It was evident that Chen Ye was cherished, regarded as a beloved little ancestor. He calmly responded, "Both you and Xiao Yi are my brothers. Even if we are not on the same household register, I have lived in the Xiao family for over a decade. It is only natural for an elder brother to care for his younger siblings, is it not?" After speaking, he carried Chen Ye into the room, closing the door behind them, a barrier that mirrored He's heart, forever closed to Xiao Tianxi. Standing in the dimly lit living room, Xiao Tianxi's expression darkened. What nonsense about brothers. It was merely He's evasion. He and Chen Ye were both He's brothers. Why the disparity in treatment? Zhang Lang, awakened by the need to use the restroom, was startled to find her eldest son standing in the dark, his expression one she had never seen before, fierce and somber. A shiver ran through her, and she feared her son had been possessed by a ghost. "Son, what is wrong?" Xiao Tianxi lowered his head, his demeanor returning to normal. "Nothing. I just got up to use the bathroom. I'll go back to sleep now." Chapter 14. Elder Brother 14 beneath the Huanghuashu at the village entrance. A group of elderly men and women sought respite from the heat. Zhang Lan engaged in conversation with Aunt Li while crafting shoe soles. A motorcycle pulled up at the village entrance, and a woman in a green long dress paid her fare before strolling into the village. The gazes of the elderly fell upon her. The villagers had never encountered such a beautiful woman. Unlike the women of the village, who donned floral dresses and blue cloth pants with a rustic air, this woman carried a white leather bag, her hair styled in tight curls, her eyebrows slender and dark, adorned with subtle red eyeshadow and eyeliner, her lips glossed to perfection. The green dress accentuated the woman's exquisite figure. Her arms and calves were remarkably fair, with skin so delicate that it was evident she was not a woman accustomed to laboring under the sun. She approached the locust tree with a smile, inquiring, "Could you please direct me to He's residence?" Aunt Li gently tugged at Zhang Lan's arm, mentioning she had come to visit your eldest son. Zhang Lan assessed the woman with a discerning gaze. "He resides with us. May I ask who you are?" The woman's eyes brightened. "Greetings, Aunt. I am Chen Ye, a high school classmate of He. I have come to see him." Zhang Lan had never been addressed as aunt before. In the village, the elderly referred to her as Old Xiao's wife, peers called her by her name, and younger ones referred to her as Zhang Aunt. This woman's address made Zhang Lan feel a sudden elevation in her social standing, as though she had transformed into an urbanite. She placed the soles of her shoes into her basket, feigning ignorance of the envious glances from those around her, then stood up. "Come, I shall take you to my home." Along the way, Zhang Lan tactfully inquired, "Your name is Chen Ye, is it not? What a lovely name. Where do you work?" Chen Ye replied, "I work as an accountant at the county steel mill." Zhang Lan felt a sense of satisfaction. It was a stable job. "My eldest is teaching in the provincial city, still unmarried, and he recently purchased a house and a car." This statement succinctly conveyed that he was currently single, with both a car and a home, as she observed Chen Ye's reaction, which was a cheerful smile. "When He was in high school, he was the top scholar in the province. I always believed he would achieve great things. However, Chen Ye's white high heels, which she had procured through a contact in Hong Kong, inadvertently sank into the mud, becoming soiled. She frowned impatiently in a corner where Zhang Lan could not see her. Troubled by why he would return to the countryside, where the air smelled foul, reeking of chicken and duck droppings. Zhang Lan noticed her shoes and advised, "Young lady, just rub your shoes in that patch of grass over there." Chen Ye smiled gently. "It's no trouble. I will wash them once I reach your home." In the Xiao household, Xiao De was in the yard smoking, while He and Chen Ye were in a room, and Xiao Tianxi had also locked himself away. Zhang Lan shouted, "Old Xiao, brew a pot of tea. The eldest high school classmate has arrived." Xiao De entered the kitchen to prepare tea. Zhang approached Chen Ye's room and knocked on the door, turning to Qin Yalan. Please have a seat. She rapped on the door, complaining lately. The eldest and the youngest always lock themselves in their rooms, even the second one. These kids today are truly worrisome. Just wait a moment. They will be out shortly. The door opened, revealing Xiao Tianci. Mom, why are you shouting so loudly? Upon seeing Qin Yalan seated in a chair, she greeted him with a friendly smile. But Xiao Tianci ignored her and shut the door. Just as Zhang was about to reprimand him, Chen Ye's door swung open, and he emerged, with Chen Ye following closely behind, his face flushed and mouth stained red. They had been hiding inside to eat. Zhang considered scolding Chen Ye, but Chen Ye held him back protectively. I gave him something to eat. Meanwhile, Qin Yalan was overlooked. She tightened her grip on her purse and stood up, offering Chen Ye a gracious smile. Chen Ye, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has, Chen Ye replied. Chen Ye peeked out from behind, noticing Qin Yalan. Qin Yalan is strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of elegance reminiscent of the heroines from Hong Kong cinema. During dinner, Zhang engaged her in conversation, deftly uncovering the nuances of Qin Yalan's background. Chen also felt a sense of admiration. What seemed like a casual exchange was laden with hidden meanings, revealing the intricacies of Qin Yalan's lineage. Her parents are educators in the county, possessing 2 residences. One is a teacher's apartment, and another that they purchased themselves. As the only child, she has established a commendable career as an accountant at a steel mill. Recently divorced, she now finds herself single. Zhang positioned Qin Yalan next to Chen Ye, who, upon receiving a piece of fish from her chopsticks, recalled her fondness for it in high school. Yet Chen Ye refrained from partaking in the fish now, indicating a change in taste. Qin Yalan's expression faltered momentarily, prompting Chen to eat the fish from Chen Ye's bowl, unwilling to waste food. Beneath the table, Chen Ye's hand grasped Chen's thigh, causing Chen to flinch, too intimidated to meet Chen Ye's gaze. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Qin Yalan, not one to concede easily, sought another topic to discuss with Zhang, who was amused by her charm and suggested that she stay the night. However, with only 3 rooms in the house, Qin Yalan pondered where she would sleep. Would it be in her room or Xiao Yi's? Xiao Tianci, after speaking, hastily retreated into the house, the door slamming behind him. With guests present, Zhang refrained from expressing her frustration, especially as her eldest son had been acting strangely of late, prone to inexplicable outbursts. She reassured Qin Yalan, insisting there was ample space, dismissing the notion of discomfort among her 3 sons as they could manage to share. Chen nearly choked on his food at the audacity of her suggestion, incredulous at the thought of 3 uncertain young men sharing a bed, a veritable calamity. Chen gently patted Chen's back, offering him napkins to clean his mouth, advising him to eat slowly. Qin Yalan watched this interaction in astonishment. She had always known Chen Ye to be fastidious, and never could she have imagined him assisting someone in such an intimate manner. Moreover, the tenderness in Chen Ye's gaze towards Chen was unprecedented. She had never witnessed him display such affection towards anyone throughout their 3 years in high school. The elderly couple at the table, however, were unperturbed by the scene. Initially surprised by Chen Ye's kindness towards Chen, they later reasoned that a brother's affection for his sibling was commendable, and they felt pleased, believing that Chen Ye genuinely regarded them as family. Originally, Qin Yalan had intended to stay the night, but upon discovering that he had 2 younger brothers, she felt it would be impolite to impose. Auntie, I'll arrange for a motorcycle after dinner and head back to town. I have a room at a hotel there. Thank you for your kindness, she stated. Zhang glanced outside, noting that the sky was still bright. Summer evenings do not darken until after 8. She suggested, "What the eldest drives you? It's too dangerous for a young lady like you to travel alone." She nodded in agreement. By 7, the sky had turned overcast. As Qin Yalan stepped outside, she noticed Chen Ye's car, an Audi, realizing only now that he had truly prospered, far removed from the impoverished student who had struggled to pay his tuition in high school. Sitting in the car with Chen Ye, she observed his profile, feeling that he had become more handsome since their high school days. In those years, Chen Ye donned a plain blue school uniform, tall and embodying the refined elegance of a classical poem's description of a noble gentleman. Now, after the passage of time, he exuded the charisma of a mature man, rendering him even more alluring than before. Why are you staying in the countryside for so long? He casually tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. Appreciating the fresh air. Chen Ye replied, I agree, it's much better than the city. The free-range chicken I had at your home today was delicious. The flavor is simply different. The chicken was bought from the market, she remarked nonchalantly. Is that so? Perhaps your mother is just an excellent cook. He responded without further comment. Around 9 o'clock, he dropped Chen Ye off at the inn. She tossed her hair and asked, Would you like to come up for a while? He lifted his eyelids to glance at her, his expression indifferent. No need. Undeterred, Chen Ye, who had approached He with hopes of rekindling their past romance, boldly stated, I really liked you in high school. Now that you're unmarried and just divorced, we could give it a try. Or do you actually find me undesirable because I've been married? 2 years prior, after her husband's infidelity, Chen Ye, coming from a well-off and strong-willed family, had swiftly ensured he left with nothing. Initially, she thought she would remain single for life, dismissing the notion of love. However, after encountering Song Yushu at a recent reunion and learning that he had returned, her heart stirred once more. He remained calm. Your marital status has no bearing on me. I'm already fond of someone else. Infuriated, Chen Ye exited the car, exclaiming, You're lying, He. You're not someone who easily likes others. If you don't like me, fine, but don't make excuses. She strode into the inn, not looking back. In the car, He felt no tumult within and drove away. Upon arriving home, Chen Ye was still awake and sat up in bed upon hearing the sound of He's car. As soon as He entered the room, Chen Ye asked, Mom said you might not come back tonight. Why are you home? He placed the keys on the table. If I don't come back, you won't hear bedtime stories. Just as well. If you hadn't returned today, I would never tell you stories again, Chen Ye replied, pulling at He's sleeve. Is that big sister today your ex-girlfriend? How do you know that I have an ex-girlfriend? He's penetrating gaze made Chen Ye feel somewhat guilty. He had forgotten that he had never mentioned his past relationships in front of him, only that Song Yushu had brought it up in the tea house. I guessed. Chen Ye's acting skills soared. The way she looked at you was unusual. I feel like you two must have dated before. Leaning down, He remarked, It seems my little brother is indeed perceptive enough to interpret the meanings behind glances. So, tell me, what does the way I look at you signify? Chen Ye averted his gaze, unable to discern. The eyes of men are filled with desire, affection, and passion, He stated. Feeling drowsy and wishing to avoid any intimate conversation, Chen Ye feigned ignorance. I'm tired, big brother. He stifled a yawn and pulled the blanket over his head. He chuckled softly. Every time the young man changed the subject, he claimed to be tired. What a bedtime story. Chen Ye's voice slipped from beneath the covers, recounting a tale of how they lived happily together a long, long time ago. In just 2 sentences, a story was hastily concluded. A smile graced He's lips as he lay down beside Chen Ye and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 15. The elder brother on the 20th, an incident transpired. A thief had visited the village. The thief pilfered the chickens from Aunt Lee's home next door, and one of the village chief's ducks went missing as well. In the dead of night, the clamor of the chickens and ducks stirred the dogs into a frenzy. Aunt Lee, awakened by the noise, rushed into the yard to find her chickens gone, weeping inconsolably, which in turn roused Zhou Chunfang. The village chief's wife was even more vociferous, her shouts piercing the night air. Even Chen Ye, who resided in the village's center, could hear her. Damn it! How shameless to steal from my home. Just wait until I tear you apart. Return my duck, you scoundrel. I'll curse your very existence. His ears were overwhelmed with vulgarities, and, for a moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of anatomy and maternal figures. Chen Ye never understood why curses often invoked mothers. He covered Chen Ye's ears, urging him not to listen. The living room light flickered on, and shouted donned a military coat to inspect whether their belongings remained intact. After a flurry of noise, silence enveloped the world. Even the dogs ceased their barking. The following day, Zhanglan urged Xiaoda to reinforce the chicken and rabbit cages. Their household lacked a dog, leaving them without any alert should a thief return. Typically, thieves only struck during festive seasons, making this incident rather peculiar, as it was neither a holiday nor a festival. Before long, news reached Chen Ye that the thief had been apprehended. The village chief, alongside several villagers, had bound the thief and made him kneel in the village square as a spectacle. Zhang Lan took the entire family to witness the commotion, and Chen Ye spotted the kneeling thief, seemingly no older than his teens. Pale and gaunt, his lips were parched and ashen, his eyes dull and lifeless. Numerous bruises adorned his face, rendering him nearly unrecognizable, with a hint of blood at the corner of his mouth. Whether from a beating or an internal injury remained uncertain. The villagers looked on with expressions of hatred and disdain, their ires stemming from having been victims of theft. Others appeared merely as spectators, munching on peanuts and sunflower seeds while gossiping idly. The thief hung his head in shame, stripped of dignity, exposed to the scorn of all. Chen Ye noticed stains of blood on the thief's clothing. Though scant, they did not appear to be from the wounds on his face. Where did the blood on his clothes originate? Zhang Lan replied, he was stabbed in the abdomen. Last night, the village chief and some others were guarding the chicken coop and caught him, giving him a bit of a lesson. Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback. Stabbed? What sort of stabbing? Thorns from the orange trees. Zhang Lan replied dismissively, as if administering vigilante justice were an entirely ordinary affair. In life, one must abide by rules. Stealing is unacceptable. Look at the consequences he faces now. Zhang Lan gazed at Chen Ye and Xiao Tianxi, admonishing, remember, no matter how impoverished you may be, theft is never an option. Live with integrity or face dire consequences. Those nearby praised Zhang Lan's ability to educate children, and a sense of pride glimmered in her eyes. Suddenly, Chen Ye's mind wandered to the thorns in the orange grove on the hillside, sending a chill down his spine. He recalled the amiable village head's wife, and an unsettling dissonance washed over him. They were simple folk, yet at times, this simplicity bore a cruel and ignorant edge. In the past, the rural legal education was severely lacking. When faced with wrongdoing, they would not turn to the police, but rather punish in their own manner. Often, their retribution far exceeded the offense, such as the woman caught in infidelity being drowned in a pig pen, or disobedient children left gravely injured by their parents' hands. There was an old cripple in the village who had suffered a broken leg as a child, the result of a careless blow from his father's stool. Soon, the boy's parents from the neighboring village arrived, hastily leading him away in shame. On the way home, Chen Ye felt the comforting grasp of Chen Ye's hand. Noticing Chen Ye's pale complexion, inquired, "Are you frightened?" Chen Ye replied, a little unsettled, having lived in a society with robust legal frameworks prior to this. The sudden exposure to such brutality weighed heavily on his heart. Chen, lost in thought, resolved, "Fear not, I shall protect you." Should their relationship be discovered in the village, the repercussions would be far worse than those faced by a thief, reinforcing Chen Ye's determination to take Chen Ye away. Chen Ye smiled, affirming, "I trust you, brother." Chapter 16. Brother, the sun blazed overhead. Even the dogs lay motionless on the ground, overcome by the heat. Chen Ye carried 2 bowls of food to the fields for Xiaoda and Xiao Tianxi after the rice planting, as the family had a harvest of soybeans to attend to. Chen Ye waited nearby, ready to collect the bowls once they finished their meal. He squatted on the earthen ridge, with the soybean field behind him, the sun scorching his back. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. Turning to look, he found it was not Chen Ye, but Wang Chong, so he turned away. Seeing Chen Ye ignore him ignited Wang Chong's anger, and he crouched in front of him. Chen Ye shifted his position. "Xiao, Wang Chong called out. "What is it?" Chen Ye replied, noticing the fury in Wang Chong's eyes, though he could not fathom its source. "Why do you ignore me? Here I am, standing right in front of you." Chen Ye pursed his lips, having not paid attention. Wang Chong felt a surge of frustration, nearly choking on his indignation. Yet, burdened with a secret, he felt compelled to warn Chen Ye to steer clear of that perverse Chen Ye. A 30-year-old man luring a 19-year-old boy. What else could it be but depraved? He glanced at Xiao Tianxi and Xiao, eating in the distance before leaning closer to Chen Ye and whispering, "I saw you with Chen Ye the other day." Chen Ye paused in his action of pulling grass. "Saw what?" Wang Chong gritted his teeth. "You and that scoundrel Chen Ye, you 2 men kissing." Chen Ye tossed the grass aside, and then, Wang Chong, exasperated, retorted, "Do you even realize what your actions signify? You are engaging in homosexuality, fearful of being misunderstood." Chen Ye listened as Wang Chong explained, "Homosexuality is when two men or two women are together, which is wrong. Two men being together can contract AIDS. It's akin to madness, something that would have landed someone in a mental institution a few years ago. If the village chief were to find out, you would surely be expelled from the village." Wang Chong's words resonated with Chen Ye, who realized that even in this era, many still viewed homosexuality as a monstrous aberration, conflating it with misconceptions surrounding AIDS and mental illness. Chen Ye sighed. The pressure from Qi he was indeed immense, and harboring feelings for him must have involved considerable internal conflict. "My relationship with Qi he is none of your concern," Chen Ye asserted. Wang Chong's expression darkened. "You've been deceived by Qi he. I have already explained what homosexuality is. Why do you persist in your ignorance? Is he coercing you or deceiving you in some way? Tell me, and I will report him." Chen Ye's tone turned cold. "He did not deceive me, nor did he coerce me. I am here of my own volition. It is none of your business." If Wang Chong were to report the situation, it would lead to significant trouble. Qi he was a university professor. Any scandal could jeopardize his career. "So you, like Qi he, are also homosexual?" Wang Chong's disbelief was palpable, yet beneath his astonishment lay a deeper fear, the nature of which he kept to himself. "Chen Ye regarded Wang Yang. My relationship with him does not concern you. Why are you so astonished? Or do you harbor feelings for me, unable to bear the sight of me with my brother?" Wang Chong suddenly shoved Chen Ye, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. "Get lost. I am not," he shouted, retreating as if chased by a dog. Chen Ye picked himself up, mentally berating Wang Chong for his overreaction. Nearby, Xiaoda, having heard the commotion, stood up and shouted, "You little rascal, bullying my son again. Have you nothing better to do?" He had not overheard their conversation, only witnessed Chen Ye's fall and Wang Chong's hasty retreat. Xiao Tianci, standing nearby, mocked, "At your age, you still fall to the ground." Chen Ye dusted himself off and entered the shed to retrieve some bowls. "Dad, brother, I'm heading home now," Xiaoda asked. "I'll go find old Wang later and have him discipline his son. Does he think my family is a pushover? It's one thing when my youngest was bullied as a child, but at this age, he should be able to stand tall." "There's no need, Dad." Chen Ye, under the glaring sun, carried two empty bowls, his clothes caked in mud as he made his way home. As expected, Qi he greeted him with concern. "Did you fall?" The man furrowed his brow. "I'll bring you lunch tomorrow." He retrieved the dried clothes from the yard and changed inside. As Chen Ye changed, Qi he entered the room. "Tell me how you fell." Chen Ye donned his sun-warmed clothes and explained, "Wang Chong saw me kissing you. He came over to ask, then pushed me, and I fell." His words knitted Qi he's brows together. "What else did he tell you?" "He told me that you and I are homosexual." The word homosexuality left Qi he momentarily stunned. Initially, he intended to subtly guide the youth towards understanding in the provincial city, but unexpectedly, a misstep occurred, and the youth learned of it prematurely. Qi maintained a composed tone, yet the hands that hung by his sides tightened slightly, betraying the turmoil within. For the first time in his life, fear blossomed in his heart, a fear that the youth might come to despise him after grasping the truth. A sentiment he could not bear. He was not a good older brother. He had shattered the innocence of his little brother. "Do you understand? What is homosexuality? And what do the things we did together signify?" Chen Ye, having changed his pants, avoided Qi he's gaze. Qi he turned his face towards him, compelling Chen Ye to meet his eyes. "Tell your brother. Do you comprehend?" In Qi he's eyes, Chen Ye perceived the fear of a man, whose trembling hand gripped his face. "I understand. I have always understood. What we did is something only couples do. Brother likes me and wants to be with me." There was no revulsion or fear in Chen Ye's eyes, only a calm acceptance. He embraced Qi he, revealing his understanding, a willingness to be close despite everything. Qi he felt as though he had been a prisoner rescued by heaven, his soul drawn from the depths of despair to the heights of bliss. He cupped Chen Ye's face and kissed him. "Do you like your brother?" Chen Ye responded, "Ido." The system chimed. Task Objective Affection, Level 92. You have become his beloved. Qi he gazed into Chen Ye's strikingly clear eyes for a couple of seconds, a bitter smile forming within him. Little one would not deceive him. He ruffled Chen Ye's hair, pretending to accept. How about we go to the provincial city with your brother the day after tomorrow? Chen Ye agreed, and he embraced the youth content. He asked for little. For the first time in over 30 years, he felt a flutter of the heart, desiring only to remain with the youth for the long haul. Go out and find a pen in your brother's room, little one. A voice called from outside. It was Zhang Lan. Chen Ye opened the door and stepped out. Zhang Lan was in the yard, sorting vegetables, and she shot a glare at Chen Ye. Always lounging around the house, doing nothing. What do you think you can do? After scolding Chen Ye, she transformed her expression, smiling at the child in the yard. Tong Tong, wait a moment. Xiao Ergo will fetch you a ballpoint pen. Chen Ye realized it was the neighbor's child who had come to borrow a pen from Xiao Tianxi. He entered Xiao Tianxi's room, the first time he had done so in nearly 2 months. The room was filled with many items, yet it was impeccably tidy. The bed was made flat, with even the pillow aligned in the center. The wardrobe stood firmly shut. The desk was piled high with books. A remnant from when Xiao had salvaged an unwanted desk from the village school, now adorned with doodles and scratches, yet thoroughly cleaned by Xiao Tianxi. Chen Ye approached the desk, but found no pen, only books and scrap paper. He pulled out a chair and crouched down to look into the desk drawer. Upon opening it, he saw more books, and at first glance, there appeared to be no pen. He removed the books and placed them on the bench, finally spotting Xiao Tianxi's pencil case at the very back, filled with an abundance of pens. As he took one pen, he accidentally slipped and knocked 5 or 6 books to the floor. While rummaging through books, Chen also stumbled upon a rather peculiar cover depicting 2 men. He picked up the book, and indeed, the comic cover featured 2 men in an antiquated Japanese manga style. One was a slender youth, stark naked, being embraced by a domineering figure in a double-breasted suit. As he turned a few pages, he found the content to be quite provocative. This was a BL adult comic, certainly not available in town, presumably purchased by Xiao Tianxi while studying in the provincial capital. System: side quest activated. The host has triggered a side quest. Would you like to complete it? Chen inquired. Are there side quests? Are there rewards? Yes. Rewards will be calculated upon task completion. What about penalties? 30 points will be deducted. Then, I shall proceed. Chapter 17, Brother 17 System. The host has accepted the side quest. Side quest requirement. Identify Xiao Tianxi's secret crush. Chen almost blurted out. Isn't it Chi? System. The host may submit the answer upon confirmation. An incorrect answer yields no reward. Chen hesitated, thinking it best to confirm his suspicions first. Recently, on Xiao Tianxi's birthday, Chen had answered a phone call for him. The man on the other end had wished Xiao Tianxi a happy birthday. In retrospect, that man seemed a bit suspicious, leading him to suspect 2 potential candidates. He could not jump to conclusions. As Chen organized the book from memory, preparing to return it to its place, Xiao Tianxi burst in, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" His voice was sharp, laced with fury. He rushed up to Chen and seized his collar, demanding, "Who allowed you to rummage through my things?" Chen replied, "Mom asked me to come in for a pen. The book accidentally fell, and I was picking it up." The collar of Chen's shirt was small, making it difficult for him to breathe. "Brother, please let me go." Xiao Tianxi did not relent, asking, "Have you seen my book?" "Not at all." Chen chose to lie. "I did not see it." Xiao Tianxi regarded Chen's flushed face with suspicion. Logically, Chen should not be able to comprehend the book's content. Just then, Chi entered the room, gripping Xiao Tianxi's hand tightly, nearly causing his wrist to fracture. "Brother, how did you get in here?" "Let go of Xiao." Reluctantly, Xiao Tianxi released his grip, feeling a sense of injustice as he said, "He came in first and was rummaging through my belongings." Zhang Lan entered, having heard the commotion. "What are you 3 up to?" "Xiao, why is it taking you so long to fetch a pen?" "Chen, Zhang Lan." Handing her the pen while casting a glance at Xiao Tianxi, who realized he had misunderstood Chen, yet his expression remained sour. "Ma, from now on, no one is allowed to enter my room without my permission." Zhang Lan retorted, "This house belongs to your father and me. It is not solely yours." "Was it just a pen you needed?" Xiao Tianxi, harboring annoyance, insisted, "Regardless, no one is permitted to enter." As Chen and he exited, Xiao Tianxi slammed the door shut. He examined Chen's neck in the room, It was slightly red, but otherwise, there were no issues. Why didn't you call for brother earlier? Chen replied, brother wouldn't hit me. Although Xiao Tianxi harbored a disdain for Xiao Xiaoyi, he had never resorted to physical violence against him, fearing it would tarnish his image as a well-behaved and amiable child in the eyes of others. Yet, he found alternative means to torment Xiao Xiaoyi. At the tender age of 6, driven by his insatiable curiosity, Xiao Xiaoyi was deceived by Xiao Tianxi into believing that the caterpillars on the tree were a delectable treat, coaxing him to catch and consume them. Unbeknownst to anyone, Xiao Xiaoyi managed to capture several caterpillars and brought them home to nurture in a jar. One day, while the adults were occupied in the fields, he intended to share his newfound delicacy with Xiao Tianxi. With a smile, Xiao Tianxi feigned disinterest, but just as Xiao Xiaoyi was about to indulge, Zhang Lan returned home. Enraged, she seized a stick and struck Xiao Xiaoyi twice, leaving him in tears. Such incidents were numerous, yet they remained hidden from outsiders. Xiao Tianxi consistently obliterated any evidence, and Xiao Xiaoyi chose not to speak up. Chen Ye, unable to bear the sight of the youth suffering even the slightest distress, assured him that should anyone else be unkind, he should inform his elder brother. Chen Ye nodded in agreement. Would you like your brother to soothe it for you? He inquired, recalling how he had feigned injury previously to elicit sympathy from Chen Ye. However, Chen Ye, whose fondness had already surpassed 90, no longer needed to take the initiative. No, it doesn't hurt at all, Chen Ye replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's expression darkened slightly. He sensed that since he had fallen for the youth, Chen Ye had grown less dependent on him than before. With this realization, Chen Ye raised his hand to gently caress the nape of the young man's neck. Really? He asked. Chen Ye felt a shiver as Chen Ye's fingers grazed the soft flesh at the back of his neck. It's just a ruse, brother, please blow on it. That will suffice. Chen Ye leaned closer and planted a few kisses along Chen Ye's neck before resuming the activity that had been interrupted by Zhang Lan. After the affectionate exchange, Chen Ye lay breathlessly in Chen Ye's embrace and asked, brother, do you know who I have dated? Chen Ye, stroking the boy's silky hair, questioned the motive behind such an inquiry. I'm just curious. If you know, please tell me. As was his nature, Chen Ye complied, recalling, in my first year of work, your brother was in his freshman year. There was a period when his academic performance waned, prompting Aunt Zhang to visit the school. The homeroom teacher discovered love letters in his drawer, suggesting he was distracted by romance. Chen Ye pondered this revelation, realizing it aligned with the information provided by the system. Xiao Tianxi had encountered a same-sex attraction in his first year, awakening his awareness of his own orientation, leading to a secret infatuation. With the task deadline looming in just 3 days, Chen Ye seized the opportunity to slip into Xiao Tianxi's room while the family was away. Xiao Tianxi had a penchant for collecting memorabilia. His awards and other significant items were stored in a large red metal box. Chen Ye had seen this box in Xiao Xiaoyi's childhood. Inside the cabinet, he found the iron box, which was secured with a lock. Seeking assistance from the system, he implored, seventh brother, please unlock this. System, 2 points. With 92 points to his name, Chen Ye acquiesced. All right, unlock it for me. The lock clicked open, and as he lifted the lid, he discovered dozens of certificates. After a thorough search, he unearthed a blue letter at the very bottom of the box. Silently to himself, he mused, I am not a voyeur by nature, but for the sake of the task, I must intrude. Fear not, I shall keep your secrets. As Chen Ye unfolded the letter, he swiftly read through its contents. It was penned by a classmate of Xiao Tianxi, expressing affection for him and lamenting the sorrow following their breakup. I am aware that our feelings are not acknowledged by society, yet I remain indifferent. That day on the playground when I kissed you, you turned away. I sense your disinterest. You mentioned feeling insecure with me, akin to a mouse unable to bask in the sunlight. I apologize. Perhaps I am too feeble. My uncle abroad asserts that love knows no boundaries of gender, age, or skin color, words I once shared with you, to which you merely smiled and remarked that love bears a heavy weight, one that 2 men cannot shoulder. Yet, you also said that if it were someone you truly cherished, you would be willing to defy the world. At that moment, I fantasized whether I could be that person you favored. Later, I realized that I was not, You preferred those who could provide you with a sense of security, something I could not offer. After reading the letter, Chen Ye could largely dismiss the notion that Xiao Tianxi harbored a secret crush on a university classmate. It seemed Xiao Tianxi had been inspired after conversing with his college peers, discovering the identity of his true affection. Might it be Qi He? Chen Ye resolved to observe further. Chapter 18 that evening, at the dining table, Qi He suggested taking Chen Ye to the provincial capital for a little adventure. Zhang Lan was somewhat astonished. Over the past 2 months, Qi He and her younger son had been inseparable. Yet she had not anticipated their bond had deepened to this extent. After the meal, in the courtyard where Xiao De was enjoying a leaf cigarette, he remarked, "Sure, I support it. Let Xiao experience the city." "That sounds wonderful," Zhang Lan said to Chen Ye. "When you get to the city, be sure to listen to your elder brother, understand? Don't cause any trouble, and don't upset your brother." Chen Ye nodded, casting a covert glance at Xiao Tianxi, whose expression remained unchanged, though his movements while eating were notably vigorous. The following afternoon, Chen Ye was summoned by his mother to deliver food and water to the fields. Qi volunteered to accompany him, but Zhang Lan declined. After delivering the items, Chen Ye was on his way back when Xiao Tianxi caught up to him. "How did you convince elder brother to take you to the provincial capital?" Chen Ye raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sun. "He lives alone and feels lonely. I want to keep him company." Xiao Tianxi's gaze turned frigid. "Do not go to the provincial capital." "Why not?" Chen Ye inquired, tilting his head. "There are many dangerous individuals in the provincial capital. You could be abducted by human traffickers. You are too naive. No one would want you. You might end up maimed and left on the street to beg. Your brother is too busy to look after you. Besides, he will surely grow tired of you in a few days. Who could tolerate someone as foolish as you?" He was attempting to intimidate Chen Ye. If it were the old Xiao Yi, he would have certainly been frightened and refrained from going to the provincial capital. Chen Ye pressed his lips together. Elder brother would not. Xiao Tianxi wished to say more, but Chen Ye had already run off, feeling exasperated by him. Both Chen Ye and Xiao Tianxi boarded Qi He's vehicle. Initially, Xiao Tianxi intended to sit in the front passenger seat, but Qi He instructed him to sit in the back to help with the luggage. From the front seat, Chen Ye observed through the rearview mirror that Xiao Tianxi was watching him, his eyes icy. There were still 5 hours remaining until the side mission concluded. Chen Ye had little concern for what Xiao Tianxi was contemplating. As long as it did not interfere with his task, that was sufficient. The vehicle traversed the rugged terrain, and were it not for the safety belt, Chen would have felt as if he might be flung from his seat. After 4 hours, Qi He's car came to a halt at a service area, where he escorted Chen and Xiao Tianxi into the restaurant for a meal. During their dining experience, Chen intentionally requested Qi He to serve him food, keenly observing Xiao Tianxi's reactions. Qi He filled Chen's bowl with all his favorite dishes, sitting close enough to whisper, "Do you want your elder brother to feed you?" Chen replied affirmatively. Qi He discerned Chen's inexplicable rivalry with Xiao Tianxi during the car ride. Chen would intermittently ask Qi He to stop so he could hydrate, and at other times, he would hand Qi He a tissue to wipe his sweat. Though his actions were directed towards Qi He, Chen's gaze would secretly linger behind. He fed Chen a bite of stir-fried garlic shoots with pork. Xiao Tianxi set down his chopsticks, declaring he had finished and needed to visit the restroom. As Chen chewed the garlic shoots, Qi He offered him another bite of egg, which Chen readily accepted. "I'm full, no more for me," he stated. Qi He, still eager to indulge in his feeding, reluctantly withdrew his chopsticks. With half an hour remaining before the deadline, Chen submitted his answers. The system responded, "Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest of Xiao Tianxi's secret affection. Reward, mind-reading card. Enabling insight into another's thoughts through 10 seconds of eye contact, to be credited in the next task realm." Story supplement. During his university days, Xiao Tianxi was in a relationship with his boyfriend, where they could only steal glances in dimly lit corridors and share secrets on deserted playgrounds. Xiao Tianxi grew weary of such a clandestine affair. When the winter break arrived, Qi He returned. Having achieved success, he exuded maturity and charm, leading Xiao Tianxi to believe that Qi He could offer him happiness and a promising future, serving as a harbor against life's storms. As Qi He continued to ascend in achievements and status, Xiao Tianxi found himself increasingly drawn to him. Chen exhaled in relief. correctly surmising that Xiao Tianxi harbored feelings for Chen Ye, feelings that had long been nurtured. By the time they arrived in the provincial city, it was nearly dawn. Chen Ye dropped Xiao Tianxi off at the university entrance, assisting him with his luggage before preparing to depart. The pallid-faced Xiao Tianxi called out to him, "Elder brother." Chen Ye inquired, "What is it?" Xiao Tianxi hesitated before asking, "May I stay at your home for a few days during the National Day holiday?" The wind brushed against Xiao Tianxi's face, reddening it, not from shyness, but from embarrassment. Chen Ye did not respond. His heart brimmed with reluctance. Chen Ye could patiently coax Chen into eating, yet he would not satisfy even a small request from him. Clenching his fists tightly, the sharpness of Chen Ye's gaze made him feel as though all his thoughts were laid bare. "Your current task is to study diligently," Chen Ye firmly rejected. As the car approached Chen Ye's residence, Chen had already succumbed to slumber. Chen Ye owned a house in a villa district of the provincial city, 3 stories high, with the ground floor serving as a garage. His circumstances far surpassed what Zhao's family was aware of, as beyond being a university professor, he had also established a company with friends. In the car, Chen Ye pinched Chen's cheek, who frowned in discontent yet remained asleep. Chen Ye chuckled lightly as he unfastened Chen Ye's seatbelt, lifting him from the car with ease. Chen Ye nestled his head in Chen Ye's embrace. As they ascended the stairs, Chen Ye noted the late hour and chose not to rouse Chen Ye for a shower. Sunlight filtered through the white curtains, illuminating the room, prompting Chen Ye to stir awake with a yawn. Noticing Chen Ye's absence from a bed, he padded barefoot into the living room, where a table was set with 4 fried eggs and a glass of milk. Chen Ye was in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Chen Ye approached and wrapped his arms around the man, causing Chen Ye to momentarily freeze, his cooking interrupted. The sudden embrace left a void in Chen Ye's heart as he loosened his hold. After a brief moment, Chen Ye excused himself to brush his teeth and wash his face. Eager for breakfast, in the bathroom, he found a new toothbrush awaiting him, identical to Chen Ye's, adorned with a cheerful yellow smiley face. Once refreshed, Chen Ye began to savor the breakfast Chen Ye had prepared. It was the first time Chen Ye had cooked for him, and the meal was a delightful fusion of Western and Eastern flavors. "How does it taste?" Chen Ye inquired, taking a bite of the sandwich, which was simply exquisite. Aware of the exaggeration in his words, Chen Ye couldn't help but chuckle. With the university semester commencing tomorrow, Chen Ye hoped to seize the opportunity today to take Chen Ye out for a stroll, as there were several items Chen Ye needed to purchase. At the mall, Chen Ye guided Chen Ye into a men's clothing store, where the attentive staff eagerly showcased various garments. Chen Ye displayed little interest. While Chen Ye was thoroughly engaged in selecting outfits for him, he gathered several items for Chen Ye to try on. Emerging in a white sweatshirt and black jeans, Chen Ye looked up at Chen Ye with sparkling eyes, asking, "How do I look?" "Stunning. Absolutely stunning," Chen Ye replied, turning to the salesperson and declaring, "We'll take this outfit." Now, it was the salesperson's turn to gaze at them with wide-eyed admiration. Chen Ye tried on several outfits, all autumn wear, as the weather had turned cooler. Each ensemble received Chen Ye's approval, and they purchased them all. As Chen Ye carried the shopping bags behind Chen Ye, they passed a shoe store, where Chen Ye encouraged Chen Ye to enter. 30 minutes later, Chen Ye emerged with 5 new pairs of shoes. However, Chen Ye began to worry about depleting Chen Ye's finances. Noting that Chen Ye seemed lost in a love-struck daze, spending without restraint, not wanting to be a burden, Chen Ye gently pulled Chen Ye back as he led him toward a Western restaurant. "Brother, let's go home and you can cook for me instead," he suggested. Chen Ye looked at him, puzzled. "Weren't you just saying you were hungry? It'll be an hour before we get home." Chen Ye responded, "We've spent too much today. We should save a little for the future." The word future brightened Chen Ye's mood. He affectionately ruffled Chen Ye's hair, saying, "You needn't worry about saving money for me. I earn to spend on you." Ultimately, Chen Ye led him into the restaurant. While dining, Chen Ye encountered an old acquaintance, Wei Ming, a businessman and one of Chen Ye's partners. "Oh, Professor Chen Ye is shopping now?" Wei Ming teased, noticing the shopping bags at Chen Ye's feet. "And you bought quite a lot." He gazed across the river at Chen Ye and inquired, "Who is this charming young man?" Chen Ye replied, "He is my younger brother, just arrived in the provincial capital. I'm showing him around." Wei Ming pulled out a chair and sat beside Chen Ye, extending his hand with a gentlemanly demeanor Greetings, young friend. Chen Ye politely reciprocated. Hello. Observing their handshake, Chi-He's expression shifted to one of discontent. Aren't you going to join your girlfriend? She's still waiting at that table. Oh, so you wish to hasten my departure? Wei Ming stood up, smiling at Chi-He. Call me tonight. We must discuss business matters. With that, he went off to find his girlfriend. Chi-He handed Chen Ye the neatly sliced steak, and Chen Ye feigned ignorance of how to use a fork, awkwardly spearing a piece. Who is he? A friend. Chen Ye nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Upon returning home, Chi-He ushered Chen Ye into the bathroom, washing his hands repeatedly until they turned red. It was then that Chen Ye first comprehended the depths of a man's possessiveness. Chapter 19. The elder brother Chi, he had lingered in Shaoshui village far longer than intended. He was meant to address company matters during the summer vacation. Yet for Chen Ye, he merely conversed with Wei Ming over the phone. The company, having only been established for a few years and engaged in foreign trade, required constant supervision. Thus, upon his return, Chi became preoccupied, leaving early and returning late each day. Concerned that Chen Ye might feel lonely at home, he took time to teach him how to use the computer. The desktop was quite large, and Chen Ye, having seen one on television before, found it fascinating. Here is the power button, and here is how to shut it down. Click here to create a new line. Do you understand? Chen Ye sat on Chi-He's lap as he held him, guiding him step by step. Got it. Let me show you. For a fleeting moment, Chen Ye's thoughts wandered, but he quickly demonstrated the operation to Chi-He. Well done. Quite clever. Chi-He kissed Chen Ye on the cheek as a reward, then retrieved a box from his pocket and opened it. Inside was a mobile phone. Thank you, big brother. It contained his brother's number, as he could not always be by Chen Ye's side, and this way, they could stay connected in case of emergencies. Despite believing he was perhaps overthinking things, his affection brought a sense of concern, prompting him to prepare thoroughly. One evening, while Chen Ye was engrossed in a game of Minesweeper, the door swung open, and he staggered in, supported by Wei Ming. Little brother, come lend a hand. Chen Ye rushed over to assist Chi-He. Big brother, how could you drink so much? Wei Ming explained. We attended a gathering, and he had a bit too much. Together, they helped Chi-He to the sofa, where Wei Ming handed the key to Chen Ye. I must take my leave. Take good care of your brother. Chi-He reclined on the sofa with his eyes tightly shut, the scent of alcohol on him, yet his face remained unembellished by the telltale signs of inebriation. Chen Ye dampened a cloth and gently wiped Chi-He's face, who lazily opened his eyes and grasped Chen Ye's wrist. Little Li, it's me, big brother. Chi-He embraced him, and Chen Ye comforted him as if soothing a child. Release me for now. I must fetch some hangover medicine. As social engagements increased, Chi-He prepared some medicinal spirits at home. Although Chi-He had consumed the medicinal liquor, he remained inebriated, for it was hardly a miraculous elixir. He clung to Chen Ye on the sofa, unwilling to let go. Elder brother is particularly delighted that you could accompany me to the provincial city. I feared you might miss our parents and remain in the village for a lifetime. I had considered that if such were the case, I would resign from my job here and teach at Uncle Song's school, allowing me to see you every day. Chi-He, under the influence of alcohol, became quite loquacious. Chen Ye responded, wherever you are, I shall be. His words were sincere, as he felt compelled to follow the path of his mission's objective. Chi-He kissed him, the scent of alcohol mingling on Chen Ye's lips, making Chen Ye feel as though he too was becoming intoxicated, enveloped in a haze. The man lifted him and carried him to the bedroom, with Chen Ye's legs resting around his waist, feeling the warmth radiating from him. Chi gently placed Chen Ye on the bed, kissing him tenderly, and Chen Ye reciprocated with equal affection. When dawn broke, Chi prepared breakfast while Chen Ye remained asleep, exhausted from the previous night's activities, having barely slept for a few hours. Chi did not awaken him. Instead, he labeled the breakfast, ensuring Chen Ye could simply reheat it upon waking. After completing these tasks, he departed for work. When Chen Ye finally awoke, it was past 10 o'clock. He rose to find a dull ache in his lower back, discomforting and relentless. He rubbed his waist and made his way to the living room, reheating the breakfast to eat. Suddenly, the system activated. Last night was quite an indulgence, drenched in sweat. Chen Ye replied, you could see that? I could not. It was merely an educated guess. It was simply a couple of exhausting hours. For hours, perhaps even more. Chen Ye mused, not having kept count. The system chimed in, who claimed they did not wish to engage with a man, who suggested that upon completing the task, it might not even reach the bed. Chen Ye, recalling the previous night, replied honestly, it was not as terrifying as I had imagined. The pleasure outweighed the pain, especially since the partner was Chen Ye. I found it entirely acceptable. By the way, what is the current affection level? Chen Ye inwitted. It stands at 95. A score above 90 is considered true love in the eyes of an average person. Most couples hover between 75 and 85, so to achieve 100, you must exert more effort. Chen Ye affirmed, I will. The system cautioned, by the way, do not truly fall for the mission objective, for you'll have to exit the task world. Chen Ye lowered his eyelashes, concealing the emotions flickering in his eyes, yet the system detected a slight melancholy within him. This was, however, quite normal. Even strategists are human and can develop feelings, provided these emotions do not interfere with the mission. Rest assured, I will not. I once had a host who fell for the mission objective. He could not bring himself to follow the antagonist's path, as required, repeatedly rescuing the objective instead. Can you guess what the outcome was? Chen Ye replied, I shall not guess. The result was that he failed the mission and lost his chance for rebirth. You should understand my point. I currently oversee 10 individuals, and you are progressing the fastest while succumbing the slowest. Chen Ye asserted, I understand. My goal is unwavering resurrection. As Chen Ye returned home, Chen Ye was sprawled on the bed, engrossed in a game of Tetris. His rear ached, making it difficult for him to lie down. Chen Ye lifted him up and inquired, Does it still hurt? Yes, replied Chen Ye. A hint of guilt flickered in Chen Ye's eyes the previous night. Under the influence of alcohol, he had lost his usual restraint, leading to indulgence. Tomorrow, elder brother will take you to the movies for some relaxation. However, the thought of sitting for 2 hours made Chen Ye feel that his discomfort would be unbearable. Let us just watch a movie at home tomorrow. You can hold me there, he suggested. Chen Ye felt a twinge of affection and promptly arranged for someone to procure a newly released DVD. Chen Ye taught at the finance department of the provincial capital university, where many students hailed from business or political families. They were open-minded, unconventional, and not fond of the rigid, scholarly types in academia, instead preferring the charmingly humorous Chen Ye. After class, students often approached him with books in hand, eager to pose questions, which he answered with patience. A phone call interrupted him, and the students noted a softness in Chen Ye's demeanor as he informed them. Let us discuss other matters in the next class. I have something to attend to. Whispers spread among the students, who had never seen their professor so cheerful. I just overheard that someone is waiting for Professor Chen in his office. I heard it too. Must be a girlfriend, right? Chen Ye's stride quickened as he made his way to his office. It must be a girlfriend, otherwise he wouldn't be so happy. Upon arriving, Chen Ye found Chen Ye seated at his desk. Shall we, what brings you here? Chen Ye squatted down to Chen Ye's level. I came to see you. Chen Ye whispered close to Chen Ye's ear. Actually, I missed you. Chen Ye's heart raced. A female colleague remarked, Your brother has been waiting for a whole class. I thought it was time for you to finish, so I called you. Chen Ye stood up. Say my apologies. It's quite all right. Your brother is adorable. I hadn't heard you mention him before. Other teachers chimed in with similar inquiries. Chen Ye thought to himself that this was because Chen Ye had never cared for the Shao family in the past, hence had not brought them up. I was in the provincial capital before. I just arrived recently, Chen Ye explained. Understanding dawned upon the group. As they walked along Hongying Road at the university, cherry blossoms fluttered down, landing on Chen Ye's sweatshirt collar, which Chen Ye gently brushed away. They encountered Chen Ye's students, who warmly greeted both him and Chen Ye, leading to the delightful news of their professor's charming younger brother spreading rapidly. At noon, Chen Ye dined with Chen Ye in the campus cafeteria. Having been a university student himself, he was nostalgic for the simple meals devoid of oil and meat that he had not tasted in a while. After their meal, Chen Ye had classes scheduled all day, with a full morning and a significant lecture in the afternoon. He affectionately ruffled Chen Ye's hair, instructing, Stay here obediently. I'll come and fetch you after class. A female teacher chuckled, You can go teach without worry, Mr. Chi. I'll keep an eye on the little one. In the afternoon, Chen Ye happily indulged in snacks provided by the female teacher. Chapter 20. Brother 20, in the blink of an eye, the National Day holiday arrived. Zhang Lan called Chen Ye several times to inquire about his living conditions and whether he had adjusted well. She later suggested that he speak to Chen Ye about inviting Xiao Tianxi to celebrate the festival with him. Your brother is alone in the provincial capital, without support. In this city, you and the eldest are his only family. It would be nice to celebrate together and create some warmth, she insisted. Chen Ye suspected that Xiao Tianxi had urged Zhang Lan to make this suggestion after their business discussions. If you want him to come, let him come. If not, the eldest can call Aunt Zhang and decline. Chen Ye considered that spending the holiday together would not be a burden. Then let him come. After all, there are plenty of vacant rooms at the elder brother's house. On National Day, Xiao Tianxi arrived with a suitcase. That evening, Chen Ye took the two of them out for hot pot. Chen Ye was overjoyed after having indulged in a hot pot meal. He had to refrain from spicy food for a long time. It had been ages since he had savored anything spicy, and this meal was a delight for him. Xiao Tianxi appeared somewhat haggard. During the holidays, he had looked refined and handsome, but after a month of studying, dark circles had formed under his eyes. Indeed, the toll of academia was evident. He was taciturn at the dinner table, with Chen Ye and Chen Ye doing most of the talking. Later that night, the television broadcast National Day programs while the three of them sat on the couch, creating a rather peculiar atmosphere. Xiao Tianxi harbored a secret affection for Chen Ye, occasionally sneaking glances in his direction, while Chen Ye cast sidelong glances at Chen Ye. Chen Ye mused that after enjoying hot pot today, Chen Ye would probably refuse to have it again tomorrow. At midnight, the program concluded, and they returned to their respective rooms. Chen Ye did not share a room with Chen Ye. In their hometown, circumstances had forced them to do so, but here, if they continued to sleep together, it would be glaringly obvious that something was amiss. Chen Ye rested at home for 3 days during the National Day holiday before leaving to conduct business. Xiao Tianxi did not mention departing and spent the daytime with Chen Ye at home. Chen Ye was unsure of his intentions, suspecting he might wish to stay close to Chen Ye. As a National Day skit replayed on television, Chen Ye munched on a bag of chicken feet, while Xiao Tianxi hesitated to speak. Haven't you gone out to look for a job? Chen Ye replied, no. With a hint of disdain in his eyes, Xiao Tianxi retorted, so you intend to live off your brother indefinitely, enjoying his hospitality at home? Chen Ye casually dismissed it. I'll look for a job in a couple of days. His purpose in coming here was to win over Chen Ye. Once that was accomplished, he would depart. Finding a job could wait for another lifetime. Xiao Tianxi was momentarily speechless. He stood up to go to the bathroom. His guest room had won, but as he passed Chen Ye's door, a voice in his mind urged him to push it open and take a look. He glanced into the living room, where Chen Ye was engrossed in the television. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Xiao Tianxi placed his hand on the doorknob and pushed. The door did not budge. Disappointment mingled with relief filled his heart. This door resembled Pandora's box, hiding within it things he could not accept. Yet, human nature is often self-destructive. Xiao Tianxi walked to Chen Ye's door, which was unlatched due to Chen Ye's carefree nature, and it swung open with a gentle push. He noticed the disheveled bed linens and frowned, realizing that the bed was completely bare, devoid of anything. He meticulously searched the room, attempting to uncover some trace of evidence. An inexplicable suspicion regarding the relationship between Chen Ye and Chen Ye lingered in his mind. He reassured himself that this would be the last time. If he found nothing, he would relinquish his doubts. The wardrobe was opened, revealing an array of clothing, shirts and pants typical of the youthful fashion favored by Xiao Tianxi's classmates, each piece sufficient to cover an entire semester's living expenses. As his hand brushed against the garments, jealousy flickered in his eyes. It was evident that these clothes were purchased by Chen Ye for Chen Ye. He gently closed the wardrobe door and stepped into the bathroom. The vanity was sparsely furnished with only a tube of toothpaste, a toothbrush, a comb, and a razor. Xiao Tianxi exhaled in relief, realizing there truly was nothing amiss. Chen Ye was merely a guest here. The relationship between Chen Ye and Chen Ye was not as he had imagined. Chen Ye must be a straightforward man, and Chen Ye was simply naive. Their closeness was innocent. He walked out of Chen Ye's room with an air of nonchalance and returned to the living room. On the 6th, Xiao Tianxi packed his belongings, preparing to return to school. He had long harbored a desire to put a certain plan into action, and after much hesitation, he ultimately decided to proceed. This would be the final attempt. He vowed that if the answer aligned with his hopes, he would never harbor doubts again. That evening, Qi did not return, leaving Chen Ye and Xiao Tianxi to share a meal face to face. After dining, Chen Ye bid farewell to Xiao Tianxi, who remained motionless with his suitcase in hand. As Chen Ye turned to retreat to his room, Xiao Tianxi called out to him, "Xiao Yi, I need to ask you something. Please answer truthfully." "What is it?" Chen Ye replied. Xiao Tianxi's gaze, sharp behind his glasses, lingered on Chen Ye as he slowly inquired, "Are you and my brother together?" Chen Ye's heart raced with anxiety, yet he maintained an outward calm. Xiao Tianxi's question was merely a suspicion. If there were real evidence, he would have gone mad by now. "What do you mean by together? I don't understand." Xiao Tianxi stepped closer, urgency in his voice. "Don't deceive me. My brother treats you well. Is it merely because you are his younger sibling? Does he value you for your youth, your naivete, or for something he cannot quantify?" He grasped Chen Ye's collar tightly. "Tell me, are you two involved in a homosexual relationship?" "My brother's kindness stems from our time spent together during the summer. We talked extensively, and a brotherly bond developed." "What are you thinking?" Chen Ye feigned ignorance, adopting an expression that suggested Xiao Tianxi was being unreasonable. Xiao Tianxi sneered. "You've certainly changed since becoming more astute. Our parents may not voice it, but they are secretly pleased. My brother cherishes you deeply. At times, I even wonder if you're truly Xiao Yi or merely a specter sent to punish me for my past mistreatment of him. As if you're here to steal what I hold dear. You misunderstand. This is not a tale of rebirth and retribution, but rather my own narrative of traversing time." Chen Ye musid inyardi. He continued to feign ignorance. "Brother, why are you speaking nonsense? Have you been possessed?" At that moment, the sound of keys unlocking the door echoed from the entrance. Xiao Tianxi's expression turned resolute. He declared, "I will only try this once." Chen Ye, uncertain of the meaning behind his words, felt a surge of unease wash over him. In the next moment, Chen Ye was fiercely embraced by Xiao Tianxi, whose lips pressed against him, leaving Chen Ye in a state of bewilderment, overwhelmed by the unwelcome sensation against his cheek. He felt an urge to retch. Now, he comprehended the implications of Xiao Tianxi's earlier invitation to try once. Upon entering, Qi He witnessed this scene, his eyes ablaze with fury. He strode purposefully towards Xiao Tianxi, ready to confront him. Chen Ye wished to intervene, but it was too late. Qi He seized Xiao Tianxi, flinging him onto the floor, delivering a brutal kick to his chest that forced blood from Xiao Tianxi's mouth as he collapsed. Yet the assault was far from over. Qi He unleashed a barrage of punches upon Xiao Tianxi's face, sending his glasses flying. An aura of ferocity enveloped Qi He, resembling a vengeful demon emerging from the depths of hell, and Chen Ye harbored no doubts that Qi He might very well beat Xiao Tianxi to death. "Brother, stop!" Chen Ye exclaimed, intercepting Qi He's fist poised to strike Xiao Tianxi. Qi turned to him, his gaze possessive and bloodthirsty. "He just kissed you. It was a misunderstanding. What happened was a misunderstanding." Chen Ye insisted. Bloodied, Xiao Tianxi spat out a tooth, laughing maniacally, startling Chen Ye. How could he laugh at a time like this? Was Xiao Tianxi truly deranged? "Brother," Xiao Tianxi called out, "if you kill me, you'll spend your life in prison. And you and Xiao Yi will never be together. Come on, do it, brother." Qi He, as if fulfilling Xiao Tianxi's wish, threw another punch, rendering Xiao Tianxi speechless. Gasping for breath, Chen Ye clung to Qi He, pleading, "He intended to kiss me on purpose. He calculated the timing to provoke your reaction. Don't fall into his trap, brother. Please stop." Qi He averted his gaze from Xiao Tianxi, but ceased his assault. Chen Ye helped him to his feet. The two shared a tacit understanding of Xiao Tianxi's words, which needed no further confirmation. Qi He's demeanor spoke volumes. "You two repugnant homosexuals deserve to be locked up in a mental institution." Xiao Tianxi bellowed. "I will inform our parents and let them deal with you." "Xiao Yi, if you don't want to sever ties with your family, you'd better end things with Qi He now." Upon hearing the word sever, Qi He's nerves flared, and he lunged at Xiao Tianxi again, only to be stopped by Chen Ye in the nick of time. "Our affairs are none of your concern. You are not welcome here," Chen Ye asserted. Xiao Tianxi staggered to his feet, dragging his suitcase like a lost dog, muttering neurotically as he departed, "You will regret this. You will regret this." Chen Ye cleaned the blood from the floor and fetched a first aid kit for Chen Ye. Suddenly, Chen Ye enveloped Chen Ye in an embrace. "I'm sorry, Xiao Yi. It is my fault for not protecting you. Were you scared just now?" He gently caressed Chen Ye's back. "I wasn't scared." Chen Ye repeated. "Brother will pay Xiao Tianxi to keep quiet. Don't worry, Xiao Yi. I want to let our family find out. Please don't leave me," he implored, gazing tenderly at Chen Ye, his eyes betraying a cautious yet subtle darkness. If Chen Ye expressed a desire to leave, Chen Ye might lose control and confine him. "I want to leave. Even if discovered, I want to go," Chen Ye assured him. He is not truly Xiao Yi. Even if he were to sever ties with his family, he would not grieve. A smile danced upon Chen Ye's lips. His elder brother would never allow such a thing to transpire. He could not bear the thought of Xiao Yi being insulted by others, although he remained indifferent. He found it impossible to remain composed when the insults were directed at Xiao Yi. Nevertheless, the gloom in Chen Ye's eyes lingered. No one would ever reside in their home again, and no one could harm him. The man carried Chen Ye into the bathroom, wetting a cloth to wash his face. Chen Ye's face turned as red as his hands had previously, and after scrubbing, Chen Ye continuously pressed kisses upon his cheeks. The youth sat on the wash basin, tilting his head obediently, allowing the man to shower him with affection. Chen Ye's expression darkened. He truly wished to confine Chen Ye within the home, preventing him from venturing outside, ensuring that he would only belong to him. He lowered his head to capture Chen Ye's lips, and as their passion intensified, the steamy atmosphere enveloped the bathroom, the ambiguous sounds of water resonating in the air. Chen Ye found himself pressed against the cool porcelain tiles, a twinge of pain coursing through him, yet he remained silent, yearning to soothe Chen Ye's unsettling state. Afterward, Chen Ye cradled Chen Ye in the bathtub, warm water enveloping their bodies as he held Chen Ye tightly, as though wishing to merge him into his very being. Chen Ye's hand gently caressed Chen Ye's knee, inquiring if it hurt. It did. Chen Ye's voice emerged hoarse and languid. Chen Ye pressed a kiss to his earlobe, promising that next time he would carry him to bed. Chen Ye nodded in agreement. In the room, Chen Ye massaged Chen Ye's waist, and before long, Chen Ye succumbed to slumber. After planting a kiss on his forehead, Chen Ye exited the room and made his way to the study, retrieving his phone to dial a number. Find a way to silence him. A voice responded from the other end. "Yes, any means necessary." Chapter 21. The elder brother Chen Ye's life returned to tranquility. Xiao Tianxi ceased to disturb him, and when his parents called, their tone was entirely normal. He no longer pondered over Xiao Tianxi. Before he knew it, December had arrived, yet Chen Ye's affection level remained stubbornly at 95, unmoving. Chen Ye felt a pang of anxiety, showering Chen Ye with kisses and sweet words daily, yet the affection meter refused to rise. After a period of unease, he eventually found solace, for the system had informed him that many taskers spent decades in the mission world without fully garnering affection. His progress was commendable. On December 31st, 1996, Chen Ye took Chen Ye to the capital to celebrate the new year. Though this was not Chen Ye's first visit to Tiananmen Square, it was the first time he witnessed the capital's grandeur from the previous century. Chen Ye guided him through numerous sights, and while ascending the Great Wall, he took out a camera to capture Chen Ye's image. In the photograph, the youth's eyes sparkled, gazing into the lens and in turn at him. Chen Ye's heart raced, wishing for time to freeze in that moment. At that instant, the affection level surged to 98. One afternoon, while at home, Chen Ye received a phone call from Xiaoda, who informed him that Zhang Lan had accidentally fallen and severely injured her leg, urging Chen Ye to return promptly to check on her. After all, she is the mother of the original self. Chen Ye requested Chen Ye to assist him in purchasing a train ticket, intending to depart the very next day. Chen Ye remarked, "Elder brother has placed some money in your suitcase. Should you require funds, simply take it from there. Once my winter break commences, I shall return to find you." Chen Ye replied, "There is no need for that. Aren't there numerous matters at your company? I will visit mother and then return before the new year, so you need not run around." Chen Ye responded, "Elder brother cannot bear to part with you. Neither can I bear to part with elder brother, Chen Ye added, kissing Chen Ye tenderly. The following morning, Chen Ye accompanied Chen Ye to the train station, seeing him off as he boarded the train. Upon arriving home, Chen Ye immediately sought out Zhang Lan, only to find her lying motionless in bed, covered by a quilt after having fallen. Upon seeing Chen Ye enter, Zhang Lan inquired, "Xiao Yi, how was your time in the provincial city?" Chen Ye replied, "Quite well. Mother, where is your leg injured? Let me take a look." Zhang Lan pressed his hand down, saying, "The wound is too frightening. Do not look at it. It is of no consequence." "Have you seen a doctor?" Chen Ye asked. Zhang Lan responded, "Yes, they advised me to rest in bed." That evening, Chen Ye found himself alone in his room, and he took out his Nokia phone to call Chen Ye. On the other end, Chen Ye's voice was deep and magnetic. "Have you missed elder brother?" he asked. In truth, Chen Ye had not missed him much. It had only been a little over a day since their separation. Chen Ye heard a low chuckle from the man, prompting him to hold the phone a bit farther from his ear to alleviate the discomfort. "How is Aunt Zhang?" he inquired. "She fell, but it is not severe. She just needs rest. I will care for her here, and she should be fine in about half a month." He urged Chen Ye not to call him too frequently to avoid arousing the suspicions of his family. After a few more exchanges, Chen Ye ended the call. The next day, Chen Ye awoke quite early and reached for the door, only to find it completely unyielding. With all his strength, he pulled the doorknob. Yet the door remained locked. A pang of anxiety struck him as he realized he was trapped inside. Outside, Zhang Lan's voice resonated, "Xiao Yi, listen to your mother and take care of your health. Once you are well, you will still be my good son." Chen Ye felt a surge of panic and shouted, "What illness? What is wrong with me?" Xiao informed him, "You are unwell and need treatment. Father discovered someone from the neighboring village who was cured after a year. I have already contacted the hospital, and they will arrive this afternoon. Have you all lost your minds? I am not ill. I am perfectly fine. Have I infected someone or harmed anyone?" Regardless of how loudly he shouted, no one responded. In the courtyard, Zhang Lan exhibited a flicker of doubt, asking, "Is your brother truly involved with elder brother in that manner?" Beside her, Xiao Tianxi spoke in a hushed tone, "Mother, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Did you truly not sense anything amiss during this summer?" Zhang Lan fell silent. "You know your brother would never admit to anything. He's been led astray. We cannot interfere with elder brother, but we must support our younger brother. He is our kin. Is that hospital reputable?" Xiao inquired. Xiao Tianxi replied, "It is legitimate. I searched extensively before finding it. After a year, we shall bring Xiao Yi back, and he will undoubtedly return in normal." Chen Ye continued to pound on the door, and after a while, he realized he needed to find his phone. However, upon searching, he discovered it was missing, undoubtedly taken by the Xiao family the previous night. Fearing he might contact Chen Ye, Xiao sat on a low stool, smoking a leaf cigarette, his face etched with sorrow, while Zhang Lan wept beside him. Xiao Tianxi observed the scene with a cold gaze. How could this child be like the eldest's? Zhang Lan lamented, "Did Tianxi not say? It is Chen Ye who has led Xiao Yi astray." Tears streamed down her face as she cried. "My poor Xiao Yi, who is never particularly bright, has now been foolishly deceived by Chen Ye." Xiao voiced his concern. "What if the eldest finds out and demands we return him?" "He wouldn't dare. Zhang Lan Vito Faisali. He has led Xiao Yi astray, and yet still dares to threaten Tianxi. If he dares to come, I will break his legs." Xiao Tianxi's expression remained inscrutable. At school, the administrators had warned him to watch his words, as he had 2 years until graduation. His future and fate were entwined with Chen Ye, who believed Tianxi would submit, yet he resolved to resist. Chen Ye regarded him as insignificant, thinking a few threats would silence him. But Tianxi was determined to show that he was not a mere ant to be crushed at will. Zhang Lan's words were harsh, yet Tianxi understood that aside from her incessant complaints, she possessed little real ability. He calmly addressed both Zhang Lan and Xiao Da. "Will they take him away? I will leave. Remember, the nature of their relationship was uncovered accidentally during summer vacation, not because of anything I said upon my return from the provincial capital. I have not been back." Amidst her tears, Zhang Lan questioned, "Should we fear him?" "Tianqi, you're being overly cautious. Your brother has suffered because of him. We should be grateful we did not cause a scene at his school." Xiao Tianxies de miano ardent. Mother, we agreed that you would listen to me. Zhang Lan was taken aback by his fierce gaze, collapsing into another fit of tears, lamenting her misfortunes. I will listen to you, she sobbed. Xiao added, and remember, we previously refrained from involving ourselves due to a lack of evidence. It was only when Xiao Ye returned that you overheard his conversation with Chen Ye, which confirmed your suspicions. Do you understand? Xiao Tianci meticulously laid out his plans, extricating himself from the situation as cleanly as possible. Regardless, Xiao was a comrade of Qi Feng, and Zhang Lan was an elder. Once the truth surfaced, Qi would not act too ruthlessly. Yet, in Qi Ye's eyes, Tianci was now less than a stranger, and he needed to prepare thoroughly. He was treading a perilous path, yet he did not wish for his demise. He intended to endure. Observing from the shadows as Chen Ye was driven mad by the mental hospital and witnessing Qi Ye's suffering. Chapter 22. The eldest brother, a white van halted at the Xiao family's doorstep to prevent Chen Ye's outcries from attracting attention. Xiao had bound his hands and feet and muffled his mouth well in advance. Chen Ye was lifted into the vehicle by two individuals clad in white coats. He struggled incessantly, yet this did not impede the process. Zhang Lan leaned against the van, her limbs agile, betraying no signs of injury. Chen Ye had been deceived. Her rough hands gently brushed Chen Ye's face, but he recoiled. Do not blame Mother. I only wish for your well-being. Her tears were genuine. Yet Chen Ye felt an overwhelming chill, under the guise of love. The notion of doing what is best for the child can often obscure the reality of both mental and physical oppression. This so-called love raises the question of whether it is truly motivated by genuine concern or merely by the desire to maintain reputation and dignity. Are you truly sending me to a psychiatric hospital out of a belief that I am unwell and in need of healing? Or is it simply because you feel ashamed of having a homosexual son? Zhang Lan's complexion paled as she refrained from answering. Even if you are healed, you will still be my son. Once restored, no one will know of your past as a homosexual. Your mother and father will arrange a marriage for you, and you can lead a normal life thereafter. Chen Ye remained silent as the doctor pressing him down declared, All right, we must take our leave. With that, he forced Chen Ye into the vehicle. Zhang Lan retreated outside, leaning against Xiao De, weeping, unable to meet Chen Ye's gaze. The van sped away quickly, drawing no attention from onlookers. Inside the vehicle, Chen Ye sat immobile, flanked by two burly men, realizing escape was futile. The man on his left remarked, Hey, this kid is quite perceptive. He has gone quiet. If it were someone else, we might have had to use a sedative. Perceptive indeed. If he were not, we would have had to resort to violence. I can't be bothered to lay a finger on him, the driver in a white coat added. Chen Ye understood that this was certainly not a legitimate psychiatric institution. Even in the less stringent environment of the 1990s, violence was not openly discussed. He cleared his throat and gestured for the cloth in his mouth to be removed. Once freed, he said, How much did they give you? I will pay you double if you let me go. The doctor, whose name tag read Zhang Long, replied, Double? Do you truly have that much? Indeed, Chen Ye affirmed, as Zhang Long reached toward his pocket. Not on me. Who carries that much cash? Release me, and I will transfer it to you. Duan Wei was scoffed. This kid thinks we're fools. I am not deceiving you. Allow me to make a call, and my brother can provide you the money. The driver interjected, Young man, you are miscalculating. Even if you offered tenfold, we must deliver you. We are all under someone else's thumb and cannot risk taking your money to let you go. Take this as a warning. Once we arrive, do not resist and comply. He Chunsung, who had a brother around Chen Ye's age, could not resist adding, There are benefits to going. The process may be arduous, but it is effective. You will likely find that your attraction to men dissipates. Chen Ye fell silent, recognizing the futility of reasoning with them. System, can you assist me in escaping? He inquired. The system replied, Cannot. Resigned, Chen Ye lay still, deciding to wait until they arrived. At most, he would be detained for half a month. Qi would surely come looking for him if he did not return. However, as the vehicle traveled farther, a sense of unease grew within Chen Ye. The surroundings were becoming increasingly desolate. It felt more remote than the village of Xiaoshui. After navigating a long and winding mountain road, he finally beheld the so-called psychiatric hospital, Tiankong Psychiatric Hospital. The sign, with its faded black lettering on a white background, was covered in dust, a testament to neglect. Chen was forcibly escorted inside by two individuals. The establishment comprised merely two three-story buildings, with a modest playground situated in front. At that moment, patients were jogging on the grounds. A short-haired girl, lagging behind, was unceremoniously kicked to the ground by a man clad in yellow attire. Struggling, she rose again to continue her run. Among the 100 or so individuals on the playground, 90 bore visible injuries on their faces. Chen did not observe any doctors or nurses, only instructors resembling bodyguards in their yellow uniforms. Upon arrival, 3 individuals in white coats stripped away their outer garments, revealing the uniforms of instructors beneath. Chen realized that this was not a psychiatric hospital, but rather a rehabilitation center. Duan Wei nudged Chen, urging him to keep pace. Chen averted his gaze and followed them into the building. In the office on the 3rd floor, a man smoking a cigarette scrutinized Chen, inquiring if he was a homosexual or simply addicted to the internet. Duan Wei eagerly lit a cigarette for him, affirming the former. The man took a drag, then instructed that Chen be disinfected before distributing supplies. Chen was led into a room containing a large, filthy basin. The man overseeing the room regarded him with disdain, declaring, "Die, homosexual. Wash it yourself." With that, he appeared to shiver, as if repulsed. Chen stared at the grimy water, motionless, until the administrator kicked him in. Here, he was no longer a privileged young master. Dressed in designer clothes, Chen felt the administrator spit and strip him of his garments. 10 minutes later, he donned a standardized blue uniform, marked with the number 112. System, is there a way to escape? The iron gate at the entrance is not very tall. There are a total of 30 instructors here, patrolling in shifts of 5 every day. You cannot escape. Chen gritted his teeth, pondering who had orchestrated his entrance here. You already know the answer within. Taking a deep breath, Chen clutched his toiletries and was escorted to the dormitory. The Tiankong Psychiatric Hospital consisted of 2 buildings, one for education and the other for accommodation. Upon opening the dormitory door, Chen was nearly overwhelmed by the stench. It was a large room housing 8 individuals in bunk beds. Place your belongings down and come with me at once, the instructor responsible for emerged. After arranging his items, he was led back to the playground. Our daily schedule begins at 5 in the morning, with an hour of running followed by classes. Lunch lasts 20 minutes, and the afternoon follows the same pattern as the morning. In the evening, we have additional tutoring, and after class, there are 15 minutes for washing up, with lights out precisely at 11. In the dormitory, noise and disturbances are prohibited, as are homosexual activities. Should you transgress these rules, you will be confined to a small dark room. Do you understand? Chen felt numb. It was as though he had been imprisoned. Understood. The instructor, noticing his compliance and lack of protest, nodded in satisfaction and directed him to join the others in their run. Chen began to jog alongside them, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Each time he slowed, the instructor delivered a merciless kick. Eventually, he could run no longer and crouched on the ground. The instructor kicked him in the back, sending Chen tumbling into the sandy earth, his face scraped by the grit and fine sand filling his mouth. The area where he was kicked throbbed with a dull pain, and Chen Ye felt a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. Damn it, he had just arrived and was already slacking off. He was ordered to get up and run. The agony radiating from his kneecap was excruciating, and after a couple of attempts to rise, he found himself still on the ground when the instructor delivered another kick. Chen Ye turned his head, glaring at the instructor. Run, run, run. Curse you. The instructor retorted, Oh, so you dare to glare at me? Just as the whip in his hand was poised to strike, Chen Ye was pulled up and urged to run by someone beside him. He glanced sideways at the girl next to him, grateful. The girl, wearing the number 25 on her uniform, replied, No need to thank me. The instructor, feeling his authority had been challenged, later seized an opportunity to strike both Chen Ye and Fang Xiaowen with the whip. The burning pain in Chen Ye's calf contorted his face in agony, while Fang Xiaowen remained unfazed, accustomed to such treatment. During dinner that evening, Chen Ye, still nursing his injuries, arrived at the cafeteria only to find the remnants of the meal left. He settled onto a bench with a steamed bun and a bowl of broth devoid of vegetables. A boy with closely cropped hair, a broken brow, and a prominent nose sat across from him. "Hey, new here?" Chen Ye nodded after taking a bite of his bun. 112, we share a dorm. What's your name? Xiaoyi. Are you gay? Top or bottom? Chen Ye remained silent. TSK, must be a bottom then. Stick with me, and I'll protect you. Chen Ye met his gaze calmly. Can you really fight off the instructors and escape from here? A hint of embarrassment crossed Tan Yan's face. You sure know how to chat. If I could get out, I would have done so already. He pulled out a cigarette, and Chen Ye looked at him quizzically. You can still smoke here? With money, anything is possible. Get your family to send more money. Tanyan notiget Chen Ye se confusion. But wanting to leave is futile. Once you enter, you cannot escape until you've been completely reformed. He exhaled a puff of smoke, causing Chen Ye to cough. Tanjan is mirkith. You're quite appealing to me, but I'll be reformed soon. Just one more month, and I'll be out. I won't be in a guise anymore. Chen Ye felt a twinge of pity for Tan Yan, who cursed, Damn, what kind of look is that? You think I'm pitiful? It's the gays who are the most pitiful. Forced to change one's sexual orientation to conform to societal norms left Chen Ye feeling suffocated. He inquired of the system, Are there many places like this in this era? The system replied, Yes, in your current era, there are many. The few will always be seen as outcasts. That night, Chen Ye was introduced to what evening classes entailed, akin to brainwashing, where they were made to repeat phrases such as I am not gay. I do not like men or women. I will never play games again. I will dutifully honor my parents. As Chen Ye recited along, he inadvertently stumbled over his words, ending up saying, I am not gay. I do not like women. A brief silence enveloped the room. The instructor responsible for the evening class, the same one who had whipped him earlier, rushed over and slapped him, causing Chen Ye's face to swell instantly. He truly hadn't meant to. It was just that a girl next door had loudly declared, I do not like girls. Chen Ye's attention was instantly captivated by him. So, the newcomer wishes to oppose us, does he? Tonight, you shall spend time in the isolation room. On his very first day at the Tiankong Mental Hospital, Chen Ye found himself confined to the isolation chamber. The room was a square, dark enclosure devoid of windows, lacking even a glimmer of light, enveloped instead by an endless abyss of darkness. He was thrust inside, his kneecap sustaining yet another brutal impact. For 2 hours, he remained silent within, unable to find solace in sleep, resorting instead to conversing with the system. Has Chi He learned of my predicament? The system replied, You've only been missing for a day. Could you assist me in contacting him? Perhaps make a phone call? Regrettably, I cannot perform unauthorized actions. Chen Ye Sikit, attributing the situation to his own foolishness for having been deceived by the Xiao family. I can play a movie for you, the system offered. Chen Ye's eyes sparkled with delight. Hooray! I adore this system. The system, with a hint of amusement, commenced the movie. As the film played, Chen Ye succumbed to slumber. Chapter 23. The elder brother the following day, he was released at 8 o'clock, missing breakfast as part of his punishment. After enduring until noon, Chen Ye, having learned from his previous experience, dashed into the cafeteria with remarkable speed. This lunchtime, he managed to snatch an extra egg, under the cloak of night. The mental hospital resembled a silent beast, devouring lives without a sound. Many perished here, while countless others struggled to survive. After freshening up, Chen Ye entered his dormitory. The other 6 boys cast him a couple of glances upon his arrival before nonchalantly averting their eyes. Only one, Tan Yan, beckoned him over. Come here, little brother. Sleep next to me. The others willingly made space, and Chen Ye approached. The corridor echoed with the instructor's booming voice. Lights out. No talking. As Chen Ye lay in bed, he felt an overwhelming discomfort, wishing for death. The bedding had not been washed in ages, emanating a sour stench. Danjiang whispered, Hey, who caught you engaging in homosexual activities? My elder brother. Damn, impressive. Chen Ye clarified it wasn't intimate. Still impressive, Tan Yan replied, resting his hands beneath his head and crossing his legs. I got caught kissing a classmate. Damn, talk about bad luck. I just wanted to try it out. But my father saw me. I'm lucky he didn't beat me to death. Chen Ye inquired, How long have you been here? Tan Yan's number was 55. Just shy of a year. They conducted evaluations weekly to assess the normalcy of sexual orientation. Passing 10 consecutive evaluations would grant one release. How do they measure it? With an electronic device, supposedly brought back by the director from abroad. Tan Yin scoffed. In my opinion, it's all a scam. He advised Chen Ye, be obedient. Don't provoke the instructor, otherwise you won't pass the evaluations. Chen Ye understood. There were hidden machinations at play. Tan Yin hesitated before stating, the scariest thing here isn't the running or the physical punishment. Do you know what it is? Chen Ye followed his lead with a question. What is it? It's the dark room on the 3rd floor of the teaching building. In the shadows, Tan Yin swallowed hard. That's the electroshock room. Those who fail the evaluations are sent there. The chubby boy beside Chen Ye whispered, the electric shock room is terrifying and painful. It feels like a fate worse than death once you enter. A loud knocking reverberated from outside, demanding all of you in the dormitory, come out. As a punishment for their late-night chatter, all 8 members of the dormitory were summoned to run on the playground. Over the weekend, Chen Ye underwent the so-called sexual orientation test, and unsurprisingly, he did not pass. When he was sent into the electric shock room, a sense of dread enveloped him. By the time he emerged, he was numb, wishing only for death. That night, Tan Yin secretly passed him an egg, though Chen Ye felt too drained to eat. Hey, give it to me, bro, the chubby boy urged. Get lost. Who asked your brother? Tan Yin retorted while peeling the egg. The chubby boy buried his head under the covers. The egg was brought to Chen Ye's lips, and he took a bite. Thank you, he murmured. It's nothing. I felt the same way the first time I was electrocuted, miserable, wanting to die. Tan Yin sighed, his tone carrying a sorrow unbefitting his appearance. Unsure when it would all end, he leaned closer to Chen Ye and whispered, don't be afraid. Once I get out, I'll report this place and rescue you. Chen Ye remained silent. For Tan Yin was too normal. The dean would never let him leave. Only those who had been conditioned into fools or lunatics could escape. Chen Ye questioned the system. Will my big brother come and fetch me? If Chi didn't arrive soon, he would truly develop a fear of men. Now, he found himself unable to express love in the presence of another male. The mere thought of the word homosexuality filled him with an uncontrollable terror, coursing through him like electricity. Soon, he called Zhang Lan, but she deflected his concerns. It wouldn't be long before he noticed something amiss. A flicker of solace crossed Chen Ye's mind. During evening classes, he sat next to a girl from class 25, Lu Yunai, who had short hair and hailed from Yanbian. Chen Ye noticed bloodstains on the floor and glanced at Lu Yunai, whose face flushed, not from shyness, but from pain. He later learned that Lu Yunai had been kicked in the abdomen multiple times by the instructor. Over time, each menstrual cycle became excruciating and excessively heavy. During the daytime exercises, Lu Yunai collapsed to the ground. The instructor approached and kicked her leg, demanding, hey, stop pretending. Get up and run. Lu Yunai remained motionless, and the instructor's whip fell upon her. Chen Ye rushed forward to shield her. The whip struck his waist, causing pain to ripple through him, but he did not retreat. Report to the instructor. She has already fainted. Call for medical assistance. The instructor stepped onto Chen Ye's leg, sneering, who do you think you are? Crawl through my legs, and I'll let you take her. He laughed brazenly while Chen Ye clenched his fists. Chen Sheng observed the situation and approached, offering the instructor a cigarette. Let go, Lao Hong. The girl is pale. Allow them to go. He turned to Chen Ye and urged, quickly, take her to the infirmary. With a heavy heart, Chen Ye lifted Lu Yunai into his arms. When Lu Yunai regained consciousness and saw Chen Ye, she whispered a soft thank you. He handed her the red sugar water provided by the school nurse, saying, drink this. The school nurse inquired, young lady, how long has your menstrual cycle been? Lu Yunai remained silent, and Chen Ye understood that she was feeling shy. He stood up and exited the school infirmary, stating, I will wait for you outside. After a brief interval of several minutes, a sudden cry erupted from within the infirmary. Chen Ye rushed back inside to find Lu Yunai in tears. I might be infertile. Xiao Yi, I am so frightened. The school doctor averted his gaze, unable to bear her distress. Yet he too had a family to support and could say nothing. Do not fear. Chen Ye reassured her, you have been here for over a year. You will soon be released. Once outside, you can receive proper treatment, and I am certain you will recover. His words, though insipid, were all he could offer to comfort her. The doctor reported to the director, who, fearing potential repercussions, arranged a private room for Lu Yunai. Consequently, her physical exercises and morning classes were reduced, but aside from this, she received no treatment, only a daily allowance of specially approved brown sugar water. Chapter 24. The elder brother, after his second session of electroconvulsive therapy, Chen Ye could no longer bear to recall Chen Ye's face. The mere thought brought him anguish. Within the dormitory, Chen Ye took good care of him, assuming the responsibilities of maintaining their living space. Before long, Chen Ye was also summoned for electroconvulsive therapy. As Chen Ye had anticipated, Chen Ye, being rebellious, would not be allowed to leave the psychiatric hospital until he was thoroughly subdued. However, upon learning that he had failed the assessment, Chen Ye did not erupt in a fit of rage, but instead remained silent. This very silence made Chen Ye feel uneasy. One night, unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Ye asked Chen Ye, "Why are you so kind to me?" Chen Ye lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. "My boyfriend." At the mention of his boyfriend, Chen Ye's body trembled slightly, a remnant of the trauma from prior electroshock treatments. "We are university classmates. He is obedient and well-behaved, just like you. The most rebellious thing he ever did was to be with me." It resembled a romantic tale. Yet, Chen Ye seemed to harbor no such feelings towards him. What about him? Was he sent to another rehabilitation center? Chen Ye shook his head. "He was in a car accident. After our relationship was discovered, his family confined him. He was terrified, as he had never encountered such a terrifying version of his family. I was not there to support him, and in his state of disorientation, he met with an accident." Chen Ye lamented. "It was I who led him to become homosexual, yet I lacked the ability to protect him. It is all my fault." Chen Ye replied, "It has nothing to do with you. So, you are aware that you cannot be released, yet it does not matter to you because you wish to atone?" Chen Ye could not resist speculating on Chen Ye's psyche. "Yes," Chen Ye responded softly in the darkness. "Can one ever fully atone for their sins?" He mused. "No, but this way I can feel a bit better inside. My family has already abandoned me. I have little to cling to." Chen Ye countered, "What we are experiencing here is not atonement. It is merely providing financial support to those scoundrels. We can escape. My elder brother will surely come to rescue me." Chen Ye stared at the dark ceiling in silence. For the influence of the psychiatric institution ran deep, and he did not believe anyone would come to save them. They could only endure until they became normal once more. Chen Ye drove silently, speeding along the highway. He followed Chen Ye's advice and refrained from calling him, but after a week, he succumbed and did so. When Chen Ye's call connected, it was Zhang Lan who answered. She informed him that Chen Ye had gone to the hospital to fetch medication for her, prompting Chen Ye to hang up the phone. A week later, Chen Ye called again, and once more it was Zhang Lan who answered. This time, the excuse was that Chen was washing clothes at the pond. Sensing something amiss, Chen Ye immediately drove to Xiaoshui village. His heart raced violently, a rare display of emotion for him. As the night deepened and the dew thickened, his car halted at the doorstep of the Xiao family. He knocked on the door with a loud thud, causing the neighbor Aunt Li's dog to bark. Zhang Lan emerged, draped in a cotton coat, and her face turned unnaturally pale upon seeing Chen Ye. "What brings you here?" she asked. Without hesitation, Chen Ye demanded, "Where is Xiao Yi?" "Xiao, duh." Emerging from the living room, interjected, "Xiao Yi has gone to his second uncle's house. What are you doing here at this late hour?" Chen Ye struggled to suppress his rising anger. "I must find him immediately." As he turned to leave, Zhang Lan called out, "Don't disturb others at this hour." Chen Ye turned back, his gaze dark and foreboding, startling Zhang Lan. "Why do you look at me like that?" She stammered. His expression was as cold as ice, his voice equally chilling. "Tell me where he is." Xiao De, his face etched with weariness, spoke with an air of resignation. "Just go. Don't return to our house. And don't seek out Xiao Yi. Consider it as if you never knew us. I will save up to return the money for the house repairs." Zhang Lan tugged at him. "By what right?" Xiao De ignored her and made as if to close the door. With a thunderous crash, Chen Ye slammed his fist against the door, causing the neighbor's dog to bark even louder, and lights flickered on in several nearby homes. "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to strike us old folks? Try it." "Zhang Lan shouted. Chen Ye replied, I will not lay a hand on you. But if you refuse to disclose his whereabouts, I will immediately have someone deal with Xiao Tianxi. His tone remained steady, though he was straining to maintain his composure. The mere thought of Chen possibly being imprisoned somewhere gnawed at him like a slow torture. Chi, you've already harmed one of my sons. Do you wish to ruin my other son as well? I will fight you, Zhang Lan cried, brandishing a broom at him, only to be shoved aside by Chi. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Find Xiao Tianxi, a junior at the Provincial Normal University, and bring him to a secure location. Zhang Lan nearly fainted upon hearing this. You beast! Chi tucked his phone away, his gaze sharp. I am capable of even more monstrous deeds. Zhang Lan fell to her knees. Spare Tianxi. Please, spare him. He is your brother. There was no trace of compassion in Chi-He's eyes. Where is he? In the psychiatric hospital, she replied. Chi-He's mind went blank, as if he had received a devastating blow to the chest, leaving him both pained and numb. For a moment, he struggled to breathe, colliding with the iron gate, producing a resounding clang. It became clear that Chen was not merely confined to an empty room, but rather detained in a psychiatric hospital, perhaps even in a dubious institution masquerading as a rehabilitation center. Unable to extract the name of the hospital, Chi-He turned away from Zhang Lan and Xiao De, leaving without looking back. Before departing, he cast one last remark at them. Xiao, you will have no further ties to you. Zhang Lan wept bitterly in the courtyard, and Aunt Li, hurrying over, draped her clothing around her and inquired about her distress, but Zhang Lan ignored her. As dawn broke, the melodic chirping of birds cast an absurd sadness over the household. Chapter 25. The eldest brother Chi-He's hands trembled as he drove, rather than searching blindly. He returned to the provincial capital. In a certain room on the outskirts, Xiao Tianxi found his eyes blindfolded with a black cloth, fear enveloping him. Who are you? Why have you captured me? Chi-He stood silently in the shadows, his demeanor frigid. Who are you? What you are doing is illegal. A flash of Chi-He's visage crossed Xiao Tianxi's mind, yet he dismissed the thought. How could a mere university professor have the means to locate him and bring him here? A figure clad in black tore the blindfold from Xiao Tianxi's eyes, and it took him several moments to adjust to the darkness. Xiao Tianxi, where is Xiao Yi? Initially taken aback, Xiao Tianxi realized it was indeed Chi-He who had resorted to such measures for Chen Ye. A malicious smile crept across his lips. You will never find him. Chi-He exhibited no sign of urgency, fully aware that displaying desperation would only serve to inflate Xiao Tianxi's pride, ensuring he would remain reticent regarding Chen Ye's whereabouts. With a calm demeanor, he replied, Your capabilities can at most lead him to a mental institution within the province. I have investigated the legitimate facilities, and he is not there. You have sent him to a private institution. Such establishments are few in this province. And uncovering the truth is merely a matter of time. Xiao Tianxi, I am providing you with an opportunity. Speak. Xiao Tianxi scoffed by the time you find him. He may have been cured and no longer recognize you. Chi-He approached him, towering over him. If you wish to die, I shall grant you that. Suddenly, a knife was plunged into Xiao Tianxi's thigh. Will you speak? Xiao Tianxi clenched his teeth, shutting his eyes tightly, resolute in his silence, even unto death. Chi-He withdrew the blade, blood gushing forth. A scream escaped Xiao Tianxi, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, the veins in his neck bulging. His visage contorted in agony, yet he remained mute. No matter how Chi-He tortured him, he uttered not a word. Your hatred for him is profound. He's your own brother. Xiao Tianxi reacted, asserting, he is not. You know this as well. Chi-He countered, you have known for some time. Xiao Tianxi wished to laugh, but found himself unable. You are no different. Had he been Xiao Yi, perhaps I would have shown mercy. But he is merely a lost soul. You have been bewitched by him, and I intend to bring you back to your senses. Chi-He retorted, It is you who feels envy, Xiao Tianxi. Do not elevate yourself too highly. The wound in his leg ached, pain radiating throughout Xiao Tianxi's body. Yet he managed to smile. Chi-He, it seems you were aware all along. He understood the sentiments involved, but Chi-He had never acknowledged them, for he simply did not care. Chi discarded the bloodied knife onto the ground. It was clear that Xiao Tianxi would divulge no information. As he turned to leave, Xiao Tianxi called after him, Eldest brother, "Do you truly despise me?" The only response was the sound of a door slamming shut. With no hope from Xiao Tianxi, Chen Ye reached out to all available connections. After a thorough investigation and deductions, news arrived 5 days later. Chen Ye was most likely confined in Tiankong Mental Hospital. Wei Ming called Chen Ye, expressing concern that if his brother had truly been confined, it could be perilous. There is a persistent atmosphere of unlawful detention, violence, and even electric shocks within those walls. The children who emerge from there are either rendered mentally incapacitated or driven to madness. However, the director possesses influential connections. Suppressing negative reports and parents who protested have been dealt with. Chen Ye pinched the bridge of his nose, having gone a sleepless night. He called Chu Changhe, who agreed to assist in extracting his brother, assuring him that with his intervention, the psychiatric hospital would release him. As Chen Ye drove towards Tiankong, Wei Ming accompanied him, bringing along a cadre of bodyguards. He did not permit Chen Ye to drive. Instead, Chen Ye sat in the passenger seat, perusing the information about Tiankong, his heart growing heavier with each page. Wei Ming reassured him, "Old Chen, your brother has only been there for a little over half a month. There is nothing to worry about. He is timid and must have been frightened." Chen Ye's voice was laden with concern and regret, lamenting that he should not have allowed his brother to return alone. Having known Chen Ye for over a decade, Wei Ming had never witnessed him in such a state, and as a friend, could only offer consolation, assuring him they would arrive soon. Chapter 26. A week passed swiftly. After enduring electric shocks for the third time, Chen Ye felt nauseated and was taken to the infirmary. Other individuals did not require such attention, but his pallor was alarmingly poor, necessitating his admission. Lying on the infirmary bed, Chen Ye's thoughts were consumed by Chen Ye. If Chen did not arrive soon, he feared he would not endure much longer. When Chen Ye arrived at the Tiankong Psychiatric Hospital, the director personally came to greet him. "Mr. Chen, welcome." Chen bypassed pleasantries, demanding, "Where is the person I seek?" An aide whispered to the director, whose expression shifted. "He is in the infirmary. I will take you there immediately." "Please, Mr. Chen, do not misunderstand. We have not mistreated him. He is merely unwell," the director attempted to explain. Suppressing his rising fury, Chen Ye insisted, "Lead me there at once." Upon reaching the infirmary's entrance, Chen Ye beheld Chen Ye lying on a hospital bed, facing away from him. A pang of apprehension struck Chen Ye as he approached. Chen Ye lay asleep, his eyes tightly shut, brow furrowed as if tormented by distressing dreams. "Xiao Yi, your elder brother has come to take you home," Chen Ye whispered, bending down to embrace Chen Ye. Startled awake, Chen Ye began to thrash violently. "Get away! Leave me alone!" His hands clawed at Chen Ye, teeth sinking into his shoulder. Chen Ye felt Chen Ye trembling, his heart breaking. "Xiao Yi, it's me, your elder brother. I'm here to take you home." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chen Ye momentarily calmed. "Elder brother?" Chen Ye released him slightly, nodding, "Yes, it's me. Do not be afraid." Seeing the tears on the boy's face pierced Chen Ye's heart like a dagger. "I will not harm you. Please tell me where it hurts." Chen Ye's eyes were clouded with tears. He had not cried throughout his month there, but now, seeing Chen Ye, he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Chen Ye gently lifted his hand to wipe away Chen Ye's tears. Chen Ye clung to Chen Ye, sobbing, "Elder brother, they bullied me, refused to feed me, and beat me. Just now, they sent me to the electric shock room. I will take you away now," Chen Ye declared, lifting Chen Ye into his arms. Chen whispered in his ear, "I have a few friends. I wish to save them." Chen Ye lowered his voice and replied, "My brother will handle it." Hearing this, Chen felt reassured. Chen Ye's words always inspired confidence, for he was a man of action. Outside the door, the dean stood awkwardly. A forced smile plastered on his face as he saw Chen Ye emerge. "Boss Chen, although I lack the necessary permits, I possess all the essential facilities and equipment. Now that you found the person you need, can you?" Before he could finish, Chen Ye delivered a swift kick, sending the dean sprawling. Despite holding Chen Ye still managed to send the dean flying. The dean lay on the ground, unable to rise, while several instructors behind him, eager to intervene, were firmly subdued by the bodyguards brought by Wei Ming. These instructors were nothing but thugs hired by the dean and stood no chance against Wei Ming as bodyguards. Chen Ye approached the dean, stating coldly, "Enjoy your remaining moments. I will ensure you spend your next life in prison." With that, he disregarded the ashen-faced dean and took Chen away. Upon reaching the playground, Tan Yin intercepted Chen Ye. Chen lifted his head from Chen Ye's embrace and said, "My brother has come to get me. Rest assured, you'll be free soon." Nearby, Lu Yun was in tears, realizing that Chen was truthful. Someone truly was there to rescue them. The instructors, having caught wind of the situation, were already packing their belongings, leaving the remaining individuals here without oversight. Qi turned to Wei Ming and said, "I'll leave the cleanup to you. I need to take Xiao Yi to the hospital." Wei Ming replied, "Rest assured, I've already alerted the police on the way here. I will cooperate with them to resolve the situation." As Qi He and Chen were about to leave, Tan Yin said to Chen, "Once I'm out, I won't give up on myself. I will retake the college entrance examination to become a journalist. I will expose the darkness in society so that those living in the shadows can walk in the light. Xiao Yi, believe in me." Chen responded, "I believe you." In the car, a bodyguard drove, while Wei Ming meticulously ensured everything was in order. Qi He had not rested properly for many days, and he worried that driving might pose a danger, especially since he had just found Chen and surely had much to discuss. Holding Chen in the back seat, Qi He hesitated to inquire about Chen's experiences during his absence. One hand gently caressed the back of Chen's head as he murmured, "Brother is late." Chen felt the touch and shivered slightly, prompting Qi He to tense up, recalling Xiao Tianzi's words, "By the time you get out, he may not even recognize you." He instinctively distanced himself from Chen and asked, "Are you scared, Xiao Yi?" Chen replied, I feel very unwell." Qi Ye's touch made Chen instinctively recoil. With a heart heavy as lead, Qi He smiled tenderly as he always did. "It's all right. Big brother will take you to the hospital." Observing Qi He's cautious demeanor, Chen felt a pang of sorrow. "This isn't your fault. Who could have anticipated that Xiao Tianzi would conspire with my parents?" Qi He lamented, "If I hadn't let you return alone, none of this would have happened." He struck himself hard across the face, leaving a trail of blood at the corner of his mouth. "Brother, please don't do this." Chen Ye grasped his hand, tears glistening in his eyes, assuring him that he bore no blame. His elder brother quickly located him. He had only been there for a fortnight, yet he felt significantly improved. Qi He forced a smile, yet he could not absolve himself. Had Chen Ye possessed a more fragile heart or discovered the truth later, it was conceivable that he might have perished. His mind was plagued with numerous hypotheses and conjectures, incessantly eroding his heart and tormenting him. Chen Ye embraced Qi He, declaring, "From now on, I shall never return. I will remain where my elder brother can see me." Hesitantly, Qi He extended his arms to envelop Chen Ye, who suppressed his body's resistance, pulling Qi He's hand to hold him tighter. Lifting his head within Qi He's embrace, he remarked, "Elder brother, how long has it been since you rested? Your eyes are bloodshot. You are no longer handsome." Qi He gazed down at him and asked, "Do you still like your elder brother?" Chen Ye replied, "If you do not sleep and restore your face soon, I might cease to like you." Qi He held him closely, promising, "Elder brother will sleep right away." They fell asleep in each other's arms, one just escaping from hell, and the other finally at ease, both sinking into a profound slumber. When Chen Ye awakened again, it was in a provincial hospital, beneath a white ceiling with white curtains, outside which cherry blossoms flourished. He sat up, and the door swung open to reveal a nurse clad in pink scrubs entering. "You're awake. Your brother has gone to prepare dinner for you." She approached Chen Ye, adjusting the foreline. "How do you feel now? Any discomfort?" Chen Ye responded, "On me alright. Your health appears stable, though you're somewhat malnourished and have some external injuries." Chen Ye nodded, expressing his gratitude. The nurse smiled, reassuring him that it was unnecessary. After the nurse departed, Qi He entered, placing a meal on the small table. With his long, elegant left hand, he held a bowl, while his right hand wielded a spoon. The silver spoon was brought to Chen Ye's lips. "Open wide," Qi He instructed. Chen Ye complied and consumed the food. "How are the others from the psychiatric hospital faring?" Chen Ye inquired. "It has all been resolved. The director and his accomplices are in prison, and the students have been taken home by their families." "What about Tan Yin and Lu Yunai?" Chen Ye glanced at Qi He, noting that the man showed no signs of jealousy. Chen Ye anticipated Chen Ye's concern and made a point to reassure him. They have all returned home, do not worry. Chen Ye tugged at Chen Ye's hand, teasingly asking, Elder brother, are you not jealous? Chen Ye offered Chen Ye a glass of water, confessing, Elder brother is indeed envious. It pains me to see you converse with others. However, Chen Ye added, at present, I only wish to see you healthy. Chen Ye recognized the sincerity in his words and smiled, saying, my greatest affection is reserved for elder brother. Upon uttering this, he noticed that Chen Ye had paused in feeding him, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Ye's eyes. Elder brother loves you dearly, Chen Ye affirmed. Chen Ye felt a twinge of discomfort and averted his gaze, only to hear Chen Ye's laughter. You are teasing me, Chen Ye remarked. Elder brother speaks from the heart. It is merely that Xiao Yi is shy. Chen Ye bullshit. By the way, how is Xiao Tianci faring? Qi chose not to confront Chen Ye's clumsy attempt to change the subject. He sustained some injuries and suspended his studies. Xiao Tianci was expelled from school. Yet Qi chose not to reveal the truth to Chen Ye, wishing to avoid being seen as vengeful in Chen Ye's eyes. However, expelling Xiao Tianci was not his ultimate act of retribution. He intended to ensure that Xiao Tianci understood that having harmed Chen Ye would lead him to a life filled with suffering and regret. Chen Ye was soon discharged from the hospital. Though his physical wounds had healed, his psychological scars were still raw. When Chen Ye attempted to kiss him at home, Chen Ye instinctively retreated. Chen Ye said nothing, simply holding him in a comforting embrace. Before long, Chen Ye resigned from his position at the school, allowing him more time to be with Chen Ye. Chen Ye felt somewhat guilty and asked Chen Ye if his resignation was due to him, insisting it was unnecessary as he was already on the mend. Chen Ye replied, Big brother is focusing on his entrepreneurial endeavors. Resigning from a school allows me to devote more time to the company's affairs. Yet, Chen Ye was aware that the time Chen Ye saved was ultimately dedicated to him. Chen Ye merely wished to alleviate any burdens from Chen Ye's heart. Chapter 27. Big Brother 27 in the stillness of the night. Chen Ye dreamt of the events that transpired in the psychiatric hospital, being beaten, berated, and confined in a dark room, surrounded by echoes of homosexuals deserve to die. You are not a homosexual. Men cannot be with men. His brow furrowed in distress as his breathing quickened, akin to being throttled. Overwhelmed by profound fear, he felt isolated, like a small boat adrift in a storm, utterly helpless. Suddenly, Chen Ye awoke, swallowing hard as a glass of water was offered to him. Big brother, why are you still awake? Chen Ye looked at him with clear eyes, devoid of any trace of sleepiness. Chen Ye recalled how Chen Ye often appeared fatigued during the day, with dark circles under his eyes. Have you been awake all night, watching over me? Chen Ye replied. Big brother was contemplating work matters. Chen Ye thought to himself, that was a lie. It was clear that Chen Ye was burdened with worry, needing to watch him constantly for peace of mind. After taking a sip of water, Chen Ye gently brushed aside Chen Ye's bangs. Did you have another nightmare? Chen Ye responded, It's much better now. I used to have nightmares every night, but now it's only once a week. Chen Ye embraced him tightly, whispering, Big brother will stay with you. There is nothing to fear. Chen Ye placed the glass back on the table, saying, You should sleep too, big brother. If you don't sleep, neither will I. By the way, I haven't told you a bedtime story in ages. Lie down, and I'll tell you one. Chen Ye lay down, closing his eyes. Once upon a time, on a small island, there lived a rabbit with soft white fur and dark eyes. Gradually, Chen Ye's breathing became steady, and Chen Ye too lay down to sleep. Before long, summer arrived. The cicadas chirped incessantly, and the heat rose from the streets of the provincial capital, where pedestrians hurriedly moved about. Chen Ye walked among them without an umbrella, carrying a thermal container as he entered the grand building of a conglomerate. Chen Ye had toiled in the provincial capital for over a decade, initially renting a floor of office space with university classmates, which eventually expanded from one level to an entire building. The reception desk had grown familiar with Chen Ye, recognizing him as the boss's younger brother. With warmth, the receptionist inquired, little E, are you here again to deliver lunch to the boss? Chen Ye nodded in affirmation. The receptionist remarked, I have never seen such an obedient younger brother. If my brother were half as compliant, I would wake up smiling in my sleep. With a wave of encouragement, she urged him to deliver the meal promptly. Chen Ye took the elevator to the floor where Chen Ye's office was located. The office door was ajar, allowing him to enter without hesitation. It was lunchtime, yet Chen Ye was still engrossed in work. Upon hearing Chen Ye's voice, he looked up, closed the document he was reviewing, and approached to receive the insulated food container from Chen Ye's hands. "What has Aunt Li prepared today?" Chen Ye inquired. Chen Ye recited the offerings with enthusiasm. Cold chicken, pork rib soup, beef with green peppers along with shredded potatoes and pumpkin. Chen Ye opened the lunchbox and served a portion to Chen Ye before he began to eat himself. "Brother, you have a meeting this afternoon. Would you mind waiting for me in the lounge? After the meeting, I'll take you out for Western cuisine," Chen Ye agreed. Passing the time in Chen Ye's office with his mobile device, a new purchase from Chen Ye himself. Unfortunately, there wasn't much to entertain him, just a simple game of Snake. He reclined on the lounge bed, pondering in his mind. When would he be able to grow closer to Chen Ye? The task progress had stagnated at 99. System. The host's psychological issues are beyond my capacity to resolve. Only you can untangle your own emotional knots. Frustration welled within Chen Ye. It had been nearly half a year, yet he remained unable to bridge the gap with Chen Ye. He could embrace, could hold, and could even kiss, yet the final step eluded him. Fear gripped him each time, though he couldn't pinpoint the source of his anxiety, especially since he had found pleasure in their previous encounters. Chen Ye reassured him, suggesting a gradual approach, but months had passed with no progress. Chen Ye sighed, contemplating his psychological barriers, and wondered where Chen Ye's last vestige of affection might be faltering. He felt certain of Chen Ye's love for him. Why wasn't he at a perfect 100%? System. Achieving 100% affection is quite challenging. Keep striving, host. After the meeting concluded, Chen Ye sought out Chen Ye in the lounge. The air conditioning hummed loudly, and Chen Ye, unable to sleep, lay on the bed with an expression of discontent. Chen Ye crouched beside him, gently pinching his cheek. "Who has upset little E?" "It's my own doing," Chen Ye replied. "What's the matter?" Chen Ye asked, his brow furrowing. "I want to be with you," Chen Ye declared. Chen Ye repeated, "What?" In this era, people tended to be circumspect, but Chen Ye was unabashed, speaking his mind without reservation. Ultimately, they did not succeed in their endeavor. Chapter 28. Brother 28 Daily. Thoughts consumed Chen Ye regarding how to proceed, until finally, a novel inspired him. System. Do you have any aphrodisiacs? Bring me one. With an aphrodisiac, he could naturally share a bed with Chen Ye. System. You are quite the clever one. The two kindred spirits struck a harmonious chord, and Chen Ye acquired a potent aphrodisiac from the system at a mere cost of 2 points, free from side effects. Seizing the opportunity during Chen Ye's time off, Chen Ye meticulously bathed, donned a carefully selected set of sleepwear, and applied a hint of lemon-scented body lotion. This time, he was prepared. All that was missing was the final touch. Chen Ye, with a mindset of "if I do not succeed, I shall perish," consumed the aphrodisiac provided by the system. He smacked his lips, yet before he could savor any flavor, the potion had already flowed into his stomach. 5 minutes later, feeling no discernible effects, Chen Ye prodded the system. "You're not giving me expire medicine, are you?" The system replied, "Absolutely not. It has a shelf life of 1 year and doesn't expire until tomorrow. This is the cheapest aphrodisiac I could find, perfect for someone as frugal as you." Chen Ye had already been in the bathroom for over half an hour when Chen Ye, glancing at the clock, could not restrain himself from asking, "Xiao Yi, are you done?" Coming. Chen Ye responded as he emerged from the room. Chen Ye, seated on the bed, was momentarily taken aback by Chen Ye's silk pajamas, asking, "Since when did you develop a liking for silk sleepwear?" Typically, Chen Ye favored pajamas adorned with cartoon patterns, which he considered too lacking in allure. Thus, he had deliberately chosen silk this time. The pure white garment accentuated his collarbone as he settled onto Chen Ye's lap. "Big brother, do you not like it?" His fingers traced along Chen Ye's throat, prompting Chen Ye to grasp Chen Ye's hand, his Adam's apple bobbing as he spoke in a low, hoarse voice. "Didn't you complain about your hands hurting last time?" Anxiously, Chen Ye wondered why his body had yet to respond after such a lengthy wait. Chen Ye planted a gentle kiss on Chen Ye's forehead, saying, "Big brother's going to take a shower now. You be good and sleep if you're tired." Chen Ye buried himself under the covers, realizing he must have purchased a counterfeit drug. Truly, one gets what one pays for. A few minutes later, a warm sensation spread through his lower abdomen. His limbs grew weak, and a soft moan escaped his throat, startling him. He had not known he could produce such a sound. Seriously, are you playing with me? Chen Ye threw off the covers and began to unfasten his clothing. Feeling unbearably hot, his mind becoming increasingly foggy. When Chen Ye emerged, he noticed something was amiss with Chen Ye. He enveloped him in an embrace, asking Xiao Yi, "What's wrong?" Chen Ye was draped only in a white towel around his waist, his upper body still damp from a recent shower. The coolness of his skin sending a shiver through Chen Ye, who instinctively placed his hand on Chen Ye's abdominal muscles, struggling to draw closer, as if wishing to meld into Chen Ye's form. I took the medicine earlier. The next day, Chen Ye took Chen Ye to the hospital for a multitude of blood tests, and ultimately, the results confirmed that the drug indeed had no side effects. Chen Ye felt relieved, but feigned anger, pinching Chen Ye's face while holding the test report. "You must never do this again. No matter how anxious you are, you cannot take medication recklessly." Chen Ye grasped Chen Ye's wrist, assuring him, "Don't worry, big brother, there will definitely be no next time." Chen Ye released his grip, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. "Does it still hurt? Things got a bit intense yesterday, and even I lost control." "It doesn't hurt anymore," Chen Ye replied. Though he said this, on their way back, Chen Ye still carried him on his back. The curious gazes of passers-by fell upon them, but they chose to ignore them, living for themselves. Chen Ye quietly lay against Chen Ye's back and whispered in his ear, "Big brother, do you love me?" "Love you," Chen Ye replied. "Big brother. Say it fully." "Chen Ye loves Xiao Yi. Chen Ye loves Xiao Yi." The voice of Chen Ye resonated with a steady cadence, imbued with profound emotions that caused Chen Ye's heart to falter momentarily. The task progress remained stubbornly at 99%. Chen Ye sikit, pondering how his elder brother could possibly love him completely. Initially, he believed that their physical connection hindered total intimacy. Yet even after sharing the bed, the barrier persisted, and the task status still lingered at 99%. Chapter 29. Brother 29 Winter was Chen Ye's least favored season, primarily due to his aversion to the cold. Although he also disliked the heat, in comparison, he found himself more troubled by the chill. During a holiday at home, Chen Ye held Chen Ye tightly in his embrace, allowing him to relax as they watched television together. Chen Ye extended his hand. Without uttering a word, Chen Ye understood his desire for water. The thermos contained a carefully prepared honey drink, which Chen Ye opened and blew on gently, cautious of the heat. Chen Ye sipped it slowly, then brought the cup to Chen Ye's lips, urging him to drink. Chen Ye accepted the drink from his hand. As spring approached, it was time to celebrate Chen Ye's birthday, marking his second year in this place. Chen Ye prepared an elaborate feast and ordered a pineapple-flavored cake. As Chen Ye adored all things pineapple, they shared the cake, each taking a spoonful until it was entirely consumed. After 3 birthdays had passed, Chen Ye's affection finally reached 100%. When the system's notifications sounded, Chen Ye was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. Unsure whether happiness or sadness predominated, Chen Ye embraced him, speaking softly, "Xiao Yi, your brother has never felt such happiness, all thanks to your companionship. In my youth, I often felt an emptiness within, for I had neither been loved nor had I loved anyone." System. Count down 3 minutes. 2:59. Chen Ye's voice was slightly hoarse, having caught a cold a few days prior. When he turned 30, he thought he would live his life alone, eventually ending up in a nursing home. However, meeting you changed everything. After falling in love with you, I constantly worry. You know what I fear, don't you? I hesitate to voice it, fearing that if I do, you might leave me. System. Countdown 1:60. The current Xiao Yi was not the same as years ago. He was aware of this, but did not mind, for he loved the essence of Xiao Yi's soul. Now, at 35, Chen Ye would soon reach 40, and he longed to spend a lifetime with Xiao Yi. He leaned down, kissing Chen Ye gently on the forehead. "Is that all right?" Chen Ye's voice was somewhat muffled as he nodded. "Yes." Chen Ye kissed him tenderly, and after a moment, tightened his hold on Chen Ye's arm, releasing his lips. He gazed at Chen Ye's face, eyes closed, appearing as though he were in slumber. Chen Ye released his grip on Chen Ye's arm, causing him to softly collapse in a Chen Ye's embrace. Trembling slightly, Chen Ye reached to feel Chen Ye's breath against his fingers. There was none. In the midst of their kiss, he realized he could no longer feel Chen Ye's breath. He sat up in a panic to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation on Chen Ye, a skill he had meticulously learned. For ever since Chen Ye returned from the psychiatric hospital, he had been obsessively worried about his well-being. With his hands crossed, he pressed firmly on Chen Ye's chest, striving to keep his hand steady. Though his voice trembled, "Xiao Yi, don't frighten your brother." Chen Ye pinched Chen Ye's nose and tilted his chin to breathe air into him. After 3 sets of resuscitation, there was no sign of Chen Ye regaining consciousness. Instead, his complexion grew ashen. Kneeling by the bed, Chen Ye's face was streaked with tears, his heart shattered. How could this be? How could he be gone? It's impossible. Xiao Yi is in good health. This cannot be happening. Yes, it cannot be. Xiao Yi still has a chance. I want to give up on you. He hurriedly lifted Chen Ye's lifeless body and rushed downstairs, intent on driving to the nearest hospital. His hands trembled as he fumbled with the car keys, dropping them 3 times before he could insert them into the ignition. He struck the car in frustration. Steady yourself. Finally, the engine roared to life. This scene was somewhat absurd, as Chen Ye observed everything from the system space but found no humor in it. A tear fell onto Chen Ye's hand, and he murmured, "I have never cried for love." Stunned, he then asked the system, "Do I love him?" The system replied, unable to detect host's emotional state, "Please assess yourself." Chen Ye pondered, perhaps it wasn't love, merely a sense of regret. The system continued, "In fact, the host can choose to remain. The conditions for staying are outlined in the beginner's manual. Did you not read it carefully?" Chen Ye realized he had indeed skimmed over it, thinking he would never willingly choose to stay. What were the conditions? The system revealed without hesitation. Use 100 points to purchase the opportunity to remain. The host currently has 96 points plus 30 from side quests, totaling 126. However, think it through. Chen Ye replied, "Let us move on to the next world." "Wait, what? You're leaving just like that? Have you thought it over?" Chen Ye wiped his tears and silently thought, "Brother, I'm sorry for deceiving you." 100 points was unfeasible. After all these years, he couldn't leave empty-handed. Besides, returning home required 1,000 points. "Let us go to the next world." The system interjected, "For our friendship, I'll give you a 50% discount, 50 points. Chen Ye chuckled, 5 points, I might consider it." The system insisted, "Why not just take it? 30 points, that's the minimum, no less." "Deal." The system, observing Chen Ye's crescent-shaped eyes, felt it had been duped. Chapter 30. Brother 30. The glaring overhead fluorescent lights pierced the gloom, and a scent of disinfectant filled the air. The cold walls reflected Chen Ye's pale figure as he sat at the entrance of the emergency room, his hands clasped over his forehead, eyes fixed intently on the gleaming floor. Why, just as he touched the boundaries of happiness, did fate seek to snatch it away? Did he not deserve happiness? Chen Ye, who did not believe in deities, at this moment wished fervently for the heavens to hear his heart's lament and bring Chen Ye back. The door to the emergency room swung open, and the doctor removed his mask, his face etched with regret. "We did everything we could," he said, "but the deceased succumbed to a heart attack. Please accept my condolences." Chen Ye swallowed the metallic sweetness in his mouth, staggering into the emergency room. On the blue hospital bed lay a youth, his complexion pale, quietly resting, never to call out "Big Brother" again. Chen Ye lifted him from the bed, whispering, "Don't be afraid, little E, Big Brother will take you home." He felt like a mere shell of himself. The body remained, but his heart had perished alongside Chen Ye. He brought Chen Ye home, securing the door tightly behind him, cradling Chen Ye on the sofa in silence for an eternity. The next morning, as daylight broke, Chen Ye remained in the same position, unmoving. The night consumed the day, and, as the moon ascended, he still held his pose. Within the confines of the system space, Chen Ye, tinged with urgency, inquired, "Have you submitted the application yet? If it isn't approved soon, Chen Ye will starve to death. If he dies, I have no reason to return." The system responded, "Soon, soon." The quick-wear department operates with remarkable efficiency. After a considerable wait, Chen Ye's application to remain in the small world, using 30 points, was finally approved. In an instant, he found himself back in the small world. To prevent the natives from noticing a glaring anomaly, the system rewound time to just before Chen Ye's demise. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself gazing at a pristine white ceiling, his body weary as if he had run several kilometers. Shifting his gaze to the left, he saw Chen Ye sitting by the bedside, his eyes shadowed and his chin adorned with stubble, yet he still possessed the charm of a melancholic handsome man. Though only a few days had passed, Chen Ye felt as if eons had gone by. He had thought he could depart with nonchalance, but upon seeing Chen Ye again, he realized he could not let go. Big brother. Chen Ye, still reeling from shock, momentarily believed that Chen Ye's awakening was a mere illusion, one he had encountered countless times over the past days. Trembling, his hand caressed Chen Ye's face, and Chen Ye responded by clasping his hand, only to be enveloped tightly in Chen Ye's embrace. What happened? Why am I in the hospital? Chen Ye released him, yet his grip on Chen Ye's hand remained firm. You fainted 3 days ago. I brought you to the hospital for emergency care. Chen Ye had been revived after 3 days, during which Chen Ye had not closed his eyes. Thankfully, fate had smiled upon them, and Chen Ye had survived. But Chen Ye's heart remained heavy with worry. After all these years together, he had never realized Chen Ye had a heart condition. It's my fault. I should have noticed your discomfort, Chen Ye lamented. Looking at the remorseful man before him, Chen Ye reassured him, it's not your fault. You can't foresee my illness. He smiled gently, wiping the tears from Chen Ye's face. Look, I'm awake now, aren't I? Chen Ye embraced Chen Ye once more, whispering, Little E, big brother is no longer young. I can't bear such shocks. Please don't scare me like that again. All right? I want tea, Chen Ye promised. Upon hearing his vow, Chen Ye tightened his grip further, feeling the heart that had died alongside Chen Ye come back to life. What was lost had been found, and thus, life was restored. Both Chen Ye and Chen Ye felt a profound sense of relief. Chen Ye was grateful to have returned, knowing that leaving would have left a deep sorrow and regret in his wake. While strategizing against Chen Ye, perhaps in a fleeting moment, he had long since fallen in love with Chen Ye. 60 years later, as Chen Ye's health began to deteriorate, Chen Ye remained by his side, caring for him until the inevitable end. After Chen Ye's demise, Chen Ye departed from this world. Farewell, elder brother. Chapter 31. Uncle, please note, in this world, the protagonists share no blood relation, nor is there any legal adoption. Prior to graduating from high school, there was no contact of a romantic nature between the protagonists. Within the system space, the system was busy calculating Chen Ye's points and rewards from his first world. 10 minutes later, the system announced, World 1 rating, a completion, 100, points earned, 130, points used, 34, final points, 96, side quest reward, mind reading card. Gain insight into another's thoughts through 10 seconds of eye contact. Upon completion of the calculations, Chen Ye entered the next world. In the banquet hall of the Yin family, several individuals were dining, the only sounds being the faint noises of chewing, creating an atmosphere tinged with oppression. Chen Ye lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. A crystal chandelier illuminated the table before him, laden with steaming dishes, while a servant in a blue uniform stood opposite him. Chen Ye deduced that this family was indeed affluent. In the next moment, the original owner's memories surged into Chen Ye's mind. The original owner was named Lin Xia, 18 years old, currently in his final year of high school, soon to graduate. His personality was introverted, with a preference for silence. His sole passion was reading novels, and he aspired to become a novelist. At the age of 10, the original owner's father, Lin Mo, had passed away. Lin Mo was a loyal subordinate of Yin Shi, the former president of the Yin Corporation, who died in a car accident while pushing Yin Shi out of harm's way. After Lin Xia's mother fell ill and subsequently passed away, Yin Shi took in Lin Mo's 2 sons, Lin Xia and his younger brother Linen. It was termed as taking them in because they resided in the Yin household, yet were not formally adopted. Within the Yin family, the clever and vivacious younger brother Lin garnered greater affection from the matriarch, Qiu Mingzhu, while Lin Xia, with his average academic performance and reserved nature, had a minimal presence in the Lin family. Shaoan, I heard from your homeroom teacher that you topped your midterm exams again. The speaker was Qiu Mingzhu, the matriarch of the Yin family, seated opposite Chen Ye. The woman, in her 50s, wore a black qipao and adorned her neck with a pearl necklace, exuding an air of elegance. Yes, Grandma, responded the lively youth Linen, sitting beside Chen Ye, his voice cheerful and his demeanor charming. Notijin, Chen Ye Sengaze. Linen glanced at him and playfully winked. Indeed, the gaming console you mentioned wanting last time has been purchased for you by Grandpa. The speaker was Yin Shi, the former president of a Yin corporation, now 60 years old and retired. He appeared remarkably well-preserved, looking barely in his 40s, with not a single gray hair and a gentle expression. Yet, Chen Ye was acutely aware that beneath this exterior lay a cold and selfish individual. In his youth, he had numerous affairs, fathering a plethora of illegitimate children, not to mention those born to his legitimate wife, Qiu Mingzhu. They could easily form a football team. However, after Yin Xie and Qiu Mingzhu's son, Yin Yunchuan, took charge of the family business, he also discreetly managed his illegitimate children. Yin Xie ultimately had no choice but to hand over the reins of the company to Yin Yunchuan. Otherwise, the next one to be managed by Yin Yunchuan would be his own father. Linen skillfully expressed his gratitude, thanking his grandparents. The atmosphere during the meal was delightful and harmonious, with only Chen Ye and Yin Yunchuan remaining silent. Yin Yunchuan sat to the left of Yin Xie. Beside Chen Ye. Chen Ye cautiously observed Yin Yunchuan from the corner of his eye. The man exhibited an elegant demeanor while eating, moving with a deliberate grace. He held his chopsticks in his left hand, and Chen Ye noticed a mole at the base of his thumb. His gaze fell upon Yin Yunchuan's face, but from this angle, he could only see his profile. The man's side view resembled a sculpture meticulously crafted by the hands of a deity, flawless in every detail. Suddenly, Yin Yunchuan paused mid-bite, turning his head to look at Lin Xia, his deep-set eyes devoid of emotion, his voice steady. Is there something on my face? Chen Ye now had a clear view of Yin Yunchuan's face, which was strikingly handsome, akin to that of celebrity. His brows were bold and defined, his nose straight and high, and his lips perfectly shaped, indeed, a model's visage. He quickly replied, I was just looking at Aunt Lan, hoping she could pass me a spoon. Upon hearing his response, the others at the Yin family table withdrew their inquisitive gazes. A maid named Lan Xin, who stood behind Yin Yunchuan, immediately went to the kitchen to fetch a spoon for Chen Ye. Yin Yunchuan's expression remained unchanged, his sharp eyes fixed on Chen Ye. Chen Ye refrained from using his mind-reading ability to meet Yin Yunchuan's gaze, lowering his head instead. The original owner, Lin Xia, harbored a certain fear of Yin Yunchuan, making it impossible for him to maintain eye contact for long. The original Lin Xia had perceived Yin Yunchuan as a villain from a novel, the kind that could kill without a second thought. When he first arrived at the Lin family, he cried out of fear, and after receiving a cold glance from Yin Yunchuan, he ceased his tears, terrified and plagued by nightmares for the entire night. The maid approached with the spoon, respectfully handing it to Chen Ye. I apologize, young Master Lin. The person who set the table was new and accidentally omitted your soup spoon. As the maid extended her hand, her fingers inadvertently brushed against Chen Ye's, causing him to instinctively retract his fingers, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The original owner suffered from a condition akin to skin hunger, while he was fine with touching others. Being touched would leave him weak in the knees. He wished to keep this secret hidden, hence even in the sweltering heat of summer. He would wear his school uniform jacket, opting for long sleeves and trousers even at home. Linen interjected to ease the tension. It's all right, just remember for next time. My brother won't mind. Chen Ye nodded in agreement. Linen was adept at maintaining harmony, steering clear of trouble within the Yin household to avoid being disliked. He understood that without formal adoption, the two brothers from the Lin family held an awkward position within the Yin family. The household staff did not truly regard them as masters, especially the less favored Lin Xia, who was treated quite casually. After the meal, Chen Ye returned to his room, located on the third floor of a Yin residence. The room was tidy, reflecting the original owner's penchant for organization. In the center of the bedroom lies a grand bed, adorned with cozy, warm yellow sheets decorated with dandelion patterns. At the heart of the bed rests a green dinosaur plush, which the original occupant clutched every night for comfort, providing a sense of security and alleviating the anxiety of not being able to touch others. Through the expansive, transparent, floor-to-ceiling windows, one can glimpse the garden of the Yin family, abundant with gardenias, a favorite of Qiumingzhu. Further afield, an artificial lake is visible, featuring a sculpture at its center. Chen also opened the wardrobe, revealing several sets of school uniforms. In the storage drawers below, 5 nameplates were tucked away, inscribed with Class 3, Grade 1, Lin Xia. Chapter 32, Uncle 2. Aside from the uniforms, there were few garments in the wardrobe. The original occupant received a monthly allowance of 3,000, considered meager in the elite academy. The exorbitant cost of living left little for anything beyond meals. Unlike Linen, who received additional funds from his grandparents, the original occupant was a reserved individual. Tuition and material fees were all facilitated by Lin An's request to their guardians. Compared to Lin Xia, Linen bore the weight of responsibility as a diligent older brother. Chen reclined on the bed, his mind wandering. Despite possessing the mind-reading card, the 10-second eye contact requirement posed a challenge in activating his ability. Coupled with the involvement of Yin Yun Chuan's childhood sweetheart, the situation became increasingly complex. Yin Yun Chuan's sweetheart was Wen Jiyin, the third miss of the Wen family, a graduate of a prestigious foreign institution and renowned in their circle as a wealthy beauty. She had fallen for Yin Yun Chuan at a banquet and had pursued him for many years. Although he had not acquiesced, society perceived them as a perfect match destined to be together. Chen endeavored to empty his thoughts momentarily. It was the weekend, and he needed to attend classes the next day. He planned to retire early, intending to catch a ride with Yin Yun Chuan to school the following morning, taking the first step to foster their relationship. With the morning alarm ringing, Chen rubbed his eyes awake, remaining silent in a state of early morning tranquility for a while. After preparing, he descended for breakfast, finding only Lin in the dining room. Qiumingzhu and Yin Shi rarely shared meals together, appearing distant, except when Yin Yun Chuan returned home. "Good morning," Lin greeted. "Morning," Chen replied with a yawn. It had been ages since he had risen this early. After waiting for some time, he nearly finished his sandwich without catching a glimpse of Yin Yun Chuan. "Brother, where's Uncle?" Lin cast him a curious glance. "He left ages ago, why do you ask?" Chen swallowed the last of his sandwich, just making conversation. After breakfast, Chen and Lin got into the car, driven by their designated chauffeur for school commutes. Lin cheerfully greeted the driver, while Chen remained silent. Upon arriving at school, Chen and Lin parted ways. Lin was in his second year of high school, attended a different building. Chen's classroom was on the 4th floor, far left. Upon entering, he quietly took his seat, unnoticed by his peers. The class representative collected assignments and reached Chen's desk. Lin Xia, Chinese homework. Chen retrieved his assignment from his backpack. Call out Chao Yu. In the recesses of the original occupant's memory, Chao Yu was the school bully, disinterested in academics, prone to fights, and often returning with injuries. Chao Yu relished the moments between classes to indulge in slumber, preferring solitude without disturbance. Thus, he chose the quiet Lin Xia as his desk mate. Chen Ye nudged Chao Yu, reminding him to submit his assignment. Awakened from his slumber, Chao Yu glared at Chen Ye with a fierce gaze, his eyes glinting like those of a wolf. He retrieved the half-finished assignment from his bag and tossed it to the class representative before promptly returning to his nap. The representative perused the work and noted that incomplete assignments could not be submitted. Irritated, Chao Yu shot a glance at him and instructed Chen Ye, "Finish the remaining half for me." This was not the first time. Lin Xia often assisted him with his assignments. Chen Ye examined the mostly blank workbook and took out a pen to fill in the gaps, albeit in a haphazard manner. After collecting the work from the class, the representative did not scrutinize Chen Ye's contributions. Chao Yu awoke around noon, tossing Chen Ye 100 yuan. "Give me lunch. I'm off to play basketball." Chen Ye dined alone at the cafeteria, and when he returned with Chao Yu's meal, time was scarce. Only 5 minutes remained until class began. Chao Yu glared at him with irritation. "You arrived so late. How am I supposed to eat?" Typically, Lin Xia would bring his meals swiftly, ensuring he had around 20 minutes before class commenced. "I take a long time to eat. I'm quite slow, Chen Ye replied earnestly, a response that only fueled Xiao Yu's anger. What does that have to do with me? Chen Ye met his gaze directly, retorting, what does your mealtime have to do with me? Xiao Yu found it peculiar that Chen Ye dared to speak to him in such a manner. Grabbing Chen Ye by the collar, his hand brushed against Chen Ye's neck, eliciting an unfamiliar sensation within him, a yearning for embrace and touch. What do you think? What does it concern you? Chen Ye's eyes reddened, not from fear of Xiao Yu, but as a natural response of the body. Their quarrel drew the attention of onlookers, most of whom were eager for entertainment. Damn it, I haven't even laid a hand on you. Why are you crying? The two of them maintained eye contact for over 10 seconds, triggering a mind-reading ability that allowed Chen Ye to hear Xiao Yu's thoughts. Damn, his eyes are so red as if he's been bullied. When did Lin Xia's gaze become so strange? Xiao Yu released Chen Ye and shouted at the students in the classroom. What are you staring at? Everyone quickly diverted their gaze. After all, Xiao Yu was not only a school bully, but also immensely wealthy, surpassing most in the room. As the teacher entered the classroom, Xiao Yu resumed his seat and began to eat nonchalantly. Once he finished, he lowered his voice. You'll take my homework back to complete today. Chen Ye, fixated on the blackboard, buried himself in note-taking, feigning ignorance of Xiao Yu's words. Lin Xia, are you deliberately trying to irritate me? He had no intention of engaging with such a volatile individual. After all, his fellow students and the goals of his mission were unrelated, and he did not plan to endure the same bullying as the original owner of this body. Speak, Lin Xia. I refuse, Chen Ye stated. What? Lin Xia, are you out of your mind? Xiao Yu questioned, doubting his own hearing. Chen Ye turned to face him. I refuse to help you with your homework. As I must complete my own, I will no longer bring you lunch either. Upon hearing such a lengthy discourse, Xiao Yu let out a cold sneer. Have you forgotten that you still want your leverage in my hands? It was you who offered to assist me. The leverage he referred to was Lin Xia's skin hunger syndrome. As desk partners, they occasionally engaged in physical contact, and Xiao Yu sensed something amiss. Lin Xia requested his discretion, voluntarily assisting him with assignments and bringing him meals, effectively becoming his follower. Xiao Yu had never intended to expose the original owner's secret. It was of no concern to him. He was indifferent, and even if Lin Xia were to shed her skin daily, he would remain unconcerned. However, when Lin Xia proactively offered to help him with his homework and meals, he did not decline. Given his status, many were eager to assist him, yet he found himself inexplicably competing with Chen Ye. Chen Ye turned away without acknowledging him. Oh, feel free to share it, he said nonchalantly. Isn't it just skin hunger syndrome? If it gets out, it gets out. It's merely an illness, not a crime. Xiao Yu retorted, well, you are quite something, Lin Xia. His words laced with barely concealed anger, but Chen Ye feigned ignorance. After leaving school with Linen, Chen Ye noticed that Yin Yinchuan was absent, and neither were the Yin couple present. The Yin family only gathered on weekends, and Chen Ye would have to wait until then to see Yin Yinchuan. The following day, Xiao Yu sought to provoke him. The practice book had been distributed, and the homeroom teacher chastised him for the nonsensical answers he had provided. Xiao Yu tossed the practice book onto Chen Ye's desk. Look at what you've written. For the fill-in-the-blank questions, you answered A, B, C, D. And for the true or false, you marked check and cross. Did you intend for me to be scolded? Chen Ye pushed the book back towards him. My mistake. Is that satisfactory? Xiao Yu paused, his anger bubbling over into laughter. Weren't you quite confident yesterday? Why are you suddenly backpedaling? Yet, there was something infuriatingly apologetic in Chen Ye's tone. He nudged Chen Ye's shoulder, causing a slight shiver to run through him, which inexplicably warmed Xiao Yu's heart. Hey, why are you suddenly apologizing again? Chen Ye had slumped onto his desk, having spent the previous night restless over thoughts of Yin Yinchuan, and today, he wished to avoid Xiao Yu's annoyance, hastily apologizing. Don't disturb me. I'm trying to sleep. He turned his back to Xiao Yu, leaving the latter with a torrent of unspent frustration. He directed a middle finger at Chen Ye's head. When Chen Ye awoke, it was already time for lunch. Seated at the back, he was obscured by taller classmates, allowing him to sleep undetected by the teacher. Even if noticed, the teacher would likely overlook it, considering Chen Ye's usual compliance and diligence in class. When he opened his eyes, he found himself locking gazes with Xiao Yu, who appeared somewhat flustered. Damn, why did you wake up so suddenly? Chen Ye straightened up, rubbing his sore neck as the broadcast room began to play music. The music signaled the arrival of lunchtime, and Chen Ye's stomach growled with hunger as he rose to head outside. Chen Ye quickly caught up to him, draping an arm over Chen Ye's shoulder and grinning mischievously at his flushed face. "Let us go together." He intentionally brushed against Chen Ye, who replied, "Remove your hand. I need to breathe, otherwise I can't walk." His legs were beginning to weaken. Chen Ye muttered under his breath, "Is it really that serious?" He lowered his hand from Chen Ye's shoulder and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Hey, what does it feel like when I touch you?" Chen Ye replied, "It feels like being touched." Chen Ye scoffed. What a profound statement. Chen Ye walked ahead, with Chen Ye trailing behind, this time refraining from any contact. The school boasted 6 cafeterias, and Chen Ye opted for the nearest one, ordering a curry chicken rice and quietly seated himself in a corner to eat. Chen Ye placed an assortment of food on the table and sat across from Chen Ye. "Can you really get full from that meal? No wonder you look so thin." Chen Ye picked out the carrots, took a bite of the potato, and replied, "I can get full." "Ah, still picky. No wonder you're only 180. At this point, Chen Ye, still in high school, was nearing 190. Chen Ye treated him like air and finished his meal. In the following days, Chen Ye ceased playing basketball and insisted on having lunch together with Chen Ye every day. Their classmates noticed the improvement in their relationship, whispering to themselves how they had been indifferent despite being desk mates for years, yet suddenly became close this semester. Chapter 33. Uncle 3 during the weekend. Chen Ye eagerly awaited Yin Yunchuan's return. He was filled with determination, resolved to employ any means necessary to draw closer to Yin Yunchuan, ideally discerning his preferences intuitively. He had only absorbed Lin Xia's memories and had not attained an omniscient perspective. Thus, he was not particularly familiar with each member of this household. After all, the Yin family wore a facade that the original owner could not penetrate. When Yin Yunchuan's car arrived home, Lin was waiting at the gate with Lin Xia. A sleek, black, extended Lincoln halted before Chen Ye, and 2 individuals emerged from the vehicle. One was the cold-faced Yin Yunchuan clad in a black suit, while the other was Wenxian, dressed in a flowing white gown adorned with a dazzling diamond necklace, carrying several bags. A perceptive servant promptly approached to relieve her of the bags. "Xia, and long time no see," Wenxian greeted. Lin responded, "Hello, Sister Wen." Chen Ye followed suit with a greeting. As Yin Yunchuan and Wenxian entered the living room, Chen Ye noticed Lin and closely trailing behind them. Her expression tinged with envy. What was Lin envious of? Was it Yin Yunchuan's successful career? Chen Ye pondered this, but could not arrive at a conclusion. Wenxian, possessing high emotional intelligence, sat beside Yin Yunchuan, engaging in a relaxed conversation with Qiu Mingzhu about topics of interest to her. Furthermore, she was able to engage with Yin Shi as well, indicating her effort to connect with the Yin family. "Xian, why not stay over today?" Wenxian glanced at Yin Yunchuan, noting that he showed no signs of refusal, and smiled at Qiu Mingzhu, saying, "Sure. I haven't seen you in a long time and would love to chat more. What's the point of chatting with an old woman like me? You just returned from abroad. You should converse more with Yin Chuan," Qiu Mingzhu teased. Wenxian shyly lowered her head, while Yin Yunchuan remained aloof, as if everything around him was of no concern. Chen Ye contemplated, realizing that Yin Yunchuan did not seem particularly fond of Wenxian. However, certainty eludes him, for Yin Yunchuan's preferences remain concealed beneath a veil of indifference. He must observe further. Just as Chen Ye was about to retract his gaze from Wenxian, their eyes met, prompting him to nonchalantly avert his eyes and resume his meal, as though he had not been furtively observing Wenxian moments before. During this visit home, Wenxian had thoughtfully brought gifts for the Yin family: a splendid tea set for Yin Shi, premium skincare products for Qiu Mingzhu, and a handkerchief of her own design for Yin Yunchuan. In addition to the Yin family, both Chen Ye and Lin received presents as well. Lin's gift was meticulously wrapped, and Wenxian instructed him to unwrap it in his room. Lin Xiao witnessed Wenxian winking at Lin, whose expression bore hints of shyness, suggesting a delightful secret shared between them. Chen Ye's gift was visible through the packaging. It was the latest gaming console. "Xiaoxia, dear sister, I wasn't quite sure of your preferences, so I took a guess. Are you satisfied?" The original Lin Xia would certainly have felt discontent. as he harbored no interest in gaming. However, Chen Ye was thoroughly pleased. "I love it." Upon hearing this, Wen Zian smiled with palpable relief. Later that evening, Wen Zian did not linger. Her brother's call informed her that their grandmother was ill, urging her to return home promptly. In a hurried departure, she glanced back at Yin Yunchuan, evidently wishing for his company on the way back, yet he offered no sign of acknowledgement. At around 10 o'clock that night, Chen Ye knocked on Yin Yunchuan's door. The door opened to reveal Yin Yunchuan, freshly emerged from the shower, clad in a bathrobe, his hair cascading down, exuding a softened allure, with droplets of water glistening on his throat. A hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. "Is there something you need?" Chen Ye clutched the mathematics workbook tightly, replying, "Uncle, I would like your assistance with a problem." Yin Yunchuan raised an eyebrow. "Since when have you become so studious? Couldn't he this wait until tomorrow at school to consult the teacher? Why come to me at this hour?" The flaws in Chen Ye's reasoning were too evident for Yin Yunchuan to overlook. "I actually have something to discuss. May I come in?" The youth's eyes sparkled with clarity, and Yin Yunchuan could distinctly see his own reflection within them. Inside, the white bed appeared plush and inviting, while the silver-gray curtains were drawn tightly, giving the space an air more akin to a model room than a home. Yin Yunchuan settled on the sofa, his posture relaxed, the loosened robe revealing glimpses of his broad chest. "Speak freely, what is on your mind?" Chen Ye took a seat beside him, and Yin Yunchuan observed his natural demeanor without comment. "I did not come to seek assistance with my studies. Rather, I accidentally broke a vase a few days ago, a vase that our grandmother cherished. I fear that if she discovers it, she will be upset. I wish to borrow some money from you, uncle, to replace it with an identical one." Yin Yunchuan listened intently to the unfolding story, his cold gaze fixed on Chen Ye. "Is that all?" Chen Ye nodded. "Lennon has no savings, and I cannot ask grandfather for help. I'm counting on you, uncle." The familiarity in his tone suggested a closeness, as though he were the one most at ease in Yin Yunchuan's presence. The youth, having summoned all his courage, spoke nervously, only to find it dissipated in an instant. He bowed his head in shame, revealing his vulnerable neck to Yin Yunchuan, who towered over him. Yin Yunchuan rose and retrieved a card from his drawer, presenting it to Chen Ye. However, as Chen Ye reached out to take the bank card, Yin Yunchuan withdrew it slightly. A clear look of confusion washed over Chen Ye's face. Yin Yunchuan stated, "I never engage in unprofitable ventures. How do you plan to repay me? I can save 1,500 each month, and once I enter university, I will take up a part-time job. I can certainly repay you within 5 years," Chen Ye replied earnestly. "You need not repay me." Yin Yunchuan raised an eyebrow, "but answer me one question." Chen Ye swallowed hard. "What is it?" Yin Yunchuan's previously casual gaze turned sharp. "Tell me, why were you staring at me last week?" The implication of his question confirmed that Chen Ye had indeed scrutinized him. The excuses given by Aunt Lan were clearly insufficient to deceive Yin Yunchuan. "Because I haven't seen my uncle in a long time, so I looked at him a bit longer," Chen Ye explained. Yin Yunchuan poured himself a glass of red wine, taking a casual sip as he mused. "Is that so? Weren't you once quite afraid of me? You would even pretend to be ill to avoid coming downstairs when visiting the old house." Chen Ye endeavored to appear sincere, having completed a task in his world and improved his acting skills. "No, it's not that I was avoiding you. I just feel nervous whenever I see you. I fear embarrassing myself in your presence." He continued, "I know you do not favor children who lack excellence, so I try to stay out of your sight." A light chuckle escaped Yin Yunchuan. "You are mistaken. It is not that I dislike children who are not exceptional. It is simply that I have no patience for those who tell lies." He tossed the card back to Chen Ye. "Enough of this charade. Go and close the door behind you." With a tight-lipped expression, Chen Ye took the card and exited. Yin Yunchuan's disbelief in his words was anticipated. Unlike Qi He, Yin Yunchuan had grown up in the complex environment of the Yin family, his mind astute and cunning, making him not easily deceived by Chen Ye. After Chen Ye departed, Yin Yunchuan swirled the red wine in his glass, recalling how Chen Ye's eyes had been red and glistening with tears while he spoke. The sight of those tears inexplicably tugged at Yin Yunchuan's heart. Frowning, he resolved to visit the hospital for a cardiac checkup the following day. His gaze fell upon the mathematics workbook left on the sofa, and a sardonic smile crept across his lips. when had the once innocent Lin Xia resorted to cunning and manipulation for financial gain. Chapter 34. Uncle in the Dead of Night. Yin Yinchuan awoke with a start. Since childhood, he had been plagued by nightmares, the content of which eluded his memory, yet their lingering effects left his sleep severely disrupted, requiring medication to find rest each night. Rising, he washed his face in the bathroom, observing the bloodshot eyes reflected in the mirror, his complexion appearing rather poor. However, his striking features rendered even minor imperfections more alluring. After taking a pill, Yin Yinchuan drifted off to sleep once more. The alarm clock rang, and upon checking the time, he noted it was already 6:30 in the morning. After tidying up, Yin Yinchuan descended the stairs. The servant, well aware of his routine, had prepared breakfast. The sound of footsteps echoed down the staircase, and Yin Yinchuan looked up to see Chen Ye. When Chen Ye was awakened by the system, he was still in a daze, hastily brushing his teeth without washing his face or combing his hair, all in an effort to catch up with Yin Yinchuan for breakfast. He took a seat opposite Yin Yinchuan and said to the servant, "Sister Chen, I would like a sandwich, 2 eggs, and a glass of milk." Chen Ye went to the kitchen to fetch breakfast, leaving only Yin Yinchuan and Chen Ye in the living room. "Good morning, Uncle," Chen Ye greeted. Yin Yinchuan nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Ye's hair was somewhat disheveled, with a few rebellious strands standing upright. His round, bright eyes appeared slightly puffy, and he looked rather listless, akin to a wilting blade of grass under the sun. Yin Yinchuan frowned slightly. He had a distaste for disorder and for those who neglected their appearance. The Yin family, from the head of the household to the servants, was expected to present themselves impeccably, with the home always kept pristine. "Go tidy yourself up," he instructed. Chen Ye looked up, clearly perplexed by the request. Yin Yinchuan reiterated, "Tidy yourself up." Realizing the extent of Yin Yinchuan's fastidiousness, Chen Ye hurried upstairs to organize himself. After ensuring he looked presentable in the mirror, he returned downstairs. In the living room, the two sat in silence as they ate breakfast. Yin Yinchuan consumed his meal swiftly, while Chen Ye's pace was akin to that of a tortoise. "Wait for me." After setting down his knife and fork, Yin Yinchuan stood and walked toward the door. Chen Ye immediately stuffed his mouth with food and jogged to catch up. "Can you give me a ride? The school and company are on the way." Yin Yinchuan glanced down at Chen Ye, noticing crumbs on his lips. "You'll be with your brother later." Chen Ye, aware of Yin Yinchuan's gaze, quickly wiped his mouth with a napkin. "I woke up late today. I went to bed early last night and didn't finish my homework. I want to get to school early to catch up." Chen Ye's excuse flowed effortlessly, and in the end, he successfully boarded Yin Yinchuan's car. The driver was slightly taken aback upon seeing Chen Ye with his backpack, as the Lin brothers had never appeared in Yin Yinchuan's vehicle before. The weather was pleasant, and Chen Ye wore a white sweater beneath a blue and white school jacket. Sitting half a meter away, Yin Yinchuan donned a white inner layer with a sleek black trench coat over it. According to Chen Ye's aesthetic, he was not particularly fond of trench coats, finding them somewhat peculiar. However, Yin Yinchuan wore it exceptionally well, appearing significantly younger. At 28, Yin Yinchuan was technically just the older brother of the original owner, Lin Xia. Yet, since Lin Xia's father was of the same generation as Yin Yinchuan, referring to him as brother would disrupt the hierarchy. Thus, both he and Lin called Yin Yinchuan uncle. The atmosphere in the car was quiet. Yin Yinchuan was not a talkative person. After a long pause, Chen Ye finally thought of a topic. "There's an auction this Friday, featuring the same vase I broke. Uncle, could you take me? I heard from Grandma that you'll be attending as well." Yin Yinchuan was summoned as one of the organizers of the auction, a piece of information provided by the system. Chen Ye attributed it to Qiu Mingzhu, convinced that Yin Yinchuan would not seek confirmation from her, given their strained mother-son relationship. Yin Yinchuan fixed his gaze on Chen Ye, causing a shiver to run down Chen Ye's spine, a reflexive response from the original owner of this body, who indeed harbored a profound fear of Yin Yinchuan. After a prolonged silence, Yin Yinchuan refrained from speaking, which in essence amounted to a rejection. With his esteemed status, there was no necessity for him to genuinely regard Chen Ye as a younger relative deserving of care. "Uncle, I promise I will behave and not bring you shame. I will only purchase bottles and nothing more." Chen Ye asserted. Yin Yinchuan replied, "We shall see when the time comes." His schedule was replete with engagements, and the auction was but a trivial matter. He might not even attend. As the sun ascended the hillside and hung in the sky, the mist on the road dissipated, illuminating the world. The warm sunlight enveloped Chen Ye, who had succumbed to slumber in the car. Having acquired a gaming console the previous day, he had indulged in gaming until the late hours and awoke early today, leaving him utterly fatigued. Yin Yinchuan caught the faint sound of snoring in the air. His gaze shifted from the computer to the young man nestled against the car door. The youth's hair was raven black and soft, with a few wispy bangs framing his forehead. His eyes were closed, delicate lashes resting against his skin, long and curled. His lips, a soft pink, resembled the cherry blossoms of spring, both beautiful and vibrant. Perhaps dreaming of something delightful, a faint smile graced his lips. The car came to a sudden halt, jolting Chen Ye awake, while Yin Yinchuan nonchalantly diverted his gaze. "Apologies, Mr. Yin." A wildcat darted across, he explained. "No matter," Yin Yinchuan replied. As the vehicle resumed its journey, the startled Chen Ye instinctively inched closer to Yin Yinchuan, who remained absorbed in his computer. Chen Ye cautiously continued to draw near. "System, help me steer the car in a wide arc. I wish to fall into Yin Yinchuan's embrace." "System, 10 points. Chen Ye, we are all old friends. Give me a discount. You were already duped in the last world. It won't happen in this one." Chen Ye discerned a tone of indignation in the system's electronic voice, prompting him to fall silent. Fortunately, fate intervened. As the driver accelerated to avoid an approaching large truck, the car swerved, and Chen Ye found himself in Yin Yinchuan's arms. Of course, he feigned naturalness, as if he had inadvertently lost his balance and fallen onto Yin Yinchuan. As he tumbled, Yin Yinchuan's hand instinctively landed on his shoulder. This marked the first significant physical contact Chen Ye had experienced since arriving in this world. A tremor surged from the depths of his soul. He felt a tingling sensation at the base of his spine, biting his lip to prevent himself from losing composure. The original owner's afflictions were truly tormenting. Yin Yinchuan sensed the trembling beneath his hand. It was not an act. He furrowed his brows, harboring a distaste for physical contact with others. However, before he could push Chen Ye away, the latter had swiftly created distance between them, lowering his head and murmuring, "I lost my balance just now." Yin Yinchuan merely acknowledged him with a non-committal serving as a response. Upon arriving at school, Chen Ye found himself dealing with Chao Yu, who had unilaterally decided to befriend him. Whether in class, during breaks, or at mealtimes, Chao Yu insisted on accompanying Chen Ye. After school, Chao Yu persistently invited him to go out, but Chen Ye declined, as he always commuted with Lin and never returned home later than 5 o'clock. Frustrated, Chao Yu remarked, "You truly are a good boy. What harm is there in just going out for a bit? I can drive you back. I have a license." Yet, Chen Ye remained resolute, stating, "I do not wish to go." Angered, Chao Yu ignored him for half a class, but eventually inquired if Chen Ye would like something to eat, to which Chen Ye replied that he had eaten. On Friday, after Chen Ye and Lin reached the school gate, 2 cars came to a halt before them. One was the usual vehicle that transported Lin and Chen Ye to and from school, while the other had been sent by Yin Yinchuan to take Chen Ye to the auction. Lin grasped Chen Ye's hand and asked, "Brother, where is your uncle's driver taking you?" "To the auction. I wish to have a look," Chen Ye replied. Though Lin harbored some concern, he refrained from voicing it in front of the driver. "I will return home later. Do not worry," Chen Ye reassured him. Lin waved goodbye, responding with a simple, "All right." The silver Bentley stopped at the Shitting Grand Hotel. The driver informed Chen Ye, "The auction is on the 8th floor. Master Chen can proceed with the invitation letter." The white invitation letter had been handed to him by the driver in the car. Chen Ye expressed his gratitude, clutching the invitation while slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he exited the vehicle. Outside the 8th floor, numerous bodyguards stood watch, dressed in student attire. Chen Ye was halted and presented the invitation letter to a bodyguard, who then permitted him entry. Inside the hall, a colossal screen displayed Sun Group's Spring Art Auction. Beneath it, a line indicated the co-hosting companies. Chen Ye noticed Yin Group and Wen Group. The Sun family's company, Yin Group, held a 5% stake, which explained Yin Yinchuan's presence. Scanning the hall, Chen Ye observed the crowd of over 100 people, yet there was no sign of Yin Yunchuan. His youthful appearance drew considerable attention, causing many to glance his way. A bodyguard clad in a black suit approached Chen Ye, stating, "Young Master Lin, President Yin is in the private room. I shall escort you there." Chen Ye quickly comprehended that someone of Yin Yunchuan's stature need not personally oversee the auction. He could simply instruct an assistant while remaining discreetly in the background. Following the bodyguard through a series of twists and turns, they arrived at the private room. The bodyguard pushed open the door, and Chen Ye took in the exquisite decor, a beautiful room themed in a modern Chinese style, featuring a blue screen beside a wooden tea table and bamboo-patterned sofas. Yin Yunchuan, adorned in a black suit with his hair neatly swept back, revealed his refined features. With elegant fingers, he poured tea from a teapot. Once the bodyguard closed the door, Chen Ye took a seat beside Yin Yunchuan, refraining from interrupting as he watched him brew the tea. After allowing the tea to steep, Yin Yunchuan poured the fragrant liquid into a delicate blue and white porcelain cup. He sipped leisurely, while Chen Ye, feeling parched, opted not to request tea, but instead retrieved a thermos from his backpack to drink some cool boiled water. "Uncle, when does the auction commence?" Yin Yunchuan gestured to the side, where Chen noticed an iPad on the sofa, actively monitoring the auction hall's proceedings. Chen picked up the iPad and observed that the host was still warming up the crowd. The auction had yet to commence. He increased the iPad's volume, attentively tracking the auction's progress, and then withdrew a workbook to begin his assignments. In his senior year, the workload was overwhelming, despite having experienced the college entrance examination once. Chen found himself daunted by the mountains of homework. The room resonated with the sound of his pen gliding across paper and the rhythmic tapping of Yin Yunchuan typing on his computer. One was diligently studying while the other was working, creating an unusually harmonious atmosphere. After waiting for over an hour, the moment finally arrived for the auction of a vase. The vase, a blue roux porcelain from the Qing dynasty, was said to have originated from a royal mansion. There were originally 5 vases of the same batch. 2 had gone missing, one was hidden away by Chen, one was up for auction here, and another was rumored to be abroad. Chen retrieved the card that Yin Yunchuan had given him and handed it to him, saying, "Uncle, please assist me in placing a bid." Yin Yunchuan raised an eyebrow at him, questioning, "You want me to bid with my money?" "Yes," Chen affirmed resolutely. "Rest assured, I will repay you." Yin Yunchuan averted his gaze, picked up his phone, and sent a message. The assistant, upon receiving the message, began bidding on the vase. With little difficulty, the assistant successfully acquired the vase. Those around recognized him as Yin Yunchuan's associate, and no one dared to contest what Yin Yunchuan desired. Through the iPad, Chen was informed of the successful bid, but his true intention was not the vase. It was Yin Yunchuan himself. "I promise to repay you 1,500 every month, and I will do so this weekend," he stated, cleverly devising an excuse to visit Yin Yunchuan regularly. However, Yin Yunchuan did not grant him that opportunity, pushing the card back towards Chen and instructing, "Deposit the funds onto this card." Unfazed, Chen persisted, "Aren't you worried I might secretly spend the money or fail to repay it?" Yin Yunchuan regarded him with a bemused smile, the unspoken message clear. "Do you dare?" No one would risk incurring a debt with Yin Yunchuan. Chen tucked the card away just as a knock echoed at the door. He approached and opened it to reveal a stunning woman clad in a red qipao, holding a beautifully wrapped vase, her face adorned with a smile. "Good day. This is the vase Mr. Yin successfully bid for." Chen accepted the vase, closed the door, and returned to sit beside Yin Yunchuan. Having secured the vase, he made no move to leave, and Yin Yunchuan did not inquire why he stayed. "Uncle, did you come today to bid on something?" Yin Yunchuan replied, "No, merely to lend support." "Are you returning home today? Shall we go together?" Setting his computer aside, Yin Yunchuan's deep-set eyes bore into Chen. His dark gray irises devoid of luster. "Tell me, what is it that you desire?" His tone was neutral, devoid of doubt, as if he were certain that Chen sought something from him. Chen feigned ignorance of the underlying implication. He and Yin Yunchuan locked gazes, and after 10 seconds, the mind-reading card skill was triggered. "Your approach is merely for money or power. How tedious." Chen Ye softly remarked. I simply wish to return home with my uncle today. After all, he will be back on Sunday, so it would be better to leave early this week. Departing from the shitting hotel, Chen Ye entered the sleek black Lincoln of Yin Yun Chuan, as the Bentley had already driven away. The driver, Zhang Zong, inquired where to. Mr. Yin? In response to Chen Ye's hopeful gaze, Yin Yun Chuan replied, back to the company. Chen Ye's spirits dampened. Indeed. Yin Yun Chuan was a difficult man to approach. The system comforted her. Cheer up. Yin Yun Chuan is not Chen Ye. A man who has kicked aside numerous illegitimate children to ascend to power is certainly not easy to win over. Reassured by the system, Chen Ye's determination was rekindled. As Yin Yun Chuan feigned slumber during the ride, Chen Ye eventually realized that if he was returning to the company, what purpose would she serve there? How would she manage to return afterward? The vehicle halted at the company entrance, where Yin Yun Chuan's assistant awaited, presenting him with a meticulously organized stack of documents. Mr. Yin, all the files that need addressing are in here. Yin Yun Chuan nodded, and the assistant closed the door behind him. Return to the Yin residence. Yin Yun Chuan stated flatly. The driver turned the vehicle toward the Yin household, and Chen Ye's heart soared. Yin Yun Chuan had heeded her suggestion. She inquired of the system about the current level of affection, to which it replied, currently at 5. Chen Ye se simile falted. It had taken her a painstaking half-month to reach this level, suggesting that Yin Yun Chuan possessed no ordinary human emotions. Ding! Side quest triggered. The past of Yin Yun Chuan. In his youth, Yin Yun Chuan was raised in a villa alongside his brother, neglected by their parents. It was only when Xiao Mingzhu perceived the threat posed by illegitimate children that she recalled her son, subjecting him to the most rigorous education, nearly training him into a machine devoid of emotions. In his eyes, only profit is eternal. He trusts no feelings, be it familial, friendship, or love. Quest objective. Convince Yin Yun Chuan within 3 months that your feelings for him are sincere and pure. Quest reward. 30 points. Will you accept the quest? Chen Ye chose to accept. Drawing from the memories of the original host, she discovered intriguing insights that she could leverage to gain Yin Yun Chuan's trust, realizing that approaching him was not about power, status, or wealth. Chapter 36. Uncle 6. Upon returning to the Yin residence, Yin Shi was absent. He had his own place and was currently involved with a rising star, only returning on weekends. Xiao Mingzhu and Lin were having dinner when they were taken aback to see Yin Yun Chuan and Chen Ye enter together. Zanzun Juan at de lan xin. Please add 2 more sets of chopsticks. Son, why did you return with Xiao Xia? Yin Yun Chuan refrained from disclosing Chen Ye's incident with Xiao Mingzhu's vase, simply stating, I had a few matters to discuss with him. His response indicated a desire to avoid further probing, and Xiao Mingzhu did not press the issue. After dinner, she mentioned, Ziyan's grandmother is ill. When you have time, please take some gifts to visit her. Yin Yun Chuan nodded, I will. Xiao Mingzhu intended to say more, but Yin Yun Chuan had already set aside his bowl and left for upstairs. She felt no disappointment. She understood that Yin Yun Chuan's distance stemmed from her own youthful pursuit of freedom, which had led to her neglecting her maternal responsibilities. Yin Shi and she were bound by a marriage of convenience, devoid of genuine affection. Her feelings for Yin Yun Chuan and Yin Yun Hai, the links between their 2 companies, were also rather limited. Yin Yun Hai had succumbed to illness and passed away at the tender age of 8, leaving her with only Yin Yun Chuan. As the years progressed, she matured, and her sense of guilt towards Yin Yun Chuan deepened. He was entirely blameless. Yet, now that Yin Yun Chuan had grown, he no longer required her maternal love. It was rather commendable that he could maintain a balanced relationship with Xiao Mingzhu and Yin Shi. One evening, a knock resounded at Chen Ye's door. Upon opening it, he found Lin standing there. Lin entered the room and inquired, Today my uncle's driver asked me about you. Pray tell, what did you and my uncle do? Chen Ye replied, We merely attended an auction. I accidentally broke Grandma's vase and wished for my uncle to help me acquire a replacement. Where did you procure the funds? Lin asked, his brow furrowed. I borrowed from my uncle, Chen Ye answered. How did your relationship with him become so close all of a sudden? Lin questioned disapprovingly, lowering his voice. I had previously advised you to keep your distance from him. Those who provoke him seldom meet a favorable end. Why do you not heed my warnings? I am aware of my boundaries, Chen Ye assured him. In the past, Lin and it felt a sense of assurance towards Lin Xia. Although Lin Xia was not one to ingratiate himself, he also refrained from reckless provocations. However, he now sensed significant changes in Lin Xia. Never mind, just remember my words, he concluded. Chen Ye then asked, brother, do you recall the incident when we were kidnapped at the age of 5? Lin nodded, replying, of course I remember. We, along with our uncle and Wen Ji's second brother, were all abducted. Yan Shi's family sought to coerce him by attempting to kidnap Yin Yunchuan. However, when they hijacked the Yin family's vehicle, it contained not only Yin Yunchuan, but also 3 other children. The kidnappers, unable to distinguish between them and not wishing to allow the others to escape and alert anyone, decided to take them all. Why you bring this up all of a sudden? Lin asked, puzzled. Chen Ye replied, I dreamt about it last night. We were merely 4 or 5 years old then, but the memories from that day resurfaced, filling me with trepidation, for we nearly lost our lives. Lin comforted him. So many years have elapsed, and the He family has fallen. There is no need for you to worry. Get some rest. Tomorrow we shall accompany our uncle to visit sister Wen's grandmother. What is our purpose in going? Chen Ye inwaited. Lin responded nonchalantly. Sister Wen has treated us with such kindness. It is only right that we check on her. I have already spoken to Grandma, and she has given her consent. Early the next morning, Yin Yunchuan led his 2 young companions to the hospital. Wen Ziyan's grandmother resided in a VIP single room on the top floor. Upon their arrival at the ward, they found Wen Ziyan peeling an apple for the elderly woman by her bedside. The bright sunlight streaming through the window cast a warm glow upon her, enhancing her gentle and captivating presence. In addition to Wen Ziyan, Chen Ye noticed another man, a striking figure clad in a white suit, possessing a somewhat melancholic demeanor. He was Wen Ziyan's second brother, Wen Ziyu. Upon seeing Yin Yunchuan and the others, a faint smile graced Wen Ziyu's face. Yunchuan, Shaolin, Shaoxia, you have arrived. Wen Ziyan paused in her action of peeling an apple, her face lighting up with evident surprise upon seeing Yin Yunchuan. Yunchuan, she called softly, and he nodded in acknowledgement. He placed the fruits and flowers on the table beside the hospital bed, and Grandma Wan, upon seeing him, beamed with joy and beckoned him to sit down. Chen Ye and Lin took their seats beside Wen Ziyu. Wen Ziyu picked 2 apples from the table, handing one to each of Chen Ye and Lin. Grandma Wen's condition was not severe. She was in good spirits and engaged Yin Yunchuan in conversation for quite some time before inquiring about Lin and Chen Ye's well-being. As noon approached, Yin Yunchuan took his leave. Lin found an excuse to stay behind, expressing a desire to spend more time with Grandma Wen. Chen Ye accompanied Yin Yunchuan as he departed, entering his car. Uncle, I'm hungry, Chen Ye remarked, gazing at Yin Yunchuan. Is Uncle food? Can your stare fill me? Yin Yunchuan responded teasingly. Chen Ye straightforwardly requested, take me out to eat, Uncle. Yin Yunchuan observed Chen Ye's newfound fondness for affection, his eyes flickering as he ordered the driver, Rongshang. Rongshang was an exclusive restaurant renowned for its exquisite dishes crafted by chefs hired at high salaries from abroad, making it notoriously difficult to secure a reservation. The restaurant employed a scarcity marketing strategy, serving only 100 guests each day. As a VIP client, Yin Yunchuan was exempt from these rules and led Chen Ye directly into a private room. Upon leaving Rongshang, Yin Yunchuan instructed Chen Ye to return alone, but Chen Ye declined, expressing his wish to visit Uncle's company. Yin Yunchuan's narrow, phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly. What are you looking to see? Are you starting to pay attention to the company? Are you after company secrets? Who are you collaborating with, the Chen family or the Su family? It seems I need to assign someone to keep an eye on you. Their gaze held for more than 10 seconds, activating his mind-reading ability, allowing Chen Ye to overhear these thoughts. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Chen Ye thought it typical of Yin Yunchuan to assume the worst. I merely wish to accompany you, Uncle, he said, lowering his gaze. If you don't want to take me, that's fine. Yin Yunchuan replied, very well, return on your own. Chen Ye lifted his head, confusion and uncertainty evident in his eyes. Why wasn't Yin Yunchuan following his usual pattern? Why didn't he try to persuade him to stay? Noticing Chen Ye's bewildered expression, Yin Yunchuan's mood brightened slightly. You don't want to go back? Chen Ye replied earnestly, no, I still want to accompany you, Uncle. Accompany me? Do I believe that? Hearing the man's thoughts, Chen Ye clarified. Actually, I'm curious about what your workplace is like. Yin Yinchuan replied, you may go, but do not disturb my work. Chen Ye immediately assured him, no problem. Chapter 37. Uncle 7th, the Yin family company was situated in the most bustling commercial center of City A. Chen Ye looked up, his neck straining as he estimated that the building had 60 or 70 stories. The receptionists and passing employees greeted Yin Yinchuan, their eyes widening in surprise upon noticing Chen Ye behind him. Yin Yinchuan had never brought anyone else to the company before, leading them to speculate whether Chen Ye was the son of some business magnate, accompanying Yin Yinchuan for a tour. The elevator ascended slowly to the floor where Yin Yinchuan's office was situated, and Chen Ye was ushered inside by Yin Yinchuan. I have no time to give you a tour. If you're curious, feel free to explore on your own, but do not disturb the employees. Yin Yinchuan remarked coldly as he settled into his black office chair. Chen Ye placed his backpack on the sofa within the office and took a seat. The black leather sofa was soft and inviting. No need. Uncle, you carry on with your work. I'll just do my homework here. Yin Yinchuan did not question why Chen Ye expressed a desire to tour the company only to remain in the office. He understood that the youth was deliberately seeking proximity to him, though the reason remained unclear. He acquiesced to Chen Ye's wishes, curious to see what he intended to do. The office fell into a tranquil silence, interrupted only by the sound of Chen Ye's phone buzzing with a message from Xiao Yu, inquiring about his activities. Chen Ye replied that he was resting, to which Xiao Yu responded with a simple "oh." Chen Ye chose not to reply further, but 5 minutes later, another notification chimed unexpectedly. He glanced toward Yin Yinchuan, who was also looking at him. Chen Ye silenced his phone. Upon checking his device, he found that Xiao Yu had shared several amusing videos. With nothing else to occupy his time, Chen Ye clicked on the videos, laughing aloud at the humor derived from others' misfortunes. Despite knowing he shouldn't find it funny, he couldn't help but chuckle when he saw a person being chased by a dog. His laughter was soft, not disturbing Yin Yinchuan. After an hour, Chen Ye observed Yin Yinchuan seated with his eyes closed, not asleep, but seemingly suffering from a headache, his hand pressed against his forehead. Chen Ye approached and gently placed his hand at Yin Yinchuan's temple, softly massaging the area. Upon feeling Chen Ye's touch, Yin Yinchuan swiftly grasped Chen Ye's wrist, admonishing him not to overstep. The contact sent a jolt through Chen Ye, prompting him to whisper, "Uncle, please let go." Yin Yinchuan released his grip, and Chen Ye rubbed his sore wrist, feigning innocence. "I merely saw that you had a headache and wanted to help." Noticing Yin Yinchuan's disapproving expression, Chen Ye added, "Perhaps if I massage you, your headache will subside. May I get a try?" Yin Yinchuan's gaze lingered on Chen Ye's face for a moment. The youth's eyes sparkled like a summer sunset, radiating sincerity rather than timidity. Looking into those eyes caused an inexplicable flutter in Yin Yinchuan's chest. His eyes are quite striking. Task subject's affection level, 2. Current affection level, 10. Chen Ye sensed Yin Yinchuan's thoughts again and began to utilize his own gaze. Moisture gathered in his vividly contrasting eyes. "If you're unwilling, that's all right. It's getting late. I should take my leave." Chen Ye stepped toward the door. Pausing after 1, 2, 3 steps, he suppressed his excitement and turned back to Yin Yinchuan, his eyes filled with curiosity. Yin Yinchuan remarked, "Aren't you going to massage me? Come here." Chen Ye approached, instructing Yin Yinchuan to close his eyes, which he complied with. The young man's massage technique was somewhat unrefined, yet undeniably gentle. As Yin Yinchuan, plagued by the burdens of work and insomnia, began to feel the tension in his nerves gradually dissipate, Chen Ye's hands pressed against Yin Yinchuan's head as he pursed his lips, contemplating a communication with the system, hoping to procure some sedative to aid Yin Yinchuan in achieving restful slumber. Yin Yinchuan's headaches were a result of his sleepless nights, a well-known affliction within the Yin family. If he could indulge in a deep sleep, he might attribute his relief to Chen Ye's ministrations. System: 5 points required. Chen Ye: very well, I shall administer it shortly. If you were to use it all at once, Yin Yinchuan would surely become suspicious. 10 minutes passed, and Chen Ye requested the system to deploy the sleeping aid. However, The system informed him that Yin Yunchuan had already drifted into slumber. Chen Ye, you did not administer the drug? No. A seed of doubt blossomed in Chen Ye's mind as he recalled that in his previous life, Chi had also suffered from insomnia, but his condition seemed to have improved significantly after their encounter, a fact he later divulged to him. System, no. The host is overthinking. Chen Ye dismissed his suspicions. It was not entirely surprising for a busy CEO like Yin Yunchuan to experience sleep disorders. He ceased his massage, recognizing that, regardless of the circumstances, Yin Yunchuan had fallen asleep under his care, which would undoubtedly pique his interest thereafter. The sky, once a brilliant azure, gradually succumbed to a somber gray, and a gentle drizzle began to patter against the window. The sound of rain was crisp, and the air grew increasingly humid, enveloping him in a refreshing chill. The soothing rain stirred Yin Yunchuan from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, disbelief flickered in his deep gray irises. Had he truly fallen asleep? A glance at the clock revealed that mealtime was approaching. He had not only dozed off, but had done so for an extended period. In his pursuit of quality rest, Yin Yunchuan had tried numerous methods, drinking warm milk before bed, soaking his feet, and even attempting massages in the past, all with little success. Yet this time, after just a brief massage from Chen Ye, he had surprisingly succumbed to sleep. He gazed at Chen Ye, curled up on the sofa and fast asleep, his fingertips lightly tapping the table, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. Upon arriving at the office, he had consumed merely a cup of coffee, brewed by his assistant, and Chen Ye had remained in the room, leaving no opportunity for him to administer any drugs. If no medication was involved, then perhaps Chen Ye's massage had indeed proven effective. Yin Yunchuan rose from his desk and approached the sofa, casting his gaze down upon Chen Ye. Today, he wore nothing but a white sweatshirt, his back turned against the sofa's backrest, leaving his face exposed to Yin Yunchuan's scrutiny. Perhaps the intensity of Yin Yunchuan's gaze was too penetrating, for Chen Ye furrowed his brow in unease, his lips murmuring softly as if reciting something. Brother. Yin Yunchuan's brow furrowed in response. Suddenly, a clap of thunder resonated through the sky, startling Chen Ye awake. He opened his eyes to find himself locked in a gaze with Yin Yunchuan. Still groggy from his nap, he croaked, "Uncle, what are you doing here? Why are you staring at me?" Without offering an explanation, Yin Yunchuan replied, "It's time to leave work. Gather your things and let us go." Chapter 38. Uncle ate upon returning to the Yin residence. Yin Yunchuan whispered to Chen Ye as he exited the car, "Come to my room tonight." Though the words carried an ambiguous undertone, Chen Ye understood that the man intended to ascertain whether he could lull him into slumber. Yin Yunchuan's room was located directly above Chen Ye's, and after calculating the time, he made his way there around 10 o'clock. Just as he was about to knock, he discovered the door ajar. Yin Yunchuan had not closed it. He stepped inside to find Yin Yunchuan seated on the sofa, clad in a black shirt, with a bottle of red wine resting on the adjacent table. "Uncle, I have arrived," Chen Ye announced. Yin Yunchuan acknowledged him with a nod and feigned ignorance, asking, "What did I summon you for?" With his profound gaze fixed upon Chen Ye, Yin Yunchuan slowly parted his lips, "As this afternoon, assist me with a massage." Obediently, Chen Ye moved to stand behind him, placing his hands gently upon his temples. After 10 minutes, his hands began to tire, yet Yin Yunchuan remained awake. Having indulged in a lengthy nap earlier, succumbing to sleep now proved challenging. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Yin Yunchuan's brow. Was his earlier slumber merely coincidental? Had he only dozed off due to fatigue from work, rendering Chen Ye's massage ineffective? "Uncle, why not lie on the bed while I massage you? It must be uncomfortable sitting," Chen Ye suggested. Yin Yunchuan reclined onto the bed, while Chen Ye perched on the edge, leaning toward him, yet maintaining a respectful distance. Careful not to apply undue weight upon Yin Yunchuan, he was acutely aware that the latter disliked physical contact, and he feared that he might inadvertently lose control and nestle into Yin Yunchuan's embrace, leading him to perceive Chen Ye as having ulterior motives. After a while of kneading Yin Yunchuan's temples, Chen Ye transitioned to massaging his shoulders. Lacking formal training, his attempts were rather haphazard. Yet remarkably, Yin Yunchuan's breathing gradually steadied, and he eventually drifted off to sleep. Uncle? Chen Ye softly called, but received no reply. He withdrew his hands from Yin Yunchuan's shoulders and leaned down to embrace him gently, the brief skin contact providing an unexpected sense of comfort. "Good night, Uncle," he whispered before rising to leave. Just before exiting, he noticed his own mathematics workbook resting on Yin Yunchuan's desk, but chose not to take it. The following evening, Chen Ye took the initiative to knock on Yin Yunchuan's door. His progress on assignments had reached 15, and Yin Yunchuan no longer regarded him as a stranger. When the door opened, Yin Yunchuan displayed no surprise at Chen Ye's arrival. "Uncle, I came to retrieve my workbook. I left it here last time and forgot to take it. I need to submit it next week." Yin Yunchuan gestured for him to enter. In Chen Ye extracted the blue-covered mathematics workbook from among the numerous business texts. After obtaining the book, he turned to Yin Yunchuan. "Is it a convenient time? Uncle, could you help me with one question?" "Just one." "Certainly," Yin Yunchuan replied. Chen Ye settled onto the sofa, unfurling the workbook. The glaring red crosses marking his mistakes evoking a sense of embarrassment as he endeavored to maintain the facade of the original owner, Lin Xia, who had average academic performance. It's question 12, a multiple-choice problem regarding quadratic functions. "I'm at a loss." Yin Yunchuan examined the question for a minute before extending his hand. Chen Ye stood and retrieved a ballpoint pen from the desk, placing it into Yin Yunchuan's palm. Although Yin Yunchuan has been graduated for many years, he can still effortlessly elucidate this challenging problem. Chen Ye listens with rapt attention, and upon Yin Yunchuan's conclusion, he exclaims, "Uncle, you are truly remarkable. It's past 10. Let's go to bed." Yin Yunchuan does not respond to the praise. Chen Ye continues, "Tonight, allow me to give you a massage as a token of gratitude for your help with my studies." Yin Yunchuan gazes at him and replies, "I dislike being indebted to others. Your massage will help me fall asleep quickly, so it will cost you 5,000 as a trade for the vase." "All right." Chen Ye nods vigorously, a smile adorning his face, his eyes curving with delight. This time, after Yin Yunchuan drifts off to sleep, Chen Ye does not leave. Instead, he rests beside him. In the morning, Yin Yunchuan's biological clock awakens him, and he feels a weight on his chest, something obstructing his breath, his hand brushing against something soft. Upon opening his eyes, he sees Chen Ye sprawled across his chest, the boy's cheeks squished adorably, resembling an angel fallen from a grand painter's canvas. Yin Yunchuan's emotions are complex, despite his poor sleep quality. He did not awaken last night with Chen Ye nestled against him. He releases his hand from Chen Ye's waist and gently rouses him. "Uncle?" Chen Ye replies, looking bewildered. "How'd I end up here?" Gazing at Chen Ye's innocent face, Yin Yunchuan for a moment cannot discern if he is feigning ignorance. "Perhaps you were simply too tired last night and dozed off," he suggests. Chen Ye rises from the bed, stretching his limbs, feeling utterly refreshed. Sleeping in Yin Yunchuan's embrace yesterday had rejuvenated his mind and body. "Uncle, hurry and get ready. You have work, and I need to go to school," he states casually, as if they share a close bond. Naturally, Chen Ye takes Yin Yunchuan's car to school. At the school gate, he encounters Xiao Yu. Seeing him alight from the vehicle, inquires about his companion. "This is my uncle," Chen Ye replies. "Your uncle seems quite wealthy. Why have I never heard you mention him before?" Xiao Yu questions. "We weren't close back then," Chen Ye answers candidly. "So, does that mean you're close now?" "Gao Yi Us my Xing Li." "Not really," Chen Ye responds as he walks into the school, with Xiao Yu trailing behind him. Chapter 39. Uncle 9 on Wednesday. The school holds a monthly exam, with results released on Friday. Chen Ye scores 420 points, ranking 22nd out of 50 students. He places the report card into his backpack, but Xiao Yu retrieves it. "Wow, your scores are decent." Chinese, 125. "Have all those novels improved your language skills?" The original student, Lin Xia, hardly parted with novels during free time. Chen Ye snatches the report card back, muttering, "Only the Chinese score is good. The scores in other subjects are dismal." Xiao Yu waves the report card in front of Chen Ye, noting none of the subjects passed, with a total score barely exceeding 200. "Since your Chinese is so strong, how about tutoring me?" He proposes. "Your class leader scored 135 in Chinese. You could seek help from him," Chen Ye suggests. "Why not me? What are you busy with on weekends?" "I've been trying to get you out," Xiao Yu presses. Chen Ye knows he only has weekends to strategize his approach with Yin Yinchuan, leaving no time to entertain Xiao Yu. To truly learn, paying attention in class proves far more effective than hiring a tutor. Xiao Yu shoved his report card into a drawer and, in a fit of pique, muttered, "Fine, fine. You're absolutely right." On Friday, after much persuasion, Xiao Yu managed to convince Chen Ye to accompany him for an outing. However, they agreed that he must return home by 8 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Yu assured him, "Don't worry, I will personally drive you back." Xiao Yu took Chen Ye to a nearby arcade, a place where he was quite the regular, demonstrating his adeptness at various games. Chen Ye was decent at gaming. Not exceptional, but far from inadequate. After enjoying dinner at the mall, Xiao Yu dragged him into a cinema, and they emerged at 7:30. Gao Yu Gom Lai. What a terrible movie. The male lead already has a girlfriend, yet he pursues the female lead, and when both she and the second female lead are kidnapped, he chooses to rescue the latter. The screenwriter must be out of their mind. Chen Ye took a sip of his milk tea and said, "It's getting late. Please take me home." Outside the mall, Xiao Yu's motorcycle was parked by the roadside. He tossed a yellow helmet to Chen Ye and urged him to hop on. As Chen Ye settled behind him, he held onto the rear frame of the bike, careful not to touch Xiao Yu. The April weather had just begun to warm, but the wind whipping past chilled Chen Ye slightly. "Why are you sitting so far back? Can't you just hold on to me?" Xiao Yu called out from the front. "No need, just drive slower. It's a bit cold." It's troublesome. The motorcycle's speed decreased. This was the first time Xiao Yu had driven so slowly. The motorcycle halted at the entrance of Dongjiao Mansion, where security was stringent. Chen Ye, feeling too lazy to register, asked Xiao Yu to let him off there. After disembarking, Xiao Yu pressed a small doll into Chen Ye's hands, clearing his throat. "I just grabbed this earlier. You can keep it." It seemed that Xiao Yu had picked it up while Chen Ye was in the restroom and had left it on the bike. The doll was yellow, about 20 centimeters tall, resembling a character from some animated series, with a rather vacant expression. Clutching the doll, Chen Ye returned home. In the living room, apart from Lin and Xiao Mingzhu, Yin Yunchuan and Wen Ziyu were also present, all seated on the sofa. Chen Ye greeted them, and Xiao Mingzhu inquired, "Where have you been coming back so late?" Typically indifferent to Chen Ye's whereabouts, she felt compelled to ask today, especially with Wen Ziyu, a guest, present, to avoid the impression of neglecting him. "Just hanging out with friends," Chen Ye replied. It was common for high school students to spend time with friends after classes, so Xiao Mingzhu did not press further. When Ziyu chimed in, "Xia, come sit here." Chen Ye moved to sit beside Linen. "I heard you had a monthly exam recently. How did you fare, Xia?" When Ziyu asked, his tone that of a caring older brother. "Not bad," Chen Ye replied, the phrase carrying an ambiguous connotation, neither affirming nor denying his performance. "Not bad? What score is that?" Yin Yunchuan's cold voice broke through. Chen Ye maintained his composure, replying, 402. Xiao Mingzhu frowned slightly. Lin had scored over 600, and with them being siblings, it was disheartening that Chen Ye had only managed just over 400. However, her upbringing prevented her from uttering any disparaging remarks. "Do your best next time," she encouraged. "Okay, grandma," Chen Ye responded, "Feignin a dutiful demianor." When Ziyu couldn't resist ruffling his hair, and Chen Ye's grip tightened for a moment, but fortunately, when Ziyu quickly withdrew his hand. "Should I arrange a few tutors for you? My brother knows many excellent teachers who could be introduced to you." Chen Ye had no desire to let tutors encroach upon his time. Returning to the rigors of high school from the leisurely life of university was already arduous enough. "No need," Ziyu gitch. When Ziyu, ever perceptive, smiled and said, "Let me know if you change your mind." After sitting for a while, Wan Ziyu departed from the Yan residence, while Xiao Mingzhu ascended to her room to rest, and Lin returned to his own quarters. Upon Yin Yinchuan rising, Chen Ye followed him. They entered the elevator together, and when it reached the third floor, Chen Ye did not disembark. Instead, he accompanied Yin Yinchuan out on the fourth floor. "Uncle, why are you back on a Friday?" Yin Yinchuan, walking ahead, replied, "Do I need to report my itinerary to you?" Chen Ye pressed his lips together, trailing behind Yin Yunchuan as they entered the house. "I was merely curious." Yin Yunchuan turned to face him, his deep gray eyes devoid of any emotional hue. "What are you following me for?" "I deposited 500 into my card this afternoon. I wanted to inform you, uncle. Although you might not care, I do." Yin Yunchuan acknowledged, Understood. You may leave now. System. Favorability 7. Current favorability 22. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Chen Ye felt that Yin Yunchuan was being insincere and likely did not wish for him to leave. He tentatively suggested, "How about I give you a massage tonight, uncle?" Yin Yunchuan lowered his gaze upon him, and after a prolonged silence, replied, "Come over at 10:30. It was still just past 8. There was ample time until bedtime. Chen Ye, feeling a surge of excitement, responded, "All right, I'll tidy up and be there at 10:30. He went downstairs to shower and change into warm pajamas. At 10:30, he arrived punctually at Yin Yunchuan's room, where Yin Yunchuan had just emerged from the shower, his body still cloaked in steam, the bath towel loosely draped, revealing his broad chest. Chen Ye's gaze lingered on his torso for a few seconds, pondering how many abdominal muscles Yin Yunchuan possessed. "What are you looking at?" Yin Yunchuan's voice was deep and melodious. "Nothing in particular. I just think your physique is impressive, uncle." Yin Yunchuan swallowed, frowning slightly as he regarded the earnest youth. Complimenting a man's physique could be considered ambiguous, yet the boy's gaze was clear and innocent, devoid of ulterior motives. Once inside the room, Yin Yunchuan instructed Chen Ye, "Do not linger in the room tonight. Leave after the massage." Understood. After Yin Yunchuan fell asleep, Chen Ye quietly ate. The following morning, when Yin Yunchuan awoke and found Chen Ye absent, he calmly got up to shower. However, Chen Ye was awakened by the system's announcement, indicating a 5-point drop in favorability, now standing at 17. Confused, he pondered how this had occurred. "Yin Yunchuan was a bit displeased this morning upon not seeing you." Chen Ye queried, "Does he have some kind of issue? He was the one who told me to leave. Must I constantly appease him? His favorability is hard to increase, and it can just as suddenly diminish." System. Based on my analysis, if you soothe him this morning, the favorability will return. Chen was urged by the system to rise from his slumber. It was barely past 6 o'clock when he sleepily descended the stairs, and, as expected, Yin Yunchuan was already seated at the dining table. "Good morning, uncle," Chen greeted while stifling a yawn. He took a seat beside Yin Yunchuan and remarked, "I saw you asleep last night, and fearing I might disturb you, I returned to my room. May I come to your room tonight?" "Do as you wish," Yin Yunchuan replied, sipping his porridge. Affection level 7. Current affection level 24. Chen let out a cold laugh, thinking how easily he could win over his uncle. Chapter 40. Uncle Tianlan Xin placed Chen's breakfast on the table. While eating, Chen inquired, "Are you working overtime today, uncle?" "No need," Yin Yunchuan replied. Chen asked, "Do you have any plans then?" Yin Yunchuan set down a spoon. "I'm going to a golf course with a few business partners. I'd like to join," Chen said eagerly. "I don't think I've ever played golf. Please take me with you." "Not possible," Yin Yunchuan refused. Chen tugged at Yin Yunchuan's sleeve. "I beg you, uncle." With the charm of a pampered child, Chen's expression was both natural and endearing. Yin Yunchuan pulled his sleeve away, looking down at Chen. "Change into something appropriate. Dress like a child. They might think he's my son." Chen nearly laughed at Yin Yunchuan's inner thoughts, but managed to suppress it. "All right, I'll change right away." The wardrobe was filled with school uniforms and sweatshirts, with only a few formal pieces. After a prolonged search, he finally chose a black overcoat. The boy in the mirror had exquisite features, with pronounced under-eye bags. The black coat fit him perfectly. Satisfied, Chen smiled and headed downstairs. Upon arriving at the golf course, Chen noticed Wen Jiyu was also present. He and Yin Yunchuan belonged to the same circle, but unlike Yin, he had not taken over the family business. After graduating from university abroad, he returned to establish his own design studio, which had gained immense popularity in the country. Yin Yunchuan was playing golf with several friends on the lawn, and Chen refrained from joining them. The original owner, Lin Xia, did not know how to play, so he too pretended to be inexperienced. In truth, since high school, Chen had accompanied his father to various business gatherings, including high-end golfing events, and he was well versed in the game. He took a sip of tea and glanced at Wen Jiyu. "Why aren't you joining them?" Wen Jiyu's beautiful face bore a gentle, perfectly timed smile. "Isn't it lonely for you to be here alone, Xia? I'll keep you company." Chen reflected on how the Wen family was truly a breath of fresh air in the wealthy elite circle. The head of the family and his wife shared a loving bond, and their 3 children were equally outstanding and kind-hearted. It's all right. Jiyu, you can join them. I want to be bored here. Wen Jiyu offered, would you like to come with me? I can teach you how to play golf. Considering his skin's sensitivity, Chen declined, knowing that being taught would inevitably involve physical contact. A hint of disappointment flickered in Wen Jiyu's eyes. That's fine. Sitting here and sipping tea is enjoyable as well. The scenery is quite lovely. The expansive lawn, distant greenery, and birds soaring across the sky indeed presented a picturesque view. Wen Jiyu suddenly remarked, I still remember when you first arrived at the Yin family at the tender age of 10. You were quite short back then, and I failed to recognize you. It was only later that I realized you were the child who had been kidnapped alongside me. However, you probably do not recall it, as you were merely 4 or 5 years old at the time. Chen Ye replied, I recently recollected some fragments. I have a vague impression. Wen Jiyu sighed, memory is indeed a wondrous thing. There are moments when we forget, only to have those memories resurface unexpectedly on some future day. I suddenly recalled events from when I was 6 or 7 during a particular day in high school, memories that had previously eluded me. What are you discussing that brings such joy? Yin Yinchuan approached them with a smile. Wen Jiyu chuckled, we were reminiscing about the past. Yinchuan, I see your golfing skills have improved. Yin Yinchuan responded, with your remarkable golf prowess, why don't you play? Wen Jiyu replied, I think I shall pass. I caught a cold a couple of days ago and would rather not exert myself. You should take Xia to play. Upon hearing Wen Jiyu's suggestion, Chen Ye stood up, saying, let my uncle teach me. Wen Jiyu was momentarily taken aback. He had merely suggested it casually, expecting Chen Ye to decline just as he had previously. Indeed, Xia still clings to you, uncle. Just earlier, I suggested teaching him, and he expressed disinterest. Chen Ye explained, I was intrigued after watching my uncle play for a while. Wen Jiyu encouraged, very well, you two, uncle and nephew, go ahead. I will watch from here. The sunlight bathed Chen Ye and Yin Yunchuan in a gentle glow. Chen Ye stood in front, gripping the golf club, while Yin Yunchuan stood closely behind him. Keep your arms straight. Do not bend them. Chen Ye's spine sitifenit. The proximity between them heightened his trepidation. He felt nervous while trying to feign ignorance of golf, a true test of his acting skills. On his first attempt, the golf ball did not find its way into the hole. Yin Yunchuan instructed, aim at the target. Understood, unle, Chen Ye replied. After several more attempts, the ball still failed to land in the hole. Suddenly, a large hand enveloped his, guiding him in the proper technique. The white golf ball rolled and rolled, eventually sinking into the hole. Yin Yunchuan frowned. Why are you trembling? Chen Ye tightened his grip on the club, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. I feel a bit unwell. Yin Yunchuan stepped closer, noticing the flush that had crept onto Chen Ye's face. Are you afraid of me? He asked, his tone slightly frosty. Without another explanation, Chen Ye had been fine moments ago, and his discomfort seemed a mere excuse. Noticing the man's unfriendly expression, Chen Ye quickly clarified, no, uncle. I admit I was somewhat fearful of you in the past, but that has changed recently. Yin Yunchuan recognized that the young boy had indeed harbored a deep fear of him, avoiding him as one would a cat. Then tell me, why has that fear dissipated? After a brief moment of unease, Chen Ye regained his composure and responded, through our time spent together recently, I have realized that you are not as unapproachable as I once imagined. I wish to grow closer to you. This explanation mirrored the simplicity of his earlier request for a loan in Yin Yunchuan's room, seeking familiarity. However, the current Yin Yunchuan, shaped by a cold upbringing, found it difficult to trust in the purity of emotions, believing that every sentiment was laced with ulterior motives. Is that so? Yin Yuanquan gently posed a counter-question, neither affirming nor denying his belief. From previously avoiding me to now, despite his evident fear, he proactively approaches, what secret do you harbor? Chen Ye nodded, dismissing Yin Yuanquan's unvoiced thoughts, affirming his own stance. Then I shall observe how you grow closer to me. Subsequently, Yin Yuanquan instructed Chen Ye in golf for an additional hour, gradually uncovering a pattern. When he drew near, Chen Ye exhibited little reaction, yet upon any physical contact, his face would flush and his body tremble. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, the observant Yin Yuanquan discerned this. A speculation arose within Yin Yuanquan's mind. If Chen Ye was not afraid of him, then perhaps he harbored affection. Contemplating this notion, An odd sensation blossomed in his heart. Upon returning home, Chen Ye collapsed onto his bed, thoroughly exhausted yet richly rewarded. His rapport with Yan Yuanquan had notably improved. Chapter 41. Uncle Chen Ye's senior year swiftly concluded, and following the Gaokao, he found himself utterly relaxed. Throughout the year, through relentless effort, his standing with Yan Yuanquan had significantly enhanced. When the exams concluded, Qiao Yu advised him, "Do not confine yourself to home during the summer. Venture out occasionally." He nearly suggested that Chen Ye accompany him for leisure. Chen Ye nodded in agreement. "All right." Qiao Yu playfully tugged at his cap. "I may message you from time to time. Do remember to respond." "Okay. May I visit your home?" This time, Chen Ye declined. "No, I actually do not reside in my own home. I'm staying with someone else." Qiao Yu's gaze shifted, akin to viewing a tender young cabbage. "You live with your uncle?" Chen Ye affirmed. "Damn, why didn't you mention this sooner? No wonder your monthly allowance is so meager. Is he unkind to you?" At school, Chen Ye consistently opted for inexpensive meals, and Qiao Yu would often order extra to share with him. Chen Ye shook his head. "No, I've saved a portion myself. Do not concern yourself. I'm heading home now. Goodbye." At the onset of summer vacation, Chen Ye fell ill, inexplicably developing a fever. The family doctor visited, prescribed medication, and advised him to rest adequately and avoid overexertion. Chen Ye lay on the bed, resembling a pancake, and that night, Lin entered to administer his medicine before departing. In a drowsy haze, Chen Ye heard a knock at the door. He rose to answer it, surprised to find Yan Yuanquan standing outside. Upon seeing Chen Ye's flushed face and pale lips, Yan Yuanquan furrowed his brow. "You are unwell?" This marked the first occasion Yan Yuanquan had proactively sought out Chen Ye. Chen Ye turned aside to allow him entry. With a nasal voice, he replied, "I've caught a cold." Chen Ye reclined back onto the bed and addressed the standing Yan Yuanquan. "Uncle, please sit on the bed. I did not seek you out today due to my illness." According to their usual practice, Chen Ye would reach out to him on Friday and weekend evenings. However, today, Yan Yuanquan had returned from the office and remained in his room. And as midnight approached, Chen Ye had yet to arrive. A subtle discontent rose within him. Ever since he began to harbor doubts about Chen Ye, he had discreetly monitored Chen Ye's movements and was aware that Chen Ye had a friend in class. Was it possible that Chen Ye had ventured out with his friend and failed to return home for the night? Thus, Yin Yinchuan found himself inexplicably drawn to the lower floor, lingering at the entrance of Chen Ye's room for an extended period before finally rapping on the door. He might have to concede that Chen Ye had indeed succeeded in drawing closer to him. Whether it was Chen Ye's ability to lull him into peaceful slumber or his undeniably charming demeanor, Yin Yinchuan found himself developing a peculiar fondness for Chen Ye. "Rest well," Yin Yinchuan remarked in a composed tone as he settled into a chair beside the study desk. He showed no intention of leaving, casually picking up a book from Chen Ye's desk. It was Chen Ye's high school Chinese literature textbook, untouched since his recent college entrance examination. The pages bore haphazard notes, and Yin Yinchuan furrowed his brow at the unsightly handwriting. Flipping through a few pages, he noted the careless scrawl, along with various meaningless doodles and symbols, likely the result of daydreaming during class. A sheet of paper slipped from the pages of the textbook, and Yin Yinchuan examined it. It was a dialogue between two individuals deliberating on what to have for lunch. The unattractive script belonged to Chen Ye, while the wild, cursive-like handwriting was that of another boy. The boy expressed a desire for pork chops, and Chen Ye opted for stir-fried beef. The boy jested that with a monthly allowance exceeding 1,000, he could only afford pork, yet ultimately offered to treat Chen Ye to beef. The white paper began to crumple in his grasp, and Yin Yinchuan, regaining his composure, returned the note to the textbook. "Uncle, could you pour me a cup of hot water?" Yin Yinchuan glanced toward the bed before rising to fetch a cup of hot water for Chen Ye. Chen Ye sat up from the bed and took a few sips. After taking his medication, his fever had subsided, but his congested nose made him feel unwell, extinguishing his motivation to complete his tasks. "Uncle, you should go back now. I need to sleep." Yin Yinchuan replied, "You needn't deposit money into my account every month anymore." His sudden statement left Chen Ye momentarily bewildered, his mind muddled from illness. It took him a few seconds to realize Yin Yinchuan was referring to the matter of financial support. "Why, uncle?" Uncle does not wish for the children of the Yin family to rely on others for meals, he stated, not concealing his earlier glance at Chen Ye's book and the note within. Chen Ye explained, "It's just occasionally he treats me, and I've treated him too." A flicker of dark fire danced in Yin Yunchuan's deep gray eyes. "Have you become disobedient?" "I have listened," Chen Ye replied, taking another sip of water and sniffing. "So when will I return the money, Uncle?" "Upon graduation. By then, I will have a job." Yin Yunchuan nodded slightly. "That is acceptable." He was hardly concerned about the money. The youth, however, was earnestly intent on settling their accounts. Initially, he thought Chen Ye sought to extract money from him, but it now appeared otherwise. Chen Ye was genuinely striving to save up to repay him. Looking into Chen Ye's eyes, he said, "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Tell me what you seek by approaching me. Perhaps I might consider it. Speak. Do you desire wealth or power? I shall contemplate your request." Chen Ye coughed softly, his eyes reflecting a sense of hurt. "I have expressed my intentions numerous times. I merely wish to grow closer to my uncle and forge a friendship. Why does he never believe me?" A tear fell onto the blanket, and Chen Ye wept, partly in performance and partly due to the discomfort of his cold and sore throat. Upon witnessing Chen Ye's tear-streaked face, Yin Yunchuan felt a pang in his heart. This was the second time he had experienced such pain upon seeing Chen Ye cry. The first time, he had undergone a hard examination, and there had been no issues. Yet this time, he absurdly felt that his heart ached because of the youth's tears. "Do not cry," Yin Yunchuan said, his voice hoarse, laced with a tone of compulsion that brooked no dissent. However, Chen Ye was not his subordinate. He was not intimidated by Yin Yunchuan's tone, nor would he comply with his command. He choked back a few sobs. "My throat hurts. Have you taken any medicine?" Yin Yunchuan's tone remained cold and unyielding. He was a man who seemed to have no understanding of gentleness. "I have taken some, but it still hurts. It's fine. I'll take a nap and feel better tomorrow." Yin Yunchuan refilled the half-empty cup of hot water and handed it to Chen Ye, saying, "If you wish to be close to me, then do not cry." Chen Ye grasped the cup, his eyes slightly reddened, gazing at Yin Yunchuan. "Do you believe me now, uncle? Rest early. I shall take my leave." Chen Ye felt no disappointment. Yin Yunchuan harbored distrust towards everyone, and earning his trust was an arduous task. Just as he stood up, Chen Ye tugged at the sleeve of Yin Yunchuan's clothing. "Uncle, please stay with me." Chen Ye's voice was barely above a whisper. "Just for tonight. Tomorrow, once I am well, I shall not bother you again." Yin Yunchuan had never shared a bed with anyone in his life. He initially intended to refuse, but upon seeing the earnestness in Chen Ye's eyes, the words of rejection faltered on his lips. On the bed, neither of them fell asleep immediately. Yin Yunchuan felt a surge of annoyance. How had he agreed to this? Chen Ye lay with his back to Yin Yunchuan, unwilling to transmit his cold to him. After successfully pulling Yin Yunchuan onto his bed, Chen Ye disregarded him and buried himself under the covers, falling asleep. Yin Yunchuan lay awake, expecting to remain alert until dawn, yet he soon succumbed to slumber. Even as the warmth of Chen Ye's body drew near, he instinctively reached out and embraced him. Chapter 42. Uncle 12. Yin Yunchuan awoke early, and as he opened his eyes, he looked down at the slumbering Chen Ye in his arms. Chen Ye's cheeks were flushed, likely due to the fading effects of the medication, as he seemed to be burning with fever once more. Yin Yunchuan's expression was inscrutable. He found it difficult to comprehend why he had fallen asleep last night. Initially, he had assumed it was Chen Ye's massage that had lulled him into slumber. Yet last night, Chen Ye had done nothing but rest in his embrace. He reached out to touch Chen Ye's forehead, the heat radiating from him, leaving Yin Yunchuan with no inclination to ponder further. Withdrawing his hand from Chen Ye's shoulder, he heard Chen Ye mumble softly, "Brother, do not leave." Yin Yunchuan frowned. He was familiar with this term of endearment. Yet, where did Chen Ye derive the notion of having an elder brother when he had only one younger sibling? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Ye was lost in dreams, oblivious to the fact that he had called out to another. He merely turned over and continued to sleep. When Chen Ye awoke, the sun had already risen high in the sky. The joy of summer vacation, free from the obligation of waking up at dawn, enveloped him. As he descended the stairs, he found the family doctor in the living room. The doctor took his temperature and informed him that his fever had subsided. Without calling for the doctor, Chen Ye inquired. Dr. Lu, what brings you here? Lu Xiao replied. Mr. Yin called me this morning. Chen Ye acknowledged. I see. Thank you for your trouble, Dr. Lu. The doctor smiled and bid farewell as he departed. Approximately a week later, Chen Ye had fully recovered from his cold. On the weekend, while the Yin family gathered for dinner in the living room, Wen Ziyan and Wen Ziyu arrived. They had come personally to invite the Yin family to Grandma Wen's 80th birthday celebration, which was to take place in 3 days. Although a simple invitation could have sufficed, Wen Ziyan, driven by personal desire, chose to deliver the invitation directly to Yin Yunchuan. Grandma is placing great importance on this birthday celebration. Xiao Xia and Xiao An must also attend, Wen Ziyu gently remarked. Chen Ye nodded in agreement, and Lin assured, rest assured, Sister Wen, we will certainly be there. In a city where rain was frequent, a light drizzle began to fall as Chen Ye, clad in a black suit, entered Xiao Mingzhu's car alongside Lin, who awaited him. She had returned to the Yin residence yesterday and was not with them. Yin Yunchuan's car led the way, followed closely by Xiao Mingzhu's vehicle. After more than an hour, they arrived at the Wen residence. In Chen Ye's memory, the Wen home was grand and luxurious. Yet it exuded a sense of artistic refinement rather than ostentatious extravagance. The family possessed a touch of artistic sensibility, and the decor leaned towards the literary. Inside the hall, a dazzling crystal chandelier illuminated the space, where elegantly dressed individuals mingled, raising their glasses in social exchange. Every type of gathering served as an opportunity for networking. The arrival of Yin Yunchuan stirred an undercurrent of excitement in the hall. He was a symbol of commercial influence in the city, and everyone sought to establish a connection with him. Lin and Chen Ye followed closely behind him, attracting attention as well. Brother, I'm going to find someone I know. I'll be off, Lin said to Chen Ye before departing. Left with no choice, Chen Ye trailed behind Yin Yunchuan. Today, Yin Yunchuan was impeccably attired in a well-tailored silver-gray suit, adorned with a black brooch that exuded a sense of understated luxury. His hair was slicked back, and his exquisite features were captivating. Even without the power of the Yin family, his intellect alone could draw everyone's attention. When Ziyu approached Yin Yunchuan, stating, Yin Chuan, let me take you to greet Grandma. She turned to Chen Ye, saying, Xiao Xia can join us as well. Chen Ye followed them to pay his respects to Grandma Wen. Recently discharged from the hospital, Grandma Wen appeared in good spirits. After greeting her, Yin Yunchuan was soon engaged in conversation with a business associate, leaving Chen Ye feeling somewhat disconnected. He informed Yin Yunchuan that he would take a seat on the sofa for a while, and then departed. Chen Ye took a slice of cake and sat on the sofa, his hunger evident after such a long journey. As he indulged, a shadow fell before him, prompting him to look up and find Xiao Yu standing there. A glimmer of surprise shone in Xiao Yu's eyes as he settled beside Chen Ye. I wasn't sure it was you when I saw you come in. What brings you here? Chen Ye, I came here with my uncle. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. Is your uncle the esteemed Mr. Yin? Indeed, it is he. Xiao Yu's family operates an entertainment company and has some dealings with the Wen family. But there is no collaboration with the Yin group. Their paths do not align. However, he has heard of Yin Yunchuan, as his father often berates him with the question, do you know what Yin Yunchuan was doing at your age? Xiao Yu scoffed at this, wondering how Yin Yunchuan's achievements pertained to him. He was merely surprised that such a renowned figure in city, it would be Chen Ye's uncle. Xiao Yu leaned closer to Chen Ye. What kind of cake are you having? Let me sample it. Chen Ye replied, pineapple cake. Help yourself. I'm too lazy to go get it. I don't particularly enjoy cake. Just a small bite will suffice. Chen Ye handed the cake to Xiao Yu, who took a bite with the fork he had used. Wow, this is quite delicious. He returned the cake to Chen Ye. I'll go fetch a couple more pieces. Do you want any? Chen Ye nodded. Yin Yunchuan dealt with those who sought to engage him in conversation, discreetly glancing in Chen Ye's direction. At first, Chen Ye sat quietly, indulging in his food, which pleased Yin Yunchuan. He found him to be quite well-behaved. Yet, upon noticing Xiao Yu approaching Chen Ye, a shadow of displeasure crossed Yin Yunchuan's face, causing the person opposite him to feel a pang of unease, questioning whether they had inadvertently offended him. When Chen Ye offered the cake to Xiao Yu, a flicker of resentment stirred within Yin Yunchuan. We shall discuss the collaboration another time, he remarked curtly to the person across from him before striding towards Chen Ye. Seated on the sofa, Chen Ye feeling somewhat bored, took out his phone. Before he could even unlock it, he sensed someone approaching. Lifting his gaze, he found it was Yin Chuan. Chen Ye looked on with slight confusion. "Uncle, are you not in a meeting? Have you finished?" Yin Chuan replied, "It's almost time to cut the cake. Come with me. My friend hasn't arrived yet. I'll let him know." Just then, Chao Yu approached, exchanging a glance with Yin Chuan. Chao Yu shyly greeted, "Hello, uncle." Yin Chuan did not respond, creating a moment of awkwardness. Chao Yu felt that Yin Chuan harbored a dislike for him, perceiving a coldness in his gaze. Chen Ye broke the tension. "We're heading over first, goodbye." Chao Yu waved farewell, watching as Chen Ye and Yin Chuan walked away. Though the event's honoree was Grandma Wan, Yin Chuan's status necessitated his position among the Wan family, overseeing Grandma Wan as she prepared to cut the cake. The elderly lady was not particularly fond of cake. She preferred longevity noodles. However, the gathering was organized by the siblings Wan Zian and Wan Ziu, in pursuit of good fortune, decided to cut the cake. Chen Ye had already indulged in a piece of cake, holding another in his hand, but not consuming it. Yin Chuan refrained from taking any cake, as he had no taste for such sweet confections. Chen Ye extended the cake towards Yin Chuan. "Uncle, would you care for some?" "No," Yin Chuan replied curtly, his tone tinged with annoyance. Having just given his cake to Chao Yu, he now perceived Chen Ye's offer as an attempt at equitable distribution. Unaware of Yin Chuan's thoughts, Chen Ye looked at him and asked, "Are you upset?" In the eyes of the young man, there was a blend of confusion and a hint of caution. Yin Chuan and Chen Ye exchanged glances, neither of them speaking. "How could I possibly be upset just because of you? Is it really worth my anger over a piece of cake?" Chen Ye finally understood. Just moments ago, Yin Chuan had witnessed him sharing cake with Chao Yu, which had stirred a twinge of jealousy in Yin Chuan, though he would never admit it. Chen Ye scooped a spoonful of cake and said, "Uncle, if you're not angry, then do take a bite." Yin Chuan lowered his voice. "Are you sure you want to do this in public? There are people everywhere, their gazes subtly converging around us." Chen Ye shrugged, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Resembling a cunning little fox, "Does it bother you, uncle?" The bright and sly smile on his face made Yin Chuan's breath grow heavier. Chen Ye leaned in closer, the spoon nearly grazing Yin Chuan's lips. Yin Chuan opened his mouth and took a bite. Satisfied, Chen Ye withdrew the spoon and indulged in a few bites of the cake himself. Yin Chuan's gaze, palpable as a tangible force, rested on Chen Ye's face, observing as he savored the cake, the spoon being the very one he had just used. The thought caused Yin Chuan to frown instinctively. He had never been accustomed to sharing utensils with anyone. Yet, he felt no aversion, only a sense of naturalness in their connection. Yin Chuan's hand curled slightly, and he could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, sensing that something was beginning to shift. Initially, he had observed Chen Ye's approach with a sense of detached amusement, curious about his intentions. Now, however, he found himself disoriented, while Chen Ye remained undaunted, just as he had always been. Their interaction did not go unnoticed by some attendees at the banquet, who began to speculate about Chen Ye's identity. The original owner, Lin Xia, was introverted and socially anxious, having never participated in such gatherings. His fear of Yin Chuan had kept him at a distance, rendering him virtually invisible to others. After the banquet concluded, Chen Ye returned home in Yin Chuan's car, while Xiao Mingzhu and Lin traveled in another vehicle. Lin had observed Chen Ye feeding Yin Chuan and could not help but notice the transformation in Chen Ye. He had genuinely become closer to Yin Chuan. Xiao Mingzhu inquired, "How has that child Lin Xia become so close to Yin Chuan?" She remembered how Yin Chuan had rejected her attempts to serve him food at the table. Fully aware of his cleanliness obsession, Lin shook his head. "I'm not entirely sure, Grandma, but I believe it's a positive development." Xiao Mingzhu smiled. "I think it's a good thing, too. The fact that your uncle has accepted Lin Xia shows he has some affection for this family." She felt a sense of relief. Her son had always been stern and focused solely on work, so having a close nephew was indeed a blessing. At least, Xiao Mingzhu thought. Yin Chuan seemed to exude warmth when he was with Chen Ye. Upon returning to the Yin household, Chen Ye began contemplating the side mission. Initially, he had been confident about undertaking it, for the original Lin Xia had once been kidnapped and, in a moment of peril, Someone had rushed into a burning room to rescue him. At that time, the only individuals capable of saving him were Yin Yunquan and Wen Ziyu. The original owner, Lin Xia, had long forgotten this segment of memory, yet Chen Ye recalled this buried past while receiving his memories. Although he was uncertain about who exactly saved Lin Xia, he could leverage this memory to feign an unwavering belief that it was Yin Yunquan who rescued him. Yin Yunquan had always harbored suspicions regarding his intentions. Thus, he could lay his cards on the table and reveal to Yin Yunquan that his proximity was driven by the recollection of past events. Acknowledging that it was Yin Yunquan who had saved him, his desire to approach Yin Yunquan stemmed from genuine gratitude towards his savior. His feelings were pure, devoid of any ulterior motives related to wealth or power. In the room, Chen Ye rolled about on the bed, clutching a green dinosaur, his mind swirling with thoughts of Yin Yunquan's expression upon discovering the truth. Would he feel a twinge of guilt for having misunderstood? Would his affection for Chen Ye increase? System, the current affinity level is 45, correct? System, indeed. I believe that once he learns the truth behind my approach, it might rise to 60. System, good luck with that. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door, prompting Chen Ye to slip into his slippers and open it. Uncle, you're here. Yin Yunquan inquired, what was the message for? Chen Ye grasped his hand, pulling him into the room, intending to convey the reasons behind his earlier approach. Yin Yunquan settled at the desk, observing Chen Ye with an air of leisure. So what is your purpose? Because you saved me, uncle. The boy's eyes shimmered with both shyness and gratitude. Even though Yin Yunquan might not remember, the memory was etched clearly in Chen Ye's mind. The fire had raged fiercely that day, and he had nearly lost consciousness. Just when he thought he would perish, Yin Yunquan had entered and carried him out. Yin Yunquan's slender fingers tapped gently on the desk, neither correcting him nor dismissing his words. Instead, he astutely pointed out a discrepancy. You're referring to the incident that occurred over a decade ago when I was kidnapped. Why did you not express gratitude before? And why now? Chen Ye realized that Yin Yunquan was indeed not easily deceived. He recited his prepared response. I was young then and had forgotten about it. A year ago, I recalled the event. I had always perceived you as somewhat indifferent and was fearful of you. However, upon remembering that incident, I understood that you were not like that, which is why I wished to draw closer to express my gratitude. The air fell silent. Yin Yunquan did not display the guilt or emotion Chen Ye had anticipated. Instead, his deep gray eyes scrutinized Chen Ye intently. Chen Ye rose from the bed and approached him. Uncle, why are you silent? Is it because I didn't tell you the reason from the start? And you're upset? Chen Ye continued. I thought if I'd told you earlier, you would have ignored me. Now that the time feels right, I believe I should share this with you. I'm truly grateful for your past act of saving my life. Upon hearing the boy's explanation, a shadow of gloom washed over Yin Yunquan. For the one who had saved Chen Ye was not him at all. He was inherently indifferent. Why would he rush back into a burning building to save a child with whom he had no connection? It was Wen Ziyu who had performed the rescue. Chen Ye's memories had become disordered, mistaking Wen Ziyu for himself, which explained the deliberate approach and attempts at flattery over the past year. The youth was neither bribed by his adversary nor motivated by wealth or status, and certainly did not harbor any affection. His proximity stemmed solely from the title of savior he bore. It was merely an absurd misunderstanding, and Yin Yunquan felt an urge to laugh but found himself unable. A notification from the system echoed in his mind. Side quest completed, 30 points earned. Yin Yunquan felt a tightness in his throat as he asked, if I had not saved you, would you still have approached me? Chen Ye wore a faint smile, replying, there is no if. I remember distinctly that it was my uncle who rescued me. However, I pondered for a moment. Had I not recalled that it was my uncle who saved me, I might indeed have hesitated to initiate conversation with him. Yin Yunquan's gaze deepened. You used to fear me, avoiding me whenever you could. Chen Ye's clear eyes reflected sincerity. That was in the past. Now I hold a special fondness for my uncle. The word fondness lingered in Yin Yunquan's mind, a sentiment that seemingly belonged to Wen Ziyu. However, it was Chen Ye who had erred in identifying the person, and, consequently, it was he who took the initiative to draw near. One could hardly blame anyone else. The truth had been known only to him and Wen Ziyu. As long as they kept it unspoken, he would remain a unique presence in Chen Ye's eyes. "Let my uncle stay with me tonight. I wish to chat with him," Chen Ye suggested. Yin Chuan swallowed hard, hearing himself agree. That night, he slept soundly once more. Upon waking, he found Chen Ye nestled in his embrace. He did not feel repulsed, only a sense of security, reminiscent of the years long past when they had similarly shared slumber. Chapter 44. Uncle Chen Ye sat in the living room watching television, while Yin Chuan remained beside him, his gaze not fixed on the screen. The servants found this scene curious. The once seldom seen Yin Chuan had been returning frequently to the Yin household of late and now sat on the sofa with Chen Ye. They silently acknowledged that Chen Ye was no longer the inconspicuous presence he once was, and they needed to serve him well, unlike in the past. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Lan Xian opened the door and called to Chen Ye in the living room. "Young Master Lin, your classmate is here." Chen Ye rose from the sofa and walked to the entrance, where he encountered Chao Yu, dressed in casual black attire and wearing sunglasses. "What brings you here?" Chen Ye asked. Chao Yu replied, "Why have you stayed indoors for so long? I can't take you out. It's so dull being cooped up at home." Just as Chen Ye was about to respond, he heard Yin Chuan's voice. "He is not going out." Yin Chuan stepped forward, positioning himself behind Chen Ye. His cold gaze directed at Chao Yu. "Lin Xia is almost ready for university, and with summer vacation here, he should be allowed to go out. Besides, he has the right to make his own choices." Chao Yu voiced his grievances, unafraid of Yin Chuan's power and influence. He had investigated the relationship between Yin Chuan and Chen Ye, concluding that the two were not related at all. Yin Chuan was not Chen Ye's biological uncle. Not only did Yin Chuan harbor animosity towards him, but he also held a dislike for Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan placed his hand upon Chen Ye's shoulder, causing Chen Ye to flinch and nearly lose his balance. Observing this scene, Chao Yu clenched his teeth in frustration. Yin Chuan gazed down at Chen Ye, presenting him with a choice: remain at home or accompany him outside. "Stay at home." Chen Ye replied to Chao Yu, "You may leave now." Chao Yu stood frozen for a moment, his fists clenched, before ultimately turning away, his silhouette betraying a lingering anger. Chen Ye turned to Yin Chuan and said, "Uncle, please do not hold me down. What are you trembling for?" Yin Chuan frowned. Leaning closer to Yin Chuan's ear, Chen Ye whispered, "I actually suffer from a condition known as skin hunger." This term was not unfamiliar to Yin Chuan, who subsequently withdrew his hand from Chen Ye's shoulder, his gaze deepening. "Who else knows?" "My brother and Chao Yu," Chen Ye replied. Upon hearing Chao Yu's name, Yin Chuan's expression darkened. "How did he come to know?" "We are desk mates. He inadvertently touched me, and thus became aware." The mere thought of Chao Yu having touched Chen Ye ignited a surge of fury within Yin Chuan. "What did he touch you?" Chen Ye paused momentarily, responding, "My wrist." He vaguely recalled that Chao Yu's first contact with the original owner was indeed at the wrist. In the next instant, Yin Chuan seized Chen Ye's wrist and led him into the elevator. Yin Chuan walked briskly, leaving Chen Ye struggling to keep pace, stumbling several times. He guided Chen Ye into the bathroom of his room, and Chen Ye harbored a subtle suspicion regarding Yin Chuan's intentions. However, when Yin Chuan took his hand and immersed it in water, he was momentarily taken aback. Yin Chuan meticulously washed Chen Ye's hand, particularly the wrist. Observing Yin Chuan's actions, Chen Ye recalled Qi He, questioning whether there was truly no connection between Yin Chuan and Qi He. He found it hard to believe. "What are you thinking about?" Yin Chuan frowned, sensing a hint of nostalgia in Chen Ye's eyes. "What are you reminiscing about?" "It's nothing, I just feel a bit of pain in my hand," Chen Ye replied, returning to reality. His once fair wrist had turned red, prompting Yin Chuan to release his grip. As an elder, Yin Chuan's actions had crossed a line. "What do you feel when you have little contact with others?" Yin Chuan inquired. Chen Ye contemplated seriously. "I feel an emptiness within, somewhat uncomfortable. When touched, I experience a sense of security and comfort, especially through embraces. This issue does not significantly affect my life. I generally do not feel much as long as I minimize contact." Yin Chuan casually remarked, "I have heard that this condition arises from a lack of comfort during infancy, and that appropriate embraces can alleviate it. I cannot simply seek someone out for daily embraces. That would be too strange, Chen Ye responded, suddenly struck by an idea. He looked at Yin Yunchuan with bright eyes. However, if Uncle were willing to let me embrace him, I would gladly accept. I know Uncle would not speak of it to others. Yin Yunchuan regarded him from above, his cold, piercing gaze exuding an air of pressure. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Chen Ye chuckled inwardly, realizing that it was indeed the man who had led him to utter such words. Yet now it seemed as if he were the one harboring ulterior motives. I understand this request may seem somewhat peculiar. If my uncle is unwilling, then so be it. Chen Ye withdrew his hand from Yin Yunchuan's grasp, intending to exit the bathroom, when Yin Yunchuan's voice resonated. This weekend evening will suffice, 5 minutes. The 5 minutes referred to Yin Yunchuan's consent for Chen Ye to embrace him for that brief moment. Chen Ye turned his head, eyes glimmering with surprise. Really? Yin Yunchuan nodded. Today indeed marked the weekend, and in the evening, Chen Ye seamlessly entered Yin Yunchuan's room. Yin Yunchuan was seated on the sofa, a glass of red wine resting on the adjacent table. Chen Ye settled beside him, whispering, "I've come." Yin Yunchuan's tone appeared indifferent, yet the slight curve of his lips betrayed his true feelings. "May I hold you now?" The formality of the request made Chen Ye feel somewhat embarrassed. But he had no choice. He must fulfill his task. Regardless of how awkward it felt, he had to proceed for the sake of gaining affection. Without waiting for Yin Yunchuan's response, he embraced him, knowing that Yin Yunchuan had already agreed during the day. At the moment their skin met, Chen Ye felt his very soul tremble, as if his heart had been instantly filled. The sensation of satisfying his skin hunger was unexpectedly delightful. Yin Yunchuan faced the door while Chen Ye clung to him sideways. In the next instant, the world spun, and Chen Ye found himself lifted by Yin Yunchuan, landing on his lap, facing him directly. "Uncle, this position feels rather strange." Yin Yunchuan replied, "Wasn't it you who wanted to embrace me? Didn't the previous position feel awkward?" His words were delivered with a nonchalance that revealed no hint of flirtation, as though he were merely a senior assisting a junior with a malady. Chen Ye fell silent, wrapping his arms around Yin Yunchuan's neck, burying his head against his chest. After all, if there were any stirred feelings, it would not be he who reacted. The scent of lemon-scented shower gel enveloped Yin Yunchuan's senses, momentarily clouding his typically clear mind. With two pale hands draped around his neck, he could even feel the delicate brush of Chen Ye's wrist against the nape of his neck, soft and comforting. The body nestled in his embrace initially trembled slightly before gradually calming, the breaths against his chest shifting from heavy to gentle. Yin Yunchuan extended his hand to encircle Chen Ye's waist. The warmth of their bodies seeped through the thin fabric, prompting him to tighten his grip, holding Chen Ye even closer. In the room, the tall man buried his head in the crook of the youth's neck, seemingly greedily inhaling his scent, momentarily unsure who among them truly suffered from skin hunger. 5 minutes had elapsed, and Chen Ye nudged Yin Yunchuan gently. He exerted little force, yet Yin Yunchuan remained still. Chen Ye, nestled in his embrace, also ceased to move. As several minutes passed, nearly drifting into slumber, Chen Ye noted that Yin Yunchuan showed no intention of releasing him, prompting Chen Ye to surrender to sleep. Yin Yunchuan gazed down at the slumbering Chen Ye in his arms and carefully lifted him to the bed. Chapter 45. Uncle 15 Yin. She had not returned to the Yin household for quite some time. It was said that his newly acquired lovers had quarreled, leaving him preoccupied with managing the situation and unable to extricate himself. Today, at last, he found time to return, and the Yin family had gathered. At the dining table, Yin she addressed Yin Yunchuan, saying, "A friend of mine has a son who recently graduated from university. He is a promising candidate, and I wish to send him to intern with you." Yin Yunchuan replied coolly, "My assistant performs admirably. There is no need." Yin she placed his cutlery down on his plate with a crisp clatter, halting the diner's actions momentarily. The rejection from his son left him feeling utterly humiliated. Compounded by the exhaustion from dealing with his mistress, he began to feel agitated. "Yin Yunchuan, I am your father. The individuals I arrange are all exceptional. Graduates from the finest universities. They would undoubtedly be invaluable to you. What reason do you have to refuse?" Yin Yunchuan maintained his indifferent demeanor. The company was never short of talent. You. Yin Shi's chest heaved with anger, clearly infuriated, yet he found himself powerless. For the Yin Corporation was no longer his to command. Qiu Mingzhu intervened, attempting to mediate. All right, if the intention is merely to cultivate talent, it need not be directly beside Yin Xuan. He could start from the grassroots and gain experience there. She then turned to Lin and studied diligently, and upon graduation, you can assist your uncle. Lin nodded obediently. Rest assured, Grandma. Qiu Mingzhu then addressed Chen Ye. You too. Focus on your studies. Of course, Grandma, Chen Ye replied. Qiu Mingzhu smiled at him, having observed the developing relationship between Chen Ye and Yin Yunchuan, thus paying him a bit more attention. His grades might be lacking, but he was a good child who did not stir up trouble. After dinner, Yin Shi departed in a huff, while Qiu Mingzhu turned to Yin Yunchuan and said, remember to investigate the people around your father. See if he has added any more illegitimate children. Qiu Mingzhu furrowed her brow. Logically, Yin Shi's illegitimate offspring should have either perished or fled, and they ought to be too fearful to emerge. Even if there were any, they would be hidden by Yin Shi. Why, then, was he so eager to send someone to Yin Yunchuan's side? It could not genuinely be out of a desire for talent, could it? That would be as improbable as a pig climbing a tree. The Yin family had not fallen to Yin Shi's hands merely due to ancestral virtue. I will, Yin Yunchuan replied. In his room, Chen Ye was engrossed in a novel left behind by the original owner. The original owner had never revealed his preferences at home, so the books were hidden in a box containing a mishmash of genres: fantasy, romance, supernatural, and military. He selected a horror novel and read with great relish. Once Chen Ye became absorbed in a book, he would read on without notice, thus failing to perceive the door opening. The bed dipped slightly, and when he turned his head, he saw Lin. What brings you here? Lin An's eyes held a hint of sorrow. A few days ago, I heard Grandma mention she wants my uncle to enter into a marriage alliance with the Wen family. You know that Sister Wen has feelings for him. If the Yin family proposes it, she would undoubtedly agree. Chen Ye failed to grasp the implications of Lin An's words, replying, isn't a marriage alliance a normal occurrence in prominent families? I like Sister Wen, Lin stated plainly. Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly pieced it together. So that day at the banquet, you went to find Sister Wen. Lin nodded in affirmation. We adopted a cat together. I was also there to check on it. The cat was one he had specifically purchased. He told Wen Ziyu that it was a stray and asked Wen Ziyan to care for it. As Qiu Mingzhu was allergic to cat fur, I sense that the possibility of you and her is rather bleak. Chen also stated this plainly. Lin, feeling dejected, acknowledged that even if she did not harbor feelings for her uncle, she certainly would not favor him. In her eyes, he was merely a child. Chen offered Lin a few words of consolation, suggesting that youth is a wonderful thing, brimming with vitality, and that perhaps if he took the initiative, she might develop an affection for him. Lin An's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? Do you truly believe that? He inquired. Sometimes I think she likes me too. Otherwise, why would she help me care for Xiao Guai and give me gifts on her own? And just the other day, when I visited Grandma Wan, she even invited me to dinner. Chen smirked slightly, acknowledging the common misconception that someone harbors feelings for him. He asked, so, you sought me out merely to express your feelings for Sister Wen? Do you wish for my assistance in strategizing? Lin shook his head. No, I wanted to find out how Uncle feels about Sister Wen and whether he would agree to a union. If he is indeed inclined that way, I will have no hope left. He gazed intently at Chen, pleading, brother, will you help me? Chen replied, I can inquire on your behalf. Lin, filled with joy, embraced him, but Chen sidestepped. Why are you avoiding me? Weren't you the one who sought me out for hugs before? Lin questioned, puzzled. Chen coughed lightly. That was in the past. He then gently guided Lin into the door, saying, all right, go back and rest now, little brother. What about the matter of the union? Lin turned back to ask. I will ask for you. It is quite late now. Chen did not seek out Yin Yunchuan that day. The following morning, he accompanied Yin Yunchuan to the office, where the employees were less surprised to see him. Yin Yunchuan's secretary, aware of his status, brought him an array of snacks. Chen settled on the sofa, indulging in television and treats. At noon, Yin Yunchuan took Chen out for lunch. However, Chen was not particularly hungry and barely touched his chopsticks. Yin Yunchuan glanced at him, inquiring, "Not to your taste?" The dishes were fragrant and delectable, comparable to those prepared by the chef at home. Chen replied, "It's quite delicious, but Secretary Zhang just brought me an abundance of snacks, and I'm unable to eat more." He then placed a piece of rib into Yin Yunchuan's bowl, urging, "You should eat more." Yin Yunchuan stared at the rib for a moment before picking it up and eating it. During their meal, a phone call came for Yin Yunchuan, and Chen, sitting close, overheard the conversation. Yin Yunchuan's subordinate reported that the person Yin she wanted to bring into the company was the younger brother of his mistress, who had only recently graduated from university. Yin Yunchuan instructed his subordinate, "Do not let me hear any news about him in City Ye." After hanging up, Yin Yunchuan turned to Chen, who was lounging nearby, and said, "Finish your meal and head back. I won't be returning to the Yin residence today." Chen looked at him and replied, "I won't be returning either." Yin Yunchuan raised an eyebrow. "Then where will you go?" "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Did he realize what he was saying? Was he being deliberate? Chen replied, "If my uncle forbids me, then I shall return home." He had certainly learned the art of feigned indifference at such a young age. Hearing Yin Yunchuan's thoughts, Chen remained composed, responding, "What do you think? Whether my uncle wishes for me to come to your home or return, I shall heed his wishes." He is testing Yin Yunchuan. At present, he occupies a rather special place in Yin Yunchuan's heart, yet has not reached the extent he desires. "Yin Yunchuan, you may come to my home, but you must return tomorrow." By the time Yin Yunchuan completed his affairs at the company, it was already past 8 in the evening, and Chen Ye had fallen asleep on the sofa. Yin Yunchuan roused him, and Chen Ye rubbed his eyes, patted his face, and followed Yin Yunchuan out of the company. According to the original owner's memories, Yin Yunchuan predominantly resided in a villa in the northern part of the city, not far from the office. Chapter 46. Uncle 16. The car halted in front of a 2-story villa, which, though not particularly large, boasted an exquisite design. At the entrance, there were bamboo plants of an unknown variety and various flowers. It was evident that Yin Yunchuan was not the type to tend a flora. Chen Ye speculated that these must have been part of the villa's original decor. As the doors swung open, Yin Yunchuan illuminated the space, and Chen Ye discerned the layout of the living room, which resembled an ordinary model home. Even here, in Yin Yunchuan's residence, there was no semblance of a familial atmosphere. There were guest rooms on the second floor. He could choose any one of them. "All right," Chen Ye replied, selecting the guest room adjacent to Yin Yunchuan's. The room was immaculate, likely having been cleaned recently. In a corner, he spotted a guitar, and as he approached to unzip the case, he plucked at the strings, releasing a crisp sound. Chen Ye had once learned the guitar, finding it particularly cool, and had even persuaded his mother to hire a tutor. However, his interest waned after a short while, leaving him with only a few simple tunes at his disposal. Besides the guitar, Chen Ye had also dabbled in sketching, piano, and cello. He sent a message to Yin Yunchuan, inquiring if he could use the guitar, but received no reply. After a while, the door opened, and Yin Yunchuan stood at the threshold, his hair slightly damp, suggesting he had just bathed. "You play the guitar? I don't recall you ever mentioning it." Chen Ye responded, "I watched online courses, I know a little." Yin Yunchuan was not well acquainted with the original owner, Lin Xia, which was why he had harbored little suspicion about Chen Ye's identity for so long. In the past, Lin Xia had merely been a stranger sharing the same roof. "Would you like to hear me play?" Chen Ye offered. Yin Yunchuan entered and settled onto the sofa, crossing his long legs, one hand casually resting on the armrest. His gaze fixed on Chen Ye. "Go ahead." Chen Ye lowered his head and began to strum the guitar. The intensity of Yin Yunchuan's gaze was somewhat oppressive, making Chen Ye feel as though he were a schoolboy presenting his work to a teacher. He chose to play Gardenia, a melody simple enough, yet he felt somewhat rusty, having not touched the guitar in quite some time. After a brief performance, Chen Ye lifted his gaze to Yin Yunchuan, seeking his opinion. "How was it?" The boy's eyes sparkled with a bright, innocent anticipation for praise. "Your claim of knowing a little is indeed accurate," Yin Yunchuan remarked with a smile, perhaps reflecting a sense of relaxation and comfort that he himself had not recognized. Chen Ye responded, "Then you play a piece. Let me hear." He handed the guitar over to Yin Yunchuan. Yin Yunchuan took the guitar, his long, elegant fingers gracefully pressing down on the strings. Chen Ye was captivated, his gaze fixated on those beautiful hands. After all, who could resist admiring something so aesthetically pleasing? The melodious notes reached Chen Ye's ears, and he discerned that Yin Yunchuan's guitar playing surpassed his own skill by a considerable margin. His eyes instinctively drifted to Yin Yunchuan's face, and the sight of him engrossed in playing made him even more handsome, lending him an air of youthful vigor. Indeed, a man lost in his passion is undeniably appealing. Once Yin Yunchuan finished, Chen Ye inquired, "What song is that?" Yin Yunchuan put the guitar away, revealing that he had written it during his university days. It was surprising to learn that his uncle had been so romantic in college. Did he receive countless love letters? Yin Yunchuan replied nonchalantly, "So what if I did?" Chen Ye settled down beside him, expressing his reluctance for his uncle to be with anyone else. Yin Yunchuan's gaze flickered briefly. He suppressed the emotions swirling within him and regarded Chen Ye with a calm demeanor, though tumultuous waves churned beneath the surface. "Why?" Chen Ye articulated his thoughts. "Because you have your own life now. It means you cannot always be with me. We are bound to drift apart. The closest relationships are often those of eternal lovers and partners." A light laugh escaped Yin Yunchuan as he leaned closer to Chen Ye, his voice low and husky. "Lin Xia, is your proximity to me merely out of gratitude? I sense there may be more to your intentions." Chen Ye met Yin Yunchuan's gaze with his clear, bright eyes, silently conveying his thoughts. "I wish to be with you. I like you." The unvoiced sentiment brought a smile to Chen Ye's lips, and after a moment's pause, he replied, "If you think that is my intention, then so be it." Affection level 5, current affection level 65. Host continued to strive. Yin Yunchuan lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions that danced in his eyes, deliberately allowing the charged atmosphere to dissipate. He rose to his feet, suggesting it was time to rest. Chen Ye grasped the sleeve of Yin Yunchuan, insisting, "Let me give you a massage before you sleep. You've worked all day and must be exhausted." With his steps halted, Yin Yunchuan reminded himself that Chen Ye had taken the initiative to keep him company. As an uncle, he could hardly dismiss the goodwill of his younger relative. Chen Ye's massage was more a series of aimless movements, growing increasingly casual. He pondered that once Yin Yunchuan fell asleep, he could delve into his novel. The last time he was interrupted by Linen, he had been at the peak of the story, and he was eager to catch up. As Yin Yunchuan's eyes fluttered shut, his delicate lashes fanned out like tiny fans. And Chen Ye marveled at their extraordinary length and density, a sight he had never encountered before. Once he sensed that Yin Yunchuan had succumbed to slumber, he withdrew his hand from his uncle's temple, carefully stepping off the bed to retrieve the novel from his backpack. The bedroom lights had been extinguished. Chen Ye exited the room and made his way to the living room, where he turned on the light to read. After finishing the novel, he curled up on the sofa and succumbed to sleep, for it was summer, and the warm weather rendered a blanket unnecessary. In the room, not long after Chen Ye had departed, Yin Yunchuan awoke. In the darkness, he opened his eyes, realizing Chen Ye was no longer by his side. Rising, he peered through the moonlight towards the sofa, only to find the youth's absence unsettling. Frowning, he felt an indescribable restlessness at Chen Ye's unexplained disappearance in the dead of night. Upon opening the door, he discovered the living room lights illuminating the space below. From his vantage point, he could see Chen Ye sprawled upon the sofa in an unusual manner, his face obscured. One leg perched atop the backrest while the other dangled to the floor. Descending the stairs, Yin Yunchuan stood before Chen Ye, his towering figure nearly eclipsing all the light. Chen Ye was deeply asleep, showing no signs of awakening. Yin Yunchuan gazed at Chen Ye's face, and the agitation within him gradually dissipated. On the nearby coffee table, he noticed a book and picked it up to discern its title, Ghostly Whispers at Night. Though lacking in courage, he had a penchant for the peculiar. After placing the book back on the table, Yin Yunchuan lifted Chen Ye from the sofa and carried him upstairs. The young man in his arms wore a serene expression, a smile lingering on his lips as if lost in a delightful dream. Once Yin Yunchuan laid him on the bed, he observed the boy's lips quiver as if murmuring in his slumber. Leaning closer, Yin Yunchuan overheard Chen Ye's dreamlike words, "Elder brother, In an instant, Yin Yinchuan's previously gentle demeanor turned icy. This was not the first time Chen Ye had mentioned this elder brother in his presence. Yet Yin Yinchuan had previously paid little heed. Contemplating this term of endearment, he realized that there was no one in Chen Ye's life who matched this description. Who then? Was this elder brother Chen Ye spoke of? He reached out, lightly pinching Chen Ye's cheek, a gesture more tender than forceful, imbued with an undercurrent of intimacy. His fingers brushed against Chen Ye's soft lips, pressing slightly harder as he asked, "Who are you calling?" The dreamer seemed to respond to some unspoken cue, whispering, "Uncle." Yin Yinchuan withdrew his hand, his fingertips still tinged with Chen Ye's saliva. As he stared at the moistness on his fingertips, his expression turned inscrutable. The relationship between him and Chen Ye had veered off course, heading into uncharted territory. Chapter 47. Uncle Chen Ye had stayed at Yin Yinchuan's home for a week, after which he returned to the ancestral residence of the Yin family. Linen pulled him aside to inquire about Wen Zian, to which Chen Ye replied, "I haven't asked yet, but I will soon." The truth was, he was unsure how to broach the subject. Linen lowered her gaze, saying, "I've been visiting the Wen family frequently. When Ergo mentioned that Grandma is soon going to discuss a potential marriage alliance with Uncle, Chen Ye asked, 'Have you spoken to Sister Wen? What are her thoughts on the arrangement?' Lin An's expression brightened slightly. I discreetly inquired, and Sister Wen said she isn't interested at the moment. Though she has feelings for Uncle, she wants to pursue her doctorate at the Art Academy. If they were to unite, the families would undoubtedly pressure her into having children, and she is not ready for marriage and motherhood just yet. Then you still have a chance. Feelings can be fleeting," Lin mused while reclining on Chen Ye's bed, her chin resting on her hand. "What worries me is if Uncle has feelings for Sister Wen. If that's the case, she might not have a say in the matter." Chen Ye's tone reflected curiosity. "Why do I sense that in your eyes, Uncle is a ruthless and unscrupulous individual?" Previously, Lin An had advised him to keep his distance from Yin Yinchuan. Lin An lowered her hand from her chin, fixing her gaze on Chen Ye with utmost seriousness. The Yin family is not as straightforward as it appears. There are many complexities, which I shall refrain from detailing. After a brief pause, Lin An spoke, "You must be aware that my uncle became the head of the family 5 years ago. In truth, Grandfather was reluctant to hand the Yin family over to him. He had a favored, illegitimate son. But do you know why my uncle ultimately ascended to power? Apart from being a legitimate child, my uncle also dealt decisively with all the illegitimate offspring. Chen Ye's family is relatively affluent, and he is not unfamiliar with the methods employed in the circle to handle such matters. Most often, they involve sending them to remote places abroad or employing certain tactics to lead them astray. How do you deal with them?" Chen Ye inwaited. Lina made a gesture across his throat, his complexion somewhat pale. "That's why I advise you not to get too close to my uncle. He is not one of us. At our age, he has already distanced himself significantly from us." Chen Yi understood that Yin Yunchuan was not a law-abiding individual, but he was taken aback by just how ruthless he could be. Ultimately, he sought to reassure Linen, saying, "Do not worry, my uncle will not harm us." Linen was uncertain where Chen Ye's confidence stemmed from. Perhaps it was merely his brother's naivete. "The person father saved was grandfather, not my uncle. My uncle can tolerate our presence because we pose no threat to him. However, should you grow too close and learn something you ought not to, or inadvertently provoke his ire, I will not be able to assist you." Chen Yi reclined on his bed, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, musing that they would address it when the time came. With a sigh, Linen departed. That night, Chen Ye's room was cooled by the air conditioning. He nestled a dinosaur plush toy between his legs, covered by a light yellow air conditioning blanket, but despite having been in bed for some time, sleep eluded him. The summer air felt stifling, and Chen Yi sensed an unease stirring within him, perhaps a consequence of the gossip Lin and had shared about Yin Yinchuan that evening. He descended the stairs to retrieve a beverage from the refrigerator. As he ascended once more, he heard faint moans emanating from a nearby location. Chen Ye se brol furovit, and he instinctively tightened his grip around the drink. He had been quiet on his way down, leaving the living room lights off, so the two individuals engaged in their clandestine affair likely remained unaware of his presence. That night, Qiu Mingzhu, Yin Shi, and Yin Yinchuan had all returned home, while he, Linen, The housekeeper Lan Xin and the butler Lu Shu were the only regular residents. Chen Ye mentally eliminated possibilities for quite some time, unable to deduce who could be indulging in such activities at the Yin residence in the middle of the night. Following the sounds, he approached the storage room on the first floor, designated for the housekeeper and butler to store miscellaneous items. Standing hesitantly at the door, he contemplated leaving, whoever it was. It was not his concern. Just as he turned to depart, he collided with a solid figure. Raising his head, he discovered it was Yin Yunchuan. With a subtly perplexed expression on his handsome face, Yin Yunchuan seemed to silently inquire why Chen Ye was present at such an hour. Before he could voice his question, Chen Ye raised a hand to cover his mouth. "Do not speak." The unspeakable sounds from within the room reached Yin Yunchuan's ears, and he comprehended the nature of the situation without a hint of surprise in his eyes. Chen Ye pulit Yan Yunchuan upstairs. And once they were in the room and the door closed, he felt safe to speak aloud. "Why are you awake at this hour?" Yin Yunchuan raised an eyebrow. "And why are you not asleep?" "I was thirsty," Chen Ye replied, shaking the drink in his hand. Yin Yunchuan offered no explanation for why he descended the stairs in the dead of night. Chen, somewhat inquisitive, inquired, "Do you know who thou just now?" Yin Yunchuan cast his gaze downward, his deep gray eyes reflecting a hint of indifference. Yin Shi and Lan Xa. Chen felt a pang of awkwardness. He had surmised that the woman involved was indeed Lan Xa, given that the sounds had emanated from the second floor where the servants resided. Yet, he had not anticipated that the one entangled with Lan Xa would be Yin Yunchuan's father. It must be said, Yin Shi was indeed not past his prime, still yearning for escapades at his age. Yin Yunchuan was also a pitiful figure, burdened with such a father who could not refrain from entangling himself even with the household maid. Even rabbits do not graze where they nest. He alone bore the weight of managing the company, often having to deal with the troublesome affairs of his errant father. The last time Yin Shi sought to bring someone into the company was due to a conflict between his mistresses, one of whom had suffered a miscarriage of a 2-month pregnancy. To placate her, he had promised to secure a position for her brother at the company. Unfortunately, that arrangement fell through, and the mistress sought to use this as leverage against the Yin family, a matter that Yin Yunchuan had to resolve personally. Chen reached out and embraced Yin Yunchuan. The latter was taken aback, able to see the top of Chen's head, his hair dark and soft, fragrant with shampoo. Earlier that evening, Chen had bathed in his bathroom, using the same brand of shampoo. A tightness gripped Yin Yunchuan's throat. "Why are you hugging me?" Chen nestled his head against Yin Yunchuan's shoulder, longing for comfort. He wished to console Yin Yunchuan in his own way, despite the possibility that Yin Yunchuan did not require it. Yin Yunchuan could easily push Chen away, though Chen was not short, he was slender, and Yin Yunchuan sometimes felt that with a slight exertion, he could press against Chen's bones. Yet, he did not push Chen away, allowing the youth to hold him for an extended time. He understood that Chen was offering solace, not through words, but through the embrace itself. Yin Yunchuan did not seek sympathy or comfort. That was a need of the weak. Nonetheless, at that moment, he felt as though his heart had been soothed, enveloped in tranquility. After a sufficient time had passed, Chen released his hold, yet Yin Yunchuan's hand, resting on his waist, remained in place. Chen tilted his head upwards and asked, "May I pose a question to my uncle?" Yin Yunchuan looked down at him. "What question?" "I heard that you are to be wed to the Wen family. Do you have feelings for Sister Wen?" Yin Yunchuan reached out to tousle Chen's somewhat disheveled hair. "Who told you that?" "Grandmother mentioned it, and there are many rumors circulating about the engagement between the Yin and Wen families. Is that so?" Yin Yunchuan's brow bore no trace of concern as he countered Chen's inquiry. "Do you wish for me to marry?" "Not at all," Chen replied with unambiguous clarity. "I previously expressed at our residence in the north that I do not wish for you to be with anyone else." Yin Yunchuan's deep gray eyes grew even more enigmatic, while Chen met his gaze without flinching. "What feelings do you truly hold for me? Respect for an elder or something more? I have told you before, you are my savior, and I wish for us to be the closest of companions. Rescuer, it is regrettable that I am not the one you seek. You have mistaken the person, yet I do not intend to reveal the true savior." Yin Yunchuan spoke with a hint of a smile, slowly continuing. "Is your form of gratitude to cling to your savior every day? It seems I have not witnessed the reward you mentioned." Chen Ye inwarded. Then what does my uncle desire? You ought to ask what you can offer me. Yin Yunchuan gently guided him. What do you possess? However, Chen Ye did not follow his lead. Instead, he proposed something innocuous that he could provide. I can sleep by your side every day and give you massages, so you can rest well. Although he did not comprehend why sharing a bed with him would enhance his uncle's sleep, he was willing to accompany him if needed. This was not the answer Yin Yunchuan sought, yet he refrained from pressing further. That sounds agreeable, Yin Yunchuan remarked. Chen Ye then asked, can you share your feelings towards Sister Wen? Will you be forming an alliance with the Wen family? In his heart, Chen Ye was aware that Yin Yunchuan would not, yet he felt compelled to ask for an answer. There will be no alliance. The Yin family has no need for it, he replied in a calm tone. This was indeed the truth. While the union of strengths has been a time-honored principle, the Yin family no longer required assistance from other factions. Chen Ye felt a sense of relief wash over him. Stay here tonight, Chen Ye insisted, allowing Yin Yunchuan to remain. He did not offer a massage, and soon Yin Yunchuan closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Watching him doze, Chen Ye contemplated sneaking out to read a novel. However, as he lifted the covers, Yin Yunchuan grasped his wrist, causing Chen Ye to tremble. Do not attempt to sneak out to read. You can do so tomorrow during the day. How did Yin Yunchuan know of his intentions? Chen Ye lay back down in confusion. I was merely going to the restroom. A soft laugh echoed in the darkness. Yin Yunchuan's voice was melodious, pleasing both in speech and laughter, making Chen Ye's ears feel warm. Go ahead, but return in 10 minutes. Chen Ye remained still. Feeling too lazy to go, it had merely been an excuse. I do not wish to go. Then let us sleep, Yin Yunchuan stated, still gripping Chen Ye's wrist without the slightest intention of releasing it. Chen Ye, indifferent, surrendered to sleep. Before long, Xiao Mingzhu broached the subject of an alliance with the Wen family, suggesting that Yin Yunchuan choose a time to propose, and once settled, they could arrange for an engagement ceremony. Upon hearing Yin Yunchuan's refusal, Xiao Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback, believing that merely mentioning the matter would lead him to acquiesce. Yin Yunchuan had no romantic interests. Throughout the years, he had not been in the company of even a single woman. She assumed he would regard marriage as a business transaction, agreeing if the partner was suitable and beneficial, yet he had outright rejected the notion. Linen, listening from the sofa, let out a sigh of relief. Although Chen Ye had informed him of Yin Yunchuan's disinterest in Wenxian and the alliance, he still harbored concerns. Could you enlighten me as to the reason? Xiao Mingzhu took a sip of tea, her eyes reflecting surprise but devoid of anger. Yin Yunchuan's gaze subtly drifted past Chen Ye as he spoke. I merely wish to avoid having my marriage treated as a mere bargaining chip. In the depths of Xiao Mingzhu's eyes lay a hint of melancholy. Her own union was nothing short of a complete exchange of interests between two families. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, is there someone you like now? Yin Yunchuan nodded affirmatively. Xiao Mingzhu's hand trembled slightly around her teacup. Really? Which family's daughter? We shall discuss it later, Yin Yunchuan replied. I shall not enter into an alliance with the Wen family. You may kindly convey this to them. No problem. Xiao Mingzhu felt a swell of joy within her heart, realizing her son was no longer akin to a mere machine. He had someone he cherished. I shall visit Grandma Wen tomorrow. However, you must act swiftly. You are already 28. If your beloved is younger, you cannot afford to wait. If she is older, it is best to expedite the marriage and not keep her waiting. Yin Yunchuan's gaze flickered towards Chen Ye, who smiled back at him, having heard Yin Yunchuan say, I can wait for him. With that remark, Xiao Mingzhu instantly discerned that the object of Yin Yunchuan's affection was considerably younger than he. Very well, she said with a smile, I shall not meddle in your romantic affairs, but you must pay a visit to Wenxian. She is a fine young lady. So do speak to her earnestly. Yin Yunchuan nodded in agreement. Chen Ye was unaware of how Yin Yunchuan had conversed with Wenxian, but thereafter, Wenxian seldom visited the Yin household. Seizing the moment, Lin frequently visited Wenxian, accompanying her in painting and poetry, visibly basking in a season of prosperity. He needed to capitalize on Wenxian's emotional vulnerability to enhance his presence. Soon, it was time for the original character, Lin Xia's birthday. Xiao Mingzhu had arranged a celebration, asking if he wished to invite classmates and friends, to which Chen Ye declined. He had few acquaintances at school, and the only one he was somewhat familiar with was Xiao Yu, though it seemed unnecessary to extend a special invitation. Nevertheless, Qiu Mingzhu reserved a banquet at a hotel, inviting both the Yin and Wen families. This occasion allowed Chen Ye to meet Wen Zian, the eldest son of the Wen family. Contrary to his name, Wen Zian was gentle and refined, wearing a pair of plain glasses, his hair meticulously styled, dressed in a bespoke black suit, resembling a university professor. He was quite busy, making his attendance at Chen Ye's birthday a noteworthy effort. Chen Ye received a plethora of gifts. Qiu Mingzhu presented him with a car, handing him the keys. Though Chen Ye had yet to acquire a driver's license, and thus stored it in the garage for the time being, Lennon gifted him several signed works from various authors, which he had painstakingly collected. Wen Ziyu bestowed upon him an exquisite brooch, which emanated an artistic aura at first glance. Finally, Chen Ye eagerly gazed at Yin Yunchuan, who offered no indication, merely whispering in Chen Ye's ear, "Come find me tonight." Chen Ye's curiosity was piqued regarding the gift Yin Yunchuan had prepared, pondering what could warrant such secrecy. At the dining table, Wen Zian occasionally cast glances at Yin Yunchuan, her expression revealing a subtle complexity. After all, he was someone she had cherished for a considerable time, making it difficult to release her feelings entirely. Lin initiated a conversation that successfully diverted Wen Zian's attention, allowing her to engage in discussion with him. Chen gently kicked Lin under the table, but looked at him in confusion. Chen pointed to his phone, prompting Lin to take it out and read the message. "You're getting a bit too close to someone else. Try to be less obvious." Lin blushed deeply and shifted awkwardly on his stool. Beside Chen, Wen Ziyu raised his glass with a warm smile, saying, "Today is Xiao Xia's birthday. Allow me to toast to you." Chen clinked his cup with him. Instead of wine, it contained tea. Soon after, Yin Yunchuan also joined them for a toast, his drink being alcohol, and he had consumed quite a bit that evening. Later, when the house was quiet and the night deep, Chen entered Yin Yunchuan's room, which was left ajar. He closed the door behind him and approached Yin Yunchuan with eager anticipation, inquiring, "Uncle, where is my gift?" Yin Yunchuan gestured towards a drawer, indicating Chen should retrieve it himself. Chen opened the drawer to find a stack of property deeds, 7 or 8 in total. Could it be that Yin Yunchuan intended to give him a house? Yet for someone like Yin Yunchuan, a single house was hardly significant. Why the secrecy, then? The gifts of the wealthy are often so unpretentious. Casually, Chen took one of the deeds and approached Yin Yunchuan, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, uncle." Yin Yunchuan loosened a button on his shirt and spoke in a low voice. "Everything inside is for you. There is a villa, a winery, and shares in a farm." Chen was taken aback, his confusion evident. Yin Yunchuan clarified, "In a couple of days, the lawyer will come to arrange the transfer." No wonder Yin Yunchuan hadn't presented the gifts publicly. If anyone had witnessed such a generous offering, they would surely think him deranged. Chen placed the deed on the table, questioning, "What do you want me to do with these?" Yin Yunchuan furrowed his brow, asking, "You don't like them?" He had been preparing this gift for over a month, having struggled to decide what to give, ultimately concluding that tangible assets were the most practical. Thus, he chose to share more than half of his wealth, assets that would yield dividends without requiring management. As Chen met his gaze, he understood Yin Yunchuan's intentions. For a businessman, profit is paramount, and this gesture certainly indicated a deepening affection for Chen. "No, I truly appreciate it, but more than these gifts, I would prefer to hear you wish me a happy birthday, uncle." Yin Yunchuan's eyes settled on the boy's smiling face, and upon hearing his fondness, he subconsciously relaxed. He murmured, "Happy birthday." Chen embraced Yin Yunchuan, expressing his gratitude once more. Moments later, he released him, but Yin Yunchuan's hand lingered in the air, instinctively poised to embrace. After a brief moment, he naturally withdrew his hand. A notification chimed from Chen's phone. He checked to find a message from Xiao Yu, wishing him a happy birthday and sending a red envelope. Chen replied with a simple thank you. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, at home, cursed under his breath, frustrated that he received only a thank you in return. He felt rather despicable after leaving Chen Ye's home. He reminded himself not to reach out to Chen Ye any longer, curious to see if Chen Ye would contact him. Ultimately, Chen Ye did not reach out. not even inviting him to his birthday celebration. "Who messaged you?" came the voice of Yin Yinchuan. Chen Ye replied, "A classmate of mine, wishing me a happy birthday." Yin Yinchuan stepped closer to Chen Ye, casting his gaze downward as he inquired, "Chao Yu?" Chen Ye affirmed with a slight nod, explaining, "I am somewhat acquainted with him in class." Upon hearing this, Yin Yinchuan's expression darkened significantly. Just as Chen Ye anticipated an outburst from him, Yin Yinchuan smiled, noting that he came from a family with 3 generations of only sons, making it impossible for him to be with another man. This candidly revealed that Chao Yu harbored feelings for Chen Ye. Chen Ye fixed his gaze on Yin Yinchuan and asked, "What about you, uncle?" Yin Yinchuan, being an only child himself and the sole heir to the Yin family conglomerate, found his situation comparable to that of Chao Yu, as both were expected to uphold the legacies of their prominent families. Yin Yinchuan settled onto the sofa, retrieving a cigarette from his case. With a metallic lighter, he ignited the cigarette with a flick, speaking leisurely, "That depends on who the other party is." He exhaled the smoke ring slowly, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes as he regarded Chen Ye. Chen Ye recognized that Yin Yinchuan was subtly urging him to take the first step. So he sat beside him, stating, "Let's not discuss this anymore. It's rather dull." "When is your birthday, uncle?" Yin Yinchuan discarded the ash into a trash bin. Although Chen Ye did not fall into the trap he had laid, Yin Yinchuan was unhurried, as it was evident that Chen Ye held some interest in him. Whether it was admiration or affection mattered little. What was significant was that Chen Ye cared for him. October 6th, Chen Ye's eyes brightened. "I will certainly prepare a splendid gift for you." Yin Yinchuan responded with a nonchalant though the curve of his lips betrayed his true feelings. A few days later, after Chen Ye had showered, his phone unexpectedly pinged with a message from Chao Yu. "Damn, if I don't message you, you turn into a ghost, don't you?" Chen Ye replied, "There's nothing much happening." Chao Yu responded with 6 periods. "I have something to announce. My birthday is the day after tomorrow, my 20th birthday, and you must come." Chen Ye couldn't help but chuckle at the 3 exclamation marks. He had time a day after tomorrow and replied, "All right." Chao Yu's birthday party was to be held at a hotel, boasting a considerable guest list, most of whom Chen Ye did not know, save for a handful of familiar high school classmates. Upon spotting Chen Ye, Chao Yu eagerly waved him over to sit beside him. Initially, Chao Yu's parents were supposed to attend, but he declined their presence, fearing it would hinder his enjoyment. "Order whatever you like." Chao Yu handed the menu to Chen Ye. The young men at the table could clearly perceive Chao Yu's special attention towards Chen Ye. "Bro, who is he? Aren't you going to introduce him?" inquired Chao Yu's close friend from middle school. "He is my classmate, Lin Xia," Chen Ye responded, exchanging greetings with Chao Yu's friend. After dining, as Chen Ye prepared to leave, Chao Yu called out to him, suggesting they head to a bar. Chen Ye had previously visited the bar and found it rather uninteresting, a cacophony of people dancing chaotically, exhausting and dizzying. However, since it was Chao Yu's birthday, he acquiesced and accompanied him. Upon entering, the dim lights illuminated the faces of the patrons, casting an air of intoxication and moral decay. Chao Yu did not lead them into the dance hall. Instead, a group of 7 or 8 boys reserved a private room, ordering beer and refreshments, subsequently requesting that no one from outside disturb them. Chao Yu was intent on revelry, consuming over 10 bottles of alcohol in one go with his close friends. When someone attempted to offer Chen Ye a drink, Chao Yu swiftly intervened, as Chen Ye abstained from alcohol. Although Chen Ye could drink, his tolerance was merely average, a fact unbeknownst to Chao Yu, who perceived him as someone unlikely to indulge. After a few drinks, someone suggested playing the King-esque game, which garnered unanimous approval. They summoned the bartender for a deck of cards. Chen Ye drew the number 3, while the first player to draw the king was Tan Wenjie, a classmate of both Chen Ye and Chao Yu. With a mischievous grin, Tan Wenjie commanded the 5th and 6th players to proclaim, "Tan Wenjie is my father." The 2, looking somewhat pale, rose to their feet and shouted in unison, prompting uproarious laughter among the crowd. When Ni Xiang nearly toppled onto Chen Ye, Chao Yu pushed him away, causing Ni Xiang to look at Chao Yu in confusion and ask what was the matter. Chao Yu replied, "Steady yourself. One must sit with poise." Ni Xiang, momentarily at a loss, recalled that it was he who often lounged with his legs crossed during class. nearly placing them on the table. In the second round, Ni Xiang drew the Chinese king and declared that Player 1 and Player 7 were to exchange their mobile phones and post on each other's WeChat moments. Chen Ye glanced at his card, realizing he was number 7. He placed his phone on the table, announcing, "I am number 7. Xiao Yu retrieved his phone, stating, "I am number 1. They exchanged phones, and Chen Ye, unsure of what to post on Xiao Yu's account, casually typed, "The weather is quite pleasant today." Leaning close, Xiao Yu took a photograph of Chen Ye with his phone, urging him to smile. Chen Ye managed to smile, albeit one that barely reached his eyes. The resulting photo of the two was uploaded to Chen Ye's WeChat moments. After several more rounds, Chen Ye remained unselected. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Yin Yunchuan calling. The persistent ringing suggested that the caller would continue until Chen Ye answered. The laughter from the game echoed loudly in the private room, prompting Chen Ye to excuse himself to the restroom to take the call. The restroom was serene, and he stood at the entrance, connecting the call. "Where are you?" Yin Yunchuan's voice was sharp, tinged with barely concealed anger. Chen Ye kicked at a nearby pillar, responding, "At a bar." "Which one? Send me the address." "I'll be back shortly." "There's no need." "Lin Xia, do you think I'm asking you?" It was rare for Yin Yunchuan to address Chen Ye by his full name, and it was evident he was genuinely upset. Typically, Yin Yunchuan appeared aloof and difficult to approach, and while Chen Ye had never witnessed him in a state of anger, the icy tone of his voice sent a shiver down his spine, a reflex of the original persona. However, Chen Ye himself found the situation rather amusing. He had yet to see the usually composed and emotionally stable Yin Yunchuan display such ire. In the Blue Ridge Bar, located on Construction Road, Chen Ye had just reported the address when the call was abruptly disconnected. With a discontented click of his tongue, he turned and returned to the private room. Yin Yunchuan's current favorability stood at 75, a considerable affection for someone of his stature, and with a bit more effort, it might even surpass 80. Upon his return, Xiao Yu beckoned him to continue their game. Chen Ye did not refuse, and after a few rounds of waiting, both he and Xiao Yu were once again selected. Xiao Yu exchanged a glance with Tan Wenjie, who offered him a reassuring look. The master of the national card game, Tan Wenjie, instructed, "You two shall share a cup of wine." Previously, the request from several kings had been quite reasonable, merely involving playful antics like lying down for a while or confessing to a crush. However, the requirements specified by Tan Wenjie now carried an air of ambiguity. Xiao Yu felt a bit nervous, his ears tinged with a suspicious flush, though the dim lighting of the bar concealed it well. Chen Ye noticed the little tricks exchanged between Xiao Yu and the others. The designated task likely stemmed from Xiao Yu's own wishes. Yet Chen Ye chose not to expose it. His prior suspicions regarding Xiao Yu's affections were now confirmed. Xiao Yu poured a drink into Chen Ye's glass and filled his own, perhaps due to his anxiety, spilling a bit in the process. He raised his glass and, striving to appear composed, said, "Let us toast. It seems misfortune has befallen us." With eager eyes, he watched Chen Ye, whose own glass was lifted, eliciting a joyful expression on Xiao Yu's face. Their wrists entwined, Chen Ye tilted his head back and down the drink, while Xiao Yu, gazing at his face, followed suit. The others nearby cheered, and after Chen Ye stepped out, Xiao Yu confessed to them his feelings for Chen Ye, seeking their assistance, to which they readily agreed. Just as Chen Ye and Xiao Yu were about to retract their hands, the door to the private room swung open, and the raucous music from outside flooded in, plunging the room into sudden silence. Maintaining their drinking posture, Chen Ye turned to see Yin Yunchuan, clad in a black suit and wearing a stern expression, with the hotel manager standing respectfully behind him. Shock was evident in his eyes, unmistakably genuine, given that Yin Yunchuan's residence was far from the bar. It would take at least an hour to arrive, which had allowed Chen Ye to indulge freely in his game with Xiao Yu. He had initially planned to concoct an excuse to send Xiao Yu home, intending to wait for Yin Yunchuan outside the bar. However, this unexpected arrival disrupted his plans. "Mr. Yin, rest assured that all these students are of legal age. Our bar certainly does not serve alcohol to minors," the manager stammered, perspiration dotting his forehead. Moments earlier, upon Yin Yunchuan's entrance, he had called the bar owner, who promptly instructed him to assist Yin in finding someone, reportedly his nephew. as Yin Yunchuan stepped into the room. His regal demeanor felt starkly out of place amidst the disarray, and the atmosphere grew increasingly cold and oppressive. Chao Yu's classmates sensed the tension, two among them, recognizing Yin Yunchuan's identity, trembled visibly. "Is the game enjoyable?" Yin Yunchuan inquired, directing his gaze at Chen Ye. His tone revealed no discernible emotion. Yet Chen Ye understood that he was indeed angry. Chen Ye placed his wine glass on the table, stood up, and walked to Yin Yunchuan's side, tugging at his sleeve while softly murmuring, "This is rather dull." He then turned to Chao Yu and the others, saying, "Enjoy yourselves. I shall return home with my uncle now. Until next time." Chao Yu, realizing the situation, stood up with the intention of grasping Chen Ye's sleeve, but before he could, Yin Yunchuan had already pulled Chen Ye behind him. Chao Yu merely wished to bid farewell to Chen Ye, but witnessing Yin Yunchuan's actions ignited an inexplicable fury within him. Yin Yunchuan had no rightful claim to oversee Chen Ye's affairs. "Mr. Yin," he retorted, "surely Lin Xia does not require your constant supervision?" Behind him, Tan Wenjie tugged at Chao Yu's sleeve, but Chao Yu shrugged him off in frustration. Tan Wenjie felt a sense of dread. He wondered why Chao Yu was provoking Yin Yunchuan. If they incurred his wrath, it could spell disaster for them all. Yin Yunchuan took a couple of steps forward, his gaze heavy with menace directed at Chao Yu. "How I manage him is my concern, and it seems unrelated to you." Chao Yu's face darkened, his youthfulness making him prone to impulsive reactions. Chen Ye, anxious about the situation escalating negatively, grasped Yin Yunchuan's arm and, after offering an apology to Chao Yu, led him away. Chao Yu attempted to follow, but Tan Wenjie restrained him, initially expecting a confrontation, but now relieved that the tension had dissipated. "Do you still wish to pursue them? Your uncle is merely concerned for his nephew. Why such a strong reaction? One might think you were competing for a girlfriend." Chao Yu believed the situation was more complex than that. Yin Yunchuan's feelings for Chen Ye were certainly not those of a mere elder toward a younger. He remained silent for a considerable time, seated on the couch, sipping his drink in deep contemplation. After Chen Ye had drawn Yin Yunchuan outside, his heart raced with apprehension. Stealing glances at Yin Yunchuan, he discovered the latter's intense gaze fixed upon him, a tempest swirling in his dark eyes, as if a storm were brewing within. "I was merely playing a game, nothing more," Chen Ye asserted. Yin Yunchuan remained silent, but then, with a swift motion, seized Chen Ye's wrist, flinging him into the car. The force of his action was such that Chen Ye felt a jolt as he landed. Yin Yunchuan took the driver's seat himself, revealing his urgency by not waiting for the chauffeur. Throughout the journey, he was consumed by a mix of anxiety and irritation, a surge of emotions that did not belong to him. He was infuriated that Chen Ye had gone to the bar and concerned that he might encounter unsavory characters. Upon arriving at the bar, however, he was taken aback to find Chen Ye enjoying himself, even engaging in a toast with someone. His worry evaporated, leaving only his ire. The atmosphere within the car was thick with silence. Yin Yunchuan did not start the engine. While he could have expressed his displeasure verbally, his silence only heightened Chen Ye's unease. In that moment, Chen Ye understood why Lin Xia feared Yin Yunchuan. The cold, stoic demeanor he exhibited resembled that of a high IQ psychopath from a novel, leaving Chen Ye anxious about what might transpire next. Setting aside his chaotic thoughts, Chen Ye softened his tone, asking, "Shall we head home now, uncle?" Yin Yunchuan turned his head, his deep gray eyes reflecting Chen Ye's face distinctly. He reached out, his fingertips gently tracing Chen Ye's cheek, sending a shiver down his spine, even weakening his lower back. His fingers slowly descended, resting at Chen Ye's lips, pressing his index finger against them. Yin Yunchuan fixed his gaze upon Chen Ye's lips, his eyes shrouded in a hazy darkness. Chapter 50, Uncle. Chen Ye's voice trembled. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Yin Yunchuan's tone was icily detached. "Do you enjoy drinking? Let me take you home for a proper indulgence." Upon finishing his words, he pressed the accelerator, and the sleek black Bentley surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The car sped through the night. Fortunate to encounter minimal traffic at such an hour, Chen Ye felt a surge of trepidation, fearing that tomorrow's headlines would proclaim the demise of the Yin Corporation's president and an unknown university student in a reckless car chase. Fortunately, They arrived safely at Yin Yunchuan's residence without incident. He did not take Chen Ye back to the Yin family home. After unfastening his seatbelt, Chen Ye stumbled out of the car, feeling an overwhelming urge to vomit. Yet despite his efforts, nothing came forth. He stood unsteadily, grasping the sleeve of Yin Yunchuan's shirt. Yin Yunchuan placed a hand on Chen Ye's waist, guiding him inside. Chen Ye lacked the strength to resist. He had grown accustomed to Yin Yunchuan's touch. Once inside, the living room lights flickered on, and Chen Ye sank onto the sofa while Yin Yunchuan ascended the stairs. He took a sip from the glass of water on the coffee table, the nauseating sensation subsiding considerably. A sense of unease crept into his heart. Had Yin Yunchuan gone upstairs out of anger, wishing to avoid him for a while? As Chen Ye pondered this, Yin Yunchuan descended the stairs, a bottle of red wine in his left hand and a silver corkscrew in his right. He approached Chen Ye, uncorked the wine, and presented it to him. Since you enjoy drinking, why not indulge in my collection? I only had a single beer earlier. I truly do not favor alcohol. Chen Ye attempted to salvage his dignity. Is that so? Yin Yunchuan's hand remained unyielding. Is it that you dislike drinking, or merely my offerings? Chen Ye felt a wave of despair. The jealous and irate Yin Yunchuan was truly formidable. Yin Yunchuan forced the wine bottle to Chen Ye's lips, compelling him to take a sip, prompting a series of coughs as he turned his head away. I've taken a sip. Is that sufficient? Chen Ye looked up at Yin Yunchuan. His eyes glistening with tears, the corners reddened. I promise I won't visit bars again. I will refrain completely. Yin Yunchuan raised his hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of Chen Ye's eyes, causing him to shudder. How pitiful, he thought. Chen Ye believed he might be spared, but the next moment, he heard Yin Yunchuan's inner thoughts. I yearn to crush him, to confine him so he cannot escape or share drinks with others. Chen Ye swallowed hard, inwardly screaming, feeling as if he had encountered a pervert. Unbeknownst to him, in a past life, Chi He was equally matched with Yin Yunchuan. Yet he could not hear Chi He's thoughts. In front of him, Chi He had been gentle and composed, concealing his darker inclinations. Yin Yunchuan's influence in City A was deeply entrenched. Should he truly imprison Chen Ye, no one would come to his aid. Gritting his teeth, Chen Ye snatched the wine bottle from Yin Yunchuan's grasp and tilted his head back, gulping several mouthfuls of the bitter red wine, his brow furrowing at the taste. Just as he had consumed less than a quarter, Yin Yunchuan reclaimed the bottle and set it on the table. Despite his anger, he recognized that Chen Ye had little experience with alcohol and worried about the toll it might take on him. Uncle, please do not be angry, Chen Ye pleaded. The youth's cheeks flushed crimson, tears glistening on his face, and his words carried the intoxicating aroma of red wine, as if he were to drown someone in a sea of this vintage. Yin Yunchuan lowered his gaze upon him, their proximity palpable, the scent of wine lingering in the air. Do you know why I am angry? If you answer correctly, I shall let you off today. Chen Ye continued to feign ignorance, because I went to the bar to drink. Yin Yunchuan grasped Chen Ye's chin. Are you certain that is the answer? A slight pain radiated from his jaw as Chen Ye gripped Yin Yunchuan's wrist. Then why did that uncle tell me? The youth awaited his response, knowing that the one who speaks first is destined to be at a disadvantage, for only those deeply enamored lose their composure. Yin Yunchuan saw through Chen Ye's subtle thoughts. He would no longer engage in this mental sparring game, having played enough. He leaned closer to Chen Ye's ear and whispered, because I dislike seeing you with others. When you drank a toast with Xiao Yu, I felt jealousy. Yin Yunchuan distanced himself from Chen Ye, locking eyes with him. Do you understand? After a moment of dazed silence, Chen Ye nodded. You did not answer me, but instead invited me to respond. Yin Yunchuan's tone was oddly enigmatic. Thus, today I shall not let you off easily. A tender sensation graced his lips as Yin Yunchuan captured Chen Ye's mouth with a kiss. After a prolonged moment, he released Chen Ye, who lowered his gaze. His usually calm, cold eyes, akin to a deep gray lake, now held profound depth. He brushed his fingers against Chen Ye's chapped lips, prompting a soft hiss from the youth. Is this the punishment? Chen Ye gazed up at Yin Yunchuan, his glass-like eyes misty. Yin Yunchuan studied Chen Ye's expression, finding no trace of disdain. What do you desire more? Chen Ye shook his head and wrapped his arms around Yin Yunchuan. His slender arms encircled Yin Yunchuan's waist lightly. Yet Yin Yunchuan felt his heart race, teetering on the brink of losing control. Affection level 15. Current affection level 86. Chen Ye's gaze sparkled as he looked into Yin Yunchuan's eyes, causing the latter's throat to constrict, feeling a warmth spread within, as if it might melt him away. Chapter 51. Uncle 21. That evening, Chen Ye and Yin Yunchuan lay together, their relationship understood without the need for further excuses. Sharing the same bed was a matter of course. The moon ascended into the sky, silently observing all, its light cascading down to illuminate the tranquil scene. On the balcony, Yin Yunchuan sat in a rocking chair, a half-smoked cigarette held delicately between his long fingers, the crimson glow the only brightness in the night. To prevent the smoke from wafting indoors, he pulled the door shut, yet through the transparent glass, he could clearly see Chen Ye sleeping soundly on the bed. The youth's complexion was fair, his soft bangs obediently falling over his forehead. Despite having reached adulthood, he retained a childlike innocence. His spirit was equally pure and lively, unwittingly capturing Yin Yunchuan's heart. Alas, Yin Yunchuan knew that the youth's feelings for him were founded on gratitude. Without that vague, misaligned memory, Chen Ye could not approach him, nor could he allow such intimacy. He began to feel a twinge of regret, pondering why he could not have been a bit kinder, like Wen Ziyu, and saved the child from the inferno. Had it been him rescuing the child, he could have embraced the boy's trust and affection without guilt. A sharp pain pricked his fingertips as Yin Yunchuan tossed the charred end of his cigarette into the trash bin. A fleeting darkness flickered in his eyes. Even if he hadn't been the one to save the child, he would ensure the truth remained concealed, for he was never a virtuous man to begin with. Once the acrid scent dissipated, Yin Yunchuan rose and entered his room, holding Chen Ye tightly in his embrace until dawn broke. Chen Ye soon relocated to Yin Yunchuan's residence. Not returning to the Yin family home, Qiu Mingzhu sensed something amiss. Although her relationship with Yin Yunchuan was not particularly close, she had a deep understanding of her son. There was no way Yin Yunchuan would allow Chen Ye to stay with him without reason. Before she could inquire, Yin Yunchuan took the initiative to lay everything bare. Sitting in the living room, Qiu Mingzhu nearly gasped for breath. For the first time in years, her meticulously maintained visage cracked. Her hands trembled as she clutched her teacup, nearly dropping it to the floor. "Are you jesting with me?" Qiu Mingzhu frowned. "Do you blame me for how I treated you back then? Are you seeking revenge on me through Lin Xiao?" Yin Yunchuan's tone remained tranquil. "No, I have never been one to seek revenge. The past holds no significance for me." Qiu Mingzhu inhaled deeply, striving to steady her emotions. "Even if you harbor feelings for him, he has called you little uncle for so many years. How could you possibly pursue this?" She was certain that it was Yin Yunchuan who had taken the initiative for Lin Xia. Having grown up under her watch, was too earnest and naive to deliberately entice Yin Yunchuan. "I have no blood or legal ties with him. Why should I not?" He retorted. "The outside world is even unaware of his existence within the Yin family. You never cared much for Xia before. What has suddenly stirred your heart?" Yin Yunchuan lounged casually, one hand resting against the back of the sofa. "It never mattered before. What is essential is the present." After a prolonged silence, Qiu Mingzhu sighed softly, conceding, "Very well, do as you please. I cannot govern your choices." During the weekend, when Chen Ye returned to the Yin family's ancestral home, he could distinctly feel the change in Qiu Mingzhu's gaze towards him. It was a mix of affection and pity, as if he were a delicate vegetable, leaving him with a sense of unease. Seizing the moment while Yin Yunchuan was absent, Qiu Mingzhu summoned Chen Ye into her study. Her study was elegantly adorned, with white curtains embroidered with orchids, and tall bookshelves brimming with various volumes. Traditional Chinese paintings, all crafted by Qiu Mingzhu herself, adorned the walls. Chen Ye stood awkwardly behind her. "Grandma, what did you wish to discuss with me? Please take a seat." Qiu Mingzhu gestured for him to sit on the sofa. After he settled down and sipped the tea she offered, Qiu Mingzhu wasted no time. "Yunchuan has informed me about your relationship." Chen Ye nearly choked on his tea, managing to swallow just in time. How audacious of Yin Yunchuan to make this public. Their relationship had only recently begun to take shape. He told me it is because he holds a deep affection for you, which I can perceive. He does not wish for you to suffer. Have you told Grandma that you like Yin Chuan? Xiao Mingzhu's gaze was gentle, and under such tender scrutiny, Chen Ye was reminded of his mother. A pang of bittersweet emotion tugging at his heart. I do like him, he replied. Xiao Mingzhu said, that's good. I was worried that at your young age, you might confuse admiration with affection. After a pause, she added, I do not oppose your relationship. Chen Ye's heart, which had been in suspense, finally eased. If Xiao Mingzhu were to obstruct their union, it would complicate his mission significantly. However, the Yin family required an heir. Xiao Mingzhu shifted her tone. You are a good child and should understand that a large enterprise like the Yin family needs an heir. So what do you mean? Chen Ye inwitted. Xiao Mingzhu took a sip of tea. With today's advanced technology, it is possible for you to have a child that carries your lineage. You may be together, and I will not pressure Yin Chuan to marry, nor will there be a third party between you. But it is essential to have a child, and I will take care of that child. She had expected Chen Ye to be angered by her suggestion, for no one could accept their beloved having a child with another. Yet, Chen Ye's expression remained calm. Grandma, I believe you do not truly understand, uncle. Xiao Mingzhu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Chen Ye asserted confidently he would never agree to this arrangement. Are you so certain? Gazing into Chen Ye's face, Xiao Mingzhu felt inexplicably that he had changed. He was no longer the submissive Lin Xia of the past. If you don't believe me, you can ask uncle and see his reaction. Xiao Mingzhu's lips curled slightly. Having another child would not be a loss for Yin Chuan. Rather, it could stabilize the Yin family, and she doubted he would refuse. However, the reality was that Yin Chuan categorically rejected the proposal. Chapter 52. Uncle 22 Xiao Mingzhu was furious. She had sought out Yin Chuan at the office. His eyes were indifferent, his tone icy. I will not create a child according to your wishes. If you insist, then consider me no longer your son. With a loud clap, Xiao Mingzhu's hand struck the table as she asserted, You have truly lost your mind. How could you forget everything I taught you? You are now the head of the Yin family. Do you not think of its welfare? Yin Chuan sneered. I devoted all my time and energy to the company before which you wanted to see, but now I choose not to. I am not your puppet. He looked directly at Xiao Mingzhu. You are merely afraid that Yin Shi might bring an illegitimate child back and usurp the Yin family. As for my happiness and my life, you do not care. Tears welled in Xiao Mingzhu's eyes. I am your mother. How could I not care? You only care about whether you will lose the tug of war with Yin Shi, unwilling to relinquish benefits to his illegitimate child. Yin Chuan's gaze remained cold. I do not concern myself with your thoughts, but do not seek out Lin Xia again, nor speak of things that should not be said in his presence, or I will send you and Yin Shi abroad. Xiao Mingzhu's chest heaved with fury. She had never anticipated that Yin Chuan would develop such a profound affection for Chen Ye, to the point of forsaking everything else. Had she known it would come to this, she would have never agreed to take in the two Lin brothers. You dare to use strategies meant for dealing with illegitimate children against me and your father. The refined demeanor of Xiao Mingzhu has dissipated. At this moment, she is hoarse and disheveled. Yin Chuan remains indifferent. Perceiving both Xiao Mingzhu and Yin Shi as mere strangers, their encounters before the age of 16 few and far between. Subsequently, Xiao Mingzhu began to take notice of him, yet only regarded him as a means to seize the Yin family's resources. You should be aware of the kind of person I am. When I speak, I act. Yin Chuan gazes at her, advising that if she wishes to remain in City A, she should disregard everything else and continue her life as a wealthy matron. With a heavy heart, Xiao Mingzhu departed, lifting her gaze to the sky as she exited the Yin City building. The sunlight was blinding, and she vaguely recalled that many years ago, Yin Chuan was not so cold and distant. Each time she returned to the old residence, young Yin Chuan would eagerly await her, his beautiful eyes filled with shyness and longing. Unfortunately, perhaps sensing that his parents disapproved of him, he later became taciturn, his smile fading. Xiao Mingzhu contemplated making amends, but it was too late. Never mind. She resolved to let things be. Whatever Yin Chuan chooses, so be it. As a mother who has failed in her responsibilities, she no longer holds the authority to interfere in his affections. That night, Chen Ye sat at his desk engrossed in a novel. The door creaked open as Yin Yunchuan entered, holding a platter of fruit adorned with golden, sliced pineapples. Chen Ye's eyes brightened as Yin Yunchuan pierced a piece of pineapple with a toothpick and offered it to Chen Ye's lips. Delicious, Chen Ye exclaimed. Yin Yunchuan savored a piece himself before placing the platter beside Chen Ye's desk. Let us take a break today. We can continue tomorrow. Chen Ye closed his book in agreement. After showering, Chen Ye emerged to find himself embraced by Yin Yunchuan, who rested his head on Chen Ye's shoulder, his chin grazing Chen Ye's collarbone, eliciting a tingling sensation. Each day, Yin Yunchuan would hold Chen Ye for a while, thanks to his desensitization therapy. Chen Ye's craving for affection had diminished, and he no longer felt weak at the slightest touch. Yet, as Yin Yunchuan's fingertips grazed his body, he still experienced a delightful shiver. After planting a kiss on Chen Ye's cheek, Yin Yunchuan then pressed his lips to Chen Ye's, only releasing him 10 minutes later, leaving Chen Ye breathless. He mused that Yin Yunchuan must have topped his class in pulmonary capacity tests during high school. During the new year, Yin Yunchuan brought Chen Ye back to the Yin family old residence, where the atmosphere at the dining table was both silent and peculiar. Yin Shi frequently glanced at Chen Ye as if meeting him for the first time. Preoccupied with managing various affairs, he had not taken notice of the family dynamics. The news of Chen Ye cohabiting with Yin Yunchuan had only recently reached him. With a sense of skepticism, Yin Shi hired a private detective to investigate, and the inquiry revealed the nature of their relationship, as Yin Yunchuan had not concealed it. If not for Chen Ye's youth, Yin Yunchuan would have eagerly proposed to him, publicly declaring their bond. Yin Shi's expression grew strange. While there were many in his circle involved in same-sex relationships, he never imagined his own son would be among them, especially with someone so close. He pondered the absence of any homosexual inclination in his own genetic makeup. The only one at the table who appeared somewhat innocent was Linen, although he found it odd that Chen Ye and Yin Yunchuan lived together. He had not speculated further into the matter. However, he was disheartened to find that Chen Ye had disregarded his advice to steer clear of Yin Yunchuan. Observing Yin Yunchuan's attentiveness and care towards Chen Ye, he began to feel that perhaps his worries were unfounded, despite Yin Yunchuan's ruthless tactics against adversaries. He treated his own people with kindness. After dinner, Yin Yunchuan did not linger to welcome the new year. Instead, he escorted Chen Ye away. In previous years, he had been indifferent to the celebrations, but this year he yearned to spend it with the one he loved, wishing to avoid the pretense of others. By the time they returned to their residence, it was well past 11. Chen Ye, drowsy in the passenger seat, felt himself lifted by Yin Yunchuan. Upon briefly opening his eyes, he quickly succumbed back to slumber. In the living room, Chen Ye rubbed his eyes to awaken somewhat, as he and Yin Yunchuan watched a program on television, together anticipating the arrival of the new year. The host began the countdown. 5. For as the chimes of the new year rang out, Chen Ye leaned closer to the reclining Yin Yunchuan and bestowed a kiss upon his lips. Happy New Year, Uncle! Yin Yunchuan's gaze softened momentarily, but was quickly veiled by his habitual restraint. He reciprocated the kiss, murmuring, Happy New Year. The atmosphere grew increasingly warm, charged with an intimate tension. Yin Yunchuan rose from the sofa, enveloping Chen Ye in his embrace. His strong arms provided a secure perch for Chen Ye as he settled comfortably upon his thigh. As winter break concluded, Chen Ye embarked on his second semester of university, where each day Yin Yunchuan would await him at the school gate. During the summer vacation, Yin Yunchuan took Chen Ye on a trip to a renowned inland lake in the northwest region, complemented by the picturesque grassland surrounding it. The weather was exceptionally hot, and unlike before, Chen Ye donned a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts. His skin had become less susceptible to sunburn, and with Yin Yunchuan by his side, he felt assured that no one would inadvertently brush against him. By the lakeside, Chen Ye reclined on a sunbed, his pale arms and legs, unaccustomed to sunlight, quickly became sun-kissed. Yin Yunchuan, observing from nearby, felt a shadow of concern wash over him. Having spent little time outdoors, he soon led Chen Ye back to their room. Chen Ye realized there was little to entertain him. Beyond the briny lake and relentless sun, throngs of tourists filled the area. Thus, once back in the room, he found solace in lying on the bed. Yin Yunchuan retrieved aloe vera gel from his suitcase and gently applied it to Chen Ye's sunburned skin. The cool sensation alleviated the heat radiating from his body. "Lift your leg," he instructed. Chen Ye bent his leg, allowing Yin Yunchuan to apply the gel to his thigh. Chen Ye felt as though Yin Yunchuan lingered there longer than necessary, the sticky aloe vera gel being applied repeatedly. Rising to a seated position, Chen Ye wrapped his arms around Yin Yunchuan's neck, declaring, "No more application, uncle." Yin Yunchuan set the aloe vera gel aside. "How long can we enjoy ourselves this time?" Chen Ye waited. A week, came the reply. A week felt like an eternity, and it was no small feat for Yin Yunchuan to carve out so much time. Chen Ye playfully bounced onto Yin Yunchuan, who caught him with ease. "Wonderful. Tomorrow we can go horseback riding." Yin Yunchuan's large hand encircled Chen Ye's thigh, the delicate and soft flesh sinking into his grasp, causing his breath to become slightly ragged. "Before we ride, shall I show you something else?" Yin Yunchuan's voice was deep, his eyes swirling with desire, a sentiment evident to all who beheld him. Chen Ye had anticipated this moment, and without hesitation or reluctance, he pressed his lips against Yin Yunchuan's. Receiving his response, Yin Yunchuan was equally assertive, laying Chen Ye upon the bed and leaning over him. The following day, Chen Ye refrained from riding, as he found himself unable to rise. Upon waking, he saw Yin Yunchuan seated on the sofa, engaged in a phone call with his secretary, clad in a black loungewear that accentuated his tall, clean hands as he discussed work matters. From Chen Ye's vantage point, he could admire the man's handsome profile and the pronounced Adam's apple, marked by a faint pink bite mark. Yin Yunchuan's gaze shifted towards him. He ended the call and approached Chen Ye. "Are you hungry?" Chen Ye nodded. Their lunch was taken in the room, and Chen Ye, too weary to move, found even lifting his hand a laborious task. Throughout their week-long vacation, Chen Ye spent 4 days in bed, while Yin Yunchuan appeared to exercise restraint, though in practice he was anything but moderate, leaving Chen Ye utterly exhausted. After 7 days, Chen Ye returned to city dejectedly, while Yin Yunchuan appeared invigorated. His once stern countenance softened considerably, prompting speculation among his colleagues that he was in a romantic relationship. In September, Chao Yu reached out, mentioning his imminent departure abroad. Since the incident at the bar, he had not contacted Chen Ye. When Chen Ye inquired about his destination, Chao Yu replied it was England. Chao Yu called, initially silent, and after a prolonged pause, he asked Chen Ye if he could see him off. Chen Ye dejeuner it. "Come on, can't you at least send me off? I probably want to be back for a few years." Chen Ye remained silent for a few seconds. "Focus on your studies abroad," he replied. "All right, you're truly heartless," Chao Yu said, his voice tinged with nasality, hinting that he might have been crying. "Are you with Yin Yunchuan? I've heard he takes you to all his events." Chen Ye acknowledged with a soft prompting Chao Yu's tears to flow more freely. "Damn it, I knew it. What about you? Do you like him? Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up," Chen Ye stated. Chao Yu cursed from the other end. "Don't hang up. Regardless of whether you like him or not, I can't compete. Before I leave, I at least need to tell you that I like you." "What do you like about Yin Yunchuan?" In an effort to dissuade Chao Yu, Chen Ye replied, "He saved me when I was young, and after these years together, it's only natural that I would like him, right?" Chao Yu's voice softened. "If you ever stop liking him, let me know. I'll return and take you away, no matter what." Suddenly, Chen Ye's phone was snatched from his hand, and he turned to find Yin Yunchuan standing silently behind him, having approached unnoticed. With a cold tone, Yin Yunchuan declared, "You don't have that opportunity," and promptly ended the call. Chen Ye gazed at Yin Yunchuan, who bore a displeased expression, and instinctively reached out to embrace him. Yin Yunchuan lowered his gaze upon Chen Ye's hairline, and after a prolonged silence remarked, "It was you who first beckoned me." Chen Ye merely responded with a soft affirmation, "Indeed, I sought you out first. Thus, do not entertain thoughts of departing with another." He enveloped Chen Ye in a firm embrace, the intensity of which nearly left Chen Ye gasping for breath. "Ushant," Chen Ye insisted. "My connection with him is purely that of classmates." Pushing Yin Yunchuan away, he continued, "You are overthinking this, my dear uncle. You rescued me once. How could I possibly abandon you?" Gazing into Chen Ye's resplendent eyes, Yin Yunchuan's lips curved into a somewhat strained smile as he tenderly caressed Chen Ye's face. If you were to learn that the one who saved you was not I, would you then choose to leave? Would you fall for someone else? Perhaps Wen Jiyu? Chen Ye, privy to Yin Yunchuan's unspoken thoughts, longed to reassure him that his indebtedness was merely a pretext to draw closer, yet he withheld the truth, fearing it might sow seeds of doubt regarding his previous intentions. In truth, even if you had not saved me, I would still find myself drawn to you, he declared. Yin Yunchuan's eyes flickered, yet he remained skeptical of such assertions. Were it not for the misunderstandings, Chen Ye would not have approached him. Do you doubt my words? Chen Ye pressed, his lips pursed. Yin Yunchuan embraced him once more and pressed a gentle kiss upon his forehead. I believe you. For 6 months, they enjoyed a tranquil existence together, their mutual affection steadily climbing to a gratifying 92, only to stagnate thereafter. In the latter half of their sophomore year, Yanxi summoned Chen Ye through intermediaries. Following Yin Yunchuan's management of the company, Yanxi shifted his focus to investments, leveraging his prior connections to flourish in this new venture. Upon seeing Chen Ye in a private room, Yanxi greeted him with a warm smile. Xiaoxia, please take a seat. Chen Ye settled across from him. Years had passed. Yanxi's temples were now grayed, and his once keen gaze had dulled, the effects of indulgence evident in his waning vitality. Yanxi wasted no time with pleasantries. I summoned you here privately. Yin Yunchuan is unaware. Chen Ye nodded, inweiting. What is the matter? Merely a trifling concern, Yanxi replied nonchalantly. You and he have been together for quite some time. Initially, I presumed it a youthful dalliance. However, considering Yin Yunchuan's age, over 30, many in his circle already have children in elementary school. He took a sip of tea, his eyes reflecting a shrewdness befitting a businessman. I did not impose upon him the necessity of fatherhood, nor can I dictate his choices. Yet, I hope you might persuade him to select a suitable candidate from his second or third uncle's lineage to nurture as an heir. A similar topic had been broached by Qiuming Zhu, who suggested that Yin Yunchuan consider a child from his uncle's family. Chen Ye replied, I cannot influence his thoughts. If he has someone in mind, you ought to approach him directly. Yanxi's expression turned frosty. I do have a particular individual in mind, a child from the second branch, raised outside, a graduate of a prestigious university with commendable abilities. Should he be groomed as a successor, I am confident the Yin family would prosper further. He looked intently at Chen Ye. As you and Yunchuan grow older, his offspring could ensure your comfort in your later years. Furthermore, you may not fully grasp Yin Yunchuan. While your bond is strong now, it may not remain so indefinitely. Should you consent to my proposal, I could bequeath a quarter of my estate to you. Emotions may wane, but wealth remains steadfast. Ponder this carefully. Upon hearing his heartfelt sentiments, a flicker of derision crossed Chen Ye's eyes. Yin Yunchuan's parents each harbored their own ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to Yanxi, the totality of his assets paled in comparison to the wealth Chen Ye possessed. During their freshman year, Yin Yunchuan had already entrusted a significant portion of his fortune to him. Observing Yin Xi's demeanor, Chen Ye found reason to suspect that the individual Yin she was infatuated with was not merely the illegitimate child of his uncle, but rather his own offspring. The discussions yielded no conclusive outcome, as Chen Ye continuously deflected inquiries. Ultimately, he was escorted home by Yin Xi's subordinates, finding the house empty. Yin Yunchuan was occupied with work. Before he could even set down his backpack, the door swung open, revealing a visibly anxious Yin Yunchuan. What did he say to you? Chen Ye was not surprised that Yin Yunchuan was aware of his meeting with Yin Xi, considering he was always shadowed by Yin Yunchuan's bodyguard. He dropped his backpack and shrugged nonchalantly. It was nothing much, just what Grandma mentioned, suggesting you choose someone to accompany you as your heir. They seemed rather impatient. Yin Yunchuan inquired, who do you think I should choose? Chen Ye was indifferent to the matter. His mission required him to depart soon, leaving uncertain whether Yin Yunchuan would seek someone else. His perspective on love had always been pragmatic. Affection flourishes in the beginning, yet inevitably fades with time. Choose whoever you deem suitable. I am not well acquainted with the other relatives. Yin Yunchuan discerned the apathy in Chen Ye's eyes, recognizing that he was unconcerned with such matters. Why the indifference? Was it due to youthful naivety, not contemplating the future, or the belief that he could not remain by Yin Yunchuan's side indefinitely? This thought pierced Yin Yunchuan's heart, for although he hesitated to admit it, he sensed that Chen Ye did not truly belong in this realm. He exuded an air of detachment from the world. Yin Yunchuan was plagued by the fear of losing him. He drew Chen Ye into his embrace, lowering his lips to claim Chen Ye's in a fervent kiss. Chen Ye, bewildered by the sudden intensity, could not comprehend Yin Yunchuan's abrupt shift in demeanor. After breaking the kiss, they locked eyes in silence for an extended moment. "Did you never consider spending your life with me?" Chen Ye felt a tumult of emotions upon hearing Yin Yunchuan's unspoken thoughts. The latter was astute enough to sense Chen Ye's potential departure. Yet, Chen Ye was unable to offer any promises, living instead on a day-to-day basis. Chapter 54. Uncle 24. The system's marketplace no longer offered discounted retention cards, and Chen Ye could not afford to spend 100 points to secure his return home. Otherwise, his journey back would be indefinitely postponed. He entwined his arms around Yin Yunchuan's neck, reciprocating his kiss, vowing to cherish him fully until the time of his departure. In Chen Ye's junior year, Yin Yunchuan selected a junior from the Chiu family to join the company, with intentions to cultivate Lin and pursued his studies in the capital, while Wen Ziyuan opted for a doctoral program there as well. Yin Yunchuan intended to choose one of these two as his successor, should neither prove suitable. He would entrust the Yin enterprise to a specialized management team. On Yanxi's end, he had been warned by Yin Yunchuan and had not dared to make an appearance for some time, content to play the role of a compliant figurehead. During the summer of his junior year, Chen Ye turned to the Yin Corporation, closely accompanied by Yin Yunchuan, whose relationship with Chen had become well known among the staff. Their colleagues expressed great delight at this. For as long as Chen Ye was present, Yin Yunchuan was unlikely to exude his usual intimidating aura or deliver harsh criticisms. At that moment, the office was filled solely with the hum of the air conditioning and the rustling sound of Chen Ye diligently organizing documents. His field of study bore no relation to the management of the company, yet he was content merely to obtain an internship stamp, rendering the nature of his tasks inconsequential. A straw was presented before him, and, as he lowered his head to take a sip of the watermelon juice, he looked up at Yin Yunchuan and inquired, "Are you finished?" Yin Yunchuan replied, sipping from the straw, "Yes, I'm done. Let's go for lunch." Chen Ye neatly arranged the files on the desk before following Yin Yunchuan out. At lunch, Lin was also present, interning in the business department at Yin Yunchuan's company during the summer break. Observing the calm demeanor of Chen Ye and Yin Yunchuan seated together, Lin was no longer surprised to see Yin Yunchuan serve Chen Ye food. Initially, he had found their relationship astonishing. Although he no longer harbored the same fear of Yin Yunchuan as he once did, the mere sight of him still evoked a sense of trepidation, especially after learning of Yin Yunchuan's methods of dealing with illegitimate children. In his youth, Lin had contemplated approaching Yin Yunchuan in hopes of earning his respect. But that desire had faded over time, as being near Yin Yunchuan posed considerable risks. When Lin learned of Chen Ye and Yin Yunchuan's relationship, he felt a twinge of concern, but soon realized how deeply Yin Yunchuan cared for Chen Ye, assuring him of his safety. Before long, Lin excused himself after lunch, as he needed to pick up Wen Ziyuan. In his freshman year, he had confessed his feelings to Wen Ziyuan, who had not reciprocated, a response Lin had anticipated. Wen Ziyuan did not have affection for him as a younger brother, yet Lin persisted, earnestly pursuing him for nearly 2 years. One winter, a snowfall-blanketed city, Chen Ye, having rarely encountered snow, eagerly pulled Yin Yunchuan into the yard to build a snowman. The snow was not particularly deep, resulting in a rather small snowman, and Chen Ye captured several photographs with his phone. Once indoors, Yin Yunchuan drew Chen Ye's hands into his embrace to warm them. "I'm not cold," Chen Ye insisted. Yin Yunchuan looked down, observing the redness of Chen Ye's hands. "But your hands are frozen." Chen Ye nestled against Yin Yunchuan, conceding, "Well, maybe just a little." Yin Yunchuan's hands were large and warm, and Chen Ye often found himself reminded of the way he held his hands. Since being with Yin Yunchuan, he had occasionally been struck by the fleeting thought that Yin Yunchuan was, in fact, He. However, after consulting the system, he was informed that they were not the same individual, leaving Chen Ye in a state of confusion. Yin Yunchuan released Chen Ye's hands, pinching his cheek lightly. What are you thinking about? Chen Ye lazily replied, nothing much. Yin Yunchuan's expression darkened slightly, his voice deepening as he asked, you're not thinking about your elder brother, are you? Chen Ye was taken aback, feigning calmness. What elder brother? What are you talking about, uncle? Observing Chen Ye's reaction, Yin Yunchuan felt a pang of despair. His casual inquiry had inadvertently suggested that Chen Ye might indeed have an elder brother. He once investigated those around Chen Ye, yet none seemed to fit the description. Nevertheless, Yin Yunchuan inexplicably felt the presence of someone significant to Chen Ye. Puzzled, Yin Yunchuan wondered who this person could be. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating his graduation thesis, not thinking of anything else. Chen Ye fixed his gaze on Yin Yunchuan, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes. He had long forgotten mentioning qi he in front of Yin Yunchuan, never anticipating that Yin Yunchuan would remember it for so long. Yin Yunchuan's hand slid to his waist, suggesting that the thesis was not an urgent matter, and he could take his time to prepare. Chen Ye exhaled in relief, understanding that Yin Yunchuan intended to move past the topic. As winter turned to spring, Chen Ye graduated from university and joined Yin Yunchuan's company. Though he did not spend every moment in Yin Yunchuan's company. A knock on the office door interrupted, and Assistant Dai Bai entered with documents, proceeding directly to place them before Yin Yunchuan. After Yin Yunchuan took the papers, Dai Bai lingered, reluctant to leave. You may go now, Yin Yunchuan stated coolly. Dai Bai bit his lip, seizing the rare opportunity to be in the president's office while Chen Ye was absent. He could not simply walk out. He leaned against Yin Yunchuan's office chair, inching closer. President Yin, are you feeling tired? I can assist you with a massage. My skills are quite adept. His alluring voice whispered in Yin Yunchuan's ear, prompting him to glance at Dai Bai. Dai Bai possessed refined features, his eyes glimmering with an alluring sadness, despite no visible harm. His white shirt was undone at the collar, revealing a delicate collarbone. Most strikingly, Dai Bai bore a slight resemblance to Chen Ye, their eyes both large and round. However, Chen Ye's gaze was pure, devoid of any seductive pretense. And upon seeing Dai Bai's face, Yin Yunchuan could not help but wear a mocking expression. Dai Bai, head bowed, was oblivious to Yin Yunchuan's reaction. With an indifferent tone, Yin Yunchuan remarked, if your massage skills are so exceptional, you ought to open a massage parlor instead of remaining in the company. Dai Bai's complexion turned pale, his entire being seeming to tremble. President Yin, do you harbor some misunderstanding about me? I merely wish to help you relax. Young Master Lin is absent today, and I can assist you in his stead. My skills are truly commendable. He gazed at Yin Yunchuan with longing, willing to share a bed with him, irrespective of Yin Yunchuan's status. Rest assured, I won't inform young Master Lin. He will remain oblivious. As his hand moved towards Yin Yunchuan's chest, his head leaned in closer. Just as he was about to make contact, a sudden sharp pain jolted through his knee. Dai Bai cried out, the allure in his voice vanishing. He had been kicked to the ground by Yin Yunchuan. Yin Yunchuan looked down at him from above, as if regarding an inanimate object. Do you think you are worthy? Dai Bai lay on the floor, trembling at the coldness in Yin Yunchuan's gaze, the pain in his knee draining the color from his face. He felt a bitter resentment. He believed himself more attractive than Chen Ye, an adept in bed. Why was Yin Yunchuan unwilling to grant him a chance? Leave, and do not let me see you in the company again. Furthermore, it is imperative to inform those behind you to keep their tales concealed. Dai Bai, in a state of disarray, rose to his feet and staggered out of the office. As he was gathering his belongings, 2 bodyguards arrived, swiftly stuffing his possessions into a chaotic bundle before unceremoniously ejecting him from the company building. At the entrance, Dai Bai rubbed his shoulder, which had been painfully gripped by the guards, muttering curses under his breath. Having failed to accomplish the tasks assigned by his superior, he found himself deprived of his final payment. Dai Bai, utterly speechless, had never once failed to charm with his looks. Many prominent figures had fallen under his spell. Yet he never anticipated that Yin Yunchuan would be so impervious. A sleek black Maybach came to a halt before the company entrance, and as Chen Ye stepped out of the vehicle, he was intercepted by an individual who bore a slight resemblance to him. For a moment, he regarded the man with curiosity, feeling a sense of familiarity. "Are you an employee of the company?" Dai Bai, with a gaze both feeble and pitiful, replied, "Not anymore." "Is there something you need?" "I'm unsure if I should speak," Dai Bai confessed, biting his lip, a picture of humiliation. "Perhaps it would be better if you didn't tea," Chen Ye replied, taking a couple of steps forward without glancing back. For a fleeting moment, Dai Bai's expression cracked. But he quickly caught up to Chen Ye, grasping his wrist, only to be forcefully shaken off. "Don't you want to hear about the ordeal I just faced in Yin Yunchuan's office?" Dai Bai's voice was tinged with agitation. Chen Ye turned to face him, then speak. As he observed Chen Ye's demeanor, Dai Bai found himself caught in a breathless pause. The entrance to the company was bustling with activity, and he led Chen Ye to a secluded spot beneath a tree, unnoticed by passers-by. Tears welled in Dai Bai's eyes as he recounted. "I went to deliver documents to the boss, and he mistook me for you almost." "What did he almost do? Beat you?" Chen Ye interjected. Dai Bai's heart sank. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could Chen Ye have guessed? "No, he embraced me and kissed me," he continued, rolling up his sleeve to reveal an injury sustained during his struggle. Chen Ye, disinterested in his theatrics, pondered which faction had sent him to seduce Yin Yunchuan. Then why not report it to the police? Dai Bai sitiar zabraptli chist. "What?" With a lackluster tone, Chen Ye replied, "I suggested you report it. But telling me serves no purpose. Perhaps the authorities might assist you." Dai Bai forced a smile. "No need. I merely wish to alert you to Yin Yunchuan's true nature. He's not a good man." Chen Ye, retrieving a packet of tissues from his pocket, tossed it to Dai Bai. "All right, I understand." Having spent considerable time with Yin Yunchuan, Chen Ye found it intolerable to have someone weeping and wailing in his presence. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a warm glow on Chen Ye's face as he extended the tissues with a tender yet casual gesture, causing an inexplicable flutter in Dai Bai's heart. The boss had instructed him to create a rift between Yin Yunchuan and Chen Ye. If seducing Yin Yunchuan proved futile, perhaps he could still entice Chen Ye. Accepting the tissues, Dai Bai let his fingers brush against Chen Ye's palm, murmuring a soft thank you. A shiver ran down Chen Ye's spine as he regarded Dai Bai, hearing the unspoken thoughts in his heart. In truth, young Master Lin is quite handsome, and he possesses a gentle demeanor. Chen Ye distanced himself from Dai Bai, asserting that he should refrain from visiting the Yin family and refrain from harboring ulterior motives. Before he could finish his sentence, Dai Bai, in a theatrical manner, stumbled into his embrace. Chen Ye remarked, "Heaven has a path, yet you choose not to tread it." Before Dai Bai could formulate an excuse to ask for Chen Ye's contact information, he was abruptly pulled away and fell onto the cement ground. The one who pulled him was not Chen Ye, but a bodyguard clad in black. The bodyguard, panting heavily and with a dark expression, was drenched in sweat from sprinting at full speed, yet he arrived too late, allowing Dai Bai to end up in Chen Ye's arms. Chen Ye brushed off the wrinkles from his white shirt and looked at the dazed Dai Bai, saying, "I forgot to mention, I have bodyguards arranged by Yin Yunchuan around me." Dai Bai shakily stood up and asked, "So, what I just did will reach President Yan's ears?" He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, almost fainting, fully aware of Yin Yunchuan's methods. Anyone who entangled with Yin Yunchuan faced dire consequences, if not death. Chen Ye sighed, noting that there would always be those who disregarded warnings and approached Yin Yunchuan, only to regret it when it was too late. Those who had previously sought to court Yin Yunchuan had faced his wrath. This time, the individuals seemed misguided in their intentions. Yin Yunchuan would not take it lightly if he found out. "Leave a city as soon as possible. Do not appear before us again, and I will intercede on your behalf." Dai Bai stared at him in disbelief. "Really? If you do not leave soon, Yin Yunchuan will come down," Chen Ye warned. Upon hearing this, Dai Bai hastily called for a taxi, fleeing as if pursued by a ghost. Chen Ye entered the office, where Yin Yunchuan was absorbed in his phone. As he approached, he noticed Yin Yunchuan was looking at a photograph, the very moment Dai Bai had fallen into his embrace. Due to the angle, they appeared quite intimate. Yin Yunchuan's fingers lightly tapped on the desk. Previously, such a gesture would have frightened Chen Ye, but now he felt no fear. He snatched the phone from Yin Yunchuan's hand, explaining that it was an accident and that the person sent was rather foolish. Yin Yunchuan raised his gaze, darkness swirling in his eyes, asking, "Why didn't you evade him?" "I didn't anticipate he would fall in my arms," Chen Ye replied, deleting the photo before placing the phone back in Yin Yunchuan's hand. Leaning closer, the distance between them narrowed to mere centimeters. Are you jealous? He also mentioned you kissed him, which made me jealous too. Feeling Chen Ye's breath, Yin Yunchuan's throat moved as he raised an eyebrow. Are you truly jealous? Indeed. Yin Yunchuan stood and lifted Chen Ye in his arms, startling him, causing Chen Ye to grip Yin Yunchuan's waist tightly. What are you doing in broad daylight? Chen Ye protested as Yin Yunchuan carried him toward the restroom. Bathing, he replied. Chen Ye understood. Since Dai Bai had touched him, Yin Yunchuan insisted he take a bath. Put me down, I can wash myself. But Yin Yunchuan ignored him, carrying him into the bathroom. After a considerable time, Chen Ye lay on the bed, propping himself up to take a sip of water. His skin, exposed to the air, bore the marks of kisses. After quenching his thirst, he turned to Yin Yunchuan and said, do not be too harsh with him. It is unnecessary. Although he incited discord among us, my faith in you remains unwavering. Yin Yunchuan responded softly, all right. He may choose to overlook the minor players, yet he must address the puppeteer orchestrating the entire scheme from behind the scenes. Previously, he had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, but this time his ire was genuinely ignited. After 3 months, Chen Ye learned that Yin Shi had been dispatched abroad, along with several of his paramours. It was rumored that one of them was already showing signs of pregnancy. Yin Yunchuan paid it no mind. After all, his current status was impervious to the influence of an illegitimate child, especially one that had yet to see the light of day. Chapter 56. Uncle 26. During the centennial celebration of university, Yin Yunchuan received an invitation from the institution to deliver a speech. While labeled a lecture, it was merely a formality to showcase the remarkable individuals produced by their esteemed establishment. Simultaneously, it served to foster a closer relationship with Yin Yunchuan, potentially enticing him to invest. Initially, Yin Yunchuan had no intention of attending, but upon hearing Chen Ye express a desire to revisit the campus, he altered his decision. Amidst the campus of a university, Yin Yunchuan, clad in a tailored suit, walked alongside Chen Ye. Occasionally, students cast curious glances their way, and a few bold souls approached, seeking to exchange WeChat IDs, all directed at Chen Ye. The icy demeanor of Yin Yunchuan rendered them hesitant to speak up. Before Yin Yunchuan could utter a word, Chen Ye had already declined their advances, leaving the hopefuls somewhat disappointed. Chen Ye winked at Yin Yunchuan, silently conveying, I had no intention of providing them my contact. Yin Yunchuan nodded modestly in acknowledgement, yet as they traversed the latter part of their path, he grasped Chen Ye's hand, intertwining their fingers. Consequently, no one dared to approach for WeChat. 2 grown men strolling hand in hand left little room for misinterpretation. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the centennial celebration commenced in earnest, the grand auditorium brimming with attendees. Chen Ye, donning a cap, mingled among the crowd. When Yin Yunchuan took the stage, Chen Ye's gaze fixed upon him, and Yin Yunchuan, seemingly by chance, returned a glance. His speech had been meticulously prepared by his assistant, and he had committed most of its contents to memory after only a brief review prior to his appearance. As Yin Yunchuan stepped onto the stage, a ripple of excitement surged through the audience, not only due to his star-like visage, but also because of the scrolling introduction of his credentials displayed on the large screen behind him. A graduate of a university, a master's student at Capital University, and the president of the Yin Corporation. Each of these accolades was enough to captivate all present. On the podium, he spoke with a steady cadence, his voice resonating like a cello, instantly invigorating the lethargic assembly of university students. Many began to capture the moment on their phones, primarily because they had never encountered such striking handsomeness. A girl beside Chen Ye gasped, tugging at her friend's sleeve, exclaiming, I just searched him on Baidu. He is not even married. In his early 30s, with a net worth in the billions and such striking looks. Was he not the quintessential bachelor? Upon hearing the term bachelor, Chen Ye could not suppress a chuckle. The girl, slightly embarrassed, turned her head away, but was momentarily taken aback by Chen Ye's striking features. Apologies for the disturbance, she said. Chen Ye replied, not at all. She inquired, what year are you in? Let us get acquainted. With a smile, Chen Ye responded, I graduated long ago. It's perfectly fine. We can get to know each other." The girl casually played with her long hair. She had been single throughout her university years, having set her sights high and determined to choose only the most handsome suitor. Now that she had finally encountered someone, she resolved to take the initiative. Chen Ye replied, "I already have a boyfriend, sorry." Upon hearing this, a hint of shyness and excitement flickered across the girl's face. "It's all right, it's quite good," she chuckled. Her friend beside her was amused by her foolishness and tugged at her sleeve. "Be quiet. I feel like the person on stage is looking at us." The girl glanced up, and indeed, the speaker, Yin Yunchuan, had his gaze directed their way, though it was unclear whom he was observing. After concluding his speech, a wave of applause erupted in the auditorium. He descended the podium with poise and took a seat beside Chen Ye. Yin Yunchuan naturally squeezed the back of Chen Ye's neck, asking, "Shall we head home?" Chen Ye nodded, and together they exited through the back door. The two girls stared, dumbfounded. "Oh my, his boyfriend is Yin Yunchuan? No wonder I felt like he was watching us. He was gazing at his little boyfriend. Wow, they really do make a good match." Yin Yunchuan's car did not enter the school grounds. He and Chen Ye strolled along the pathway. Chen Ye opened her photo album. "Look, the pictures I just took are stunning." The image featured Yin Yunchuan standing before the microphone, his expression serious and detached, his exquisite features emanating an air of restraint. Yin Yunchuan unconsciously smiled slightly. However, recalling how he had seen Chen Ye laughing and chatting with someone else, his smile faded. "You seemed quite happy chatting with others. I caught a few glances your way, but you didn't notice." Chen Ye pointed to her hat. "My view was obstructed. I didn't pay attention." Leaning closer to Yin Yunchuan, she teased, "Are you jealous again? Your uncle isn't the president of a Yin corporation. He should be the one harboring jealousy." Yin Yunchuan gazed down at the young man wearing a black cap. "Yes, indeed, I am." Chen Ye chuckled. "That girl asked for my contact information, but I declined. Guess I turned her down?" Yin Yunchuan placed his hand on Chen Ye's shoulder, tilting his head slightly. "How did you refuse?" Chen Ye stood on tiptoe, leaning close to Yin Yunchuan's ear. "I told her I have a boyfriend." The warm breath tickled Yin Yunchuan's ear, and Chen Ye's words were music to his ears. Yin Yunchuan kissed Chen Ye, who widened her eyes and mumbled, "Someone's coming." The school was mostly empty as everyone was in the auditorium, but Yin Yunchuan was aware of Chen Ye's shyness, so the kiss was brief. Chen Ye said to Yin Yunchuan, "In the future, you mustn't kiss me in public." Her round eyes held a hint of feigned anger, resembling a puffed-up cat. Yin Yunchuan smiled. "What is there to fear? If someone sees, it only affirms that you are mine." Chen Ye shot him a glare, which left Yin Yunchuan feeling flustered. He led Chen Ye away from the school, and soon they were home. During the winter, City A was chillingly cold, with temperatures plummeting below zero. Chen Ye despised the cold. Every time he ventured outside with Yin Yunchuan for work, he would curl up tightly. Although the car had heating and the office building was warm, he still could not escape the biting chill. Yin Yunchuan advised him to refrain from working and stay at home, where the warmth enveloped him daily, alleviating Chen Ye's fear of the cold. However, Chen Ye declined, unwilling to succumb to idleness at such a young age. While it was indeed pleasant, prolonged lounging would inevitably lead to tedium. In the office, after completing his tasks, Yin Yunchuan savored a sip of coffee. He stepped away from his desk and approached Chen Ye, who had succumbed to slumber after finishing his work. Resting his head on the table, Chen Ye was the first to audaciously indulge in a paid respite in Yin Yunchuan's presence. Years passed, and the youthful innocence on Chen Ye's face had faded significantly. Once adorably charming, he now exuded a striking beauty. Yan Yunchuan playfully poked Chen Ye's nose, but received no response. He then prodded Chen Ye's cheek, noting the slight plumpness that had developed over the past 2 years, leaving a small indentation on his face. With a soft chuckle, Yin Yunchuan captured this moment on his phone, subsequently setting it as his wallpaper. The previous wallpaper featured Chen Ye, covered in cream on his birthday, glaring at the camera with an expression of indignation. Yin Yunchuan, unable to resist, playfully pinched Chen Ye's cheeks, determined not to relent until Chen Ye awakened. His touch was gentle, yet it prompted a subtle frown from Chen Ye. As Chen Ye slept, his lips parted slightly, and due to Yin Yunchuan's persistent poking, A glistening droplet of liquid trickled from the corner of his mouth onto the table. Yin Yunchuan retrieved a tissue from the desk and wiped Chen Ye's lips. In an impulsive moment, he leaned in and kissed him, stealing the air between them. If Chen Ye did not awaken soon, he would surely slip into a state of oblivion. Upon waking, Chen Ye still wore a frown, his gaze momentarily vacant upon seeing Yin Yunchuan's face. The innocence reflected in his eyes tightened Yin Yunchuan's abdomen, prompting him to deepen the kiss. Chen Ye remained still, allowing Yin Yunchuan to kiss him. To facilitate their embrace, Yin Yunchuan lifted Chen Ye, wrapping his arms around his thighs, and seated him on the desk. After a while, Chen Ye regained his senses and gently pushed Yin Yunchuan away. Yin Yunchuan, breathless, fixated on Chen Ye's swollen, glistening lips, inquired, "What is wrong?" Chen Ye replied, "I just had a dream where someone slapped my face." "Was it you?" Yin Yunchuan clarified, "You were drooling in your sleep, and I merely wiped it away." "I refuse to believe that. I never drool." Chen Ye arched an eyebrow at Yin Yunchuan. Yin Yunchuan retorted, "There is still some of your drool on the desk." Chen Ye blushed and looked down, realizing it was indeed true. With a light laugh, Yin Yunchuan lifted him and carried him to the sofa. As spring approached, the weather gradually warmed, and Chen Ye visibly became more spirited. He preferred spring and summer over winter. The sky during these seasons was often a brilliant blue, the air pristine and invigorating, evoking a sense of tranquility in his heart. Chen Ye discovered a resort near city, a distinctive tourist village created by the locals, and suggested to Yin Yunchuan that they visit it as a spring excursion. After more than 2 hours of driving, they arrived at the resort, choosing not to bring bodyguards to avoid any disturbances. The flow of vehicles to the resort was sparse, as it was not yet peak tourist season. Yin Yunchuan, with a suitcase in hand, watched as Chen Ye cheerfully strolled along the countryside path, his spirits lifted slightly. Previously, his life revolved solely around work, leaving no time to visit such places. However, he now savored the joy of traveling with a loved one. Upon arrival, Chen Ye felt as if he had returned to Shaoshui village. Although this locale was far more modern, the essence of lush green mountains and clear waters remained unchanged. After a leisurely 10-minute walk, they reached the quaint farmhouse they had reserved. The proprietors, a warm-hearted middle-aged couple, welcomed them with open arms. As evening approached, the two ordered a feast of local delicacies. The proprietress's culinary skills were commendable, and Chen Ye found himself devouring 3 bowls of rice. The owner enthusiastically suggested, "You young men should go fishing at the back pond tomorrow. The fish are all raised by us, and we can prepare them for you." Chen Ye, a lover of fish, eagerly persuaded Yin Yunchuan to agree. The farmhouse accommodations were modest, and, as night fell, Chen Ye found himself feeling quite cold. To maintain a low profile, he and Yin Yunchuan had opted for a twin-bedded room. After a brief time on his own bed, he could not resist and slipped into Yin Yunchuan's bed, wrapping his arms tightly around him from behind. "Didn't we agree to sleep alone?" Yin Yunchuan remarked. Chen Ye, concerned about Yin Yunchuan's intentions, recalled a previous trip where he had not fully enjoyed himself, merely lying in bed. "I've changed my mind," he asserted, tightening his grip around Yin Yunchuan's waist. "But you mustn't do anything else." Yin Yunchuan's chest rose and fell momentarily as he turned to embrace Chen Ye, planting a gentle kiss on his forehead. "Sleep now, and I shall wake you in the morning." Understanding Chen Ye's desire to fish, he decided to refrain from further pursuits, but resolved to make it up to him later. Chen Ye drifted off to a peaceful slumber in his embrace. The following morning, Yin Yunchuan awakened and carefully withdrew his somewhat numb hand from Chen Ye's back. After freshening up, he headed downstairs to order breakfast, which he brought back to their room. Upon waking Chen Ye, he found him reluctant to move. "Not going fishing?" Yin Yunchuan inquired. Chen Ye rolled around in bed a few times before responding, "Of course I am." He sat up, his hair tousled, extending his arms for Yin Yunchuan to hold him. The sight was utterly endearing, softening Yin Yunchuan's heart. He easily lifted Chen Ye and carried him to the small dining table. "If you wish, continue sleeping. I shall go fishing alone." While eating breakfast, Chen Ye shook his head emphatically. "No, I want to go as well." Seeing his determination, Yin Yunchuan refrained from further persuasion. The back pond of the farmhouse was modest, with shallow waters where two young visitors had jumped in to catch fish. With each armed with a fishing rod, Chen Ye and Yin Yunchuan settled by the riverbank, quietly awaiting their catch. The fish here, perhaps accustomed to being fed, were particularly cunning, rarely biting the bait. After an entire morning spent fishing, they managed to catch only 2 small crucian carp, hardly enough to satisfy. Just then, the 2 exuberant visitors emerged from the water with a bounty of fish and advised, "Just jump in and catch them directly. It's quicker that way." Once they departed, Yin Yunchuan gazed at the pond's water, hesitating for a few seconds before shedding his clothes. "There's no need to go down, uncle. We could just buy a couple from the boss later," Chen Ye remarked. Yin Yunchuan descended into the pond, eager to give it a try. Although Chen Ye understood Yin Yunchuan's penchant for cleanliness, he still ventured into the water, wishing to catch fish with his own hands for Chen Ye's delight. Though somewhat childish, Chen Ye found this side of Yin Yunchuan to be particularly charming and vibrant. He crouched by the shore, cradling his face in his hands as he watched Yin Yunchuan's somewhat clumsy attempts at fishing. The gentle breeze, the chirping of birds, the pond, and the act of fishing transported Chen Ye back to the past. Yin Yunchuan stood in the water, depositing the fish he had caught into a bucket. With his damp hands, he playfully pinched Chen Ye's cheek, urging him to head back. Chen Ye planted a kiss on Yin Yunchuan's face, causing a brief pause in Yin Yunchuan's movements as he prepared to leave the water. Typically, Chen Ye was not one to initiate affection, so each time he did, Yin Yunchuan remained composed. Yet only he understood the tumult of emotions within. "Let us go, uncle." The 2 of them returned to the farmhouse, carrying a bucket of fish. The catch included small crucian carp and catfish, and since Chen Ye adored fish roe, most of it found its way into his mouth. They spent 3 delightful days at the resort. Although Chen Ye felt reluctant to leave, Yin Yunchuan had matters to attend to, so they returned to City A, promising to revisit when time permitted. Linen's dog had given birth, and Chen Ye accompanied him to see the puppies. Noticing Chen Ye's fondness, Linen gifted him one. As Chen Ye cradled the puppy on his way home, he felt a twinge of worry. Would Yin Yunchuan approve of a small animal? The puppy, Yushue, was adorable, merely 3 months old and no larger than a palm, its tearful eyes fixed on Chen Ye. He gently stroked its back, reassuring himself, "Uncle likes me, I like you, so Uncle will surely like you too." With newfound confidence, he nodded and returned home with the puppy. Upon seeing the dog, Yin Yunchuan displayed little emotion and inquired, "Whose is it?" "It belongs to Lin," and Chen Ye settled beside Yin Yunchuan, placing the freshly bathed puppy in his lap. "It's so clean," he enthusiastically promoted. "I'm sure it will adore you." However, the reality was that the puppy whimpered in Yin Yunchuan's embrace, its short legs flailing as it attempted to escape the coldness of his hold. Chen Ye felt no embarrassment. He took the puppy back into his arms. "Shall we give a name?" Yin Yunchuan glanced at the trembling creature and replied, "You choose." After a moment of contemplation, several names danced through Chen Ye's mind until he suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "How about Baozi?" His eyes sparkled with excitement, illuminating Yin Yunchuan's heart and dispelling any lingering unease. Very well. Although Yin Yunchuan had little affinity for animals, finding the weak ones bothersome and the fierce ones unsuitable for companionship, he cherished the harmonious world he shared with Chen Ye, free from distractions. Yet, since Chen Ye had taken a liking to the puppy, he found himself warming to it as well. Thus, Baozi made a home for itself, establishing a cozy nook in their abode. Every day upon returning from work, Chen Ye and Yin Yunchuan were greeted by the wagging tail of Baozi, who would scurry to them, circling around excitedly. Initially, it only bonded with Chen Ye, but gradually it began to warm up to Yin Yunchuan as well, leading to a blissful and harmonious life for the trio. Chapter 58. The uncle. During the weekend, Yin Yunchuan was busy working overtime at the office, while Chen Ye chose to rest at home. When noon arrived, the housekeeper prepared a meal, and after Chen Ye finished his lunch, he took his dog, Baozi, for a walk outside. A black van passed by him without drawing his attention, but in the next moment, it came to a halt not far away. 2 individuals emerged from the vehicle and approached Chen Ye. Sensing something amiss, he instinctively began to run, tugging Baozi along. The pursuers, evidently well-trained, swiftly caught up with him. A handkerchief was pressed against his mouth, and the overwhelming scent caused Chen Ye to lose consciousness almost instantly. Before succumbing to the darkness, he saw Baozi barking frantically at the two men, yet this time, Yin Yunchuan's bodyguards did not arrive. When Chen Ye regained consciousness, the only assessment he could make of his surroundings was that they were damp and cramped. He found himself in what appeared to be an abandoned factory or perhaps a basement. The likelihood of it being a factory seemed greater, as a sliver of light emerged when a heavy iron door was opened. A man entered, silhouetted against the light, possessing a handsome visage adorned with silver glasses and a red beauty mark at the corner of his eye. His lips were thin, with a slight curve at the corners. He approached and took a seat across from Chen Ye, who was tightly bound to the chair, unable to free himself. Without uttering a word, Chen Ye watched as the man remained silent for a few moments before finally speaking. "You must have guessed my identity by now." Chen Ye replied, "You are Yin Shantang." The man chuckled softly. "Indeed. After spending several years abroad, I have returned to find that Huagua has developed at an astonishing pace. The world has changed, and so have people, including my dear younger brother, who has taken to engaging in homosexual relationships." His tone oozed with disdain, causing Chen Ye to frown. He had never acknowledged him as his brother. Yin Shantang's expression darkened, and he stood up, striding over to Chen Ye and delivering a sharp slap across his face. Chen Ye's head turned from the force, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, and his cheek burned with pain. "You think he is so noble? He merely struck the lottery by being born to the right family." Yin Shantang seethed with hatred. "If it weren't for him, my mother would still be alive, and I wouldn't have been forced to flee abroad in disgrace." Chen Ye spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva and met Yin Shantang's gaze defiantly. "You should direct your anger towards Yin Shi, the one who indulged in reckless affairs, and your shameless mother, who played the mistress." Chen Ye had a vague understanding of Yin Shantang's past. His mother had been Yin Shi's assistant, driven by insatiable desires, while Yin Shi had shamelessly seduced her. Their union resulted in the birth of Yin Shantang, all while Qiu Mingzhu had yet to give birth to Yin Yunchuan. Yin Shi had harbored some feelings for Yin Shantang's mother, but her humble origins made it impossible for him to marry her. However, she was clever, never pressuring Yin Shi for a legitimate status, which only deepened Yin Shi's guilt towards them. Consequently, Yin Shantang became the only illegitimate child acknowledged by Yin Shi. After Yin Yunchuan assumed power, he cast Yin Shantang and his mother abroad, fearing his brother, and neglected them entirely. Eventually, Yin Shantang's mother succumbed to depression. Infuriated by Chen Ye's words, Yin Shantang exclaimed, "What do you know? If it were not for Yin Yunchuan, my mother would be the mistress of the Yin family, and I would be the eldest son of the Yin lineage." Chen Ye was undeterred by his fury and inquired, "Why have you returned to the country so suddenly? And why do you kidnap me?" Yin Shantang scoffed. "Clearly, I seek to exact revenge on Yin Yunchuan. I aim to transform him into a laughingstock in City A. You are the person he values most at present. Just imagine, if I were to tarnish your reputation, would he still want you?" He clapped his hands, and two furtive-looking men entered the room, their gazes toward Chen Ye lured. Chen Ye pressed his lips together. "Do you think this is revenge? You are not even attempting to seize control of the Yin Corporation. Instead, you think that sullying Yin Yunchuan's name suffices?" Chen Ye sought to buy time. Yin Yunchuan's bodyguards must have been detained by Yin Shantang's men, and it would not be long before Yin Yunchuan realized something was amiss and came looking for him. Yin Shantang replied, "Is this a conflict? I desire his men and the company as well. Do not think you could delay. This place is quite remote, and by the time he arrives, everything will be settled." He subtly signaled, and the two men began to approach Chen Ye. Chen Ye took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. "Wait, let us discuss this a bit longer." One of the men interjected, "Enough talk, boss. Let's finish this. I know the truth about your mother's death." Chen Ye summoned the system to retrieve information on Yin Shantang and his mother. With a single sentence, he successfully propelled Yin Shantang toward him, pushing aside the two men. "What do you know?" Yin Shantang demanded. Chen Ye replied slowly, "Your mother did not love Yin Shi. You must find it strange that she succumbed to depression, yes?" Yin Shantang's eyes flickered. "What do you mean? Have you never questioned it? Deep down you suspect it. Otherwise, your reaction would not be as such." Yin Shantang narrowed his eyes. Did Yin Yinchuan tell you this? Just a month ago, Yin Shantang had learned from his father that his mother did not die of depression, but was poisoned. What my father told me is indeed correct. My mother was harmed by Yin Yunchuan's machinations. Otherwise, his little lover would not also be aware that my mother's death was anything but normal. Chen Ye discerned Yin Shantang's thoughts, realizing that Yin Shantang's return was connected to Yin Shi. He had been used as a pawn. It was not he who informed me, but I can tell you that the one who administered the poison was not Yin Yinchuan, but Yin Shi. Yin Shantang laughed derisively. Are you grasping at straws as you face death? How can my father possibly poison my mother? Your disbelief is understandable, Chen Ye remarked. After all, he is your biological father and recently promised you that if you eliminated Yin Yinchuan, the Yin family would be yours, correct? Yin Shantang replied. You are quite perceptive, but this ends here. The two men drew closer to Chen Ye, preparing to unfasten his clothing. Chen Ye felt a surge of urgency and said, Why do you not believe me? I am not merely guessing. I can calculate both past and future. If you doubt me, test it. Chen Ye addressed the nearest bald man. You have an 8-year-old daughter who is currently in the 2nd grade. He then turned to the other man clad in purple. You are buried in gambling debts, which have accrued to 1 million. Otherwise, you would not have agreed to assist Yin Shantang, for you do not prefer men. The man in the purple attire was taken aback. His actions of unbuttoning his shirt abruptly halted. The bald man stammered. How do you know I have a daughter? Yin Shantang furrowed his brow at them, his eyes filled with skepticism. It seemed impossible for anyone to perceive the past and future. The man in purple rushed to Yin Shantang, exclaiming, Boss, I truly have gambling debts. Damn it. He must be a sorcerer or perhaps a yin-yang master. What is there to fear? He is bound and cannot do anything. Chen Ye, unfazed, remarked, Should you lay a hand on me, I shall curse you, ensuring that everything you endeavor fails. Even drinking water will cause you distress. The bald man felt a chill at Chen Ye's calm demeanor. In matters of the supernatural, most Chinese people tend to believe rather than dismiss. Chapter 59. Uncle, 29. Yin Shantang pushed past them, confronting Chen Ye with a menacing glare. Tell me, did you foresee that you would be kidnapped by me today? Only a fool would believe you. You have merely stumbled upon a fragment of information. If you possess such ability, then guess what I am thinking now, Chen Ye retorted, fixing his gaze on Yin Shantang. Yin Shantang's expression shifted dramatically as disbelief washed over him. How do you know my innermost thoughts? I have stated that I can predict the past and future. Discerning your thoughts is a trivial feat, Chen Ye asserted confidently. Thus, when I mentioned that the cause of your mother's death was not revealed by Yin Yinchuan, but rather calculated after I met you, it is indeed true that your mother was harmed by Yin Shi. Impossible. Yin Shantang was in a state of despair. Yin Shi was an insurmountable mountain in his life, a towering figure of reverence. He was the president of the Yin family and the beloved of his mother, whom he had longed to meet since childhood. Now, Chen Ye was asserting that his mother had been a victim of Yin Shi. Such absurdity could not exist. He refused to believe it. Chen Ye felt a pang of disappointment. It appeared that Yin Shantang was a staunch materialist. Nevertheless, he pressed on, addressing the man in purple. Step forward. I can reveal your past right here. The man hesitated for a moment, but under Yin Shantang's stern gaze, he was pushed toward Chen Ye. Look into my eyes. The man complied. My goodness, who is this person? Can he truly discern my innermost being? What if he uncovers that I wet the bed last year? No, I must not think that. He might see it. Chen Ye began. Your past is intricate. You were never favored by your family. Had you been cherished, you would not have found yourself in such a lawless state. Eventually, you succumbed to gambling addiction. This was the sentiment Chen Ye had sensed early on. You found yourself unable to rein in your impulses, accruing substantial debts. You believe your life is ruined and think it better to take a gamble to assist Yin Shantang. Pausing for effect, Chen Ye continued. Perhaps the immense pressure led to your bedwetting issue. Indeed, you did experience that last year. The man in the purple attire was drenched in sweat, kneeling on the ground as he bowed his head, pleading, Master, Master, I was wrong. I should not have offended you. The bald man was also thrust before Chen Ye, who inquired, and what about him? Chen Ye locked eyes with the bald man, and after 30 seconds, with a look of disdain, he said, You are 32 years old. Your sexual orientation is towards men. However, you deceived your spouse and fathered a child. Even after becoming a father, you did not amend your ways, brazenly bringing men home. Your wife wishes to divorce you, but you, unwilling to relinquish your living shield, threaten her, declaring that if she dares to divorce you, you will kill her and then your daughter. Sweat glistened on the bald man's head as he averted his gaze, clearly stricken with guilt. For the wicked are aware of their own malice, and when their true nature is exposed, they feel a sense of shame. Chen Ye raised his eyes towards Yin Shantang, asking, "Do you still require me to provide any evidence? You may call Yin Shi and inquire if he indeed caused your mother's demise." Yin Shantang produced his mobile phone, glaring menacingly at Chen Ye, muttering, "If not, you shall meet a gruesome end." Chen Ye shuruk nonchalantly. After a series of busy signals, Yin Shantang connected the call, and an unseemly voice resonated from the other end. It was evening abroad, and Yin Shi was still entwined with his mistresses. "What's the matter, Shantang? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Once it's done, your father will arrange a way out for you. Rest assured, the deaths of Yin Yunchuan and Lin Xia will not trace back to you." Yin Shantang's voice quivered as he responded, "Dad, I need to ask you something." Yin Shi suppressed his growing impatience, pushing aside the woman draped over him, taking the call. "Speak. How did my mother die?" The other end fell into an eerie silence. Moments later, Yin Shi replied, "Did I not inform you already?" Yin Shantang's hand trembled slightly around the phone as he detected a hint of unease in Yin Shi's tone. "But I heard she was killed by you." Before he could finish, Yin Shi erupted, "You insolent wretch! Who told you that? You and your mother are my most cherished ones. Marrying Qiu Mingzhu was solely for her family background. My illegitimate child was annihilated by Yin Yunchuan, and the rest fled abroad. Are you the only one left? What nonsense are you spouting?" Yin Shantang retorted, "Then tell me, why do you not seek revenge on Yin Yunchuan? How do you know mother was poisoned by him? Yin Yunchuan is meticulous. Would he leave any evidence for you? What manner of attitude is this? Do you still wish to belong to the Yin family?" Yin Shi's voice deepened ominously. Yin Shantang's gaze flickered, and after a brief pause, he resolutely murmured, "I apologize, father. I have acted rashly. I certainly believe in you. Rest assured, I will eliminate them." Chen Ye was astounded by the speed of his transformation, surprised that he could tolerate the grudge of his mother's murder. As the call ended, Yin Shantang's expression darkened. "She's already dead. Who killed her matters not. What is important is that I desire the Yin family." He turned to Chen Ye, asserting, "Even if you possess some arcane knowledge, what of it? You cannot even free yourself from the ropes. When Yin Yunchuan arrives, you shall both meet your end here." Chen Ye regarded his hypocritical demeanor, reflecting, "Indeed, he is Yin Shi's son, embodying the same coldness. The bomb here will reduce you to mere fragments, and those two unfortunate souls will serve as scapegoats for this affair." Chen Ye heard the voice of his heart, startled to discover the presence of a bomb. Meanwhile, after evading the people from Yin Shantang, Yin Yunchuan's bodyguard reported Chen Ye's disappearance. Yin Yunchuan dispatched all his subordinates to search for him and ultimately pinpointed Chen Ye's location through surveillance footage. In a state of urgent anxiety, he sped over, leaving his bodyguards far behind. Standing at the entrance of the iron gate, he pushed it open without hesitation. As the gate swung wide, all eyes turned towards the entrance. Yin Yunchuan entered, a gun in hand. "Stop, don't move," Yin Shantang commanded, clutching a detonator. "If you come any closer, I will press the button." The two subordinates were taken aback, realizing they had not been warned about this peril. "He intends to make you scapegoats, to blow you all up here." Chen Ye revealed the truth. The two subordinates exchanged glances, instantly convinced by his words, and fled through the back door. Yin Shantang had no time to concern himself with them. He faced off against Yin Yunchuan. "This button, once pressed, will detonate in 30 seconds. If you fire at me, I will trigger it immediately. You won't have time to untie him and save him." Yin Yunchuan, seeing Chen Ye bound and with swollen cheeks, felt a surge of compassion. Suppressing his rage, he implored Yin Shantang, "Release him. I will give you whatever you desire." "Give me? Are you offering charity, Yin Yunchuan?" Yin Shantang retorted, "I offer you a choice. Step outside the house, and I will press the button. You may choose to rush in here and die with him in 30 seconds, or turn and leave. I will not leave, Yin Yunchuan declared resolutely. Advancing towards Chen Ye. Cursing under his breath, Yin Shanting pressed the button and fled through the back door. Yin Yunchuan dashed to Chen Ye's side, desperate to free him, disregarding Yin Shanting. Chen Ye, having already worked at loosening the ropes during his confrontation with Yin Shanting, stood up and began to run as Yin Yunchuan reached him. Grasping Yin Yunchuan's hand, they surged towards the iron gate. The explosion erupted, smoke and flames engulfing them in an instant. The force of the blast slammed into Chen Ye and Yin Yunchuan. Yin Yunchuan shielded Chen Ye, holding him tightly as they lunged forward. Chen Ye felt as if he were burdened by 1,000 pounds. The deafening noise caused a momentary ringing in his ears, leaving him blinded by a blinding white haze. The arriving bodyguards quickly surrounded them, dialing for emergency services. Struggling, Chen Ye managed to rise, embracing Yin Yunchuan from behind. Yin Chuan? Yin Yunchuan? There was no response as Yin Yunchuan lay with closed eyes. A single tear fell as Chen Ye called, "Uncle?" Still no answer. Chen Ye felt for Yin Yunchuan's neck, relieved to find a faint pulse. His left hand gripped Yin Yunchuan's shoulder tightly, while his right hand, resting on Yin Yunchuan's back, became sticky with blood. The paramedics swiftly arrived in a helicopter, and Chen also boarded the aircraft. As the doctors urgently tended to Yin Yunchuan's wounds, Chen caught sight of the gruesome injuries on Yin Yunchuan's back. Tears began to stream uncontrollably down his cheeks as he clutched Yin Yunchuan's hand, whispering, "Were you foolish? You could have escaped alone, yet you chose to save me." The pervasive scent of antiseptic filled the air, and Yin Yunchuan was placed on the critical condition list. Chen kept vigil by his bedside for 3 days and nights, unaware that the agony of waiting could be so tormenting. His mind was incessantly plagued with anxious thoughts, forever fearing that Yin Yunchuan might leave him. He cast aside the matters of their mission, oblivious to the system's notification of a 95 favorability rating. Gazing at Yin Yunchuan's still form, he implored, "Uncle, please wake up. If you remain in this dream until the favorability reaches 100, you may awaken to find me gone." The pallor of Yin Yunchuan's face rendered him seemingly frail. And Chen sighed, feeling an overwhelming sense of indebtedness for the injury Yin Yunchuan sustained on his behalf. "System, can I remain in this world?" 100 points. A flicker of struggle flashed in Chen's eyes, yet ultimately, the desire to return home triumphed. His family and friend awaited him. After his demise, Yin Yunchuan would undoubtedly be heartbroken, but all would eventually pass. Time could soothe all wounds. Sorry. Chapter 60, Uncle 30, outside the window. The trees blossomed with new buds beneath the crystalline blue sky. 2 days later, Yin Yunchuan awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Chen asleep with his head resting on the bedside. Yin Yunchuan moved his fingers, gently caressing Chen's cheek. "Thank goodness you are safe." Chen furrowed his brow and stirred awake, meeting Yin Yunchuan's gaze. "Wonderful. You're awake." Chen straightened, inquiring, "Is there anywhere you feel discomfort?" Realizing the redundancy of his question, he recognized that after such a near-death experience, every part of Yin Yunchuan must ache. Chen pressed a button on the bedside to summon the doctor for an examination. Yin Yunchuan softly requested, "Come here, let me hold you." Chen leapt into Yin Yunchuan's embrace, cautious not to exert too much pressure. Enveloped in Yin Yunchuan's firm grasp, Chen could sense the emotions coursing through him. "I am completely unhurt. Uncle, you needn't worry." Yin Yunchuan was indeed fine. His moment of compassion had inadvertently led to subsequent troubles. A flicker of cold determination flashed in Yin Yunchuan's eyes. This time, he would not spare Yin Shi and Yin Shantang. The doctor entered, and Chen helped Yin Yunchuan sit up for the examination. "Now that you have awakened, there are no serious issues, but you will require rest and could be discharged in a month," the doctor informed them. "No need," Yin Yunchuan insisted. "I wish to leave the hospital as soon as possible." Chen shot him a disapproving glance. "Absolutely not. We must heed the doctor's advice. A month before you can be discharged." Yin Yunchuan grasped Chen's hand, gently squeezing it. "I recover swiftly. It won't take a month." That is not negotiable, uncle. This time, you must listen to me. Seeing the stubbornness in Chen's eyes, Yin Yinchuan felt a warmth in his chest and immediately relented. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Yin Yinchuan had been hospitalized for a month, during which time Chen Ye tended to him. However, it was not so much care as it was assisting Yin Yinchuan to the restroom and helping him bathe. Intimate tasks were ones Yin Yinchuan preferred to avoid delegating to others, so Chen Ye took it upon himself. After Yin Yinchuan was discharged, he swiftly uncovered the whereabouts of Yin Shantang, only to learn that he had died. Following his departure from the factory, Yin Shantang had been evading capture, and Yin Shi, aware that the situation had deteriorated, had not sent anyone to manage the aftermath. The entire A city had been sealed off by Yin Yinchuan, leaving Yin Shantang to reside quietly in a rented place on the outskirts, biding his time. While being pursued by Yin Yunchuan's bodyguards, Yin Shantang, in a moment of panic, ran into a busy street and was struck by a car, leaving him barely clinging to life. In his final moments, he requested to see Yin Yinchuan. In the hospital room, Yin Shantang, with sunken cheeks and darkened eyes, attempted to sit up and project an air of authority upon Yin Yinchuan's entrance. Unbeknownst to Yin Yinchuan until he turned 18, Yin Shantang had always been aware of his existence. He was the child of Yin Shi and his lawful wife, Qiu Mingzhu, and he could not help but feel that he ought to occupy that esteemed position. Yin Yinchuan pulled up a stool and sat down. The door to the hospital room wide open, with 2 trained bodyguards stationed at the entrance, observing Yin Shantang's every move, ready to intervene should he make any sudden motions. Yin Shantang coughed, spitting blood, which he swallowed back down, and said to Yin Yinchuan, "Do you think you have triumphed?" Even seated, Yin Yinchuan exuded an imposing presence. Casting a glance at Yin Shantang, silently questioning if he had anything to say, Yin Shantang wiped the corner of his mouth, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. "I used to often spy on you, observing your life, so I know you well. You are cold, indifferent even to Qiu Mingzhu. No one can capture your interest." He had scrutinized Yin Yunchuan's existence, frequently speculating about the nature of his character. "But I never anticipated that you would fall in love with someone." Pausing, he added, "I truly regret not having killed Lin Xia at the first opportunity." Yin Yunchuan stood to leave, unwilling to endure the nonsensical ramblings of a defeated man. "Wait," Yin Shantang interjected. "Yin Shi has a private villa on Mop Island, guarded by mercenaries. If you seek revenge, you should go there. You must know that he orchestrates everything from behind the scenes." "Why tell me?" Yin Yinchuan inquired. Yin Shantang scoffed. "It is the retribution he deserves." In Yin Yunchuan's position, social engagements were inevitable. Chen Ye occasionally accompanied him, and the circles they traversed were well aware of the relationship between Yin Yunchuan and Chen Ye, so their appearances together elicited no surprise. On a weekend, a real estate mogul hosted a gathering. Though Chen Ye initially hesitated to attend, Yin Yunchuan insisted several times, ultimately persuading him to go along. The host, Uncle Wang Cheng, had once been a dominant force in a city's real estate market. But after the tragic loss of his son in middle age, he had lost the drive to strive, dedicating most of his time to his wife. His villa was not far from Yin Yunchuan's home, and by the time Chen Ye and Yin Yunchuan arrived, the grand hall was already filled with many of Uncle Wang's friends. Upon encountering Yin Yunchuan, Wang Shuqing was quite pleased. As a senior, he had always held Yin Yunchuan in high regard. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Shuqing remarked, "Allow me to introduce a junior to you. I've heard he's a classmate of Boss Lin." He called out to a figure not far away, "Xiao Yu, come here." Gao Yu, who had been facing away from Yin Yunchuan and Chen Ye, turned around, and Chen Ye instantly recognized his face. Indeed, it was not a case of sharing the same name. The junior Wang referred to was none other than Xiao Yu. It had been years since Chen Ye last heard from him. After going abroad, Xiao Yu had ceased all communication. After years apart, Xiao Yu had matured considerably. His once unruly long hair replaced by a neat, formal short style, and he was no longer clad in the athletic wear he once favored, but instead donned a sleek black suit. As he approached and caught sight of Chen Ye, there was no hint of surprise in his eyes. Wang Shuqing introduced, "This is my nephew, Xiao Yu, who has just returned to the country and is now working with me. I would appreciate it if you could look after him, Yin." Yin Yunchuan took Chen Ye's hand. Gazing at Wang, Shucheng in acknowledgement. Chao Yu's eyes fell upon their intertwined hands, and they glistened with unshed tears, betraying his efforts to appear indifferent. Wang Shucheng found an excuse to depart, encouraging them to catch up, and he patted Chao Yu on the shoulder, adding, "Aren't you and Lin Xia old classmates? Reconnect with him." Chao Yu and Chen Ye exchanged glances for a few seconds, and Chen Ye felt the atmosphere had become somewhat awkward. Yin Yunchuan stood beside him, holding his hand, while Chao Yu, with reddened eyes, looked at him, once a confidant who had confessed his feelings. "How have you been?" After a long pause, Chao Yu managed to utter this question. Chen Ye understood it was directed at him and replied, "I'm doing well. Should I leave so you two can talk privately?" Yin Yunchuan whispered in Chen Ye's ear. Chen Ye glanced at Yin Yunchuan, who wore a smile that suggested generosity. Although if one noticed how tightly he grasped Chen Ye's hand, one might question the sincerity of that generosity. "No need. There is nothing much to discuss. Besides, Mr. Wang wishes for you two to converse," Chen Ye replied. To escape the awkward situation, he released Yin Yunchuan's hand. "You two can take your time. I see Linen. I'll go find him." Chen Ye hastily exited the scene. Chapter 61. Uncle, 31. Chao Yu took a few steps closer to Yin Yunchuan, saying, "You truly have no shame. Did you change Lin Xia's number to prevent me from contacting him these past few years?" Yin Yunchuan did not deny it, calmly stating, "The card was damaged, so I had to change it. Are you afraid? Otherwise, why would you let me reach out to him? I'm younger and understand Lin Xia better than you do. You're just scared," Chao Yu provoked in a low voice. Yin Yunchuan maintained a composed demeanor. In his eyes, Chao Yu was still too impulsive, given the considerable age difference. "I am the one with him now, and everyone in this circle knows we are about to marry," he replied, fixing his gaze on Chao Yu. "Were you to him? An old classmate?" Chao Yu was on the verge of exploding with anger, yet he was no longer the impulsive youth of years past. Gritting his teeth, he asserted, "I know how you deceived him. The affection you received was stolen." Yin Yunchuan regarded him with a leisurely curiosity and said, "Go on. When I was abroad, I called him, and he told me he liked you because of your life-saving grace," Chao Yu retorted. Chao Yu's tone dripped with sarcasm as he mused. How could Yin Yunchuan possibly save anyone? With a lingering skepticism, I commenced my investigation, and indeed, I unearthed a few truths. You never saved him. It was when Ziyu from the One family who rescued him from the Inferno. Yin Yunchuan's lips curled into a smirk. "So what do you intend to do? Reveal the truth?" Observing his calm demeanor, Chao Yu's anger flared, his voice rising an octave. "You deceived him. If he were to learn the truth, he would cease to care for you. You are tyrannical, cruel, your hands stained with the blood of the innocent. Lin Xia could never love the real you." Yin Yunchuan took 2 steps closer, and although fear surged within Chao Yu, he stood his ground. "Are you certain?" There was no trace of concern in Yin Yunchuan's eyes. "He currently adores me, having recently accepted my proposal. I have been with him for 5 years. And you, who fled in disgrace for 5 years. On what grounds do you assert that he does not love me?" The words "fled in disgrace" struck a chord deep within Chao Yu. Years ago, when his affection for boys was discovered, his family forcibly sent him abroad. 5 years can bring about significant change. If Chen Ye has fallen for Yin Yunchuan, perhaps the past deceptions could be forgiven. Yin Yunchuan gently stroked the hem of his garment, appearing composed while turmoil brewed within him. The pretense of being Chen Ye's savior had long been a thorn in his side, and now that thorn had been exposed, he understood better than anyone the love he possessed was ill-gotten. His beloved should never have developed feelings for him. He could not fathom how Chen Ye would react upon learning the truth. Would he despise him? Loathe him? The thought was too daunting to entertain. Although he speculated that the present Chen Ye was not the same as the one he had known, speculation remained merely that. He dared not gamble on it. Despite the tempest of thoughts within, Yin Yunchuan betrayed none of his feelings outwardly. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not allow others to discern his inner turmoil. At least not allow Chao Yu to believe he was anything but victorious. "Conceal all your schemes." Yin Yunchuan's gaze turned frigid. "Do not presume that your uncle's influence renders you untouchable. There is no one here I cannot confront." The blatant threat drained the color from Chao Yu's face. He had once thought returning home would enable him to stand against Yin Yunchuan, but he had been overly naive. While he was maturing, Yin Yunchuan's power was expanding exponentially. No matter how hard he tried, he could never keep pace with Yin Yunchuan. Yet he was unwilling to accept defeat. Had Chen Ye not viewed Yin Yunchuan as a savior, he would never have drawn near. As Chen Ye's classmate, he believed he had the upper hand, perhaps even a chance to end up with Chen Ye himself. The trajectory of fate may seem linear, yet it is fraught with intersections. A single misstep could lead to an entirely different outcome. Finally, Yin Yunchuan whispered into Qiao Yu's ear, "I do not mind you revealing the truth if you wish to witness him suffer." After saying this, Yin Yunchuan approached Chen Ye, who was quietly seated in a corner, indulging in cake and conversing with linen. Upon seeing Yin Yunchuan approach, Chen Ye lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with joy. Witnessing the scene, Qiao Yu's heart ached profoundly. He had returned home full of zeal, determined to expose Yin Yunchuan, yet now he found himself wavering. It was evident to all that Chen Ye was currently basking in happiness. Qiao Yu ultimately surrendered. For some, a missed opportunity can last a lifetime. He departed at the right moment, but now it is undeniably the wrong time. Yin Yunchuan took the cake from Chen Ye's hands, advising him to consume less. As dinner awaited them later, "Just one more bite," Chen Ye implored, pulling the cake back from Yin Yunchuan's grasp, who gazed at him tenderly. Nearby, Linen felt a shiver run down his spine as he witnessed their interaction, unable to fathom the unsettling reality of Yin Yunchuan's gentleness. How terrifying! Qiao Yu refrained from unveiling the truth of that year, yet the past still resurfaced. The Wen and Yin families were poised for a union. But the betrothed were not the once-fabled couple of Yin Yunchuan and Wenzian. Rather, it was Linen and Wenzian. Ultimately, companionship proved invaluable. Linen moved Wenzian, bridging the chasm of their age difference, and they resolved to marry, with their wedding date set even earlier than that of Yin Yunchuan and Chen Ye. The conversation took place as Qiu Mingzhu and Grandma when discussed wedding details. And somehow their dialogue veered towards the past. Grandma when recalled how the 4 children were kidnapped when they were quite young, emphasizing the profound connection between the Wen and Yin families. Qiu Mingzhu concurred, grateful for Wenziu's benevolence in rescuing Lin Xia and Linen, otherwise the brothers would have perished. A moment of silence enveloped the air as Chen Ye's mind momentarily stalled. Instinctively, he glanced at Yin Yunchuan, whose expression had stiffened, locking eyes with Chen Ye. Surprised by the sudden resurfacing of this matter, Chen Ye reflected on how he had initially approached Yin Yunchuan under the guise of gratitude, labeling him as his savior, a claim Yin Yunchuan had accepted. Although Chen Ye was not genuinely troubled by the revelation, he began to ponder the implications of his current identity as Lin Xia. If Lin Xia were to learn the truth, he would surely make a scene. Otherwise, Yin Yunchuan might grow suspicious. At the dinner table, Qiu Mingzhu continued her spirited discussion with Grandma Wen, while Lin and Wenzian listened quietly, occasionally sharing their thoughts on the wedding. Chen Ye stood and feigned a stern expression, leaving the living room and waiting beneath a tree in the yard. Within moments, Yin Yunchuan indeed followed him out. Observing Chen Ye's sulky visage, Yin Yunchuan's heart sank. "Let me explain," he urged. "Explain what?" "Oh, the fact that you deceived me? Do you have any idea how much I trusted you?" Chen Ye's mind raced to articulate his thoughts. He felt as though he were performing in a dramatic scene. Despite not being genuinely angry, he had to convincingly portray Lin Xia's fury. Chen Ye felt a pang of embarrassment for his commitment to his role. "I am genuinely upset because you misled me. It was clearly Wen Erge who saved me. How could you withhold the truth?" Chen Ye enacted a vivid portrayal of blame, for it was he who had initially schemed to exploit the incident to get closer to Yin Yunchuan. And now it seemed he had flipped the narrative, accusing Yin Yunchuan of deceit. "After all these years together, you never revealed the truth to me. It feels deliberate. Do you find amusement in toying with me?" Chen Ye's performance intensified, feeling as if he were deserving of an Oscar. He wiped at the corner of his eyes, finding no tears, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. He stole a glance at Yin Yunchuan, whose handsome face was devoid of expression, resembling a colossal ice block. Yin Yunchuan stated, "I am not deceiving you. you understand why I refrain from revealing the truth. Chen Ye paused momentarily, pondering the reason. Taking a step closer to Chen Ye, Yin Yinchuan continued, "It is because I love you. I do not wish for you to leave me, nor do I want you to draw closer to Wen Ziyu out of a sense of indebtedness." In Chapter 62, Uncle 32, Yin Yinchuan lowered his gaze, his tone earnest. "Wen Ziyu saved you. I can help you express your gratitude." He reached out to embrace Chen Ye, saying, "Your uncle should not deceive you. Will you forgive me?" After being together, Chen Ye had seldom referred to him as uncle, and upon hearing the term again, his ears flushed with warmth. "No, I cannot forgive you so easily," Chen Ye retorted, breaking free from Yin Yunchuan's embrace. "The show must go on." Yin Yunchuan replied, "It's all right. I can ask you daily until you grant me forgiveness." Chen Ye softly responded, "Then wait and see. Observe when I decide to forgive you." 3 months later, Chen Ye felt the time was ripe. He had set aside thoughts of his savior, and the two reconciled as if nothing had happened. Yin Yinchuan never broached the subject again. They soon approached their wedding. The most extravagant ceremony a city had ever witnessed, attended by prominent figures from both political and business spheres, with brands eager to sponsor, all of which Yin Yinchuan declined. He took it upon himself to manage every aspect of the wedding without relying on others. Initially calm, Chen Ye felt a wave of nerves wash over him on the wedding day. The tailored suit fit impeccably, yet he felt as though his neck was constricted, making it hard to breathe. In his previous life, due to the era's constraints, he had never held a wedding, rendering this his first. In the mirror, Chen Ye appeared just as he did when he first arrived in this world. Bright eyes, a prominent nose, and perfectly shaped lips, momentarily lost in a trance. Behind him, Yin Yinchuan wrapped his arms around him, asking, "Are you ready?" Chen Ye swallowed hard and nodded affirmatively. He turned to face Yin Yinchuan, whose formerly icy demeanor was now adorned with a warm smile, his gaze soft and tender. Perhaps even Yin Yinchuan himself was unaware of how gentle he appeared at that moment, shedding his prickly exterior to reveal a surprising softness. The original owner, Lin Xia, had no parents, while Yin Yinchuan was raised by his mother, so they held hands as they walked toward the center of the grand hall. Melodious music filled the air as they stepped onto the red carpet under the watchful eyes of all present, with Xiao Mingzhu's eyes glistening with tears. Delighted that Yin Yinchuan had found happiness, the officiant's scripted narration resonated in their ears. "Do you wish to marry Mr. Yin Yinchuan, pledging eternal unity, forsaking all conditions of wealth or poverty?" Chen Ye gazed at Yin Yinchuan, who returned his gaze. "Ido, Chen Y affirmed. And do you wish to marry Mr. Lin Xia, pledging eternal unity, forsaking all conditions of wealth or poverty?" "Ido," Yan Yunchuan replied. "I love you." Chen Ye heard Yin Yunchuan's unspoken words, accompanied by the system's announcement. "Affection has reached 100. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the Gong Year of the Second World. In 1 minute, you shall depart from this realm." Chen Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated the abrupt conclusion of his task, especially since Yin Yunchuan's feelings for him had been stagnating at 98 for what felt like an eternity. Yin Yunchuan, ever attentive to Chen Ye, noticed the sudden change in his expression and promptly inquired, "What is it? Are you unwell from waking up too early today?" Chen Ye, pale-faced, shook his head, assuring him, "No, I'm fine." He endeavored to present a reassuring smile, attempting to dispel any concern. However, Yin Yinchuan felt an inexplicable sense of unease as he observed Chen Ye's demeanor. After a few moments, Chen Ye took a deep breath and suggested, "Let us raise a toast together, uncle." He winked at Yin Yinchuan, determined to ensure that Lin would be the first to toast at their wedding. Yin Yinchuan managed a slight smile, replying, "All right," with a beaming smile. Chen Ye accompanied Yin Yinchuan in toasting their guests, and by evening, they had successfully bid farewell to all attendees. At this juncture, the 24 hours purchased with 10 points had already elapsed significantly. He was reluctant to meet his demise during Yin Yunchuan's wedding, knowing how much it would hurt him. Yet, he could not expend 100 points to prolong his stay, as that would render his return home indefinitely distant. Yin Yunchuan escorted Chen Ye back to their home, his silence evident during the journey, which Chen Ye mirrored. Upon entering, before even turning on lights, Yin Yunchuan enveloped him in his arms. "You startle me today. I thought you were about to leave me." Chen Ye returned the embrace, admitting he was somewhat fatigued from the day's events. Yin Yunchuan nodded slightly. "Rest well today. Once I handle matters at the company over the next couple of days, I will take you on our honeymoon." "Aldict," Chen Ye replied. He then kissed Yin Yunchuan with an almost fervent intensity, a first for him in such a proactive manner, leaving Yin Yunchuan momentarily taken aback. Salty tears flowed into Yin Yunchuan's mouth, prompting him to pull away, asking, "Why are you crying?" Chen Ye, unable to contain his tears, wiped them away, explaining, "I am overwhelmed with emotion, as I am finally part of a family with you, uncle." Yin Yunchuan tenderly kissed away the tears from his face, responding, "I feel the same, you fool." That night, Chen Ye engaged Yin Yunchuan in conversation, their discourse meandering through trivialities until dawn began to break. However, as the light grew, Yin Yunchuan's expression darkened, the uncanny fear he had felt earlier becoming starkly clear. Chen Ye was indeed preparing to leave him. His throat tightened. He choked out the question, "Are you really going to leave?" Chen Ye, who had been recounting tales of his childhood while nestled in Yin Yunchuan's embrace, fell silent, the gravity of the moment palpable. It was evident to Yin Yunchuan that something was amiss. Perhaps, long ago, he had realized that Chen Ye was not Lin Xia, but rather an outsider, yet had chosen to remain silent. Yin Yunchuan had fallen in love with Chen Ye's soul, and the disparity between Chen Ye and the original host was significant. It was no surprise that Yin Yunchuan, with his keen intellect, would deduce the truth. The prolonged silence served as an answer, and Yin Yunchuan held Chen Ye tightly, imploring, "Why? Why must you leave?" He cupped Chen Ye's face, asking, "Will you return?" Chen Ye, unable to bear the sight of Yin Yunchuan's current state, turned his head away, whispering, "I cannot come back." He loved Yin Yunchuan, yet he also yearned to return home. It is not that one cannot return, but rather that one is unable to. Yin Yunchuan comprehended this, and Chen Ye found himself beyond his own control. Yin Yunchuan gripped Chen Ye's shoulders as if he might crush him. "You cannot leave me. You promised to stay by my side." Yin Yunchuan's eyes burned crimson. "From now on, whatever you say, uncle will listen. Please do not leave me." Chen Ye gazed at him, murmuring, "I'm sorry." He embraced Yin Yunchuan, truly remorseful. Yin Yunchuan replied, "I do not wish for apologies. I want you." Chen Ye was merely 10 minutes away from departing this world. He stated, "No one has threatened me." After a long pause, he resolutely declared, "Do you believe in reincarnation? In the next life, we may meet again, uncle. Trust me. Live well, go on with your life, and do not think of me." Chen Ye felt that He and Yin Yunchuan were one and the same, and he had reason to suspect that he might encounter a man in the next world as well. Yin Yunchuan furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with anguish. "I do not want a next life. I only wish to be with you in this one." Such ethereal notions of a next life were beyond his belief. Furthermore, even if it existed, that person would not be him. Chen Ye fell silent. After a while, he said, "Uncle, hold me. I wish to leave in your embrace." Yin Yunchuan clutched him tightly, almost pleading, "If I hold you, will you not leave?" Chilling tears streamed down Chen Ye's neck, tracing over his collarbone and searing into his heart. Yin Yunchuan maintained his hold on Chen Ye, motionless. After a long while, he felt Chen Ye's once warm body grow increasingly cold. Yin Yunchuan tightened his grip on Chen Ye, as if doing so could evade the fact that Chen Ye was already gone. 3 days later, Qiu Mingzhu arrived outside Yin Yunchuan's villa. Yin Yunchuan had not been seen for 3 days. He had initially stated he would take a day to handle matters related to the company after their wedding and then take a break for himself. Yet he had not appeared. Sensing something amiss, Qiu Mingzhu attempted to call both Chen Ye and Yin Yunchuan, only to discover their phones were turned off. In a state of urgency, she drove to Yin Yunchuan's home. Lacking a spare key, she contacted a locksmith to open the door, revealing an empty living room adorned with wedding decorations, eerily silent, as if the entire villa had entered another dimension. Suppressing her rising anxiety, Qiu Mingzhu ascended the stairs, reassuring herself that perhaps the newlyweds were simply lost in time. The door was unlocked, and as her hand rested on the doorknob, after much hesitation, she pushed it open. A piercing scream erupted as Qiu Mingzhu's eyes widened at the sight within. On the vibrant red bed lay Chen Ye and Yin Yunchuan. Chen Ye's complexion was ashen, clearly lifeless for some time. Yin Yunchuan, cradling him, had his eyes tightly shut, white foam at the corners of his mouth, and the sheets were stained with vomit. Scattered sleeping pills on the floor indicated the cause of Yin Yunchuan's demise. Qiu Mingzhu's mind went blank. The scene before her was unfathomable. Her son had committed suicide by ingesting sleeping pills. Yin Yunchuan, who had always been meticulous and possessed a penchant for cleanliness, had chosen such a method to end his life. Darkness engulfed her vision, and she fainted. Chapter 63. The Empire 1. After departing from the world, Chen Ye arrived in the realm of the system. Through the system's projection, he witnessed all that transpired after his demise. Yin Yunchuan held him closely, remaining still, much like he had once done. Time passed, and the sky transformed from white to black. Yin Yunchuan released Chen Ye, and Chen Ye surmised that he intended to find someone to tend to his remains. However, he was mistaken. He watched in disbelief as Yin Yunchuan rose to dress him in a clean outfit, subsequently changing into a shirt himself. Having completed these tasks, Yin Yunchuan opened the drawer beside the bed and retrieved sleeping pills. Due to past struggles with insomnia, he kept a stock of them at home. Chen Ye's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed Yin Yunchuan consume dozens of pills in one breath. He could hardly fathom the scene before him. While he knew Yin Yunchuan would be sorrowful upon his departure, he never anticipated that Yin Yunchuan would choose to take his own life. System, save him. System, I regret to inform you that I lack the authority to intervene. The actions of the task subject within the microcosm are free, and the system has no right to interfere. Chen Ye, then allow me to return. I am willing to exchange points for it. He could accept that Yin Yunchuan would live out his days in solitude for his sake, but he could not bear the thought of Yin Yunchuan ending his life because of him. Life bore a weight too heavy for Chen Ye to endure. Moreover, he loved Yin Yunchuan. He could not bear to witness Yin Yunchuan perish before him. System, it is too late. Processing your request will take 3 days, and by the time you return, it will be of no consequence. Chen Ye felt a sharp pain in his chest as he watched Yin Yunchuan cradle his lifeless body once more. In a hushed voice, Yin Yunchuan whispered a few words into Chen Ye's ear, which he distinctly heard. You spoke of a next life. I do not wish to wait decades to find you. Uncle longs to see you immediately. This time, let me approach you first, shall we? Tears streamed down Chen Ye's face. If only he had not told Yin Yunchuan about the next life. Would he have refrained from suicide? System, every decision you made in the past influences the future. Yin Yunchuan's death was a direct consequence of his own actions. Chen Ye's breath caught in his throat. He had focused solely on his objectives, failing to consider the fate of those he had successfully pursued after his departure. To return home, he had harmed Qi, and now he had caused Yin Yunchuan's suffering as well. He has ingested sleeping pills. The outcome will be tragic. Do you still wish to witness it? The system inquired. Chen Ye's complexion turned pale, his entire being appeared frail, and the light in his eyes had dimmed. In a hoarse voice, he replied, I cannot bear to watch. The projection was turned off, and after a considerable time, Chen Ye spoke. In the next world, could you provide me with additional side quests? I hope to earn 200 points. I do not mind if the tasks are more challenging. He did not wish to complete the tasks merely to depart. He desired to remain. System, I shall assist you in selecting them. Chen Ye closed his eyes, ready for the calculations. Once that was complete, he would proceed to the next realm. A few minutes later, the system presented the results of the calculations. World 2 rating, a completion rate, 100, points earned, 130, points used, 15, final points, 211. The sleeping pills remain unused and are temporarily stored. The rain poured heavily, with pea-sized droplets striking the rooftop and window, tormenting the ears of those within. Chen Ye detected the fragrance of jasmine wafting through the air as he slowly opened his eyes. Young master, which one will you choose? A voice, clear yet distant, resonated beside him. What? The individual beside him, exhibiting remarkable patience, repeated, These 3 slaves are fresh arrivals to the market. yet they remain unclaimed. Which would you prefer as your personal male attendant? Before Chen Ye stood 3 men, all clad in black hemp garments, tall and possessing commendable features. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the subtle similarities in their brows and eyes. None of them dared to lift their gaze, for they stood before a person of noble stature. As slaves, they were forbidden to look directly at their master without permission. Chen Ye surveyed the trio. 2 of them nervously clenched their hands, while one brazenly cast a flirtatious glance in his direction. Even without noble lineage, these slaves were eager to serve Chen Ye, for his appearance was extraordinarily striking. Having grown up in a slum, they had never encountered someone so exquisite. He sat there, his brilliant eyes gliding over the slaves. And although his delicate face bore an air of indifference, a mere glance ignited a fervent desire in Nala's heart. He was willing to devote his life to serving Chen Ye, to become his servant. Nala was resolute in his ambition. While his 2 rivals included one who was lethargic and another who was haughty and unwilling to be a slave. Only he was willing and eloquent. Chen Ye smirked slightly and casually pointed him. The butler, Luo Zhuan, who had just inquired Chen Ye, spoke up. His qualifications are the finest among this batch of slaves, though he possesses some untamed spirit. Chen Ye, it is him, Chen Ye affirmed. Nala's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Ye had chosen Cheng Lang instead of him. Yet the chosen Cheng Lang displayed no joy, his expression as indifferent as though he were the nobleman. Nala gritted his teeth, determined to remain. He knelt on the ground, grasping Chen Ye's pant leg with fervent eyes. Young master, I implore you to keep me. I am willing to serve you wholeheartedly. Chen Ye had never encountered someone so eager to become a slave. Mimicking the disdainful demeanor of the former master, he cast a scornful glance at Nala. Do you enjoy being a slave so much? I only wish to be young master as slave. If returned to the slave market, we would be considered inferior goods. After a moment of silence, Chen Ye turned to Luo Zhuan and said, Forget it. Let them all stay. The one I selected will be my personal attendant, and the other 2 can tend to the courtyard. After speaking, he turned toward the stairs, but after taking 2 steps, he glanced back. You, come with me. Chen Ye's gaze was fixed on Cheng Lang, who followed Chen Ye's lead amidst the envious stares of the other 2 slaves. Chen Ye pushed open the door to his chamber, which was particularly spacious, filled with ample light and a splendid view, decorated with exquisite taste. Once seated on the bed, Chen Ye looked up at Cheng Lang. What is your name? Cheng Lang, he replied. Chen Ye nodded slightly. Cheng Lang's expression darkened. He understood why Chen Ye had chosen him. Many in the Lantis Empire are aware of the infatuation of General Sherbo's heir with the Empire's Grand Prince, Chu Xingyuan. Cheng Lang, however, is acutely aware that he bears a certain resemblance to Chu Xingyuan. From this day forth, I shall be your master. Your only duty is to serve me, he declared. Cheng Lang's expression remained cold, and he offered no response. Chen Ye reached out, attempting to pat him on the shoulder, only to have his wrist seized by Cheng Lang. Release me. Cheng Lang stood firm. Chen Ye's wrist was delicate, and Cheng Lang sensed that with even the slightest exertion, it could easily be broken. Indeed, humans are fragile. Do not forget, I am your master, Chen Ye retorted, raising an eyebrow, his eyes reflecting the arrogance typical of a nobleman. Unfortunately, his demeanor held no intimidation. His crystalline eyes bore no trace of maliciousness or indulgence, resembling a cat merely posturing. Cheng Lang relinquished his grip, noticing that Chen Ye's wrist had turned red. Truly, humans are sensitive. Chen Ye probed, Is it that you dislike being touched by others? Do you have a cleanliness obsession? Cheng Lang lowered his gaze. You jest, young master. How could a slave possess such fastidiousness? Chen Ye frowned. Pondering, no cleanliness obsession? Then is he truly the person I believe him to be? Prior to the commencement of the task, the system informed him that the main system was undergoing upgrades to rectify certain bugs. Could it be that the bugs being repaired pertained to the commonalities of his target? Chen Ye, although puzzled, he refrained from inquiring further, knowing the system would not divulge its secrets. In the second world, he suspected Yin Yunchuan was merely Qi He, a notion denied by the system. However, Chen Ye trusted his intuition. Yin Yunchuan and Qi He must be one and the same. As for this world, It required thorough investigation. Chen Ye fixed his gaze upon Cheng Lang and inquired, "Has your body been modified?" The Empire boasts advanced technology capable of extensive modifications, not only in appearance, but even in replacing internal organs with mechanical counterparts. To Chen Ye's disappointment, Cheng Lang replied in the negative. Cheng Lang's expression darkened. Could it be that Chen Ye wished to transform him into Chu Xingyuan? Affection level decreased by 10. Current affection level 20. Chen Ye. Chen Ye widened his eyes, staring incredulously at the bowed Cheng Lang before him. How could a mere casual inquiry lead to such a drop in affection? You should first consult the butler to arrange for a room. Tomorrow, you will officially begin your service to me. You may leave now, he commanded. Cheng Lang stood, yes. Young master. As a slave, he ought to refer to Chen Ye as his master. Yet Chen Ye made no effort to impose this. He was free to call him as he pleased. Chapter 64. The Empire, 2. That evening, Chen Ye descended for dinner. Luo Zuan, clad in a black suit, with his ebony hair cascading smoothly, exuded an aura more befitting and noble than a mere butler. He pulled out a chair, and Chen Ye sat down, naturally enjoying Luo Zuan's attentive service. Young master, after your dinner, you have 2 hours of classes scheduled. Chen Ye nodded. That is acceptable. Have a teacher wait in my room. Noticing the boy's prompt agreement, Luo Zuan's eyes flickered with surprise. The previous young master had always resisted attending classes, concocting various excuses to evade them. Chen Ye remarked nonchalantly, "Perhaps it is time for me to focus and study diligently. The upcoming examinations this semester represent my final opportunity to enter Rothland's academy. I shall give my all. Furthermore, should I fail this time, I would no longer have the opportunity to be by your highness's side." It is well known that the original owner held great affection for the imperial prince, Chu Xingyuan. Such a narrative could allay Luo Ziyuan's suspicions. Upon hearing Chen Ye's explanation, Luo Ziyuan consoled him, stating that as long as one is determined, success is attainable. However, Chen Ye observed that despite Luo Ziyuan's comforting words, there was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. Though Luo Ziyuan served as the steward of the Shi family, he held no affection for Shi Jing. Following the death of General Shi Bo, the vast family estate was left to his son, Shi Jing, who was rather empty-headed. At that time, the original owner was merely 15, surrounded by wolves eager to seize his inheritance while also capturing the charming young master. Fortunately, Luo Ziyuan, in remembrance of Shi Bo's past kindness, and Shi Jing's nominal fiancé, Chu Xingyuan, aided in managing numerous troubles, thereby preserving Shi Jing's legacy. Regrettably, the original owner's mental prowess was only of B grade, and his lack of talent was compounded by his lethargy. His daily pursuits revolved around investigating Chu Xingyuan's interests and orbiting around him. The notion of restoring his father's former glory was but a pipe dream. Consequently, Luo Zuan grew increasingly disillusioned and indifferent, his care for Shi Jing resembling mere routine. Side quest. Gain Luo Ziyuan's absolute loyalty. Shi Jing's defiance. He is merely a bit lazy and enjoys spending money. Why does Luo Ziyuan always regard him with disdain? He yearned for Luo Ziyuan's genuine loyalty, wishing him to become a devoted servant. Side quest reward, 25 points. Will you accept the quest? Chen Ye accepted the quest, aspiring to accumulate a considerable number of points, thus securing his place in this world. System. Are there any other side quests? System. Yes. They will unlock upon meeting the quest subjects. Chen Ye felt a slight sense of reassurance. After dining, he followed Luo Ziyuan to the study. The instructor was a distinguished teacher from Rothland Academy, whose lectures were both humorous and of high caliber. Sadly, the original owner had absorbed none of it. Chen Ye greeted him, Mr. Bai. Bai Qing smiled. Young master, sure, it has been quite a while since you attended my class. I was rather surprised when Steward Luo informed me. Chen Ye replied earnestly, I am truly determined to gain admission to Rothland. I appreciate your assistance. Seeing the sincerity on Chen Ye's face, Bai Qing set aside his teasing demeanor. Very well, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Luo Ziyuan remained impassive, for he knew Shi Jing all too well. He could speak beautifully, yet when it came to execution, he feared fatigue and hardship, merely a pretty vase. However, Luo Ziyuan was taken aback when, during the 2-hour class, Chen Ye listened attentively, taking notes and posing questions to Bai Qing whenever he encountered confusion. Bai Qing was delighted to witness Chen Ye's transformation. Every teacher cherishes a diligent student. He answered Chen Ye's inquiries with gentleness and care, ensuring an enjoyable session for both. As the class concluded, Chen Ye escorted Bai Qing to the door, expressing gratitude for his assistance the following day. Bai Qing momentarily lost himself in the depths of Chen Ye's eyes, never having realized that this noble young master possessed such vibrant, expressive orbs, seemingly filled with a pool of water. Quickly regaining his composure, Bai Qing spoke gently. "Very well. I shall prepare more content for tomorrow. I trust Master Shi will also be ready." After his departure, Chen Ye met the inquisitive gaze of Luo Ziyuan. "What is it, Ziyuan?" Luo Ziyuan replied, "It's nothing. The young master has matured." The master would certainly take great comfort in knowing this. A touch of perfectly measured sorrow graced Chen Ye's face as he reflected. "In the past, I was indeed quite naive." Luo Ziyuan was visibly moved, yet he remained silent. Chapter 65, The Empire, 3, Before retiring for the night. Chen Ye adhered to the customary practice of preparing a petal bath, marveling at the indulgent lifestyle of the feudal aristocracy. The original owner possessed several rooms filled with various collectibles, and he found himself irresistibly drawn to the glittering treasures, determined to acquire them. Among these items was a trinket that an ordinary citizen of the empire could never hope to afford in a lifetime. Upon finishing his bath, Chen Ye unexpectedly encountered Cheng Lang and adjusted his bathrobe. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Cheng Lang replied stiffly, "The steward summoned me." The personal male attendants of nobles were akin to male concubines, tasked with serving their masters until slumber. Chen Ye approached the bed and requested, "Fetch me a set of sleepwear from the wardrobe." Cheng Lang moved to the cabinet, opened the doors, and, amidst the numerous garments, casually selected one to present to Chen Ye. Chen Ye rested his hand upon the sash of his towel. With a mere tug, his attire would fall away. Cheng Lang's gaze dropped, and from his angle, he could see the delicate, fair legs adorned with droplets of water, silently beckoning him. A flicker of distaste crossed Cheng Lang's eyes, confirming the debauchery and shamelessness of the young aristocrat. Noticing the shift in Cheng Lang's expression, Chen Ye smirked slightly. "What are you pondering? Do you think I would entertain the notion of making you my intimate companion?" Cheng Lang remained silent. Chen Ye rose and approached Cheng Lang, the sweet scent of milk wafting into Cheng Lang's nostrils, momentarily leaving him dazed. "Speak," Chen Ye teased. Cheng Lang replied, "Nothing. You are overthinking it, young master." "You are overthinking as well," Chen Ye retorted, resuming his seat and crossing his legs. "Not just anyone can be my concubine, and I have no other intentions towards you." He articulated this to dispel any negative assumptions Cheng Lang might harbor. Given Cheng Lang's proud disposition, should Chen Ye treat him as a mere substitute, the latter would only grow to detest him further. Sensing Cheng Lang's skepticism, Chen Ye added, "I have someone I truly care for." Cheng Lang's expression remained aloof. Chen Ye's affections were of no concern to him, as long as they did not encroach upon his own interests. "You may leave. I shall change," Chen Ye instructed. "Once I am dressed, you may return. Tonight, you will sleep on the sofa." Cheng Lang furrowed his brow, perplexed by Chen Ye's intentions. If there was no desire for intimacy, why share the same room? The bed was soft and inviting, and as Chen Ye reclined in his silk-white sleepwear, he felt himself drifting into slumber. Yet, until the clock struck midnight, he remained wide awake, occasionally casting glances at Cheng Lang on the sofa. The couch, measuring only 1.80 meters, was far too short for Cheng Lang, who stood over 1.90 meters tall, causing him considerable discomfort as he slept. Chen Ye, equally fatigued, found his eyelids fluttering, and after a considerable time, the room was enveloped in a tranquil silence. Chen Ye opened his eyes and stealthily approached Cheng Lang. His intention in sharing the same room was to ascertain whether Cheng Lang suffered from any sleep disturbances. If he did not, it would confirm that he bore no relation to the person Chen Ye had suspected him to be. Chen Ye gazed at Cheng Lang's strikingly handsome face for an extended period. He was not conventionally attractive, but possessed a wild allure that inexplicably reminded Chen Ye of a beast lurking in the jungle. "Hey, are you asleep?" Chen Ye whispered softly. Chen Lang, possessing an acute sensitivity to his surroundings, had already awakened as Chen Ye drew near, yet he kept his eyes closed, curious to observe Chen Ye's next move. Chen Ye murmured to himself, "Is sleep truly this delightful? It shouldn't be." He reached out to touch Chen Lang. Just moments ago, he had declared he would not grow fond of him, nor would he treat him as a favored companion. Yet here he was, taking advantage of Chen Lang's slumber. Just as Chen Lang was about to open his eyes, Chen Ye withdrew his hand. "Forget it. I'll deal with it later." He yawned and climbed into bed, soon succumbing to sleep. The moonlight cast a heavy shadow, enveloping the ancient castle in an eerie stillness. Chen Lang, who should have been sprawled on the sofa, now stood before Chen Ye's bed, his light brown eyes fixated on the figure lying on the bed, gradually filling with a predatory gleam. His meticulously trimmed nails began to lengthen. Chen Lang stared impassively at the unsuspecting Chen Ye, his hand encircling Chen Ye's neck. He applied minimal pressure, yet Chen Ye's neck flushed crimson. Chen Lang slowly tightened his grip, and a look of anguish crossed Chen Ye's face. As Chen Lang continued to scrutinize him, he released his hold. Once free from the constriction, the pain dissipated from Chen Ye's expression and his breathing steadied. "Your demise approaches swiftly," Chen Lang thought. Once he reached adulthood at 30, being nearly 29 now, he would consume Chen Ye, the pampered young master. He had infiltrated Chen Ye's life with the intent of devouring him when the time came. The sweet scent of milk emanating from Chen Ye was intoxicating. Chen Lang's throat tightened as he contemplated. He had never tasted human flesh before, only hearing from his kin that humans were the most delectable creatures in existence. Initially skeptical, he now believed it upon encountering Chen Ye. Upon waking, Chen Ye felt a tightness and slight pain in his throat. He made his way to the bathroom and, upon glancing in the mirror, discovered his neck was reddened, revealing distinct finger marks upon closer inspection. Raising an eyebrow, he queried the system. Was this Chen Lang's doing? Indeed, a suspicion took root in Chen Ye's mind. He could not be an ordinary person, could he? Perhaps he bore a grudge against the Sure family, and his presence was motivated by revenge. A multitude of love and hate scenarios flooded Chen Ye's mind. Please explore this on your own. Chen Ye clicked his tongue before donning a turtleneck sweater to conceal the marks on his neck. For it will be difficult to explain to Luo Ziyuan if you were notice. As Chen Lang entered with a basin, his gaze flickered upon seeing Chen Ye clad in a turtleneck. Chen Lang set down the basin, wrung out the cloth, and handed it to Chen Ye. The steward instructed him to tidy up before heading to class. By this time, it was already 10 in the morning. Chen Ye had washed his face and returned the cloth to the basin. "All right, you will accompany me today," he said. Chen Lang looked up, puzzled. "Why?" Chen Ye repeated. "I reviewed your records. It appears you have never attended school. I prefer not to be accompanied by someone uneducated." Chen Lang's expression darkened. His records were falsified, and he had not anticipated being regarded as illiterate. He wondered how his subordinates could be so incompetent. "It is not a matter of disdain, but when I enter Rothland's, I will certainly bring you along. It would benefit you to learn a bit more." Chen Ye fixed his gaze on Chen Lang, chuckling softly. "This morning, while looking in the mirror, I noticed my neck was red, seemingly marked by a ring. You shared a room with me last night. Do you know what could have caused it?" Chen Lang remained unfazed, replying, "Perhaps the young master pressed against something." Taking 2 steps closer to Chen Lang, Chen Ye halted. "I thought someone might be trying to kill me." Chen Lang met his gaze directly. "You are overthinking, young master. I hope I'm simply being overly cautious." A few days later, Chen Ye, utilizing the memories of Shi Jing, had essentially grasped the background of this world. It was divided into 2 principal factions, humans and werewolves. The humans established an empire with a feudal system, while the werewolves formed tribes and dwelled within forests. Though many chose to leave their woodland homes to conceal themselves in the cities of the empire. For werewolves, humans represented a delectable source of sustenance. Their strength was formidable, and once fully transformed, they could overpower dozens of ordinary humans. However, approximately 70 of humans awakened their spiritual powers after the age of 10. These powers can be both defensive and offensive, and humans with potent spiritual abilities possess superior physical capabilities, enabling them to contend with werewolves. The conflict between humans and werewolves was ceaseless. 5 years prior, during the Battle of Sunset, General Bo led his legion against the werewolves, driving them back and instilling fear in them. A peace treaty was established between humans and werewolves, at least for the time being, preventing werewolves from brazenly entering the Empire to kill and feast upon humans. Rothland's Academy was the Empire's prestigious institution for the nobility, where countless generals and cabinet ministers were educated. Chen Ye stood at the entrance of Rothland's Academy with a thermos in hand, intending to deliver something to Chu Xingyuan, and seized the opportunity to meet the legendary Grand Prince. Cheng Lang stood behind him, holding an umbrella as raindrops fell onto its surface and cascaded down, splattering on the ground. "It certainly rains a lot during this season," Cheng Lang remarked, remaining silent. Chen Ye strode confidently into the academy, which was closed to the public. Only teachers and students were permitted entry. However, due to the original owner's unique status, his father having sacrificed himself for the nation during the Battle of Sunset and being the academy's honorary principal, many teachers and students who were either colleagues or admirers turned a blind eye to Chen Ye's presence. The academy was vast, and Chen Ye navigated it with ease, making his way to Chu Xingyuan's residence. Given Chu Xingyuan's special status, his quarters were separate and discreetly guarded. Chen Ye estimated that Chu Xingyuan was still in class, glancing at his watch and noting that there were approximately 10 minutes remaining until the end of the lesson. The original protagonist meticulously monitored every move of Chu Xingyuan, even memorizing his class schedule. As the rain fell in a light drizzle, Chen Ye stood at the entrance, gradually realizing the chill in the air, and he sneezed. 20 minutes later, his legs began to feel numb. Was Chu Xingyuan truly walking this slowly? Two figures, each holding a black umbrella, gradually approached the dormitory. The man on the left was tall and handsome, clad in a dark trench coat, his features almost perfect, evoking a sense of unfairness from the creator. The man on the right was slightly shorter, his face no larger than a palm, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a scholarly and elegant demeanor. The only flaw was 3 jagged scars on the left side of his face, as if scratched by something. As they drew closer, they folded their umbrellas upon reaching the eaves. A system notification resonated. Main Quest 2. Revenge on Chu Xingyuan. Quest description. Shi Jing harbors feelings for Chu Xingyuan. Yet in Chu Xingyuan's eyes, Shi Jing is merely a troublesome person who knows nothing of hardship and only seeks amusement. Bound by a marriage contract, Chu Xingyuan has long desired to annul it. Just as he was about to succeed, Bo sacrificed himself for the country, leaving only Shi Jing. Chu Xingyuan can no longer initiate the annulment without facing accusations of betrayal from the Chu royal family. Shi Jing resents Chu Xingyuan's coldness, thus seeks to retaliate against him. Quest requirements. Make Chu Xingyuan deeply love you, affection level above 95, then publicly announce the desire to annul the marriage during the imperial banquet, causing him immense anguish. Quest reward. 100 points. Chen Ye was astonished that Chu Xingyuan was also part of the main quest, and that he was worth 100 points. Did this mean his significance in this world was on par with Cheng Lang? Why was it that making him fall in love with me could yield such a bounty of points? This indicated that he was also a target for conquest, suggesting that in this world, he must simultaneously pursue 2 individuals. Chen Ye inquired of the system. System. Indeed, in this world, you have 2 targets for conquest. However, unlike Cheng Lang, you must cast aside Chu Xingyuan after he falls for you. You previously expressed a desire to accumulate more points. Here lies your opportunity. Will you accept? Before he could respond, Chu Xingyuan had already reached Chen Ye, slightly furrowing his brow upon seeing him. What brings you here? As Chen Ye discerned his features, he noted that Chu Xingyuan bore a striking resemblance to Yin Yunchuan in essence, despite their different appearances. I accept, Chen Ye silently affirmed to the system. Cheng Long, noticing Chen Ye's gaze, wore a slightly displeased expression as a thought crossed his mind. In an attempt to mask his emotions, Chen Ye shook the thermos in his hand. I brought you lunch, freshly made by me. You wouldn't tea refuse, would you? Cheng Long glanced at Chen Ye. realizing that the food was merely leftovers from Chen Ye's own meal. "No need," Chu Xingyuan stated, and after completing the iris authentication, the door clicked open. "I've already eaten." He stepped inside, followed closely by Lu Zhirong, with Chen Ye trailing behind. "I won't be leaving. I just calculated that your class ends at 12, and it takes 10 minutes to walk here. It's only 12:20 now. Do you truly believe, Your Highness, that you only took 5 minutes to eat?" Chu Xingyuan's eyes were tinged with annoyance as you set down your lunchbox and departed. Chen Ye pulled Qinglong in from outside and turned to Chu Xingyuan, stating firmly, "I must ensure you finish your meal." Chu Xingyuan's tone grew frigid. "Shijing, do not overstep your bounds." Typically, at this juncture, the original character would exhibit fear. He displayed a petulant and unreasonable demeanor before outsiders. Yet before Chu Xingyuan, he remained quite obedient. Chu Xingyuan, as the crown prince, possessed an aura that most could scarcely endure. However, Chen Ye was not Shijing. He felt no trepidation towards Chu Xingyuan. With a smile directed at Chu Xingyuan, he remarked, "If you choose not to eat what I have prepared, surely you can allow me to enjoy a meal?" Lu Zhirong interjected, "Young Master Shi, please do not trouble His Highness." Chen Ye stepped closer, tracing the scar on Lu Zhirong's face. Lu Zhirong chuckled, grasping Chen Ye's wrist. "Do you wish to leave another mark upon my face, young Master Shi?" 10 days prior, Shijing had visited Chu Xingyuan, only to discover him residing with Lu Zhirong, which sparked an intense fit of jealousy and led to a confrontation. Although Lu Zhirong possessed a mental prowess rated at SS, Shijing, with a B level, was no match for him. Nonetheless, Lu Zhirong refrained from retaliating, resulting in a momentary scratch on his face. Chu Xingyuan's tone bore a hint of impatience. "Enough of this, Shijing." Chen Ye exchanged a glance with Chu Xingyuan, then freed himself from Lu Zhirong's grip, producing a vial of medicine from his pocket and offering it to Lu Zhirong. "I apologize. My previous actions were misguided. This ointment will aid in healing your scar." A look of clear astonishment crossed Lu Zhirong's face, uncertain of Chen Ye's intentions. Chen Ye turned towards Chu Xingyuan. "In the past, I lacked understanding, but now I have matured. Surely, Your Highness and young Master Lu would not hold this against me?" Lu Zhirong soon grasped that Chen Ye was feigning innocence in an attempt to curry favor with Chu Xingyuan, a sentiment shared by others present. Chu Xingyuan replied coolly, "Finish your meal and depart." Chapter 67. The Empire. 5. Before long, the chef arrived with a cart, presenting an array of exquisite and delectable dishes upon the dining table. Chen Ye showed no hesitation, lifting his bowl to eat. The three of them sat together, while Qinglong stood behind Chen Ye. Chen Ye turned to him. "You should sit and eat as well." Qinglong glanced at Chu Xingyuan, the highest-ranking individual present, and awaited his approval to take a seat. "And who might this be?" Lu Zhirong inquired. "He is my male attendant," Chen Ye replied. Lu Zhirong's smile faltered at the revelation that Chen Ye had invited a male attendant to dine with them. "What's the matter?" Chen Ye asked, looking towards Chu Xingyuan. "I trust Your Highness does not mind?" Chu Xingyuan cast a brief glance at Qinglong, his expression inscrutable. "Sit down." After the meal, Chen Ye did not leave, but followed Chu Xingyuan to the classroom, claiming he wished to audit a few lessons in preparation for an upcoming examination. Chu Xingyuan paid him no heed, while the instructor welcomed Chen Ye warmly, recognizing him as a former subordinate of Shibois. The lesson was on military theory, and Chen Ye intermittently took notes on his tablet, which he had instructed Qinglong to bring. Chu Xingyuan's gaze fell upon Chen Ye several times. He initially believed Chen Ye's attendance was merely a pretext, intended to sit beside him and disrupt his focus. However, Chen Ye remained silent throughout the lesson, listening attentively without uttering a single word. After the rain, the sun shone through the window, casting its warm light upon the young boy's face, imbuing his delicate skin with a rosy hue, while his soft chestnut hair gleamed faintly. Numerous students in the classroom discreetly observed the legendary young aristocrat, rumored to be the son of a formidable general of the empire, yet possessing only a meager B-grade combat ability. He was known for his reclusive nature, rarely venturing out, save for chasing after Chu Xingyuan. This marked his first appearance in the classroom rather than ambushing Chu in the dormitory. Upon seeing him in person, the students unanimously acknowledged that Chu Xingyuan, the crown prince of the empire, was indeed worthy of his status, remaining composed even in the presence of such striking beauty, prompting thoughts of withdrawing from their engagement. Had they been in his position, they would have cherished him as if he were a precious gem, fearing to incite his ire. Lu Zhirong found his gaze drawn to Chen Ye, who was biting the end of his pen, deep in thought. The sight of Chen Ye's soft pink lips brushing against the pen caused Lu Zhirong's heart to momentarily skip a beat. He had always recognized Shi Jing's attractiveness, but previously viewed him as merely a beautiful facade. However, at this moment, that facade seemed to have come alive. Unbeknownst to Chen Ye, the others were lost in their thoughts. He was solely focused on strategizing how to simultaneously win over two individuals without being labeled a fickle flirt. The challenges of this world exceeded his expectations, yet Chen Ye remained undeterred, embracing the age-old truth that one must toil to attain one's desires. After class, Chen Ye refrained from lingering and bid farewell to Chu Xingyuan, assuring him he would return in 2 days. As Chen Ye departed with Cheng Lang, Chu Xingyuan appeared to want to say something, but the moment had passed. Lu Zhirong, standing behind Chu Xingyuan, remarked, "Your Highness, do you not sense that young Master Shi has changed? He would never have apologized to me before." Chu Xingyuan's handsome visage betrayed no emotion, perhaps concealing some ulterior motive, the nature of which remained a mystery. Chen Ye had Bai Qing as his tutor and occasionally audited classes at the academy. He felt an unprecedented strength within himself. Gaining admission to the academy was merely a matter of time. The academy's admissions criteria focused on 2 aspects: innate talent and written exam scores, with talent accounting for 70 and exam scores for 30. Given Chen Ye's innate talent, he would need to achieve at least 90 in every subject to secure a place. Upon realizing Chen Ye's serious dedication to his studies, Luo Xuan's attitude towards him softened considerably. It was genuine, not feigned. He regarded Shi Bo as a benefactor and took his wishes to heart. Initially, he believed that his own ambitions were thwarted by age restrictions on admission, but fortunately, Chen Ye had awakened to the possibility. Chen Ye observed Luo Xuan's loyalty level rise from 5 to 10, bringing him a sense of comfort, as he was the one making the most progress. Thus far, Cheng Lang's affection for him stood at 18, while Chu Xingyuan's had increased from 8 to 11. In the study, Bai Qing noticed Chen Ye rubbing his eyes and gently said, "You should rest for a while. I won't inform Butler Luo." Chen Ye yawned and addressed Cheng Lang, "Please fetch me a pineapple." Then he turned to Bai Qing, "It's all right. A little sustenance will rejuvenate me." Bai Qing noticed the tears glistening at the corners of his eyes and couldn't help but reach out to wipe them away. Cheng Lang, who stood behind, let out a mocking smile, remarking that the young master seemed to have a talent for charming others, even captivating the professors of the Imperial Academy, who were solely focused on their academic pursuits. Chen Ye, oblivious to any peculiarities in Bai Qing's demeanor, urged Cheng Lang once more as he remained still, prompting Cheng Lang to descend the stairs. In the kitchen, Cheng Lang busily cut the pineapples that had long been soaked in salt water into pieces, placing them onto a plate. He keenly sensed someone behind him, yet did not turn around. After all, as a sea-level psychic orphan from the slums, he could not possess such heightened awareness. "How did the young master fare with his studies today?" inquired Luo Xuan. "Very diligently," Cheng Lang replied as he turned to pass by Luo Xuan, although Bai Qing's thoughts had grown somewhat muddled. Luo Xuan's gaze sharpened slightly. "What do you mean by that?" Cheng Lang responded, "Nothing at all. I merely spoke casually. There is no need for Butler Luo to take it to heart. Perhaps my perception was mistaken." With that, he circumvented Luo Xuan and ascended the stairs. The following day, Chen Ye discovered that his teacher had been replaced. The new instructor was a woman in her 50s, who appeared quite stern and unlikely to allow any laziness. Chen Ye sought out Luo Xuan to inquire about the change. Luo Xuan explained, "Professor Bai has resigned due to being overwhelmed with teaching responsibilities at the school." Chen Ye felt a twinge of disappointment, as he genuinely appreciated Bai Qing's engaging and humorous lectures. "Well, if he finds time in the future, perhaps he could be invited back," he said. Luo Xuan lowered his head. "I will ensure that, young master." Chen Ye soon forgot about the matter, as the new teacher assigned him an immense amount of homework, leaving him little time to contemplate anything else. It felt as if he'd been thrust back into the rigors of preparing for college entrance examinations. Chapter 68. The Empire 6. In the dead of night, Chen Ye was still buried in his studies, struggling to memorize passages only to forget them moments later. It wasn't due to a lack of intelligence, but rather the dissimilarity of the imperial curriculum to what he was accustomed to. Many political questions were laden with specialized terminology that was both difficult and convoluted. As a former science student, this endeavor felt like an insurmountable challenge. The imperial regime is supreme. The royal family possesses absolute control over the empire, and the law serves as a safeguard for the imperial authority, which must not be violated. Fatigue began to weigh on him, and he collapsed onto his bed. Chen Ye pressed the bell, and a minute later, Cheng Lang entered the room. "Please massage my shoulders," Chen Ye requested. "I am utterly exhausted." Cheng Lang remained motionless, prompting Chen Ye to sit up. "As my male attendant, isn't this part of your duties?" Cheng Lang lowered his eyes to gaze at Chen Ye, showing no sign of yielding. He had never given anyone a shoulder massage in his life. "Forget it. Just go out and call Nan Lion," Chen Ye decided, not wanting to engage in a dispute with Cheng Lang. Cheng Lang remained steadfast, and in a moment of frustration, Chen Ye kicked his calf. "Are you a robot? Can you not comprehend what I'm saying?" Chen Ye, Buddhafoot, delivered a light kick to Cheng Lang's leg, which caused him to step back a couple of paces. He hurriedly exited the room to find Nan La. A few minutes later, Cheng Lang returned, but without anyone in tow. "Where's Nan La?" Chen Ye inquired. He was absent, and no one knew where he had gone. Chen Ye was exasperated. He merely wished to find someone to massage his shoulders, yet it proved to be such a daunting task. "I don't care. You must give me a massage, or else I shall contemplate a more severe punishment," he said. "If not, I might just dismiss you and return you to the slave market. I have no need for a disobedient servant." Cheng Lang's expression bore a hint of restraint. After a moment of shared gazes, he leaned closer, his broad hand resting lightly upon Chen Ye's shoulder. The pressure was so gentle that Chen Ye scarcely felt it. He placed his hand upon Cheng Lang's wrist, urging him for a bit more force. After a brief pause, Cheng Lang increased the pressure. "I thought you wouldn't be able to do it. This is quite well done," he remarked. From his vantage point, Cheng Lang could see the back of Chen Ye's head and the elegant curve of his long, fair neck. For a fleeting moment, he was tempted to lower his head and bite down, convinced he could leave two distinct marks upon the young master's neck, at which point the defenseless young master would be left crying out in pain. If food were to be graded, the young master would undoubtedly be of the highest caliber. Several minutes later, Chen Ye requested Cheng Lang to cease. Affection level 10, current affection level 8. Hearing the affection notification, Chen Ye pondered whether it was due to Cheng Lang's fondness for massaging his shoulders. Thus, he encouraged Cheng Lang to continue. Half an hour later, Cheng Lang's affection level had increased by 2 points. Chen Ye's shoulders were nearly bruised, yet he deemed it worthwhile. Perhaps Cheng Lang possessed a peculiar fondness for massaging other shoulders. "Wake me early tomorrow. I need to visit the academy." "Never mind. You can rest here. Just sleep on the sofa." Cheng Lang lay on the sofa, gazing through the vast floor-to-ceiling window at the moon outside. In 2 days, it would be the 15th. Werewolves revert to their true form on a full moon night. And Cheng Lang was no exception. He needed to concoct an excuse to leave on that night. If his identity as a werewolf were to be accidentally revealed, he would surely become the target of scorn. The 14th dawned as a rare, sunny day, the warm sun soothing to the bones. Cheng Lang awakened quickly. While Chen Ye remained in bed, turned away from Cheng Lang, his legs tangled in the blanket, sleeping soundly. His sleeping posture was peculiar. His hands rested atop his head. His legs clutched the blanket, and his pajamas had slid up to his waist, making it difficult for Cheng Lang to ignore his exposed midriff. Recalling Chen Ye's admonitions from the previous night, Cheng Lang took a deep breath and called out, "Get up." Chen Ye sitirut, turning over and burying his head beneath the blanket. Cheng Lang, with an icy tone, stated, "In an hour, Prince Chu will have class. If you do not rise soon, you will miss it." Chen Ye emitted a few indistinct murmurs before sitting up. His chestnut hair was tousled, and his gaze appeared vacant. After sitting for a full 5 minutes, Chen Ye resigned himself to the reality that sleep was no longer an option. After getting ready, he stepped out with Cheng Lang. Before leaving, He assured Luo Ziyuan that he would study diligently. The seriousness in his expression elicited an unprecedented smile from Luo Ziyuan, who then tidied Chen Ye's disheveled hair, saying, "Do not burden yourself too much, young master. Just do your best." The lights in Chen Ye's room had flickered off late the previous night, and Luo Ziyuan had witnessed his dedication. "Rest assured, brother Yuan, I shall not disappoint you or father. The headmaster of Lothrin's academy is a colleague of my father, and upon learning that Chen Ye has been diligently attending classes, he has instructed the faculty not to dismiss him, allowing him to partake in the lectures. Moreover, he has prepared a set of textbooks to gift to Chen Ye. Although it appears that Chen Ye's motivation is tied to Chu Xingyuan, it is commendable that he is eager to learn. Should Chen Ye gain admission to Lothrin's, a considerable number of professors will be gratified, all thanks to his father's illustrious reputation and connections." In the morning, Chen Ye attended a foundational medical course related to warfare, taught by Bai Qing. Upon seeing Chen Ye, Bai Qing felt a twinge of anxiety, knowing that Chen Ye would be sharing the classroom with Chu Xingyuan. He had been restless the entire night, unable to sleep due to his excitement. Recently dismissed by Luo Ziyuan, Bai Qing had not been given a clear reason for his termination, leaving him feeling ashamed for harboring inappropriate feelings towards his student. Consequently, he had no grounds for protest and accepted the cessation of his tutoring. During the lecture, Bai Qing's gaze frequently drifted towards Chen Ye, which did not go unnoticed by Chu Xing'an and Lu Zhirong seated beside him. Lu Zhirong leaned in and quietly inquired if Chen Ye was acquainted with Professor Bai. Chen Ye twirled his pen and replied, "Professor Bai has tutored me before." He found it peculiar that Lu Zhirong would engage him in conversation, given that they were ostensibly rivals. After class, Bai Qing called Chen Ye over. Chen Ye looked at him and asked, "What is it?" Bai Qing hesitated before saying, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Do you have my contact information?" Chen Ye shook his head, prompting Bai Qing to take the initiative to exchange contact details. "Although I no longer tutor you, we can keep in touch," Bai Qing remarked. "All right," Chen Ye replied, waving at Bai Qing before proceeding to his next class. After the lecture, Chen Ye accompanied Chu Xingyuan and Lu Zhirong back to their dormitory, both of whom had grown accustomed to having a small entourage trailing behind them. In fact, it was two followers, as Cheng Lang had been closely following Chen Ye without uttering much, rendering his presence rather inconspicuous. However, occasionally, when Lu Zhirong glanced at Cheng Lang, he experienced a fleeting moment of distraction, as Cheng Lang bore a striking resemblance to Chu Xingyuan. Despite their differing appearances, Cheng Lang's hair was slightly wavy, his eyes a light hazel with a hint of coldness and undeniable pride, while Chu Xingyuan possessed perfect features and deep black eyes that exuded an air of inaccessibility. There was an instinctive sense that they shared some commonality. During the midday break, Chen Ye entered Chu Xingyuan's room, instructing Cheng Lang to wait by the door. Chu Xingyuan did not close the door. When Chen Ye entered, he was not resting on the bed, but was instead engrossed in paperwork. Chen Ye surmised that the documents pertained to military and administrative matters. As Chu Xingyuan closed the files upon noticing Chen Ye's arrival, "What brings you here?" Chu Xingyuan asked in his usual cold tone. Chen Ye approached him and sat beside him. "Your Highness, do you not take a midday rest?" Chu Xingyuan furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with confusion. "What is the matter, Chen Ye? I have other matters to attend to. If there is nothing else, you may leave." Chen Ye gazed at him and implored, "Your Highness, could you not be so cold towards me? We are destined to marry eventually." The mere mention of marriage sparked a flicker of distaste in Chu Xingyuan's eyes. He abhorred the shackles of royalty, viewing everything, including marriage, as mere political currency. Though he had no feelings for anyone, he despised the sensation of being manipulated. "Our union may not come to fruition," he retorted. Chen Ye bit his lip. "So, you still wish to annul our engagement? Can you truly not see the sincerity of my feelings for you?" In Chu Xingyuan's gaze, he noticed unshed tears in Chen Ye's bright eyes, which were now filled with a sense of grievance and heartbreak. In that fleeting moment, he seemingly grasped why Bai Qing would inadvertently fixate on Chen Ye during class. Chu Xing'an masked his emotions and replied coolly, "Feelings? If you truly held me in such regard, what then of the male attendant outside?" Chen Ye was taken aback by Chu Xingyuan's mention of Qinglong. There is nothing between us. However, with werewolf-like acuity, Qinglong outside the door heard every word clearly. His expression remained unchanged, but Chen Ye noted a decline in his favorability rating towards him by 2 points. Chen Ye inwardly regretted having made Qinglong wait outside. Yet the pressing matter was to clarify things with Chu Xingyuan. You've always looked down on me and disliked me, which is why I sought out a male attendant to provoke you, to see if he would feel jealous or care for me. He happened to resemble you a bit, so I kept him around. Chen Ye grasped Chu Xingyuan's sleeve, the mist in his eyes not yet dissipated, appearing quite pitiful. Truly, you are the only person I cherish. Upon witnessing Chen Ye's tears, Chu Xingyuan's heart raced with an unusual intensity. Realizing his irregular heartbeat, he frowned. The figure before him bore a familiar visage, one that consistently sought his attention each month, almost hauntingly persistent. Whenever he drew close to another, that exquisite face would contort with jealousy, its gaze sharp as if laced with poison. Though Chen Ye had cried before Chu Xingyuan on multiple occasions, this time, it felt as if his heart were clenched in an unseen grip. Beyond the palpitations, his breath grew heavier. The sight of a weeping Chen Ye ignited a desire to provoke him further, to witness his tears flow even more freely. Chen Ye felt a sudden jolt. Why did Chu Xingyuan appear somewhat exhilarated? Could he be a pervert? Chen Ye hurriedly inquired of the system. He revels in your tears. He finds this version of you far more endearing, appearing fragile and pitiable. Favorability. 5. Chen Ye mused. What a perverse inclination. Who would genuinely enjoy watching another weep? Maintain your current demeanor. Avoid stirring up trouble, and I shall honor our engagement. This concession marked Chu Xingyuan's greatest compromise, devoid of affection for anyone. Marrying was merely a matter of formality. Should Chen Ye comply, he could grant him the position of princess. Alas, Chen Ye thought inwardly, though you claim to honor our engagement, I will undoubtedly regret it later, while outwardly maintaining a facade of adoration. Moments later, Chu Xingyuan's expression returned to normal. Chen Ye felt a sense of gain upon hearing the announcement. Although he had lost 2 points from Cheng Lang, he had gained 9 here. If being abnormal was the price to pay, he would not hesitate to shed a few tears in front of Chu Xingyuan. After pondering, Chen Ye inquired, Your Highness, may I ask if you suffer from insomnia? No, came the reply. Chen Ye felt a twinge of disappointment. If Cheng Lang was not plagued by sleeplessness, neither was Chu Xingyuan. Could this be related to the system's bug fixes? Why do you ask? Chu Xingyuan Guetstein, Chen Ye hastidi, fabricated.At. I notice your complexion has not been well these past few days, and I wondered if you had been sleeping poorly. I shall bring you some nourishing soup tomorrow. Chu Xingyuan replied, I have been preoccupied with matters for my father lately. There is no need for you to make soup. I have a chef available. Nevertheless, the following day, when Chen Ye brought the soup prepared by his family's cook to Chu Xingyuan, his favorability increased by a point. Chen Ye discerned that Chu Xingyuan, Qi He, and Yin Yunxuan shared a common trait. They all projected discontent verbally while being genuinely upright in character. Chapter 70. The Empire. 8. On the night of the full moon, no one knew why werewolves reverted to their original forms. It was only known that once transformed, they became towering and terrifying, with their combat capabilities surging dramatically. The werewolf clan had strict regulations forbidding them from hunting humans before reaching adulthood. For if they encountered blood too early, they would be unable to control themselves on the night of the full moon. While they did not care about killing humans, uncontrolled werewolves often ended up consuming their own kind. Thus, noble werewolves would select a human before reaching maturity, consuming them upon their coming of age, thereby completing their rite of passage into adulthood. Cheng Lang had chosen Shijing, the son of General Shibo of the Empire. He had arranged for a false identity to infiltrate Shijing's surroundings, intending to devour him on the day he reached maturity. Among werewolves, there existed a certain competition. The one who consumed the most noble human upon reaching adulthood was regarded as the strongest. However, Cheng Lang dismissed such trivial rivalries. He merely selected Shijing from the files presented by his subordinates and made his decision. Only 3 months remained until his coming of age. A massive full moon hung in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the earth, illuminating every detail of the estate without the need for artificial light. In the garden of the estate stood a meticulously crafted table adorned with jewels, with seats carved from jade. As Chen Ye sat upon one, he felt a chill. He lifted a coffee cup said to be worth a house and took a sip. Luo Zhan stood behind him, suggesting, "Young master, it is time for you to rest." Chen Ye replied, "Cheng Lang has gone back to the slums to visit family, leaving me without company. Why not sit down with me and enjoy the moon, Brother Ziyuan?" "Young master, this is inappropriate." Chen Ye tugged on Luo Ziyuan's hand, insisting, "What is inappropriate about it? You have cared for me for so long. I have never considered you merely a steward. You're like an older brother to me." Sweet words flowed from his lips as if they were free of cost. Luo Zhan, observing the youth clasping his hand, replied, "It is what I ought to do." Chen Ye remained unfazed, dismissing the notion of obligation. If one sought to repay his father's kindness, the debts had long been settled. Without him, Chen Ye would surely have been unable to retain the family estate. He poured a cup of coffee for Luo Ziyuan and slid it across the table. "I owe you a heartfelt thank you." The bitter aroma of the coffee wafted through the air as Luo Zhan fixed his gaze upon Chen Ye. After a brief pause, he lifted the cup and took a sip. As the evening chill set in, Chen Ye remarked, "I shall fetch a garment for the young master." Luo Ziyuan rose and entered the ancient castle. Luo Ziyuan's loyalty reached 25. In truth, he was a person of resolute demeanor yet simple thoughts. The past tumultuous events had left him disheartened, but if he merely expressed gratitude and focused on fulfilling the late masterbot's wishes, Luo Yuan's loyalty could be easily nurtured. When Luo Ziyuan emerged with a coat, he noticed a hint of sorrow in Chen Ye's eyes. He approached and draped the coat over Chen Ye's shoulders. "Are you troubled, young master?" In the past, he would never have inquired into Chen Ye's inner thoughts, but now he felt compelled to ask. Chen Ye adjusted his attire, reflecting on the Mid-Autumn Festival, which was not recognized here, leaving him to admire the moon in solitude while silently yearning for his family. "It is nothing," he replied, glancing at Luo Ziyuan. "You should rest. I will retire upstairs shortly." As the clock struck 11, Cheng Lang had succumbed to his wolfish transformation within his chamber. He had informed Chen Ye of a visit to the slums, but in truth, he had not left. He believed that locking himself away would suffice, as neither Chen Ye nor anyone else would venture in to search for him. Yet, he overlooked the fact that a werewolf's intelligence wanes during a full moon. At that moment, a comically clumsy gray wolf was wreaking havoc on the bed, tearing at the sheets and comforter. The coffee table nearby was in disarray. A teacup lay shattered on the carpet, and water from the teapot had spilled everywhere. The curtains bore suspicious claw marks, shredded into tatters. Like other werewolves, Cheng Lang became restless and destructive after his transformation. With a glimmer of red in his eyes, he leaped from the bed and began to tear down the curtains. As he yanked the curtains down entirely, a gust of cold wind rushed in through the open window. Cheng Lang jumped onto the windowsill, baring his teeth at the moon, extending his claws as if to scratch it. Growing increasingly agitated, he leaped from the windowsill and fell to the ground. In the garden, Chen Ye heard a thud and turned, seeing nothing amiss. "Is it haunted?" he pondered. There are no supernatural beings in this world. Reassured, he turned back. Moments later, a faint whimpering reached his ears, reminiscent of small kittens or puppies, sounding particularly pitiful. Rising, Chen Ye followed the sound. As he parted the underbrush, he discovered a small dog nestled against the wall. The gray pup, no larger than a hand, looked up at Chen Ye with a fleeting expression of panic in its brown eyes. Chen Ye recalled the earlier sounds and glanced upward. The second-floor window stood wide open, indicating that the little dog must have fallen from there. Chen lowered his gaze to the small dog that resembled a fluffy ball. He crouched down and picked up the pup, only to feel a trace of blood. Upon closer inspection, he noticed blood on a sharp stone nearby. The little creature had injured its left leg. "What happened to you, little one?" The pup emitted a soft whimper and struggled in his arms, glaring fiercely at Chen. Yet, its overwhelming cuteness made it impossible for Chen to perceive any menace. He merely felt a pang of sympathy, realizing something was amiss. Chen discerned that the sound was not that of a typical dog. As he scrutinized the pup, he noticed its pointed gray ears, leading him to a startling conclusion. Are you a wolf? A hypothesis formed in Chen's mind. The room with the open window belonged to Cheng Lang. Could this little wolf be Cheng Lang's pet? He had no reason to suspect Cheng Lang was a werewolf himself, for the physical form of a werewolf was quite imposing. Even the weakest werewolf in a tribe stood at least 2 meters tall. This diminutive creature, smaller than a dog, could not possibly be a werewolf. System. What breed is it? It's so small. The system replied, special breed. Chen felt reassured. If the system classified it as a special breed, it seemed reasonable in a world where psychic powers and towering werewolves existed that such a petite creature could also appear. He carried the little wolf back to his room, a medical kit in hand, intending to tend to its wounds. In the room, he placed the wolf gently on the bed. He found it fascinating that most furry animals carried an unpleasant odor, yet this small wolf emitted no scent and appeared remarkably clean. Chen opened the medical kit and retrieved his instruments. Don't be afraid. I just learned how to bandage wounds a couple of days ago. I assure you, it will be fine. Cheng Lang, having regained his composure after his fall, felt the tumult within him dissipate. His intellect returned, reminding him of the risk of exposure. He leapt from the bed, attempting to escape the room, but was caught by Chen. Don't run. You're injured. When Cheng Lang returns, he might worry. Let me bandage your wound first. Cheng Lang paused. Chen had not suspected him and believed he was merely tending to a pet. Chen urged the little wolf to calm down, feeling a slight relief. He placed the wolf back on the bed, disinfected the wound, and carefully wrapped it. Initially resistant, Cheng Lang soon realized that Chen merely intended to help and ceased his struggles. Chen's gaze was intensely focused on the wound as he gently blew on it, and the pain seemed to vanish instantly. Cheng Lang felt a tingling sensation spread throughout his body. No noble young master had ever spoken to him with such tenderness. Initially, he was merely a substitute, a pawn to attract Chu Xingyuan's attention. The little wolf's obedient demeanor melted Chen's heart. He took out his phone and captured a few photos, setting one as his wallpaper. When Cheng Lang returns, I'll ask if I can keep you. Chen caressed the soft fur of the little wolf, his eyes filled with affection. He truly adored the fluffy creature. Cheng Lang's dark eyes met Chen Ye's gaze, and he felt a twinge of discomfort. Chen Ye's eyes were filled with emotion, as if he truly cared for and cherished him. That night, Chen Ye embraced Cheng Lang as they drifted into slumber. Cheng Lang felt particularly awkward in his arms. He had never shared a bed with anyone before. The air was infused with the refreshing scent of lemon from the young master, a stark contrast to the cloying milk-scented shower gel he had used upon arriving at home, which had since been replaced with the citrus fragrance. Nestled against Chen Ye's neck, Cheng Lang's extraordinary hearing allowed him to distinctly perceive the rhythmic beating of Chen Ye's heart and the flow of blood within his veins. It was a tantalizing temptation, akin to a feast. Cheng Lang revealed his canines and gently bit into Chen Ye's neck, yearning to sample his essence. In his dream, Chen Ye must have felt a sharp sting, for he turned over, casting Cheng Lang aside. A flicker of displeasure crossed Cheng Lang's light brown eyes. He retracted his fangs. He knew he could not indulge in this human yet, as he must wait until adulthood to feast. Perhaps he need not kill Chen Ye. Tasting the blood of a noble young master would suffice. Unlike other werewolves, Cheng Lang did not possess an overwhelming craving for human flesh, perhaps due to his human mother. Thus, his transformation on the night of the full moon was also atypical. The moon continued to shine brightly, and soon it was the latter half of the night. Chen Ye, deep in slumber, furrowed his brow tightly, feeling as though he could not breathe, as if an immense weight pressed down upon him. He wished to awaken, but could not. On the vast double bed lay a gray wolf, nearly 3 meters long, nearly occupying the entire bed. While the comparatively smaller human was ensconced in its embrace, the wolf's fluffy tail wrapped around the human's waist. Chapter 71. The Empire. 9. When Chen Ye awakened. The wolf was nowhere to be found. He rose and opened the door, eager to search for it, only to find Cheng Lang standing before him. Cheng Lang's expression became somewhat awkward upon seeing Chen Ye. Have you finished your business at home? Cheng Lang nodded slightly. Yes, I have. Chen Ye inwarded. Did you have a wolf in your room? A small one. Upon hearing Chen Ye's description, Cheng Lang's expression darkened. I sent it away this morning. It was too noisy. A hint of disappointment crossed Chen Ye's face, but moments later he said, "Bring it back. I want to keep it." "You want to raise a wolf?" Chen Lang asked, perplexed. "It's not something that can be easily kept." Chen Lang's confusion was understandable. Due to their nature, werewolves were not fondly regarded by humans. And the most common pets among the nobility were cats and dogs, with few daring to keep untamed wolves. Moreover, hearing Chen Ye express a desire to raise a wolf struck him as odd, considering the wolf Chen Ye wished to keep was, in fact, him. "I can afford to raise a wolf. Just go and bring it back for me," Chen Ye insisted. "I released it. I have no idea where it went and cannot retrieve it," Chen Lang replied. Chen Ye scrutinized Chen Lang. His demeanor appeared normal, devoid of anything amiss. Yet Chen Ye felt a twinge of suspicion. How fortuitous that the wolf had been released so swiftly. "Is that so?" Chen Ye said. "That wolf wouldn't happen to be you, would it?" Chen Lang wore a serious expression and said, "Young master, please do not jest. How could I possibly be a wolf? Perhaps I am overthinking." Chen Ye replied, "Come inside and assist me with something." Chen Lang entered Chen Ye's room, where Chen Ye returned to sit on the bed, still clad in his pajamas. "Take off your clothes," Chen Ye said, his expression unwavering. Chen Lang understood that Chen Ye wished to inspect his arms for injuries. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and used a special ointment to hasten the healing of his front paw wounds. Yet, feigning ignorance, he asked why. Chen Ye simply stated, "There is no reason. I am your master, and requesting you to remove your clothing is not excessive, is it?" Chen Lang's face reflected a hint of humiliation, but ultimately, he complied and shed his shirt. His physique was remarkable, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, a well-defined chest, and sculpted abs that would captivate anyone's gaze, a model's body. Moreover, Chen Lang's frame was slightly larger than average, exuding a sense of safety. Chen Ye swallowed hard, tempted to reach out and touch Chen Lang's muscular chest. Yet he restrained himself. "Come closer. Why are you standing so far away?" Chen Lang stepped closer to the bed, crouched down, just as they had on their first encounter. Chen Lang complied. Chen Ye, seated on the bed, was now at eye level with the crouching Chen Lang, his gaze fixed upon Chen Lang's arms, which bore no scars. "All right, stand up and put your clothes back on." As Chen Lang rose and turned his back to Chen Ye to dress, the latter noticed numerous wounds on his broad back, varying in depth, some likely from many years ago. "How did you acquire those injuries on your back?" Chen Ye inwaited. Chen Lang hesitated while fastening his buttons, recalling a childhood spent in a slum, stealing and fighting with others. Chen Ye stood up, retrieving a tube of ointment from the medical kit on the nightstand. He approached Chen Lang and handed him the ointment, saying, "This is for scars." The ointment had been purchased in excess for Lu Zhirong and was now fortuitously useful. Chen Lang glanced at the ointment twice and replied, "I do not need it." Chen Ye insisted, shoving the ointment into Chen Lang's pocket. "You must keep it. I dislike hearing refusals. Do not reject me again." Chen Lang lowered his gaze at the young master, feeling a slight constriction in his breath. The noble young master seemed unaware of how close he was to the ferocious wolf within Chen Lang. So close that he felt he could devour the young master with a mere stretch of his hand. He suddenly recalled sleeping beside Chen Ye the previous night. The young master's arms were soft, and he carried a pleasant scent, obediently nestled in Chen Lang's embrace. Chen Lang's throat constricted, and he finally murmured, "Yes, young master." Chen Ye studied Chen Lang's face and noticed an earring hole in his earlobe, stirring something within him, prompting him to release Chen Lang's collar. He entered the wardrobe and retrieved a pair of earrings from a black box. As Chen Lang saw Chen Ye approaching with a smile, he wondered what the young master intended next. "Please take a seat," Chen Ye said, pressing him onto the sofa. "I have a gift for you." Chen Lang furrowed his brow. Before he could inquire about the matter, Chen Ye opened his palm to reveal a silver earring resting within. This earring was a cherished possession of the previous owner, reputedly crafted by a renowned jeweler. The earring post was made of silver, adorned with a transparent gem, said to be one of the rarest in the empire. Though the original owner was inept in many endeavors, he had an undeniable knack for collecting treasures. Every item he favored was anything but inexpensive. "I do not need it," Chen Lang firmly declined. "Have you forgotten what I just said?" Chen Ye responded, disregarding Chen Lang's protest as he pinched his earlobe and deftly affixed the earring to Chen Lang's ear. The man was strikingly handsome, his curly hair exuding a potent allure, while the gem-encrusted earring did not render him effeminate. Rather, it added an air of wildness to his demeanor. After observing for a few moments, Chen Ye noted that Chen Lang's expression remained composed, devoid of any discomfort. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. Perhaps he had indeed overthought the situation. Chen Lang had no ties to werewolves, and the small wolf from yesterday was merely a pet. All was merely coincidence. Wear it. It looks splendid on you, Chen Ye remarked before gently pushing Chen Lang out of the room, for he needed to change his attire. Outside the door, a tall man stood with his head bowed, his hand slightly curled. He raised his hand to touch the earring on his earlobe. The lingering warmth from the young master's touch seemed to remain, and Chen Lang suppressed the inexplicable emotions stirring within him. He mused that Chen Ye was indeed a cunning human, employing silver to test him. Werewolves harbored a profound fear of silver. Contact with it felt akin to being scorched by fire. However, Chen Lang was unperturbed. He was not a purebred werewolf, and while wearing silver might cause him some discomfort, it had not reached the point of burning. It appeared that the young master was not merely the infatuated fool that rumor suggested, but rather quite astute. Chen Lang contemplated removing the earring, but hesitated upon raising his hand. Currently, he was lurking by Chen Ye's side, and, as his servant, he ought to be obedient. Perhaps if Chen Ye noticed the absence of the earring later, he would question him. Chen Lang silently lowered his hand. Chen Ye received a notification from the system indicating that Chen Lang's fondness for him had reached 35. He felt a flicker of surprise. Was Chen Lang truly fond of the earring? He resolved to select a few more treasures for Chen Lang when he had the time. Chapter 72. The Empire 10. In the afternoon, an unexpected guest arrived at the castle. Luo Xuan engaged with him in the living room, wearing a dispassionate smile. Young Master Liang, I have informed you that the master is currently unavailable to receive guests. Liang Rong's gaze was haughty, looking at Luo Xuan with disdain. Shiji cannot possibly be avoiding me. The young master is preoccupied with his studies and indeed has no time. I kindly ask young Master Liang to visit another day. Luo Xuan replied. Liang Rong scoffed. I have heard that he has recently changed his ways, spending his days either reading at home or attending classes at the academy. His derisive laughter stemmed from his understanding of Shiji. He suspected this was an attempt to attract Zhu Xingyuan's attention. Liang Rong held Shiji in low regard but enjoyed toying with him as if he were a fool. Recently, having heard of Shiji's transformation, his curiosity could no longer be contained, prompting him to come and see for himself. If he does not come out, then I shall not leave. You know the nature of my relationship with your young master. I do not believe he would refuse to meet with me. The countenance of Luo Xuan grew frigid, leaving young Master Liang to await his fate. Liang Rong lounged on the sofa in the parlor, commanding the servants with an air of authority that suggested he was the master of the house. After enduring more than 20 minutes of anticipation, his impatience culminated in him rising to berate Luo Xuan, pushing past him to ascend the stairs in search of Chen Ye. As Chen Ye descended from the second floor, he unexpectedly collided with Liang Rong. Their eyes met, and Liang Rong was momentarily dazzled. How had this vase of a person become so striking after months apart? Although Chen Ye's features remained unchanged, Liang Rong sensed an undeniable transformation. The former Shi Jing had possessed a vacant, lifeless gaze, his brow perpetually knitted in gloom. Yet now, Chen Ye's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and merely locking gazes caused Liang Rong's heart to skip a beat. It took Chen Ye a moment to recognize that the individual before him was one of the original owner's dubious companions, the son of a cabinet minister. This man often coaxed the original owner into extravagant expenditures, leaving him to foot the bill. With few friends, the original owner had regarded Liang Rong as a confidant, turning to him for counsel in times of need. However, Liang Rong merely saw the original owner as a source of amusement and an easy target, sometimes feigning assistance while actually leading him astray. What brings you here? Chen Ye's tone was notably cool. Liang Rong swallowed nervously, having not seen him in quite some time. I thought I'd take you out to the club for some fun. As Chen Ye continued his descent, Liang Rong trailed closely behind, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Ye's retreating figure, oblivious to Cheng Lang's icy stare directed his way. Upon reaching Luo Ziyuan, Chen Ye turned to Liang Rong, saying, "I may accompany you, but you must apologize to Butler Luo." He had overheard their earlier quarrel upstairs. Liang Rong's expression was one of disbelief. Apologize to him? On what grounds? He is merely a lowly commoner. Do you truly value him more than me? Luo Zan endured the exchange with quiet resolve, recalling how Chen Ye had never before defended him. "It is only because he has been by my side for over a decade," Chen Ye remarked, his gaze toward Liang Rong laced with disdain. "You are simply not as significant as he is." Loyalty level 10, current loyalty level 35. Liang Rong's demeanor soured. The former Shi Jing would never have spoken to him in such a manner. Shi Jing often sought his counsel on how to approach Chu Xingyuan, frequently expressing disdain for the controlling Luo Ziyuan. Consequently, none of Shi Jing's friends ever regarded Luo Ziyuan with any respect. Apologize, Chen Ye reiterated. "If you refuse, do not expect to return here again. Safe travels." Faced with Chen Ye's unwavering stance, Liang Rong softened. "Very well, I shall apologize. But you must accompany me to the club. Many friends are eager to see you." Luo Ziyuan interjected, "Young master, you need not go out with young master Liang on my account. The entrance examinations are approaching, and you should be studying." Liang Rong countered, "No, you promised me. You must come out." He then glanced at Luo Ziyuan, offering a perfunctory apology. Chen Ye reassured Luo Ziyuan, "It is of no concern. I shall be out for a short while." Luo Ziyuan's eyes flickered momentarily, suggesting, "Then let Cheng Lang accompany you, along with 2 bodyguards." "No need for bodyguards. Let just Cheng Lang accompany us." Chapter 73. The Empire 11. The Tianquan Club stands as one of the largest establishments in the empire, a coveted haven for countless affluent individuals. Within its opulent confines, entertainment options abound beyond imagination. Whatever one desires, Tianquan can provide, be it exquisite beauty, boxing matches, gourmet dining, or mesmerizing performances. As the empire's playground for the wealthy, the club generates billions in revenue each evening. Its enigmatic owner remains shrouded in mystery, rarely making an appearance. And no one knows their identity. Only whispers of their formidable background deter most from causing trouble within its walls. Chen Ye agreed to accompany Liang Rong to the club to meet the original owner's old acquaintances, intending to sever ties with them. After all, he is no longer the original owner and wishes to conserve his energy, avoiding interactions with the morally bankrupt offspring of the aristocracy. Additionally, he harbors a curiosity about the empire's clubs and yearns for the experience. In the car, Liang Rong occupied the front passenger seat, while Chen Ye and Cheng Lang sat in the back. Liang Rong rested his chin on one hand, his gaze fixed on Chen Ye through the rearview mirror, scrutinizing him. Earlier, at Chen Ye's residence, he had been filled with frustration over Chen Ye's apparent favoritism towards Luo Ziyuan. Yet now his anger had evaporated, giving way to a restless fascination. Unbeknownst to Chen Ye, who was momentarily lost in thought, Cheng Lang, seated beside him, sensed Liang Rong's probing gaze. Upon witnessing Liang Rong's unabashedly lustful stare, he subtly furrowed his brow. He scoffed inwardly, bemused by how the young master attracted admirers wherever he went, akin to a priceless treasure that everyone desired to possess. However, if the young master were aware of the unsavory intentions directed toward him, he would undoubtedly react with fierce resistance, for he is no mere parasite. Feeling a weight upon his shoulder, Cheng Lang glanced down to find a head resting there. His expression darkened. How audacious it was for someone already engaged to indulge so recklessly. Liang Rong, observing this scene in the rearview mirror, furrowed his brow. In the past, Shi Jing had maintained an unyielding virtue for Chu Xingyuan. Any hint of contact with another would have incited his wrath. Yet now, he found himself leaning against a man's shoulder, and worse still, the man was a slave, an entity Shi Jing had always regarded with disdain. Noticing Liang Rong's gaze, Cheng Lang exchanged a glance with him, his look laced with contempt and arrogance. This startled Liang Rong, evoking an instinctive sense of trepidation. Such a gaze was certainly unbecoming of a slave. Realizing that he had been unsettled by a slave, Liang Rong was about to unleash his ire when the car abruptly halted. The club had arrived. Chen Ye opened his eyes. "Let us go," he said, alighting from the vehicle, followed closely by Cheng Lang, while Liang Rong swallowed back the words he had intended to hurl. Upon reaching the entrance of the club, the security personnel verified their VIP status and respectfully ushered them inside. Chen Ye, inheriting Shi Yin's memorias, had prior knowledge of the club, yet only upon arrival did he truly grasp the grandeur of Tianquan Club. The floor gleamed with a silvery hue, adorned with walls embedded with gemstones that refracted a myriad of colors, while the golden ceiling bestowed an opulent brilliance upon the entire establishment. Guided by Liang Rong, Chen Ye ascended the elevator to the top floor, a realm reserved for the elite, where only a select few are permitted to tread, Chen Ye being fortuitously among them. Liang Rong's status rendered him unable to ascend to the upper echelons, as he had always utilized the Shi family's VIP card, with all expenditures recorded under Shi Jing's name. The original owner was indifferent, yet Chen Ye was unwilling to continue suffering losses. Today, he was determined to reclaim the VIP card. In the exclusive private room of the Shi family on the top floor, 3 individuals awaited their arrival. Their fathers and Liang Rong's father were colleagues, occupying positions of varying significance within the imperial cabinet. Among the 4, Liang Rong possessed the keenest intellect, and they all looked to him for guidance. Upon noticing Chen Ye trailing behind Liang Rong, the trio collectively fell into a stupor, their gazes fixated on Chen Ye. Jiang Tao was the first to break the silence. "Young Master Shi, it has been quite a while." Chen Ye, mimicking the original owner's demeanor, casually settled onto the gray-blue sofa, replying, "Indeed, it has been a long time." Lu Jianxing stole a couple of glances at Chen Ye and remarked, "Young Master Shi, I have devised an excellent plan that is sure to win His Highness's favor." A drink rested on the table. Chen Ye took a sip of orange juice and invited, "Do share." Lu Jianxing leaned closer to Chen Ye, whispering his scheme into his ear. Chen Ye placed the orange juice back on the table, regarding Lu Jianxing with a smile that hinted at mockery. The look in Chen Ye's eyes sent Lu Jianxing's heart racing. Why did Chen Ye appear less than pleased? Moreover, his gaze inexplicably made Lu Jianxing feel like a mere buffoon. "What is the matter, young Master Shi? Is the plan unsatisfactory?" Quite the opposite. Lu Jianxing began to smile, only to be interrupted by Chen Ye's sudden shift in tone. "But may I inquire, Lu Xiao, what is the penalty for drugging the crown prince? Or did your father, who serves in the imperial court, neglect to inform you that such an act could lead to a death sentence?" Chen Ye's recent study of legal texts came into play, causing Lu Jianxing to blanch and hastily defend himself. "His Highness would surely not hold it against you. Your father is his mentor, after all. Is that so?" Chen Ye replied, "So you genuinely believe you've come up with a brilliant plan?" Lu Jianxing nodded, then, noticing the lack of agreement from the others, shook his head. Chen Ye stated, "In the future, refrain from proposing such nonsensical ideas." Jiang Tao, observing the unfolding scene, attempted to mediate. "No need for such tension. We are merely gathering as friends." The scarcely noticeable Yuan added, "Since young Master Shi disapproves of the suggestion, let us just drink." Chen Ye chose not to engage further, and, after taking a few sips of his drink, declared, "I have come today to inform you that we shall no longer gather." Liang Rong slammed his glass onto the table with considerable force, the sound echoing sharply. "Why?" Chen Ye lifted his gaze to him. "Must I spell it out for you? What is your motivation for approaching me?" He rested his chin on his hand, surveying the 4 of them. "Your actions have not been overly excessive, so consider the previous expenses settled. Return the Shi family's card to me, and let us part ways." Liang Rong rose to his feet. "Shi Jing, your words lack meaning. Does the Liang family truly need your meager funds? If I did not sincerely regard you as a friend, would I assist you in this manner?" Chen Ye regarded his angry expression with indifference. "Friend? I thought I was merely a fool." Even though Chen Ye's expression was cold at this moment, he remained breathtakingly beautiful. Liang Rong felt a pang of regret for not having treated him sincerely in the past, now facing the prospect of severing ties. Jiang Tao, visibly awkward, interjected, "Young master, you must be mistaken. We all know you've been busy preparing for exams, and Haven T wanted to disturb you. But we've all been thinking about you. We are friends. You're overthinking this." Chen Ye retorted, "Whether I am overthinking or not, you know in your hearts. Spare me the nonsense. If you continue, I will demand every penny you've spent on yourselves in the past." Jiang Tao fell silent. Liang Rong felt insulted. Although he had swindled others, he would not allow anyone to speak of it. To voice it was to slap him in the face. He shouted, "Without us, do you have any friends left? Who would want to befriend a fallen aristocrat like you? Do you really think Chu Xingyuan would marry you? He looks down on empty-headed ornaments like you." His insults held no weight against Chen Ye, yet he felt a twinge of pity for Shi Jing, who genuinely considered them friends. Standing up, he locked eyes with Liang Rong and asked, "Are you finished?" Liang Rong, defiantly raising his chin, asked, "What? Do you want to hit me?" Chen Ye shook his head. "I wouldn't hit you, but I want my card back." At this point, Liang Rong felt embarrassed to keep the Shi family card. He pretended to be nonchalant, pulling out a black gold card from his bag and tossing it to the ground. "Here, take it. I don't care." Lu Jianqing picked up the card from the floor and handed it to Chen Ye, saying, "Young Master Shi, please don't be angry. Brother Liang has had too much to drink. He speaks without thinking." Chen Ye held the card firmly. "If you lack intelligence, read more books. Lest you find yourself at a ripe age, unable to pass even the Strands exam, living off your family." Beside them, Cheng Lang watched with amusement as Chen Ye berated four individuals, realizing that the young master was indeed a fierce cat. Anyone who provoked him would surely be scratched. Liang Rong was seething, realizing that Chen Ye possessed a sharp tongue, each word piercing him deeply. His face turned pale with anger, and in a moment of rage, he unleashed his mental power to attack Chen Ye. Though their mental capabilities were on par, Liang Rong, being older, had greater control. Sensing the impending danger, Chen Ye quickly erected a protective shield, which was ultimately shattered. Just as he braced himself for the impact of Liang Rong's uncontrollable energy, Cheng Lang stood in front of him. Cheng Lang moved swiftly, positioning himself before Chen Ye almost instantly as the shield broke. He instinctively prepared to transform his claws for defense, but refrained, fearing exposure of his identity. Liang Rong's mental force struck Cheng Lang directly. Although it did not inflict significant harm, Cheng Lang staggered back 2 steps, clutching his chest as if grievously wounded. Chen Ye was alarmed and rushed to support Cheng Lang, asking, "Are you all right?" Cheng Lang shook his head. Chen Ye realized that with Cheng Lang's C-level mental power, he stood no chance against Liang Rong's B-level prowess and must have been injured. He anticipated that Cheng Lang would shield him from the attack. Chen Ye's gaze turned icy as he positioned himself protectively in front of Cheng Lang, coldly observing the flustered Liang Rong. It was only after launching his attack that Liang Rong began to regret his actions. While it was true that Chen Ye belonged to a fallen aristocracy, his father was revered as a hero in the eyes of the empire, and his fiancé was the crown prince. Each of these identities rendered him untouchable. "I was not in my right mind. I was wrong. I did not intend to attack you," Liang Rong said, his face painted with remorse and his tone earnest. However, what he truly contemplated was that Chen Ye remained unscathed, and the only one harmed was a mere slave, which he presumed would not warrant Chen Ye's ire. Chen Ye discerned Liang Rong's true thoughts. His kind was duplicitous, presenting one face while concealing another. An apology would not absolve him of his misdeeds. "However, since you sincerely acknowledge your mistake, I shall let you off this time." Just as Liang Rong's face brightened with a semblance of relief, Chen Ye added, "You should go to the courthouse and confess. The charges will include the appropriation of another's property and intentional harm." "What madness is this? What property have I appropriated?" Liang Rong protested. "Is it not appropriating when you have been using my card without my consent? And what of my family's collection that you stealthily took under the guise of assisting with an auction? Would you like me to enumerate every instance? I was willing to overlook it all, but now I wish to contest it." Liang Rong's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, while those around him regarded him with a hint of disdain, oblivious to his deceitful nature. Chen Ye, unwilling to engage further, insisted, "Go confess on your own. There is little more I wish to say. Do not harbor any illusions, for I, a fallen noble, can easily reduce you to a mere commoner. If you desire to lose everything, feel free to try." Having delivered his stern warning, he departed with Cheng Lang. Upon exiting the private room, Chen Ye exhaled a sigh of relief. It was his first experience issuing such threats, and it was rather exhilarating. He had been concerned that Liang Rong might retaliate violently, but thankfully, he had managed to intimidate him. Chapter 74, The Empire, 12. Cheng Lang followed closely behind, a slight smile gracing his lips as he recognized the young master's bravado masked by insecurity. Quite amusing indeed. I will take you to the hospital for a checkup, Chen Ye stated to Cheng Lang. No need, young master. I am quite all right, Cheng Lang replied. Chen Ye was unyielding. Recalling how Cheng Lang had been forced back 2 steps from the earlier altercation, it was prudent to have him examined. Suddenly, he remembered that the club had a medical team, so he contacted the club manager to arrange for a doctor to attend to Cheng Lang's injuries. In a private room on the top floor of the Tianquan Club, Chu Xingyuan stood before a massive, transparent, floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the bustling traffic and the kaleidoscope of city lights, which failed to fill the emptiness in his eyes. Seated on the sofa, Lu Zhirong, upon receiving a report from his subordinate, informed Chu Xingyuan, Shi Jing has arrived here. I heard he had a quarrel with some of his former friends concerning that slave in his company. Chu Xingyuan's expression remained unchanged. He recognized that the slave in question was no ordinary individual. Lu Zhirong nodded. I have investigated as you requested. I found nothing amiss, yet I believe that is precisely the most significant issue. His intelligence network had vast connections within the empire, yet when attempting to investigate a mere slave's background, only basic information surfaced. Lu Zhirong remarked. Moments ago, someone attempted to attack Shi Jing, but the slave by his side intervened. He rose from the sofa and approached Chu Xingyuan, scrutinizing the latter's expression. After a lengthy pause, he withdrew his gaze in disappointment. He could never decipher Chu Xingyuan's thoughts, and this instance was no exception. He had anticipated a particular reaction from Chu Xingyuan regarding Chen Ye. In the city, it was forbidden to engage in combat using mental energy. Any violator would be sent to court to face appropriate consequences. Chu Xingyuan's cold voice echoed, stirring a ripple of emotions within Lu Zhirong, leaving him uncertain whether to feel joy or discontent. The joy stemmed from his realization of Chu Xingyuan's sentiments. Indeed, Chu Xingyuan regarded Chen Ye with a distinct demeanor. Typically, as long as matters did not escalate, Chu Xingyuan would remain indifferent to Shi Jing's affairs. However, Lu Zhirong felt discontented, as he sensed a shared inclination with Chu Xingyuan. Once, Lu Zhirong's ambition solely revolved around Chu Xingyuan, detached from all else, driven merely by the desire to uphold his family's honor. His father was the prime minister of the empire, and should he forge a union with Chu Xingyuan, the Lu family would ascend to become the foremost lineage in the empire. This was also the reason behind Shi Jing's previous antagonism towards him. Shi Jing, astute as ever, had discerned his ulterior motives towards Chu Xingyuan. Yet now, he no longer wished for feelings that transcended friendship with Chu Xingyuan. Lu Zhirong suggested, we should pay him a visit. Chu Xingyuan nodded in agreement. The doctor examined Cheng Lang's injuries with mental energy, and after a moment, his expression turned troubled. Chen Ye's heart raced. How serious was it? The doctor pondered for a while before stating, it's not very serious. He merely needs a few days of rest. No medication required? The doctor replied, none needed. In truth, upon examination, he discovered that the man before him bore no injuries at all, appearing healthier than everyone present. However, the man's gaze held an implicit warning, compelling him to utter disingenuous words. After the doctor departed, Chen Ye expressed his gratitude to Cheng Lang. Thank you for today. Cheng Lang replied, I simply cannot abide individuals like Liang Rong. Chen Ye smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, he will certainly face retribution. The smile on Chen Ye's face momentarily stunned Cheng Lang, who quickly averted his gaze. Chapter 75, The Empire, 13. When Chu Xingyuan and Lu Zhirong entered the medical room, they were met with a heartwarming scene between the master and servant, oblivious to the underlying tension in the atmosphere. Shi Jing, are you hurt? Lu Zhirong inquired first. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Ye turned, locking eyes with Chu Xingyuan, surprise evident in his gaze. He had not expected to find Chu Xingyuan and Lu Zhirong here. I'm fine, Chen Ye replied, moving beside Chu Xingyuan, his eyes sparkling with delight. Your Highness, what brings you here? The overlooked Cheng Lang and Lu Zhirong's expressions darkened in an instant. The first to be acknowledged, Chu Xingyuan replied with restrained formality, "I happen to be here." Implicitly, he conveyed that his presence was not intended for Chen Ye. A hint of disappointment flickered in Chen Ye's eyes. Chu Xingyuan remarked, "You will soon belong to the royal family. Such places are not suitable for you." The smile on Lu Xingji's face had vanished. Did Chu Xingyuan's words imply that he was preparing to marry Chen Ye? Chen Ye lifted his gaze, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. If His Highness could come, why could he not? Chu Xingyuan's hand tightened subtly. That was not the message he intended to convey. He meant to express that the club was rife with unsavory characters. In Chen Ye's presence, there could attract unwanted attention, yet his words seemed to have lost their original meaning. Cheng Lang rose and approached Chen Ye, cryptically stating, "As long as those accompanying the young master possess strength, he can go wherever he pleases." There was an undertone of sarcasm to his words, which Chen Ye, somewhat oblivious to such subtleties, nonetheless perceived. Chen Ye set his sights on winning over Chu Xingyuan first, with plans to subsequently cast him aside and focus entirely on Cheng Lang. Therefore, he softened his tone and addressed Chu Xingyuan, "I spoke in haste earlier. I understand that your Highness is concerned for my well-being. I have come here today to put the past to rest, and I shall not return." Cheng Lang's expression turned frosty, while Chu Xingyuan's demeanor remained inscrutable. However, the gentleness in his gaze toward Chen Ye had undeniably deepened. Seizing the moment, Chen Ye linked his arm with Chu Xingyuan's and implored, "Your Highness, will you escort me home?" "Your Highness has matters to attend to," Lu Xingji interjected. "I could take you back." Chen Ye fixed his gaze on Chu Xingyuan's face, his eyes drifting down to his Adam's apple. "No, I want His Highness to take me." In the past, Chu Xingyuan would have frowned, finding Chen Ye too troublesome. Yet, to Chen Ye's surprise, Chu Xingyuan nodded, "Very well." He then addressed Lu Xingji. "I will handle the matters later. For now, I will see him home." Chu Xingyuan rationalized his actions. After all, Chen Ye was his fiancée, and the city at night was not particularly safe. Escorting him home was merely fulfilling his responsibilities as a fiancé. On the way back, the seating arrangement shifted. Chen Ye now sat in the back with Chu Xingyuan, while Cheng Lang and the driver occupied the front. The fierce glare directed at the two in the back seat had shifted from Liang Rong to Cheng Lang. After a moment of intense staring, Cheng Lang suddenly realized and withdrew his gaze. Why did he suddenly feel a pang of jealousy? A flicker of confusion crossed Cheng Lang's light brown eyes. It was strange. Why did the sight of Chen Ye and Chu Xingyuan sitting together irritate him? Dismissing the troubling thoughts, Cheng Lang concluded that perhaps he had come to view Chen Ye as his own exclusive delicacy. Even a wolf would feel agitated if its food was being overly attentive to others. Once he had reconciled his feelings, Cheng Lang chose not to dwell on them further. He merely felt a possessive inclination towards Chen Ye. In the back seat, Chen Ye sought a topic of conversation. After a considerable silence, he asked, "Your Highness, what brought you to the Tianquan Club today?" Chu Xingyuan's response took Chen Ye by surprise. "The club is under my ownership." Chen Ye was astounded. So Chu Xingyuan was the mysterious proprietor of the club. "I need to gather certain sources of information, and entertainment venues are quite suitable for that purpose." Chu Xingyuan explained in a low voice. Chen Ye regarded Chu Xingyuan intently. "Is this something I am allowed to know?" Chu Xingyuan's voice was deep, yes. Chen Ye's eyes sparkled with curiosity, prompting a momentary pause from Chu Xingyuan. "Why are you crying?" Like a resilient little white flower, Chen Ye wiped away his tears, feeling an overwhelming joy as he sensed that His Highness was finally beginning to accept him. The tears flowed like an aphrodisiac, painting a faint blush upon Chu Xingyuan's ears. Innocent in matters of love, the young prince remained unaware of his burgeoning feelings for Chen Ye. He reached out to gently wipe away the tears from Chen Ye's face, murmuring for him to cease his weeping. The scorching tears fell onto Chu Xingyuan's hand, yet his usual aversion to filth seemed to dissolve, replaced by a subtle thrill. Although he urged Chen Ye not to cry, deep down he found himself yearning for the boy's tears. This peculiar inclination had not been present before. However, ever since the last time he witnessed the boy's eyes brim with tears in his study, he discovered an unexpected affinity for seeing others weep. He had discreetly sought out individuals resembling Chen Ye, hoping to observe their tears, but regrettably, they stirred not a single ripple within him. Chen Ye wept, fully aware of Chu Xingyuan's peculiar penchant, and thus he allowed a few more tears to cascade down. I do not wish to cry, yet I cannot help it. I feel such joy that His Highness can escort me home. The young master spoke candidly, without pretense. Chu Xingyuan's long-buried heart began to stir. Chen Ye felt exhilarated, regretting not having embraced Chu Xingyuan, and cried during their first encounter. The prince's fondness seemed to swell merely from his tears, and Chen Ye sensed the dawn of victory approaching. With Chu Xingyuan's increasing fondness in the club, it had risen to 30, nearly rivaling Cheng Lang. Meanwhile, Cheng Lang's heart felt increasingly despondent, especially upon witnessing Chen Ye's tears directed at Chu Xingyuan. Was he truly so easily moved by a mere change in Chu Xingyuan's demeanor? A pristine white handkerchief was offered to Chen Ye by Chu Xingyuan, who advised him to tend his own tears. Chen Ye softly expressed his gratitude as he accepted the handkerchief, which was soaked with his tears. Before long, the carriage halted before the gates of the Shi family's ancient castle. Chen Ye wished to invite Chu Xingyuan inside, but the prince declined, stating he had matters to attend to. Will His Highness join me for dinner this weekend? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xingyuan acquiesced. Inside the castle, Luo Ziyuan awaited Chen Ye Sayarduat. Upon seeing the boy's reddened eyes, he anxiously inquired, "Young master, what has happened?" A shadow flickered in his gaze. Despite his humble status, he had garnered some influence over the years spent in the Shi family's service. Should Liang Rong have wronged Chen Ye, he would not hesitate to intervene. "It's nothing. My eyes are simply a bit uncomfortable," Chen Ye replied, turning to Cheng Lang and requesting, "Please bring me a plate of pineapple." With that, he ascended the stairs, leaving the two men downstairs to exchange glances. Luo Zion's eyes were inquisitive, while Cheng Lang's demeanor was languid. What has befallen the young master? Clearly, Chen Ye's casual dismissal did not deceive Luo Ziyuan. A hint of sarcasm graced Cheng Lang's lips. It was nothing significant, merely that His Highness Chu had returned him, which stirred a sense of emotion within him, prompting tears in the presence of the prince. Upon witnessing the ashen countenance of Luo Ziyuan, Cheng Lang felt a surge of satisfaction and subsequently retreated to the kitchen to slice a pineapple. Midway through his task, he sampled a piece, finding the flavor somewhat peculiar for a wolf. Cheng Lang clicked his tongue, puzzled as to why the young master had such an affinity for pineapples. Chapter 76. The Empire, 14. The night was shrouded in darkness, yet the nightlife of the black market was just commencing. A man handed a small pouch of white powder to a crouching contact, his murky eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Upon catching a sharp gaze, his heart raced. However, his concerns were unwarranted. The other's light brown eyes did not hold him in sight, merely seeking a path, inadvertently casting a few glances in his direction. Noticing the man's scrutiny, Cheng Lang flashed a smile, revealing his sharp canines. The man, intending to reprimand Cheng Lang for his indiscreet gaze, suddenly felt a chill run through him. He yanked the drugs from the contact's hand and fled. In the black market, a wolf was not to be trifled with by an ordinary person devoid of spiritual strength. After the man scurried away, Cheng Lang's interest waned. How dull it was. He might as well return to the castle to accompany the young master. After a brief moment of stiffness, Cheng Lang smiled, pondering what harm there was in spending time with his meal. It was not illegal, nor was it anything out of the ordinary. Lately, the instances of self-deception had increased, and Cheng Lang had grown accustomed to it. As long as he did not admit it, he harbored no favoritism towards the young master. Following the secret signals left by his subordinates, Cheng Lang ventured deeper into the black market, increasingly sensing something amiss behind him. A familiar scent began to permeate the air, a subtle lemon fragrance that belonged to the young master. A few meters away, Chen Ye, cloaked in a black robe that concealed most of his figure and face, cautiously trailed Cheng Lang. Awakening in the dead of night, he had intended to fetch a drink, only to discover Cheng Lang stealthily exiting. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chen Ye resolved to follow him, even going so far as to disguise himself. As he pursued, he realized Chen Lang was striding further away, into an area completely unfamiliar to him. Unsure of their location, Chen Ye surmised it might be a slum given the chaotic atmosphere. Despite not knowing Chen Lang's purpose for venturing here at such an hour, Chen Ye was determined to follow, hoping for unexpected revelations. Chen Lang moved swiftly, and Chen Ye struggled to remain unnoticed while keeping pace, nearly losing him several times. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, Chen Lang slowed his pace, allowing Chen Ye to catch up. The alleyways grew increasingly narrow and secluded. Chen Ye was so fixated on Chen Lang that he overlooked his surroundings, failing to realize he would be lost if he needed to return. At the beginning of the month, the moonlight was dim, rendering the path beneath Chen Ye's feet blurred. After rounding a corner, he lost sight of Chen Lang. Frowning, he glanced around, discovering that he seemed unfamiliar with the way back. However, the problem was not significant. His phone was equipped with navigation. Chen took out his device, only to discover that this area was devoid of signal. At that moment, he realized that perhaps this place was not a slum, but rather a hidden enclave. In the Empire, it was rare to encounter areas without coverage. The moonlight cast his shadow against the wall, and the surrounding environment was steeped in an eerie gloom, instilling a palpable fear within Chen. Goosebumps prickled his arms as he felt an unsettling resemblance to a site where a murderer might dispose of a body. And he suspected that a ghostly figure might emerge from the shadows when he let down his guard. "System, direct me home," he implored. Fortunately, the system was reliable, and a route map materialized in his mind. Following the map, Chen retraced his steps, the light from his phone illuminating the path beneath him. Unbeknownst to him, in the black market, light acted like bait for monstrous predators, attracting those with ulterior motives. As he advanced, footsteps echoed behind him. Initially faint, they gradually intensified, quickening the rhythm of Chen's heart. After navigating several turns, the footsteps persisted, confirming his suspicion that someone was following him. Feigning nonchalance, he turned into an alley, glancing back to find that his pursuer had not followed. Chen began to run frantically. The biting cold of the night air whipped past him. He had never run so swiftly, yet the footsteps behind him quickened in pursuit. Suddenly, his legs faltered as he tripped over an unseen obstacle, tumbling to the ground. Instinctively, he braced his fall with his palms, but his wrist struck the ground, sending a sharp pain coursing through him, and his palms were grazed, drawing blood. The figure behind him, harboring ill intentions, had unleashed a psychic attack that caused Chen to fall. "Do not run," a man clad in a black jacket, with sunken cheeks and dark rings around his eyes, approached the fallen Chen. In his tumble, Chen's hood had slipped off, exposing his face to the gentle moonlight. Chen glared at the man, his eyes brimming with caution. The man's breath grew heavy upon seeing Chen, and a lewd light ignited in his gaze. "Indeed, a beauty," he remarked. Chen regained his footing, assessing that the man opposite him possessed an A-level psychic strength. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired. The man, cracking his knuckles as he drew closer, responded, "What do you think? Naturally, I shall take you home with me and engage in some adult activities." The man's demeanor and words repulsed Chen. Aware that he could not overpower his adversary, he retreated a few steps, attempting to flee, only to find himself ensnared by a psychic force, immobilizing him. "Come along now, little beauty," the man urged. Chen sought to buy time, declaring, "I am a noble of the Empire. Should you harm me, you will face dire consequences. Release me, and I shall overlook this incident." He contemplated revealing his identity, but disclosing that he was the fiancé of the Imperial Crown Prince, son of a general, would likely lead to an even grimmer fate. The man in the jacket would surely fear retribution, yet he would not easily let Chen go. "I can tell you are of noble birth, but here you are, wandering at night without any attendants. Regardless of your esteemed lineage, once you enter this black market, no one will come to your aid." The man in the jacket exerted his mental force, rendering Chen Ye speechless and unable to call for help. His hand rested firmly on Chen Ye's arm, declaring, "This is why I'm taking you away. No one will know." The grip of the man was unyielding, devoid of any sense of compassion. He was a notorious criminal in the area, preying on solitary, attractive men and women under the cover of night. Once he abducted someone, they faced a grim fate of violation followed by murder. Chen Ye summoned his mental strength, striving to break free from the man's hold. Fortunately, his recent training had borne fruit, allowing him to swiftly shatter the mental constraints. He wrenched his arm free and unleashed a wave of mental energy towards his assailant, bolting forward without a glance back. Alas, the disparity in their mental levels was vast. He had barely taken a few steps before the enraged man caught up with him. The man seized Chen Ye's cloak, tightening it around his neck. "You refuse to come back with me? Then I shall take you right here and sell you as a male prostitute on the black market." He twisted Chen Ye's body, leaning in to kiss his face. Revolted, Chen Ye delivered a swift kick to the man's knee. However, to someone of A-grade mental prowess, it felt no more than a mere tickle, failing to halt the man's advance. Just as the man was about to press his lips against Chen Ye, a warm spray landed on his face. Chen Ye opened his eyes, but saw nothing. Someone had covered his eyes from behind. The hand was large and rough, completely obscuring his vision. The metallic scent of blood invaded Chen Ye's nostrils, and he paled, realizing the gravity of the situation. Someone had slain the man in the jacket, and the individual obscuring his vision was the murderer. The man in the jacket possessed A-grade mental strength, a formidable presence within the empire. Yet the man behind Chen Ye could dispatch him with ease. "How pitiful," the figure whispered close to Chen Ye's ear. The voice was deep and melodious, yet unfamiliar to Chen Ye. Anxiously, he swallowed hard, sensing the coldness of the man's embrace and breath. At that moment, he found himself more fearful of the savior than of the man in the jacket. "Who are you?" Chen Ye inquired, but the man did not relinquish his grip, still covering Chen Ye's eyes. "You ventured here alone, risking your life?" Chen Ye sensed no malice from the man. "I'm looking for someone," he replied. After a brief silence, the man said, "I will escort you away from here." Chen Ye asked, "Why are you covering my eyes? Do we know each other?" His suspicion was valid. If they were not acquainted, why would the man blindfold him? The man initially offered no reply, guiding Chen Ye for a while until they had distanced themselves from the corpse. Just as Chen Ye was about to speak, the hand over his eyes was withdrawn. He opened his eyes and turned to face the man behind him. Clad in black casual attire and trousers, the man's face was unremarkable. He was a stranger. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Ye's eyes. He had hoped it was Cheng Lang. "Thank you for saving me," Chen Ye expressed. The man replied, "If you are to express gratitude, make it tangible, young master. Do you offer nothing but verbal thanks?" Chen Ye felt a sense of relief. Cheng Lang would not tease him in such a manner. He plucked a ring from his fingers and handed it to the man, saying, "This is for you." The man accepted the ring, raising an eyebrow. It was evident that Chen Ye had cherished it dearly. He produced a handkerchief from his pocket and tossed it to Chen Ye, instructing him to wipe the blood from his face. After Chen Ye cleaned the blood away, the man said, "Let us depart. I shall escort you out." With the man beside him, Chen Ye encountered no further dangers and smoothly reached the entrance of the black market. This night had been fruitless. He lost track of Cheng Lang and almost fell victim to malevolence. As they parted ways, Chen Ye said to the man, "Should you need anything in the future, feel free to seek me at the Sure residence." The man, with a nonchalant demeanor and an unremarkable face, exuded an extraordinary aura. "Our encounter was merely serendipitous. It is unnecessary," he replied before turning to leave. Chen Ye watched the man until his figure faded from view. Upon returning home, Chen Ye opened his phone to find a red dot moving closer to the Sure residence, drawing nearer and nearer until it perfectly overlapped with the green dot representing his location. A sly smile crept across Chen Ye's lips. The ring given to him by the man who had rescued him contained a tracking device. The door to the next room swung open, and Chen Ye heard the sound of the door opening, followed by it closing. Now, he could confirm that the man who saved him in the black market was indeed Cheng Lang, albeit with a temporarily altered appearance and voice. Cheng Lang was certainly not a slave emerging from the slums. His displayed prowess rivaled that of Chu Xingyuan. However, since Cheng Lang wished to remain undisclosed, Chen Ye had no reason to shatter this veil. He would feign ignorance for the time being. Chen Ye rang for the servant, and after a minute, The bedroom door opened, revealing Chen Lang. "Young master, is there something you need?" Chen Lang inquired. Chen Ye responded, "Where did you go tonight? I heard you open the door. Why did you return so late?" Chen Lang, maintaining his composure, replied, "I went to the black market in the eastern part of the city. My sister at home is ill and requires a special medicine that is only available there." "Is that so?" Chen Ye propped his chin on his hand, scrutinizing Chen Lang. "Indeed," Chen Lang affirmed, meeting Chen Ye's gaze. "Should you require any medicine in the future, inform Luo Zuan to procure it for you. Do not venture to the black market alone. It is quite perilous." Chen Lang's eyes flickered slightly. "Yes, young master." He noted the injury on Chen Ye's hand, his expression darkening. That man should not have been allowed to die so easily. His sustenance was not something anyone could taint. Noticing Chen Lang's fixation on his wound, Chen Ye seized the opportunity, saying, "Would you fetch the first aid kit from downstairs to help me bandage this?" Unlike before, Chen Lang did not refuse Chen Ye this time. He turned and exited the room, returning shortly with the first aid kit in hand. Chen Ye was somewhat indifferent to his minor injuries. Upon returning, he had washed up and bathed. However, when Chen Lang disinfected the wound, Chen Ye furrowed his brows. "It indeed stung a bit. Do not apply too much pressure." Chen Lang's movements were slightly sluggish, and the young master's voice was like a playful whimper. He felt a surge of irritation, contemplating how the young master treated him this way, and how much more he must indulge in such antics before Chu Xingyuan. After administering the medication, Chen Lang bandaged Chen Ye's hand with gauze. Chen Lang was crouched down, while Chen Ye looked down at him. Perceiving Chen Lang's posture as akin to that of a large dog, especially with his tousled, curly hair, if only a tail were to sprout behind him, the resemblance would be even more pronounced. "You're all better now, young master," Chen Lang declared. Chen Ye withdrew his hand from Chen Lang's palm, instructing him, "You may leave now." Chen Lang's fingers curled in disappointment. Indeed, the young master was one to use and discard. The next day, when Chen Ye attended class at Lothlorien, both Chu Xingyuan and Lu Zhirong noticed the injury on his hand. Inquiring about its origin, Chen Ye refrained from revealing that he had trailed Chen Lang to the black market in the dead of night. Instead, he concocted an excuse, claiming he had stumbled and cut his hand in the ancient castle. After class, Chu Xingyuan escorted Chen Ye back to his residence, whereupon Chen Ye followed him into the room. Chu Xingyuan retrieved a medicinal ointment from the drawer for Chen Ye. Upon inspection, Chen Ye discovered it was a royal supply, effective for pain relief and scar reduction. He stepped closer to Chu Xingyuan, his captivating amber eyes fixed intently upon him. "Your Highness, could you assist me with the application of the ointment?" Chu Xingyuan pressed his lips together, a flicker of disapproval crossing his gaze, in his steadfastly masculine worldview. Such trivial matters were clearly within Chen Ye's ability to handle himself. Chen Ye feigned tears, his eyes reddening, though no actual tears fell, giving him a somewhat pitiable appearance with the crimson edges of his eyes. "Never mind, I shall return to Chen Lang for assistance." Chu Xingyuan took the ointment from Chen Ye's grasp and settled onto the sofa. Chen Ye obediently took a seat beside him. Chu Xingyuan carefully unwrapped the gauze, applying the cool ointment to the palm of Chen Ye's hand. The injury was inflamed and swollen, with tiny traces of blood. "Founing, Zhu Xingwin in Guit, how did you sustain such a severe injury?" "It was merely an unfortunate mishap," Chen Ye replied. Once the ointment was applied, Chu Xingyuan wrapped the wound anew with a fresh, clean bandage. "With just a month until the exams, do you anticipate my admission to the academy, Your Highness?" Chu Xingyuan responded, "If you were to gain admission, the instructors would surely rejoice from the heavens." He evaded the question, prompting Chen Ye to press further. "I meant to ask, do you look forward to it? Are you pleased?" In the depths of Chu Xingyuan's dark eyes, the youthful visage of Chen Ye was clearly reflected, revealing the boy's eager anticipation. Indeed, Chu Xingyuan replied swiftly and softly. A warm figure collided with Chu Xingyuan's embrace, causing him to startle as he looked down at the boy holding on to him. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall surely pass the entrance exam. Would it be agreeable for us to reside together then?" Chen Ye lifted his head within Chu Xingyuan's embrace, adding, "After all, we are betrothed. It is entirely normal for us to live together, is it not?" Chu Xingyuan's heart raced, and he gently pushed Chen Ye away, belatedly realizing that his palm, which had brushed against Chen Ye's arm, felt slightly warm. Favorability 5. Let us discuss that later. Chen Ye was not disheartened. Very well. We shall talk of it after my exams. As the day of Cheng Lang's coming of age drew nearer, an increasing sense of anxiety settled within him. According to his original plan, he was supposed to consume Chen Ye on his 18th birthday. The act of devouring a person symbolizes the coming of age for all werewolves. The higher the status and the younger the victim, the more powerful the werewolf is deemed. Chen Ye was his meticulously chosen rite of passage. However, now Cheng Lang realized he could not bring himself to do it. He did not wish for Chen Ye to perish. Every time he gazed at the fair nape of the young master, he found himself not contemplating a fatal bite, but rather yearning to touch it gently. Then restrain the young master to see if a beautiful yet restrained expression would grace his face. Chen Ye was nearing an important examination, studying late into the night, while Cheng Lang sat beside him, watching him diligently. Around 10 o'clock, Chen Ye stretched and covered his mouth as he yawned. You should head back. I need to rest, he said. Cheng Lang remained motionless. Chen Ye turned back, puzzled, and asked, what is wrong? Is there something else? Cheng Lang replied, I would like to request a day off tomorrow for my birthday. He thought that out of sight would bring peace of mind. If he did not see the young master tomorrow, perhaps his restless heart would find tranquility. Chen Ye stood up. Your birthday is tomorrow? How coincidental that it falls on the same day as Chu Xingyuan. Upon hearing Chen Ye mention Chu Xingyuan, Cheng Lang's tone turned slightly frosty. After all, many individuals share the same birthday. Chen Ye considered this and nodded. That's fine, but you must return tomorrow evening. I have a gift for you. Cheng Lang hesitated for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. Since it was the young master who requested his return, he would oblige. On the morning of the 18th, Chen Ye set off to Chu Xingyuan's residence with a gift prepared by Luo Ziyuan. As the heir to the empire, Chu Xingyuan's abode was fortified with the utmost security. The sprawling estate, covering thousands of square meters, stood in the imperial capital, a feat unattainable for others due to financial constraints and capability. Once Chen Ye revealed his identity, he was allowed entry into the estate without difficulty. Many guests had gathered to celebrate Chu Xingyuan's birthday, most being familiar acquaintances of his. However, none from the cabinet or military were present, as the emperor detested the notion of princes forming cliques. Upon entering the grand hall, the first person to notice him was Lu Zhirong, who approached with a smile. You've arrived quite early, young master. Chen Ye inquired, where is his highness? Noticing Chen Ye's singular concern for Chu Xingyuan, Lu Zhirong's smile faded slightly. With a hint of malice, he leaned closer to Chen Ye's ear and whispered, His Highness is in the study, conversing with the young master of the Shun family. After a moment of recollection, Chen Ye responded, Shen Baiqing? Indeed, it is he. They have been friends for many years. And I hear he is also preparing for the Kestrel exam. Do you think his goal in taking the exam aligns with yours? Chen Ye's expression bore none of the anger or jealousy Lu Zhirong anticipated. He replied nonchalantly, his ambitions have nothing to do with me. He then brushed past Lu Zhirong and ascended the stairs to find Chu Xingyuan. The study door was ajar, half open. As Chen Ye approached to knock, he locked eyes with Shen Baiqing, who squinted slightly, his almond-shaped eyes filled with admiration as they gazed upon Chu Xingyuan, who towered over him. After exchanging a few words with Chu Xingyuan, Shen Baiqing drew closer, raising his hand, prompting Chu Xingyuan to take a step back. Even so, from Chen Ye's perspective, the two individuals' postures were exceedingly ambiguous, resembling an intimate embrace. Your Highness, Chen Ye called out. Upon turning around and seeing Chen Ye, Chu Xingyuan displayed a look of astonishment, seemingly surprised by Chen Ye's presence upstairs. Shen Baiqing stepped forward, pulling Chen Ye into the room, stating, Your Highness and I are discussing matters. Chen Ye pressed his lips together, choosing silence. Shen Baiqing continued to stoke the flames. Today is your Highness's birthday, and I thought to come give you a personal birthday wish. I noticed your Highness's hair was a bit disheveled, so I tidied it up a little. Don't overthink it. Sure, Jing. Chen Ye replied, I'm not overthinking it. Since the wish has been delivered, you may leave now. Observing Chen Ye nonchalant de menor. A flicker of disbelief and disappointment crossed Chen Baiqing's eyes. Had it been the former Shi Jing, he would have caused a scene upon seeing him with Chu Xingyuan, likely hurling a few insults. This time, however, why did Chen Ye not react in such a manner? Is there anything else you wish to say to His Highness? Chen Baiqing asked awkwardly. No, you may converse. I shall take my leave. Before departing, he cast a glance at Chu Xingyuan, whose gaze did not linger on him for even a moment. Chen Baiqing's previously bright demeanor darkened. As the door shut, Chen Ye approached Chu Xingyuan, presenting a yellow gift box before him. Just as Chu Xingyuan reached out to accept the gift, Chen Ye withdrew his hand, meeting Chu Xingyuan's slightly perplexed gaze. Chen Ye stated, "Your Highness, being so close to others makes me unhappy. Thus I shall not give you the gift." Chu Xingyuan's hand curled slightly. "As you wish." Chen Ye leaned closer, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction as he complained, "I merely wanted you to comfort me, Your Highness." Chu Xingyuan's gaze deepened, his tone unexpectedly bewildered. "But I do not comfort others." He had never done so before. Chen Ye's arms encircled Chu Xingyuan's neck as he looked into his eyes, saying, "I will teach you. Your Highness, you only need to tell me that you have no feelings for Chen Baiqing and that the one you truly like is me." Chu Xingyuan's breath faltered as he pushed Chen Ye away. He swiftly dispelled the feelings stirring within him, coldly asserting, aside from emotions, "I can grant you the title of royal consort and the privileges that accompany it." Chen Ye responded, "I do not desire titles or privileges. I yearn for Your Highness's love." He grasped Chu Xingyuan's arm, asking, "Do you truly not like me?" Chu Xingyuan did not shake off Chen Ye's hold. He allowed Chen Ye to cling to him, stating, "I have never felt for anyone. Our engagement was arranged by my father. I agreed to fulfill the engagement, but did not promise to reciprocate your feelings." Despite saying so much, he still did not directly declare his lack of affection for Chen Ye. Chen Ye understood, stubborn as a dead duck. Perhaps at this moment, Chu Xingyuan truly had not developed feelings for him, but his attitude had already shifted and affection seemed inevitable. One could only wonder if, in the future, Chu Xingyuan would regret his current coldness towards Chen Ye. "All right," Chen Ye conceded, "as long as Your Highness remains clear with others, that is sufficient." As Chu Xingyuan was about to refute the notion that he was entangled with anyone else, he heard Chen Ye continue, "If His Highness were to develop feelings for someone else, I would absolutely cease to harbor any affection for him. I mean what I say. For if Chu Xingyuan were to engage in any flirtation, he would no longer be the person Chen Ye envisioned in his heart." Chen Ye was disinclined to genuinely pursue his affections. At most, he would indulge in pretense for the sake of points. Abandoning the topic, Chen Ye guided Chu Xingyuan to the sofa. The fabric of the sofa was unknown to him, yet it felt extraordinarily soft, akin to sitting upon a cloud. "Your Highness, you have delighted me," Chen Ye remarked with a mischievous smile. "Thus, I present you with a gift." Chu Xingyuan furrowed his brow slightly. The boy's demeanor shifted too abruptly. Just a moment ago, he had stated that he would no longer like him if he were to flirt with someone else, and now he was cheerfully offering him a gift. Well, had he ever charmed someone? Chen Ye leaned closer to Chu Xingyuan's ear and whispered, in truth, "I'm simply elated to have you by my side. There is no need for you to go out of your way to please me. Just seeing your face is enough to uplift my spirits, dissipating any lingering displeasure. Is it that simple?" Chu Xingyuan questioned, his confusion intertwined with a burgeoning sense of joy. Chen Ye distanced himself slightly and patted the exquisitely wrapped gift box. "Now, Your Highness, do unwrap it and see." He was also curious about what the butler had prepared. Upon opening the gift box, a watch emerged, a high-end brand well known among the imperial aristocracy, quite valuable and suitable for gifting. Chu Xingyuan noticed a flicker of curiosity in Chen Ye's eyes. Unbeknownst to Chen Ye, the contents of the gift were not previously disclosed. Most nobles would have their subordinates prepare gifts, and considering this was likely arranged by Luo Ziyuan, Chen Ye refrained from inquiring further. A trace of displeasure arose in Chu Xingyuan's heart. If he truly loved him, should he not take a more hands-on approach? "Your Highness, why not try it on?" The youthful boy, with eyes as splendid as amber, gazed at Chu Xingyuan with a hint of anticipation. Chu Xingyuan suppressed his unease and tucked the watch away. "No, I do not wear accessories." A clear disappointment washed over Chen Ye's face. Very well, perhaps you may wear it when you feel inclined. Chu Xingyuan stood and placed the watch into a drawer. Coincidentally, it seemed that His Highness's birthday coincided with Cheng Lang's. As he paused while closing the drawer, a thought struck him. How old was he this year? Chen Ye casually mentioned he should be 30. Yet he did not appear so. To me, he seems barely 20. Chu Xingyuan settled onto the sofa, his back remaining impeccably straight even while seated. Was he selected from his slums? Noticing Chu Xingyuan's interest, Chen Ye elaborated, yes. He was chosen by Ziyuan. Perhaps he selected him because he thought they bore some resemblance. He failed to notice the subtle arch of Chu Xingyuan's brow as he spoke of Ziyuan. Professing his affection and admiration, why then refer to another man as brother? Chen Ye's thoughts were rather disjointed. After speaking, he looked at Chu Xingyuan, his voice bright and clear. Your Highness, happy birthday. Chu Xingyuan responded calmly, then rose to his feet and descended the stairs where others awaited him. Chapter 79, The Empire 17. As the two made their way downstairs, the guests in the living room wore various expressions. The people of the Empire were well aware that Chu Xingyuan harbored a disdain for his fiancée, and he had never extended an invitation to him on his birthdays. Upon witnessing Chu Xingyuan descend alongside Chen Ye, they momentarily questioned their own consciousness, for it seemed that Chen Ye was not only present, but appeared to share an intimate rapport with Chu Xingyuan. Chu Xingyuan's demeanor remained as frosty as ever. He offered no explanations, merely engaging in social niceties, as was his custom. Initially, Chen Ye stood alone, but gradually, others approached him, eager to befriend him. Should Chu Xingyuan truly acknowledge Chen Ye's status, the latter would no longer be the fallen noble whom anyone could trample upon. Chen Ye was not particularly adept at navigating the treacherous waters of those with ulterior motives. Besides the mission at hand, he wished to divert as little attention as possible to other matters. Thus, he approached Chu Xingyuan and expressed his fatigue, requesting a moment's respite. Chu Xingyuan instructed a servant to escort Chen Ye to a guest room. As Chen Ye drifted in and out of sleep, he was roused by the sound of a door opening. Struggling to open his eyes, he was met with the unexpected sight of Lu Zhirong. What brings you here? He inquired. Lu Zhirong approached the bedside, his gaze fixated on Chen Ye's face. The youth was already strikingly handsome, and now, having just awakened, a rosy hue adorned his cheeks, his voice unconsciously laced with an alluring timbre. Lu Zhirong swallowed, his expression darkening. His Highness sent me to fetch you. It is already 8 o'clock. Chen Ye climbed from his bed, and upon descending, he discovered that most guests had already departed. Chu Xingyuan sat in the living room, his long legs elegantly crossed, and upon Chen Ye's arrival, his gaze shifted towards him. In a rush, Chen Ye exclaimed, Your Highness, it is quite late. I shall take my leave. Chu Xingyuan nodded slightly, and soon, Chen Ye vanished without any indication that he should stay the night. If His Highness wishes for him to remain, he may express it, Lu Zhirong remarked, observing Chu Xingyuan's expression. Chu Xingyuan's gaze was indifferent. You are overthinking, he replied. Lu Zhirong, being one of the few who truly understood Chu Xingyuan, ventured, I sense a distinct change in His Highness's demeanor towards Shi Xiaoyi. Have you come to accept this marriage, which you previously resisted? Ultimately, Lu Zhirong broached the question he had long pondered, hoping for a negative response. Wishing to believe that his observations were mere illusions and that Chu Xingyuan did not harbor feelings for Chen Ye, the marriage was decreed by His Majesty. As long as Shi Jing does not commit any grievous errors, I have no grounds to refuse. Currently, I seek to avoid unnecessary conflict and fulfill my role as a suitable prince consort, Chu Xingyuan stated. Lu Zhirong smirked slightly. So it is. Meanwhile, Chen Ye urged the driver to hasten, having promised Qinglong he would return that evening. However, as the clock approached 8:30, he realized he would not arrive home until 10, uncertain whether Qinglong would feel abandoned and leave in frustration. Upon arriving, Chen Ye quickly exited the vehicle. Entering the house, he found the living room shrouded in darkness. The Shi family had already retired for the night. He ascended the stairs with little hope, pushing open Qinglong's door, only to find it empty. He returned to his room with his head bowed. As soon as the light flickered on, He was startled to find a tall man seated on the sofa, none other than Chen Lang. Chen Lang's expression was rather grim as he rose and approached Chen Ye. The young master ordered me to return tonight, so here I am. I have been waiting for you for 4 hours. A flicker of guilt washed over Chen Ye, and he replied, I fell asleep at the prince's residence and lost track of time. The moment he spoke, Chen Lang's countenance darkened further. Chen Ye swallowed nervously. It was not yet midnight. He circumvented Chen Lang and approached the bedside table, pulling open a drawer to retrieve a gift box wrapped in green. Here, a birthday present for you. Chen Lang's heart stirred, yet his exterior remained cold. My status is humble. I do not deserve such a gift from the young master. Chen Ye feigned annoyance, thrusting the present into Chen Lang's arms. Who said your status is humble? I have never regarded you as a slave. The corners of Chen Lang's mouth involuntarily lifted as he unwrapped the box, revealing a watch inside. This gift was prepared by Luo Ziyuan at Chen Ye's behest, who had merely requested 2 gifts without specifying the recipients. Unexpectedly, Luo Ziyuan had prepared identical items. Chen Ye examined the watch in the box and confirmed, indeed, they're the same in brand and style. Just as Chen Lang was about to slip the watch onto his wrist, Chen Ye grasped his wrist. Wait, don't put it on just yet. Why? Chen Lang inquired. Chen Ye's mind raced as he concocted an excuse. I ordered a matching watch that is yet to arrive. I envisioned us wearing them together. The words carried a hint of ambiguity, and Chen Lang pulled Chen Ye closer, his tone dangerously low. Does the young master understand what he is implying? Such words could easily lead to misunderstandings. Chen Ye locked eyes with him. Then, would you be willing? The boy's round, cat-like eyes betrayed no emotion, yet that very gaze sent Chen Lang's heart racing. He released Chen Ye's hand, feeling outmatched. I shall set the watch aside for now. Whenever the young master wishes to wear it, just let me know. A weight lifted from Chen Ye's heart. His concern was that Chen Lang would wear the watch in front of Chu Xingyuan, even if Chu Xingyuan had not developed feelings for him. The realization of being the source of such a predicament would surely lead to complications. He needed to placate Chen Lang. I thought the young master would stay at the eldest prince's residence tonight, Chen Lang suddenly remarked. Chen Ye chuckled softly. I promised I would return, and I certainly would. He added, by the way, happy birthday, Chen Lang. The Wolf clan had no tradition of celebrating birthdays, and Chen Lang had never marked the occasion. His voice was slightly hoarse as he replied, haven't you also spoken to the eldest prince? Chen Ye raised an eyebrow. He is my fiancé. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Indeed, it was expected for Chen Ye to address Chu Xingyuan in such a manner. Yet returning in the middle of the night to speak to his slave was rather peculiar. A fleeting thought crossed Chen Lang's mind, but it was too unrealistic and was quickly suppressed. There is nothing wrong, Chen Lang stated. Today, I would like the young master to grant me a request. Very well. Speak your wish, Chen Ye replied readily. The innocent countenance of the young master stirred a peculiar sensation in Chen Lang's heart, akin to that of being playfully scratched by a cat. He could not resist the temptation to ponder whether the young master might acquiesce to some rather audacious requests. Chen Lang murmured, tonight, I wish to sleep here. Having already forsaken adult fare, it seemed only reasonable to rest beside the sustenance. Certainly, Chen Ye replied. Will you sleep on the sofa or the bed? Chen Lang's hazel eyes darkened slightly. Since the young master had graciously extended the invitation, he would, of course, opt for the bed. As the sound of water filled the room, Chen Ye was bathing in the bathroom while Chen Lang sat outside, his legs crossed. His handsome visage bore an expression of calm, yet his flushed ears betrayed the turmoil within. Shortly, Chen Ye emerged from the bathroom, suggesting, you should wash up too. Upon entering the bathroom, Chen Lang felt enveloped by the warmth of the steam and the fragrant scent of lemon. The young master carried the same aroma. After an extended bath, Chen Lang emerged to find Chen Ye already reclining on the bed. Chen Ye looked at him, patting the quilt. Come join me. The youth resembled an angel fallen from the heavens, his features exquisitely crafted, and his invitation to Chen Lang seemed to silently entice him. Chen Lang felt a surge of warmth within. To avoid embarrassment before the young master, he swiftly climbed onto the bed. Regrettably, he thought, he should have declined the bed in favor of the sofa. Suddenly, Chen Ye said, tell me a story. Cheng Lang's deep voice resonated in the darkness. How old are you? Still wanting a bedtime story? Please, I wish to hear you tell it. Chen Ye cooed. Cheng Lang sighed inwardly, thinking, I am not your fiancé. Why are you being so coy? Yet, he began to weave a tale. Many hundreds of thousands of years ago, a being named Luanfu created the heavens and the earth. The world first witnessed the emergence of two creatures, humans and werewolves. The werewolves possessed immense strength, rendering the feeble humans helpless, nearly leading to their extinction. Out of pity for humanity, Luanfu bestowed upon them the gift of spiritual power. Through this power, humans could vanquish werewolves many times their superior in strength. Upon concluding the story, Cheng Lang realized that Chen Ye had already drifted into slumber. He poked Chen Ye's face gently, questioning, Why are you so defenseless? Receiving no reply, he withdrew his hand. Chen Ye turned away, presenting his fair, unblemished neck to Cheng Lang. His loose nightwear allowed Cheng Lang to glimpse the prominent butterfly bones along his neck. Such beauty stirred an urge within Cheng Lang to touch. He placed his hand upon the nape of Chen Ye's neck, applying minimal pressure. The young master's skin was as smooth and delicate as milk, awakening a strange sensation within Cheng Lang. His hand glided downward, traversing the contours of Chen Ye's butterfly bones, resting upon his exposed waist. The young master's nightwear was somewhat short, and with the slightest movement, it rode up, revealing his slender waist. Cheng Lang's keen eyesight allowed him to discern every detail, even in the dark. To his surprise, he discovered that the young master possessed dimples at his waist. Cheng Lang's hand rested upon Chen Ye's waist, his gaze lingering on the delicate indentation, which he found to be exquisitely beautiful. The realization that he was perhaps the first to behold such a sight unsettled him. Perhaps feeling a chill, Chen Ye turned to lie on his back, adjusting the blanket. Cheng Lang was startled, but quickly recognized that Chen Ye remained asleep. The rhythm of Chen Ye's heartbeat indicated a deep slumber. In addition to the palpable heartbeat, Cheng Lang could also hear the pulse throbbing in Chen Ye's neck. His sharp canines emerged as his light brown eyes transformed into a vivid crimson hue, rendering him both handsome and otherworldly. Since he could not indulge in the young master, a small bite would surely pose no issue. Cheng Lang lowered his head, synchronizing his pulse with the cadence of Chen Ye's heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Just a slight exertion caused Chen Ye to furrow his brow, as if sensing something amiss. Cheng Lang retracted his fangs and returned to his position, contemplating that he would let it pass this time. His gaze fell upon Chen Ye's neck, where an ambiguous mark lingered. A small area of skin reddened, likely from the brushing of Cheng Lang's canines. Upon waking the next day, Chen Ye found himself unable to move his body. He attempted to pry Cheng Lang's hand from his waist, but to no avail. Cheng Lang possessed an extraordinary strength. No wonder he felt unrest the previous night. He pinched the back of Cheng Lang's hand with some force, eliciting a muffled groan from him, and his grip loosened. Why did you fall asleep while holding me? Chen Ye inwitted. Young master, when I sleep, I am unaware of anything, came the reply, implying that embracing Chen Ye during slumber was not intentional. Chen Ye rose from the bed, deciding to let it be. He entered the bathroom to freshen up, lifting his shirt to inspect the marks on his waist, which were now vivid red imprints. Soon after, Chen Ye prepared for his examination at Strahl's Academy. Though a tinge of apprehension lingered within him prior to the test, he found tranquility once seated in the examination hall. He typically refrained from placing undue stress on himself. If he succeeded, he would, and if not, he would seek alternative paths. The primary concern lay with Luo Ziyuan, as passing the exam at Rothran's would be pivotal in securing Luo Ziyuan's loyalty. Should he succeed, there would undoubtedly be a significant increase in Luo Ziyuan's allegiance. He had been brought from the slums by the original owner's father and raised solely by him, thus holding Sherbua's legacy in high regard. After completing the examination, Chen Ye surrendered to relaxation at home. He had toiled for several months, and this respite was well-deserved. In July, as the weather warmed, Chen Ye felt the heat envelop him upon exiting the vehicle. A black umbrella was held above his head by a tall man, who gently inquired, "Young master, do you truly not require my assistance with the enrollment procedures?" Chen Ye waved a hand dismissively. "No need. Zuan, you may return home. I can manage with Chen Lang. A hint of disappointment flickered in Luo Ziyuan's eyes. He had wished to accompany Chen Ye to Strahlen's, but his offer was declined. The rationale behind this is that Chu Xingyin, despite being the crown prince, has not made any exceptions for himself by bringing a steward along, nor should he. However, this is merely Chen Ye's excuse, for he has still chosen to bring Chen Lang with him. Luo Zion, who typically conceals his emotions, now reveals a hint of reluctance in his eyes. If the young master finds anything uncomfortable, do let me know. Rest assured, I shall, Chen Ye replied, a broad smile illuminating his face. 3 months prior, he had participated in the entrance examination for Strellen's and had been successfully admitted. The moment the acceptance letter arrived, Luo Ziyuan's loyalty soared to 85. Through Chen Ye's diligent efforts over these 3 months, Chu Xingyuan's favorability reached 50, while Chen Lang's was at 55. As Chen Ye gazed upon the grand and imposing gates of Strellen's, he felt a sense of optimism regarding his future. He walked ahead, with Chen Lang trailing behind. Burdened by 2 suitcases, seemingly casually, Chen Lang inquired, "Young master, is it appropriate for me to enter the academy alongside you? What makes it inappropriate?" Chen Ye responded. Chen Lang, with gritted teeth, replied, "Is it suitable for me to reside in the residence of the Grand Prince with you?" Chen Ye halted, turning to face Chen Lang, whose tall stature bore a faint expression of dissatisfaction. "Do you wish to live in a separate place with me?" Chen Lang thought to himself, yet he would not concede. "No, you may reside wherever you wish, young master." Chen Ye detected the subtle hint of jealousy in Chen Lang's tone, raising an eyebrow. "In truth, I will be the only one living with Chu Xingyuan. You shall need to stay elsewhere, though you are still expected to be at my beck and call, accompanying me to classes every day." Chen Lang tightened his grip on the suitcase, nearly crushing the hard handle in his grip. "Very well. It seems I am but a dog at your service." Chen Lang suddenly regretted not having devoured Chen Ye when he had the chance to as an adult. Why had he shown such mercy back then? Noticing Chen Lang's increasingly somber expression, Chen Ye approached him, standing on tiptoe to ruffle Chen Lang's hair. "Do not be upset. You shall still accompany me every day, and your residence is quite close to mine." Chen Lang's face flushed, and he shook his head. "What are you doing?" Chen Ye, with innocent eyes, replied, "I did nothing, merely offering you some comfort. I do not require comfort. You may reside with whomever you wish." Chen Ye shrugged. "Then let us proceed. We have things to organize." According to his plan, he needed to first win over Chu Xingyuan, placing that endeavor at the forefront of his priorities. As for Chen Lang, there was no rush. Despite his seemingly proud demeanor, he possessed a simple nature and an innocent approach to emotions, making him significantly easier to navigate than Chu Xingyuan. Upon arriving at Chu Xingyuan's residence, Chen Ye knocked on the door. When it opened, he came face to face with Lu Zhirong, who was also carrying luggage. Naturally, with Chen Ye moving in, Lu Zhirong would have to vacate. A few days prior, Chu Xingyuan had suggested that Lu Zhirong move out. When asked why, he explained that Chen Ye would be moving in. "Are you truly not fond of Shijing?" Lu Zhirong questioned him. A flicker of turmoil crossed Chu Xingyuan's eyes. He had matured considerably and was the only child of the teacher. As his fiancée, it was only right that he provide some care. The occurrence that Lu Zhirong most dreaded has indeed transpired. Although Chu Xingyuan appeared to refute his feelings for Chen Ye, Lu Zhirong, who has spent many years in his company, discerned that this was merely an excuse from Chu Xingyuan. It is also possible that Chu Xingyuan himself was unaware of his growing affection for Chen Ye. Step by step, Chen Ye has entered Chu Xingyuan's circle, and the latter's initial resistance has transformed into a willingness to embrace him. The tide has clearly shifted. Lu Zhirong gazed at Chen Ye by the doorway for a few moments before handing him the key to the villa. "My residence is not far from yours. Feel free to visit," he murmured. Chen Ye accepted the key with a nod, although he was uncertain of what he might need from Lu Zhirong. There was no sign of defeat on Lu Zhirong's face, nor was there any hint of triumph on Chen Ye's. The two exchanged a calm glance. In the living room, Chu Xingyuan lounged on the sofa, typically clad in a black trench coat. Yet today, in the warm weather, he wore a black shirt that accentuated his noble demeanor, his perfect visage exuding royal authority. As his gaze fell upon Chen Ye, a flicker of unrecognized softness emerged in his eyes. However, upon noticing Cheng Lang behind Chen Ye, that softness vanished instantaneously, and he reverted to his usual aloof disposition. After setting down the luggage, Cheng Lang did not depart, as he needed to tidy up Chen Ye's room as a servant. Once he completed his tasks, Cheng Lang still found no excuse to linger. He inquired of Chen Ye, "Shall we head to school now?" Chen Ye replied, "No need. I just asked His Highness to accompany me, and he has agreed." Cheng Lang's voice was dry as he stated, "I will take my leave." But after taking a few steps, Chen Ye grasped his wrist. Cheng Lang looked down at him, noting the evident reluctance in the young master's eyes. "I will miss you. Remember to accompany me to class tomorrow." Cheng Lang's throat constricted to the young master. He was merely a servant resembling Chu Xingyuan. Yet under Chen Ye's gaze, he found himself grappling with the illusion that Chen Ye held him in regard. A fleeting shadow crossed Cheng Lang's eyes. Was Chen Ye's sentiment intentional or merely accidental? Regardless, an illusion remains an illusion. His true fiancée, Chu Xingyuan, was still outside, and he was merely a temporary diversion for a lonely master. "Young master, please refrain from speaking carelessly." Cheng Lang regained his composure, addressing him formally. Chen Ye pressed his lips together. "I'm not. I truly will miss you." Even uncertain of the truth behind his words, Cheng Lang felt his heart betray him. Affinity level 5. He slowly leaned closer to Chen Ye, lowering his head until only an inch separated them. "What do you take me for?" Chen Ye did not shy away, whispering softly, "You will soon find out." He then whispered something in Cheng Lang's ear, a statement that left Cheng Lang in a daze long after he exited the villa. "I actually no longer have feelings for Chu Xingyuan." The young master's voice was clear, laced with an underlying meaning. Once Cheng Lang reached his own residence, his gaze darkened. What did he mean by that? No longer having feelings for Chu Xingyuan. Whom did he like instead? And why reveal this to him? Cheng Lang was acutely aware that he had been baited, yet he resolutely sank his teeth into the hook, harboring a lingering fear that Chen Ye might not wish to pursue him. The naive prince of the Wolf clan spent the entire night in restless wakefulness, while on Chen Ye's side, Cheng Lang's affection for him surged to an impressive 70. Chen Ye commenced his formal classes, which did not overlap with Chu Xingyuan's schedule, resulting in their limited encounters throughout the day. Nonetheless, Cheng Lang remained steadfast